Chu Tian unexpectedly traverses to the world of Blue Star, where the awakening of true energy compels him into a marriage arranged by a divine beauty. From being a waste with a true martial talent rated at F, he transforms into an unparalleled genius with an SSSSS level aptitude, binding himself to the mightiest steel battle armor. I, Chu Tian, the Dragon Emperor of Huaxia, bear a name that causes the alliance of gods, the Steel Warriors Bureau, and the Holy See to tremble in fear and bow in submission. Chapter 1. Did I actually find myself on a bed? I have traversed. At the moment Chu Tian opened his eyes, he was previously engrossed in 3 years of college entrance examination, 5 years of simulations. He discovered that he was lying on a grand bed within a luxurious presidential suite. Wait, there's someone else. Chu Tian attempted to turn around to see who it was, but a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. Goodness, could it be that I was involved with that last night? Wang Defa. After a moment of recuperation, the pain in Chu Tian's body subsided considerably, prompting him to try turning around for a glimpse. Just as Chu Tian was about to turn, a sharp pain pierced his brain as a torrent of vast memories flooded into his mind. After a brief moment, he finally comprehended the situation. He had indeed traversed. This was a parallel world to Earth, known as Blue Star, a realm of true martial arts. Almost identical to Earth, he was still called Chu Tian and was a student at Jiangxi University. However, unlike Earth, Blue Star no longer relied solely on the power of knowledge to alter one's fate. The cultivation of martial prowess was of paramount importance. The reason for this transformation was also embedded in his memories. The void shattered, and an abundance of true energy mingled with the air. Humans and beasts could convert true energy into energy by consuming it, thus becoming true martial artists. The strong could shatter mountains with their fists and tread upon all directions, revered for their martial prowess in a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Moreover, the financial magnates, listed companies, and billionaires of this society are all true martial artists with formidable martial realms. Yet, there exists an exception, Xinhua, where a group of research lunatics has developed mechs capable of countering true martial artists, known as Steel Warriors. To become a true martial artist, one must possess true martial talent. The higher one's true martial talent, the greater the amount of true energy they can absorb, leading to higher cultivation levels in the future. True martial talent is categorized into 6 levels: F, E, D, C, B, and A. Wait, I'm actually an F level. Chu Tian felt utterly devoid of any courage to continue living. He cautiously turned his head, and a breathtakingly beautiful visage came into view. Stunning, exquisitely beautiful. Based on his memories, this woman had been stalked at a bar the previous night, and he had inadvertently benefited from the situation. Moreover, this effervescent beauty was none other than Xiao Yufei, the daughter of Jiangxing's wealthiest tycoon. It seems this was not a mutual agreement. If the woman awakens and sends him to prison, would his next life be one of carefree living? The more Chu Tian pondered, the more terrified he became, hastily tiptoeing out of bed to dress and flee. After donning his clothes, Chu Tian retrieved a crumpled 10-yuan note from his pocket and placed it beside the woman's pillow. Just as he grasped the door handle, preparing to escape, a melodious voice rang out, "Halt!" Chu Tian's body instantly froze, and he awkwardly turned to see the woman glaring at him with a face full of indignation. Chu Tian stammered, "WL, I exerted myself quite a bit last night, so I was going to buy you breakfast to replenish your energy." The woman commanded, "Come here." Chu Tian responded, "Huh? Come here." Trembling with trepidation, Chu Tian slowly moved to the bedside, explaining, "Beauty, I saved you last night. Please do not repay kindness with enmity." Silence. Chu Tian hurriedly covered his mouth. The two remained silent within the room, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension. Eventually, Chu Tian could no longer bear the silence. With a quivering voice, he proposed, "Beautiful lady, this is not a viable solution. Let's part ways here and consider it a dream." The woman solemnly stated, "Marry me." Chu Tian exclaimed, "Huh? Marry me?" The woman's tone was unmistakably abnormal. Chu Tian remarked, "Beautiful lady, this is merely an accident. There's no need to take it so seriously. Moreover, I am but a student. It hardly seems appropriate." The woman, maintaining her composure, reiterated, "There is nothing inappropriate about this. You must take responsibility for me." Ah, is she becoming assertive? Forcing me? Chu Tian's temper flared, and he retorted, "I shall not marry." With that, he stood up, intent on making his escape. "Stop right there." Suddenly, the room was suffused with a terrifying aura that sent shivers down Chu Tian's spine. Goodness gracious, is this the end? To his astonishment, this woman was a formidable, true martial artist. Did she intend to coerce me into submission through force? How could that be possible? Chu Tian turned around, his expression one of desperate defiance. Suddenly, he broke into a grin and exclaimed, "Hurry up. If we delay, we'll miss the cue." Ding. The lucky draw system is loading. 10, 30, 50, 70, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the lucky draw system. As a seasoned bibliophile with 10 years of experience on Earth, he was exceedingly familiar with such systems. It appears that the system is indeed an essential skill for traversers. Chu Tian nearly soared with excitement. Chu Tian, system? Ding. Greetings, host. It is a pleasure to serve you. Chu Tian, what are your functions? Ding. The host may sign in daily to receive tasks. Upon completion, a chance to draw lots will be awarded. Prizes abound. There is nothing the host cannot conceive of that the system cannot procure. Ding. There are two forms of signing in, daily sign-in and location-based sign-in. Chu Tian, can you bind me to another system that completes tasks automatically? Ding. Detection indicates the host's dissatisfaction with the life winner system. Unbinding is requested. Unbinding in progress 10:30. Chu Tian hastily intervened. Oh dear, I almost lost the system. Chu Tian, what is today's sign-in format? Ding. Daily sign-in. Chu Tian, sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Today's task, obtain a marriage certificate. Chu Tian was at a loss for words. There was no evading this marriage today. Noting the woman's lack of action, Chu Tian urged, let's go. The woman looked at him in confusion, finally responding with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. You go to the bathroom. I'll get dressed. Chu Tian whispered, we're getting married. What's the big deal? The woman replied, what did you say? Chu Tian clarified, we're getting married. What's your name? Cao Yufei. Chu Tian hurried into the bathroom. The woman wore a complex expression, uncertain if her actions were too impulsive. Yet, she had always been a rather conservative individual. If she truly engaged in such activities with another, she would resolutely cling to her last vestige of chastity. However, Chu Tian was different. They were not complete strangers, having once been quite familiar. Cao Yufei's melodious voice rang out, come out. Upon seeing Cao Yufei dressed, Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback. With clothes on, he almost did not recognize her. Undeniably, this woman was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded an extraordinary charm. Influencers and stars paled in comparison to her magnificence. Yet what of it? She was still to become my wife very soon. Cao Yufei requested a pair of scissors from the waiter. Chapter 2. An Understanding of SSSSS Class Talent. Gazing at the scissors in her hand, with a face full of shame and indignation, Cao Yufei stirred something within Chu Tian. With a swift dive, he tackled her onto the bed, wresting the scissors from her grip. What do you think you're doing? I've already promised to take responsibility for you. And now you want to end it all. Cao Yufei, looking up at the furious Chu Tian, felt an unexpected thrill of mischief within her. In a timid whisper, she protested, I didn't. At that moment, all the grandeur of a powerful businesswoman vanished, leaving her looking like a delicate little bird seeking refuge. Chu Tian pressed. Then why were you holding the scissors? Cao Yufei replied, I wanted to cut the bed sheet. She pointed to a blood-red rose blooming on the white fabric. Chu Tian focused his gaze. Blood? Huh. He suddenly felt like the favored child of destiny. His eyes then fell upon the stunning beauty beneath him, and he felt an undeniable reaction. Cao Yufei sensed the shift in his demeanor, her cheeks flushing crimson. Indignant, she exclaimed, you're hurting me, get off. Reluctantly, Chu Tian rose to sit beside her, his face a deep shade of red. He thought to himself, that was hasty. Noticing that Cao Yufei remained still, he felt a pang of anxiety. Ultimately, the marriage itself was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the completion of the task at hand, as failing to do so would mean the system would not assign him another mission. That would be disastrous. We should hurry and register for our marriage license. What if the Civil Affairs Bureau is crowded and we can't get it done today? Cao Yufei cast a skeptical glance at him, but said nothing further. Given her stature, even without her household registration book, obtaining the license would pose no issue. Photograph, smile, official stamp. After completing the procedure, Chu Tian held the little red book in his hands, his mind swirling with thoughts. Am I truly a husband now? A little husband, how intriguing. Cao Yufei, gripping the steering wheel, felt a rush of emotions. Chu Tian sighed, wife. Cao Yufei's hands trembled, nearly losing control of the sports car. In a panic, Chu Tian grasped her hand, his face filled with alarm. Hey, are you attempting to murder your husband? Cao Yufei shot him a glare, but remained silent. Chu Tian continued. Wife. Cao Yufei. Chu Tian, old wife. Getting into character quickly, aren't we? Cao Yufei, Chu Tian felt a surge of delight. Perhaps marriage was not such a bad prospect after all. He chuckled heartily. This wife was wealthy, beautiful, and capable, truly perfect. Moreover, he had just discovered that Cao Yufei was 24 years old, 3 years his senior. 3 years older is splendid. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings riches. I feel like I'm cradling a mountain of gold. With a mischievous grin, Chu Tian mused. What aspect of me captivated you, my charm? My formidable combat prowess. Cao Yufei's face flushed with indignation. Formidable combat prowess? What nonsense. Cao Yufei retorted. Do you not remember anything about me? Chu Tian replied. It was dark last night. I couldn't see well. Cao Yufei's expression froze. You don't remember me from 15 years ago, at the orphanage in Jiangxing? Fei Fei. A hazy memory of a dirty little girl with a big nose surfaced in Chu Tian's mind. Looking at the enchanting woman beside him, he marveled. Is this really the same person? Has she truly transformed so completely? It's as if she has been reborn. He recalled how he had once followed Fei around, calling her wife, vowing to marry her when he grew up. Fate, it seemed, had a peculiar sense of irony. Chow Yufei asked, "Where are you going?" Chu Tian replied, "My part-time job at the bar isn't finished yet." Chow Yufei said, "You can completely stop working now." Chu Tian responded, "If I don't work, will you support me? Shouldn't I support you?" Ultimately, he rejected the temptation of living off her. As a man, he believed he should be self-sufficient. "I just need to finish my last night and hand over my duties." Chow Yufei questioned, "Do you think they'll let you go back to the bar now?" Chu Tian winced. He had almost forgotten that little detail. However, he reminded himself that he was the protagonist with a system. How could he easily meet his demise? "It's fine. I have it all figured out." Chow Yufei observed his resolute demeanor and said no more, reaching for her phone to add him as a WeChat friend. "Call me anytime if you need anything." Once Chu Tian exited the car, he hurried to the bar. Since it was still early, few patrons were present. The few staff on duty were astonished to see him. Is he really back? After almost making the boss have a heart attack yesterday, he swore he'd ruin him. "Shoo, don't make a fuss. Let Chu Tian fend for himself." Unaware of their whispered conversations, Chu Tian entered the break room and locked the door behind him. His heart raced with excitement. "System, here I come. System, I want to draw a lottery. Prepare the good stuff." Ding. "Please be prepared, host. The thrilling moment is about to commence. Here it comes." Ding. "As the host is a novice, you are granted 7 blind box draws. Please proceed with caution and maintain a calm demeanor." Chu Tian exclaimed, "Wow. System, you are so sweet. I love you." Instantly, numerous identical crystal boxes appeared in his mind. With exhilaration, he proceeded to open all 7 at once. "Let us get this over with quickly. First draw empty. Keep going." Chu Tian thought, "I can understand. It's my first time and I'm not quite skilled." Second draw empty. Keep going. Third draw empty. Keep going. Finally, he grasped why the system advised him to maintain a calm demeanor. This was quite disappointing. He hadn't received a single reward. Adjusting his mindset, he started anew. Fourth draw, 1 rebirth pill. Note, consuming it will lead to a complete transformation. Fifth draw, SSSSS class, true martial talent. Upon seeing this reward, Chu Tian nearly leaped into the air with joy. It's here. Finally, the cheat I've been waiting for. Sixth draw, investment skill guide. Note, the system will assist the host in selecting investments. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding stocks flooded into his mind. Seventh draw, a crystal ring. Note, the crystal ring can store all things and can be upgraded. The higher the host's realm, the greater the storage capacity, ultimately allowing for the storage of living beings. As the 7th prize was revealed, Chu Tian noticed a crystal ring adorning his pinky finger. He gazed at it, marveling at the clarity of the storage space within. Now that I possess SSSSS class talent, why do I feel no different? Ding. The host merely needs to consume 1 rebirth pill to transform into SSSSS class talent. Ding. The system advises the host to consume it in a place where no one else is present. However, at that moment, Chu Tian was too blinded by the allure of his newfound talent to heed the system's warning. With a mere thought, the rebirth pill materialized in his palm. He tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Sour and sweet, with a hint of salt. Yet nothing happened. Chu Tian exclaimed, "Is the system expired?" Ding. System product, with a permanent shelf life. Suddenly, Chapter 3. A test of skill. Suddenly, Chu Tian felt a tumultuous upheaval within his internal organs. An excruciating pain radiating throughout every inch of his body. He collapsed onto the ground, contorting like a shrimp, howling in agony. Veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes widened in horror, his visage twisted into a ghastly expression. He retched violently, a nauseating stench permeating the entire lounge. As he heaved, he simultaneously inhaled the foul air, only to retch again, caught in a relentless cycle until he nearly expelled his very stomach. Finally, he ceased, wiping the sweat from his brow, only to witness the floor shrouded in darkness. Gagging once more, his stomach churned violently, prompting him to hastily turn his head. To his astonishment, he discovered he could distinctly perceive the vital energy in the air. With each breath, it surged into him, flowing freely within his body. He was infused with an overwhelming strength, his cultivation level unexpectedly soaring to the black iron 7 stars. This revelation sent Chu Tian soaring with exhilaration. "I can cultivate now?" Still basking in the joy of his newfound ability, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by a series of deafening knocks at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The lounge door shook violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. Chu Tian opened the door. A furious voice erupted from outside. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, sensing ill intent from the intruders. Nevertheless, he rose and opened the door, revealing 4 burly men in black, glaring at him menacingly. "Come with us. The boss wants to see you. The bar owner seeks him." Shouldn't it be the thugs who drugged Chow Yufei yesterday? Something felt amiss. Could the one behind the drugging be the bar owner? How infuriating. Chu Tian contemplated, recognizing that the bar owner, at the black iron 8 stars level, was not particularly formidable. To think he had the audacity to target my wife. Today, I shall show you why the flowers bloom so vividly. Resolute in his decision, Chu Tian appeared remarkably composed. The hulking men lingered in the lounge, their brows knitted together. What is that smell? Chu Tian, did you turn this lounge into a toilet? Did you just relieve yourself here? Chu Tian retorted, don't even think about charging me for cleaning. I didn't do anything. Get moving. If I stay here any longer, I'll be suffocated. The men escorted Chu Tian to the bar owner's office. The bar owner radiated a menacing fury, turning on a dime to kick at Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian had just awakened his SSSSS level talent, and the primal force within him yearned for release. He would not squander such a golden opportunity. With a slight shift, Chu Tian effortlessly evaded the bar owner's lethal kick. The bar owner's face contorted in disbelief as he stared at Chu Tian, incredulity echoing in his voice. You, a worthless waste, took drugs and became this formidable? Chu Tian smirked. If I am a waste, you are likely even less than that. Stand here and try to kick me, and you want to even come close. You big waste. The bar owner thought he had misheard and repeated, What? What did you say? Chu Tian replied defiantly. I said you are a big waste. Did you hear me? A big waste. I'll be damned. A small waste? Does that mean I'm admitting to being a big waste? You little brat. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'll share your surname. Chu Tian shot back. Get lost. The Chu family has no room for scum like you. Your existence is a waste of air. I can hardly fathom how you managed to be the fastest among countless tadpoles. Did your father have some unsavory habits that resulted in your pitiful existence? The bar owner, nearly driven to madness by Chu Tian's taunts, barked, Get him. Kill him. With that, he charged towards Chu Tian, but the latter had already prepared for this encounter. Seizing a nearby bottle, he channeled his vital energy and smashed it against the bar owner's head. Bang! The bar owner stumbled and collapsed, for even the mightiest martial artist fears a bottle. The remaining henchmen, seeing their boss struck down, rushed to assist him. Why are you helping me? Get out there and kill him. The bar owner bellowed, but the men, bewildered by his command, released their grip. The bar owner crashed to the ground, landing squarely on the shards of the broken bottle. A howl akin to a slaughtered pig erupted from his lips, reverberating painfully in the ears of his subordinates. This was a precise hit. In an instant, the men surrounded Chu Tian, exchanging glances before launching their assault. Yet, the zealous Chu Tian showed no concern for these black iron 2 and 3 stars weaklings. Like a wolf among sheep, he swiftly dispatched them one by one, advancing step by step towards the bar owner. What are you doing? I warn you. If you dare lay a finger on me, in this vast Jiang city, there will be no refuge for you. Chu Tian lunged forward, grasping the bar owner's finger and bending it forcefully. Crack! The bar owner's finger snapped audibly. Ah! Yet before he could finish his shriek, Chu Tian seized his second finger. Crack! Ah! What followed was akin to a gruesome concert. Crack! Ah! Crack! Ah! Crack! Ah! The sound of cracking bones and heart-wrenching wails echoed throughout the office. Had it not been for the concern of the bar owner's athlete's foot, Chu Tian would have gladly broken his toes as well. Grinning, Chu Tian remarked, Boss, I didn't just touch one of your fingers, but 10. The bar owner's eyes were filled with terror as he gazed at Chu Tian, unable to fathom how someone so young could possess such ruthlessness. Please, I beg you spare me. Chu Tian struck him with a slap, furious, spare you? Do you have any idea that the woman you assaulted yesterday was my wife? The bar owner hastily shook his head. I didn't know. I was wrong. Please, spare my life. Chu Tian mused. In truth, I should thank you. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to court a wealthy woman. So, in a sense, you are my benefactor. The bar owner, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly attempted to ingratiate himself. So, if you think about it, you should release me. One must always be grateful. Chu Tian patted the bar owner's shoulder. Indeed, it's essential to distinguish between gratitude and grievances. Crack. Ah. The bar owner's shoulder was instantaneously shattered under Chu Tian's force. The bar owner, panic-stricken, exclaimed, You said to distinguish between gratitude and grievances? Chu Tian chuckled. Yes. I suddenly recalled that you've been withholding my wages, so shouldn't I seek retribution for that grievance as well? The bar owner's mind raced with a flood of expletives. How could my mouth be so reckless? Bang. Chapter 4. This is not good suddenly. The office door was kicked open. Both men shuddered simultaneously as the bar owner snarled. You little brat. It's over for you. My reinforcements have arrived. However, upon seeing who entered, the bar owner's spirit plummeted, feeling utterly despondent. The person who walked in was none other than the woman he had been fixating on. The very same Chao Yufei, Chu Tian's wife. Chao Yufei hurriedly approached Chu Tian. Concern etched on her face. Darling, are you all right? As Chu Tian gazed at the anxious Chao Yufei, a twinge of emotion stirred within him. It's nothing, he reassured, relieved to see that Chu Tian was unharmed. Chao Yufei turned her gaze to the bar owner, who lay on the ground, trembling violently, her eyes ablaze with fury. With a swift kick, she sent the bar owner flying. Whether it was due to his body succumbing to the ordeal or sheer terror, he promptly fainted. A twitch appeared at the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. His wife certainly possessed formidable strength. Let us go, Chow Yufei urged as she helped Chu Tian to his feet. Wait. I'll wake him up, he replied, striding over to the battered bar owner and stepping on his arm, grinding it into the ground with force. Ah! The bar owner jolted awake in agony, exclaiming, my esteemed ancestors, I was wrong. I truly understand my errors. In a chilling tone, Chu Tian warned, make sure to settle my wages, or else he continued to apply pressure on the bar owner's arm, the sounds of anguish echoing through the room. I will definitely pay. I beg you, spare me, young master. I was wrong, truly. The group emerged from the office, which resembled a battlefield. Outside, Chu Tian realized that Chow Yufei had not come alone. Inside the bar stood a throng of burly men clad in black, and more terrifyingly, each one was a true martial artist. The power of this woman was indeed formidable. Once they were in the car, Chow Yufei expressed her concern once more. Shall we head to the hospital? Chu Tian shook his head. No need. I'm completely unhurt. It's just that my hand feels a bit sore from the fight. Why not move in with me? Chow Yufei proposed. What? Chu Tian was taken aback, astonished at the prospect of cohabitation so soon. It felt too forward. And he wasn't quite prepared. A rosy hue spread across Chow Yufei's delicate face as she softly replied. We are already married. Half of my assets are yours. And my home is yours as well. Chu Tian stared in disbelief at this captivating, powerful woman with a daunting background. What had he done to deserve this? Was his ancestral grave emitting green smoke? He composed himself and replied, is that truly appropriate? Chow Yufei shyly nodded. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I don't wish to be a freeloader. Chu Tian protested. Then I'll leave the company's management to you while I stay at home. She countered. Given your sincere intentions, I'll reluctantly agree to cohabitate with you. An hour later, Chu Tian returned to his room, gathering his clothes, toothpaste, toothbrush, and wash basin. He likely wouldn't need them anymore, but he was a nostalgic soul. How could he abandon these old companions that had accompanied him through thick and thin? Even if they were to remain unused, he would cherish them dearly. After tidying up, he locked the door. Well, isn't this the useless Tian? Can't even pay rent? The mocking voice belonged to his neighbor, Shi Xiang, a fellow student at Jiangxing University with a B-grade true martial talent and a black iron 9-star realm, who found amusement in bullying Chu Tian. His parents were equally superficial, practically glowing with pride upon discovering Shi Xiang's B-grade talent. With a cold smile, Chu Tian retorted, Brother Ba, your mouth is as fitting as your name. Useless Tian. Are you seeking death? Shi Xiang roared, charging at Chu Tian. Chu Tian's expression hardened. His true energy surged within him. The overwhelming force he had just wielded against the bar owner was nearly depleted, yet it sufficed to deal with Shi Xiang. Clenching his fist, he faced Shi Xiang head-on. Bang! Their fists met. Shi Xiang stumbled back, while Chu Tian remained unfazed. Shi Xiang, astonished, asked, You can cultivate now? Chu Tian disdainfully replied, No, I can't. Shi's mother looked equally shocked. This waste can cultivate. Truly miraculous. Chu Tian, when did you gain the ability to cultivate? Congratulations. She exclaimed. Does it concern you? Chu Tian replied curtly. Shi's mother's expression faltered as she retorted, Though you may be able to cultivate, your manners are deteriorating. Being able to cultivate doesn't guarantee a turnaround. Can you afford the resources needed for cultivation? Rest assured, I want to be like your precious son, whose family is nearly starving just for his own cultivation. Chu Tian shot back. Useless Tian, shut your mouth. After this true martial assessment, everything will change. My parents will enjoy a life of luxury, living in villas and driving luxury cars. Shi Xiang declared. Indeed, my son is ambitious. Unlike certain individuals who will only ever glimpse the taillights of luxury cars and the gates of villas, destined to remain single for life, Shi's mother sneered. Are you well? Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted. The mother and son of the Shi family turned to see an extravagant convoy of luxury cars, which had mysteriously appeared in the slum area. Beside a silver Rolls-Royce stood a woman whose beauty could bring nations to ruin. The moonlight graced her face, imbuing her with an aura of untouchable nobility and sanctity. All right, Chu Tian declared, then turned to the Shi family. It seems that this is my fate, alas. Brother Ba, strive hard to drive luxury cars and reside in villas. With that, he brushed past them. The bodyguards by the car bowed deeply, respectfully stating, Young master, allow me to carry your luggage. They then opened the car door for him. The convoy departed the slum, leaving the Shi family in stunned silence. Young master? When did Chu Tian find such a wealthy and beautiful wife? The Shi mother and son exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their own perceptions. Shi's mother, observing her astonished son, comforted him. Do not envy, my son. One day, you will possess everything. Chapter 5, A Nosebleed. As Chu Tian watched the lavish convoy gradually pull away from the city, he couldn't help but ask, Wife, how much longer until we reach home? Hearing this young man openly refer to the CEO as his wife caused the driver's hand to tremble momentarily, though he managed to maintain his composure. Through the rearview mirror, he stole glances at Chu Tian, pondering what kind of young talent could be worthy of Jiangqing's most beautiful woman. Yet, it was evident that he was not entirely impressed. Aside from being handsome and youthful, Chu Tian lacked any remarkable attributes. If Chu Tian were aware of the driver's thoughts, he would undoubtedly spray him with a mouthful of soda. How could a mere man comprehend his strength? Xiao Yufei blushed, her voice dripping with shyness as she replied, "We're almost there." As the convoy suddenly slowed, they arrived at Jiangqing's largest and most opulent villa district, Jiangqing No. 1. The residents here were undoubtedly wealthy and influential. Chu Tian leaned against the car window, realizing he hadn't spotted a single bus stop. Commuting to school would pose a challenge. "Wife, this place is too far from my school, and there's no public transport. How will I get to class?" Chu Tian inquired. Xiao Yufei reassured him, "You needn't worry. There's a car in the garage for you to drive." Chu Tian sighed in frustration. "It seems I'm destined to embrace the role of a freeloader to the fullest, alas." The driver, hearing Chu Tian's lament, felt a surge of indignation. Who in Jiangqing wouldn't want to enjoy the benefits of Xiao Yufei's soft life? And yet, here he was, unwilling and feeling put upon. After exiting the car, Chu Tian dashed straight to the bathroom, overwhelmed by an odor that was quite unbearable. Even though Xiao Yufei was perceptive and did not voice her thoughts, her delicate hand remained firmly on her nose. A battle ensued between the bath towel and his skin, which only came to an end when the towel was worn through, leaving a hole. However, Chu Tian sadly discovered that he could no longer wear his clothes and that there was no men's towel in the bathroom. To venture out in his birthday suit? Was that truly acceptable? After all, they had already registered their marriage, and they had been candid with each other yesterday. She knew his dimensions, and he understood her depths. Surely, there was no harm in stepping out like this. As Chu Tian opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed in. He instinctively squeezed his legs together, unable to suppress a shiver. Quickly, he shut the door and called out loudly, "Wife, bring me a bath towel." Xiao Yufei's expression froze momentarily. Where in the house was there a man's towel? You can use the one in the bathroom." Chu Tian glanced at the two towels hanging before him, feeling somewhat conflicted. One was black, the other pink. Logically, as a grown man, he ought to choose the black one. However, that black towel seemed a tad too suggestive. Images flashed through his mind involuntarily. If Xiao Yufei were to stand before him draped in that towel, he would likely transform into a beast in an instant. He picked up the black towel and held it to his nose, inhaling deeply. It was not the scent of shower gel, but rather a hint of her natural fragrance. Chu Tian repeatedly reminded himself not to embarrass himself. He had faced far greater challenges than this. How could he falter over such a trivial matter? What would happen if he and his wife were to explore the mountains together? One must have aspirations. Ultimately, Chu Tian emerged from the bathroom wrapped in the pink towel, his pride unmistakably displayed. Xiao Yufei cast a swift glance, her understanding evident, and she bolted into the bathroom in a flurry. Chu Tian, reveling in his own confidence, mused, "Did I scare her away?" He then donned a piece of clothing. After all, he was not one to flaunt himself. When Xiao Yufei finally stepped out of the bathroom clad in the black towel, Chu Tian was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. His mouth agape as he munched on potato chips. The towel clung tightly to her body, accentuating her alluring curves, her fair skin partially visible. Strands of hair brushing against her nose, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Any normal man who beheld such a sight would not bat an eye even if faced with death. It was utterly captivating. Chu Tian felt as if he might transform at any moment. He gulped audibly, feeling parched despite his efforts to swallow. A rush of blood surged through him, and suddenly he noticed a dampness on his nose. Raising a hand to touch it, he found it sticky and somewhat metallic. Looking down, he was horrified to discover blood. In a panic, he dashed to the bathroom. By the time he emerged, somewhat dazed, Xiao Yufei had vanished from the living room. Chu Tian cursed himself for being so inept. How could he embarrass himself by having a nosebleed? Clearing his throat awkwardly, he called out, "Wife, which room are you in?" Xiao Yufei's voice, filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, replied, "The first room on the left at the top of the stairs on the second floor." "Are we not sleeping together?" Chu Tian inquired. Xiao Yufei responded, "It seems that sharing a bed is out of the question. The revolution is yet to be accomplished. Comrades still need to strive." After returning to his room, Chu Tian tossed and turned, the image of Xiao Yufei in her black towel lingering in his mind. Refusing to fade, he took out his phone and sent a message, "My door is unlocked. If you feel scared tonight, you can come find me." After sending it, he did not receive a response from Xiao Yufei. It appeared that tonight would be a long and lonely one, with only his thoughts to keep him company. Lying in bed, he felt as though he were in a dream. The scenes from novels had inexplicably come to life. Could it be real? Perhaps, but regardless, he must strive to live, mustn't he? He believed he could lead a life akin to that of a protagonist in a novel, making himself the hero of this world. What could a world of true martial artists do? He possessed a system, an SSSSS grade martial talent, which had already placed him ahead of the game. All he needed now was time. In the realm of Blue Star, in the world of true martial arts, tremble in anticipation. Forget it. Time to wash up and sleep. According to his recollection, Tomorrow marked the true martial arts assessment, and he needed to make a splendid first impression in this new life. In the adjacent room, Chow Yufei lay in bed, equally restless, reflecting on the events of the day. It had all taken her by surprise. Marriage registration, cohabitation, each event was something she had never imagined before. Yet, regarding the man who had taken her first and had been her childhood crush, she felt no resistance. It was merely the speed at which she had to fulfill her duties as a wife that left her momentarily taken aback. What she needed to consider now was how to explain everything to her parents and family. Would they accept a man with no background and meager strength like Chu Tian? If they opposed, what could she possibly say in response? These questions left Chow Yufei feeling overwhelmed. However, since she had already registered their marriage, she was resolute in overcoming any challenges that lay ahead. As dawn broke the next day, Chu Tian awoke and descended the stairs. He found Chow Yufei, clad in a black uniform, leisurely enjoying her breakfast. Chapter 6, I Can Support Us. Chow Yufei smiled at the sleepily blinking Chu Tian, saying, "Freshen up and have breakfast." Her gentle voice and charming smile set his heart aflutter. A beautiful woman's smile can enchant 100 hearts. Chu Tian immediately perked up, and after washing up, he sat across from Chow Yufei, but hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Concerned, she asked, "What's wrong? Not to your taste? I can have the kitchen prepare another dish." Deeply moved, Chu Tian thought to himself, "What a wonderful wife I have. What more could a husband desire? No need, I'm already full." Chow Yufei looked puzzled. "How can you be full if you haven't eaten? You're not feeling unwell, are you?" Chu Tian replied, "Your beauty is a feast for the eyes." Chow Yufei instantly blushed, lowering her head and falling silent. But inside, her heart stirred with ripples. What woman does not enjoy compliments? "Quickly eat. I have to get to work soon," she said, pretending to pick up the tablet on the table, her focus clearly elsewhere. Chu Tian chose not to continue his teasing, casting a glance at the tablet's content. Suddenly, a red line appeared on the screen. At first, he did not think much of it. However, the more he looked, the more he sensed something was amiss. The red line was moving and gradually thickening. In astonishment, Chu Tian exclaimed, "Wife, can I use the tablet for a moment?" Taking the tablet, the red line diminished. Was this a system? Ding. "Indeed, it is I. This stock of yours will surge in the short term. Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals has developed a new special flu medication, and a press conference is scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight. The stock will skyrocket. If you invest fully, you will profit 60 million. Chu Tian was taken aback. It suddenly dawned on him that he had received an investment guide as a reward from the blind box he opened yesterday. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, but now it seemed to be useful. However, the critical issue was that he had no money. Should he approach Chow Yufei for assistance? No way. How could a grown man shamelessly ask a woman for money? Just as Chu Tian wrestled with the dilemma of whether to speak up, a woman clad in a professional suit entered the villa and respectfully announced, "President Chow, the car is ready." Upon seeing the outsider, Chow Yufei forced herself to regain her composure, stepping into the persona of the aloof and elegant CEO. Chow Yufei replied, "Is the agenda for today's meeting prepared?" "It is ready." "Very well, you may leave now." At that moment, the image of the cold and noble female executive was perfectly embodied. Chu Tian took a bite of his fried dough stick, gazing at the commanding presence of Chow Yufei, and thought to himself, perhaps this is her true self? The female secretary, observing the casually dressed man who entered the breakfast room with President Chow, was taken aback. Has President Chow fallen in love? This is indeed big news. After the secretary exited the villa, Chow Yufei reverted to her gentle wife persona. She spoke softly, "I'm leaving now. The car is in the garage. You can choose whichever you prefer." After saying this, she pulled out a bank card from her bag. "This card contains 10 million. Take it and spend as you wish. If it runs out, just let me know. The password is our wedding anniversary." Chu Tian stared blankly at the bank card in his hand, suddenly feeling that this life of luxury was truly delightful. "Money, isn't it just arriving?" Chu Tian declared, "System, buy everything." Just after he finished giving instructions to the system, Chow Yufei's phone rang. She glanced at the message, her face filled with confusion as she looked at Chu Tian. "How did 6 million disappear from this card just after I gave it to you?" Reluctantly, Chow Yufei retrieved another bank card from her bag and handed it to Chu Tian. "This card also has 10 million. Take it." "But dear, didn't you just give me one? Haven't you already spent 6 million? Buy whatever you want. I can afford it." Chu Tian was deeply moved, gazing affectionately at Chow Yufei, wishing to express his profound love. Ding. "Host, please sign in." "Sign in." Ding. "Today's task, embrace your wife and plant a kiss." Chu Tian's lips twitched at the timely reminder. What a coincidence. It's as if there's a little worm in my belly. Kudos for that. However, if I go in for a kiss, will I receive a slap instead? As Chow Yufei prepared to leave, Chu Tian suddenly exclaimed, "Wife, I want a hug." Chow Yufei, normally unflappable even in the face of billion-dollar contracts, found herself at a loss upon hearing his words. Without giving her much time to react, Chu Tian stood up and pulled her into his embrace, planting a greasy kiss on her lips. Startled, Chow Yufei quickly pushed Chu Tian away and fled the villa. Her heart racing as she stood at the door, lightly patting her chest, her cheeks flushed. "Oh dear, How sudden. So naughty. Yet, instead of anger, she felt only shyness. Chu Tian, draw a blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one clear face pill. Note, the clear face pill can enhance the host's facial features and physique to the highest standards. Isn't that akin to undergoing cosmetic surgery? What if it goes wrong? Ding. A product of the system is guaranteed to be top quality. Please use it with confidence. After some thought, he decided that food still held greater allure. Chu Tian took a few bites of breakfast and prepared to head to school. Today marked the assessment at Jinwu Academy, which he needed to take seriously. Upon opening the garage, he was greeted by a collection of luxury cars that made his heart race. It was akin to a mini auto show, suggesting that his wife was indeed a car enthusiast. With no shortage of brands, from Benz, BMW, Audi, to Porsche, there were also Bentleys, Lamborghinis, McLarens, and Cullinans. Not wanting to appear ostentatious, he opted for a vehicle with a label proclaiming, for grocery use only. When he arrived at Jiangxing University in this car, it caused quite a stir, especially due to the wording, prompting students to snap pictures. Who is this rich kid using a Maserati as a grocery vehicle? Just showing off. I bet there will be girls lining up to introduce themselves. I feel like I'm on the verge of leaving the single life behind. I just need a supercar. After parking, a wave of girls approached him. Hey, can I add you on WeChat? Let us be friends. Chu Tian replied, I'm sorry, but I'm already married. Oh, come on. You're just joking, right? Add me. No, really, I'm married. With that, he walked past the girls and left, leaving them fuming behind him. What else with the act? Married? As if I'm not a mom yet. Upon entering his classroom, his classmates glanced at him before turning back to discuss the day's Jinwu assessment, treating him like air. After all, a waste with an F talent in Jinwu wasn't worth their attention. Sitting in his chair, Chu Tian mused, man, your social standing was really lacking. Chapter 7, Appealing to All Ages? Bored, Chu Tian twirled a pen, suddenly sensing a targeted aura behind him. Turning around, he recognized the source. It was a certain classmate, who snorted dismissively. If looks could kill, he would have ruled the world by now. Get a clue, buddy. Shi Xiang, feeling the disdain from Chu Tian, clenched his fists. A fiery rage igniting within him. Just wait, waste. Soon, I will be a student of Jinwu Academy. Chu Tian, feeling particularly bored, resolved to relieve himself. He slipped into the bathroom, and as soon as he left, his classmates began to gossip. Is Waste Tian really going to take part in the Jinwu assessment? What a joke. What is he even doing there, just to make us laugh? Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Chu Tian murmured, am I really this handsome? Is there still room for improvement? Spotting the clear face pill in his ring, he decided to give it a try. After all, who could resist becoming even more perfect? As it melted in his mouth, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. Is this the clear face pill, or some sort of cooling oil? Did the system malfunction? When he looked up to the mirror, he froze. Is that really me? I look too handsome. The system was no liar. In the mirror, Chu Tian's already striking features were even more alluring. His high nose bridge, thin lips, and sharp brows seemed to emanate wisdom and sharpness. His cheekbones were well-defined. And whether viewed from the front or side, he was undeniably a stunningly handsome man. His height had miraculously increased by 2 centimeters, and his muscles subtly bulged, perfectly filling out his short sleeves, truly the dream object of many beautiful girls' fantasies. Woohoo! Chu Tian closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. How could a grown man? A male classmate's impatient voice pierced his thoughts, but mid-sentence, it seemed as if someone had choked him. Why you are Chu Tian? With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Chu Tian captured the attention of a male classmate, whose eyes widened in awe, his face flushing crimson with shyness. Chu Tian, you are so handsome, he stammered. Overcome with bashfulness, Chu Tian felt his legs weaken and hurriedly fled the restroom, thinking it best to avoid the situation. Upon re-entering the bustling classroom, the lively chatter of his classmates abruptly ceased, as if time itself had frozen. All eyes were fixed on Chu Tian, mouths agape in astonishment. Wow, handsome guy, exclaimed a girl, shattering the silence as she dashed toward him, her phone in hand. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Can I add you on WeChat? She asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. Chu Tian offered a gentle smile, causing the girl to swoon, her head spinning as she nervously fiddled with her lip, repeating, Can I add you on WeChat? The other girls, starry-eyed, whispered among themselves. Is this really Chu Tian? How can he be so handsome? Their hearts raced, and they resolved to add him as well, exclaiming in disbelief, oh my gosh, I actually have Chu Tian's WeChat. I'm so happy. With a hint of regret, Chu Tian replied, I'm sorry, everyone, but my WeChat is already full. A few girls, unable to bear the disappointment, began to weep, their sorrow palpable. Witnessing their distress, the boys in the room felt a pang of envy. What good is being handsome if he's just a useless guy? One boy scoffed, but the moment he spoke, he sensed a wave of hostility surrounding him, sending a chill down his spine. The girls glared at him with fierce eyes, as if they were ready to pounce. Fearful, he quickly shrank back, feigning indifference. The other boys who had intended to criticize Chu Tian fell silent, cursing him quietly in their hearts. Achoo! Chu Tian sneezed, even that seemingly enhancing his allure. Anyone who dares to insult Chu Tian in their hearts, I'll swallow them whole, one girl declared, hands on her hips, glaring at all the boys in the class. How dare they try to control our thoughts and strip us of our rights? Fortunately, the instructor arrived just in time, admonishing, I can hear your ruckus from the stairwell. What kind of decorum is this? Suddenly, her voice faltered as she gazed at Chu Tian in disbelief. You are Chu Tian? She whispered. Chu Tian nodded with a smile. The 40-year-old female instructor blushed, exclaiming, Chu Tian, you are so handsome. What? The classroom erupted in a chorus of boos. Clearing her throat, she attempted to regain her composure. All right, everyone, prepare for the Jinwu assessment. Despite her words, her gaze remained fixed on Chu Tian, making him feel quite bashful. Approaching him, she softly said, Chu Tian, if you could just say a word on WeChat, I'll add you to my contacts. The Jinwu assessment finally commenced. And the boys were unusually eager for it to begin, surrounded by a throng of enamored girls, making it difficult for Chu Tian to move toward the testing area. There, a muscular instructor, Li Da, stood at an imposing 160 centimeters tall, his physique resembling that of a mutant, exuding an aura of strength. With a stern and piercing gaze, he surveyed each student, pausing momentarily on Chu Tian, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Line up according to your student numbers. Prepare for the assessment, he commanded. The girls reluctantly left Chu Tian's side, glancing back as they walked away. Beside Chu Tian stood a plump boy. Feeling the weight of the situation, the intensity of the girl's stares made him tremble. Bro, I've known you for so long, but standing next to you feels terrifying, he confessed. Chu Tian chuckled. Open your eyes and speak. The boy, taken aback, retorted, I am looking, you know. Chu Tian teased. Good thing your skin is thick, or your eyes would have popped from the pressure. This boy, named Zhugu Li, was Chu Tian's only good friend. You jerk. If you keep bringing up my eyes, I'll fight you, Zhugu Li warned. What do you think will happen if I tell those girls you're threatening me? Chu Tian quipped. Zhugu Li's expression shifted to one of forced flattery. Please, just be a decent person. After a brief wait, two young individuals entered the examination room, radiating formidable energy. The normally stern director of Jinwu, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, followed behind them with an air of deference. Let us welcome Li Shiqi and Song Qingfeng from Beihua Jinwu Academy with a warm round of applause. The director announced, his voice echoing through the hall. The applause from the students was thunderous. Li Shiqi was undeniably stunning, her beauty captivating even Chu Tian, who possessed a wife of remarkable grace. With eyes resembling shimmering stars and long, lustrous hair tied in a high ponytail, she exuded youthful vitality in her athletic attire. The boys were utterly enchanted by her allure. While Song Qingfeng was rendered insignificant in comparison, could anyone surpass Chu Tian's charm? System, please assess the abilities of these two individuals, Chu Tian requested. Ding. Li Shiqi. Jinwu Talent A, Silver 3 stars. Ding. Song Qingfeng. Jinwu Talent A, Silver 2 stars. Such formidable prowess. It was no wonder the Jinwu director was so obsequious. The director signaled to Li Da to commence the assessment. Approaching a testing machine, Li Da proclaimed, let the testing begin. First up, talent and cultivation assessment. This high-tech machine was said to have cost the school a fortune. Placing a hand on it would illuminate small colored lights, with black, white, blue, yellow, pink, and red representing 6 levels of talent. The display would reveal one's cultivation level, broadcasted throughout the school for all to hear. The first student approached the machine, eyes closed, trembling as he placed his palm on the device. The lights flashed white, indicating a clean slate. Talent E, cultivation, black iron 3 stars. The loudspeaker blared, announcing the results across the school. The student, looking utterly defeated, covered his face and stumbled away. Li Da's expression darkened further. Next, Zhugu Li exclaimed, bro, cheer for me. Today is destined to be my moment of glory. He slapped his hand against the testing machine with enthusiasm. Li Da, quick to respond, scolded him. Have you eaten enough? Don't smash it. You'll be fined 100 for damaging school property. Pay up later. Zhugu Li's face turned as dark as Li Da's, and he cautiously placed his hand on the testing machine. What? No response. Did I break it? Panic set in as he felt his legs weaken, and Chu Tian witnessed his eyes widen in shock. Coach, I didn't use much force. This thing is too flimsy. Zhugu Li stammered, glancing nervously at the stern Li to try again, but apply some force. Li Da commanded, if it breaks, don't blame me. Zhugu Li protested. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure you regret it. Li Da retorted. Zhugu Li hastily placed his hand upon the testing machine. And immediately, a small indicator light illuminated, signifying a B-level talent and a cultivation of black iron 7 stars. Li Da let out a cold snort and remarked, not bad, but do not forget to pay the fee. Next, Shi Xiang, brimming with excitement, approached the testing machine. Today marked a pivotal moment in his destiny. All his classmates would look up to him as he was admitted to the Jinwu Academy. As for Chu Tian, they were destined to inhabit entirely different realms. A triumphant grin adorned Shi Xiang's face as he placed his hand on the testing machine. Shi Xiang, Jinwu talent B, cultivation black iron 9 stars. Wow. Shi Xiang is incredibly strong, achieving black iron 9 stars. Indeed, he was extraordinary, just a step away from bronze, ensuring his admission to the Jinwu Academy. It was rumored he was on the verge of breaking through to bronze. The head of Jinwu nodded in satisfaction. Song Qingfeng spoke calmly. At last, we have someone commendable. Reaching black iron 9 stars by the age of 20 is quite impressive. Li Shiqi remained silent. Lida declared, next, the strength test. Prepare yourselves. Chu Tian exclaimed, instructor. I have yet to be tested. Lida looked at Chu Tian, astonished. You wish to test as well? Chu Tian nodded earnestly. The head of Jinwu, taken aback by Chu Tian's audacity, thought, is this really Chu Tian? Has he undergone some kind of transformation? However, with Li Shiqi and Song Qingfeng present, he could not deny Chu Tian the opportunity to test, and merely nodded in acquiescence. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Li Shiqi's gaze became transfixed. This boy was exceptionally handsome. Though not typically enamored by appearances, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances, as Chu Tian's looks had undeniably captivated her aesthetic senses. Song Qingfeng, noticing the change in Li Shiqi's demeanor, darkened his expression but quickly concealed it. What makes this boy so special? Why is he being allowed to test? Li Shiqi inquired. The head of Jinwu, visibly uncomfortable, replied, Chu Tian possesses a Jinwu talent rated F. Li Shiqi felt a pang of disappointment. Such striking looks only to be relegated to a mere ornamental role. On the contrary, Song Qingfeng wore a broad smile, stating, an F-level talent certainly does not warrant a test. It would be a waste of time. Before Song Qingfeng could finish his sentence, the testing machine's 6 colored lights flickered to life, dazzlingly bright. Chu Tian, talent A or possibly higher, cultivation black iron 7 stars. The blaring announcement left everyone in stunned silence. Li Shiqi sprang from her seat, her eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, Song Qingfeng was left speechless. The most intense reaction came from Shi Xiang, who darted to the testing machine, shouting, impossible. The machine must be malfunctioning. After which, he placed his hand back on the device. Shi Xiang, Jinwu talent B, cultivation black iron 9 stars. No. This cannot be. Bam! Shi Xiang smashed the testing machine's screen into shards with a furious punch. Lida delivered a swift kick that sent Shi Xiang sprawling, roaring, you fool. Breaking school property incurs a fine of 100,000. Lying on the ground, Shi Xiang's eyes were vacant. This couldn't be real. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me? It dawned on him. This was no dream. My heavens, my idol possesses A-level Jinwu talent. Handsome and gifted. This young man was indeed the Prince Charming of her dreams. Chu Tian, my idol, I adore you. The head of Jinwu approached Chu Tian, astonished. Chu Tian, when did your Jinwu talent become A? Chu Tian replied with a smile, it has always been A. Perhaps the machine was just jammed last time. Jammed. An A or possibly higher Jinwu talent. There were only a handful of A-rated talents in the entire Jiang city, and none at the S level. To think a second-rate university would have one. Li Shiqi extended her delicate hand, saying, hello, Chu Tian, I am Li Shiqi from Beihua Jinwu Academy. Chu Tian took her hand, his lips curling into a smile. Hello, Senior Li. Unbelievable. Song Qingfeng's face darkened at their interaction. How dare he touch her? She was the girl he had designated since childhood, and he would not allow anyone to covet her. Chapter 9. The 3 schools compete relentlessly. Song Qingfeng coldly stated, an A-rated Jinwu talent is not something to be taken lightly. We must ensure thorough verification. The head of Jinwu responded, yes. I will have someone fetch a new testing machine at once. The testing machines at your school leave much to be desired. I will arrange for one from Jinwu Academy instead. Song Qingfeng's words caused the head of Jinwu to falter, feeling a twinge of displeasure. What was wrong with their machines? Were those from Jinwu Academy superior? What arrogance! Yet, he dared only to voice his grievances internally. Li Shiqi observed the extraordinarily handsome boy with keen interest. Her large eyes filled with curiosity. How could a boy be so strikingly good-looking? It was almost unfair to the girls. Noticing Li Shiqi's expression, Song Qingfeng clenched his fists, wishing he could rush forward and mar Chu Tian's handsome visage. Damn it! Who permitted you to be so handsome? Chu Tian pondered, system. Could you allow me to display only S-level Jinwu talent? Ding. No problem. Chu Tian dared not reveal his true SSSSS-level Jinwu talent, should it be disclosed. It would undoubtedly invite unwarranted trouble. A man without guilt can be punished for possessing a gem. Li Shiqi beamed. When did you awaken your Jinwu talent? Wow. The goddess smiled. So beautiful. Li Shiqi is indeed the belle of Beihua Jinwu Academy. I am smitten. If that smile were directed at me, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life. Look at you. I would trade 20. Shoo. Keep your voices down. It is rumored that Song Qingfeng has been pursuing Li Shiqi for some time. If he hears you, there will be consequences. Wouldn't that mean Chu Tian had just invited a significant trouble upon himself? Chu Tian was also captivated by Li Shiqi's smile. Did she have dimples when she smiled? I can't quite recall the specific time, Chu Tian replied, deliberately vague. He had to admit that this girl was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent. Li Shiqi's inquiry aimed to gauge Chu Tian's Jinwu talent through his cultivation level. Chu Tian recognized her intentions and answered ambiguously. When Li Shiqi realized her subtlety had been detected, her smile only deepened. This boy was not only handsome, but also astute. How intriguing. Song Qingfeng admonished. Do not celebrate too soon. The testing machine may be faulty. It would be wise to wait until all tests are completed before rejoicing. Chu Tian furrowed his brow. Was this guy trying to provoke him? He had felt the man's scrutinizing gaze upon him since earlier. Was mere glances no longer sufficient? Which eye of yours saw me happy? Chu Tian challenged. You, old Lu, have you heard? This kid has awakened A-level Jinwu talent. Impressive. The head of Jinwu rushed over. His demeanor even more subservient. Principal Wang, what brings you here? The man in question was none other than Wang Dishing, the elusive principal of Jiangxing University. Wang Dishing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, with such a momentous event, how could I not come? Chu Tian, you are remarkable, truly outstanding. Li Shiqi greeted him with a smile, and Wang Dishing nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Song Qingfeng wore a glum expression, saying, Principal, we have yet to confirm Chu Tian's talent. Let us not jump to conclusions. Wang Dishing cast a glance at Song Qingfeng, and that solitary gaze sent a shiver down Song Qingfeng's spine, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Such formidable strength. Wang Dishing spoke coldly. You must be the grandson of Song Panhong, am I correct? Indeed. Song Qingfeng had been anticipating the moment when Wang Dishing, like others, would recognize his identity and shower him with praise. However, Wang Dishing continued, just like your grandfather, you amount to nothing of significance. Are you unaware of our school's testing apparatus? Just keep quiet. Song Qingfeng's expression turned exceedingly grim, yet he dared not voice a retort and instead retreated to the back. As the anxious crowd awaited, the testing apparatus was finally delivered, accompanied by the esteemed principal of Beihua Jinwu Academy, Li Changqing. Wang Dishing remarked, your legs are remarkably swift. To which Li Changqing replied, I had no choice. I feared someone else would seize the opportunity first. Once the testing apparatus was set up, all eyes were glued to it, ears perked in anticipation. Chu Tian stepped forward, placing his palm gently on the device. The long-dormant purple indicator light flickered to life, announcing, Talent level, S, cultivation, black iron 7 stars. The resounding declaration left everyone dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of astonishment. An S-level talent? Indeed, an S-level Jinwu aptitude. How astonishing. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Suddenly, Zhu Guoli exclaimed, incredible. Instantly, the air erupted with fervent applause. Every face shone with excitement as they gazed at the remarkably handsome Chu Tian on stage. Tears of joy welled in the eyes of Li Changqing and Wang Dishing, for they had never anticipated encountering such a prodigious talent in their lifetime. Shi Xiang rolled his eyes and fainted from the overwhelming shock. Song Qingfeng's face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with fury. Li Shiqi, her eyes sparkling, remarked, how impressive. Li Changqing hurried to Chu Tian's side, exclaiming, Chu Tian, Beihua Jinwu Academy welcomes you. But then, two urgent voices interjected, wait, hold on. Two formidable figures, exuding an aura of terror, strode into the Jinwu examination hall. They approached Chu Tian, their expressions brimming with excitement. The elderly man with silver hair spoke first, Young Chu, I am Su Guangming, the principal of Songhua River Jinwu Academy. A graceful woman, her demeanor warm, added, greetings. Chu Tian, I am Hao Dongju, the principal of Yaqiao Jinwu Academy. The students in the audience were already wide-eyed with disbelief. These were the apex powers of Jiangsheng, and merely crossing paths with them was a rare honor. To witness them all congregating for Chu Tian was utterly astounding. Li Changqing's expression turned wary as he retorted, you two have overstepped your bounds. The recruitment of Jiangxing University has always been coordinated with us. Su Guangming chuckled, old Li, you're mistaken. There's no explicit rule stating that Jiangxing University students must attend your institution. Hao Dongju chimed in. Indeed, Song Qingfeng was also poached from you. Li Changqing's expression froze, and he angrily replied, then I shall return Song Qingfeng to you. Would that suffice? To which Hao Dongju responded, I don't want him. Upon hearing their exchange, Song Qingfeng nearly choked, feeling as though he might faint from humiliation. Am I merely a worthless pawn? As he sensed the scrutinizing gazes upon him, Song Qingfeng longed to vanish into the earth. The three engaged in a heated dispute, the atmosphere thick with tension as it seemed a physical confrontation might ensue. Wang Dishing, observing the flushed faces of the three, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Serves you right for looking down upon Jiangxing University. Chu Tian truly brought honor to me. Haha. Wang Dishing gave Chu Tian a thumbs up. Chu Tian, feeling awkward, began to cough. His principal was hardly a paragon of virtue. Wang Dishing proposed, ahem, esteemed guests. Shall we sit down and enjoy some tea while we converse amicably? His words finally quelled the argument among the three top-tier powers. Redirecting their attention to the beaming Wang Dishing, Li Changqing remarked, Old Wang, I imagine you're feeling quite pleased with yourself right now? Wang Dishing covered his mouth, saying, Did you catch me? My apologies, it's just hard to contain. Su Guangming inquired, Old Wang, how shall we handle this matter? Li Changqing retorted angrily, Su, Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? If so, shall we settle this through a bout? Su Guangming adopted a combative stance, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy, causing the students below to turn pale, some even unable to stand upright. Wang Desheng quickly channeled his own energy to diffuse Su Guangming's intensity, exclaiming, "Have you both lost your senses? Calm down, or I 1T allow Chu Tian to graduate. Then none of you shall have him." Upon hearing Wang Desheng's bellow, the two immediately withdrew their energies, casting each other glances filled with disdain. Wang Desheng sighed in relief. If those two old geezers had started fighting, they would have surely reduced Jiangxing University to rubble. Wang Desheng continued, "You two are practically half buried in the earth. Can you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Your quarrel serves no purpose. The final decision rests with Chu Tian." Indeed, Li Changqing quickly grasped Chu Tian's left hand, while Su Guangming, unwilling to be outdone, seized his right. With only Hao Dongju left, she looked around for a place to hold on. Chu Tian's face paled, and he hastily clamped his legs together. Li Changqing declared, "Chu Tian, should you choose our school, all expenses will be waived, plus a scholarship of 1 million. And you will have unrestricted access to the martial arts pavilion." The audience collectively inhaled sharply at the offer. Such terms were tantamount to purchasing a father. Yet, they could not have anticipated that this was merely the beginning, as the other two academies presented identical proposals. Chu Tian found himself in a difficult position, in truth. Attending any of the schools was inconsequential to him. However, choosing one would inevitably offend the others. Being a genius was truly a burden. With a troubled expression, Chu Tian addressed the three elders, "Your offers make my decision quite challenging. However, I have a suggestion that I would like you to consider. What if I attend each school for 1 year? What do you think?" The crowd fell silent, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Could it truly be so simple? Was the school his home? Song Qingfeng seethed. How outrageous. "Chu Tian, have you lost your mind? Such insolence." "Silence," came 3 furious roars in response. Li Changqing declared, "I have no objections." Su Guangming echoed, "Nor do I." "I concur," came Hao Dongju's voice. Astonishing, they agreed. Chu Tian had seemingly opened a new chapter in Jiangxing's Zhenwu community. Thus, the matter was amicably resolved. He would spend his first year at Beihua Zhenwu Academy. Li Changqing expressed his intent to take Chu Tian away immediately. However, Wang Desheng was unwilling to part with him just yet, cherishing the moment. Suddenly, Li Shiqi suggested, "Chu Tian, let us connect on WeChat. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions." Chu Tian gladly accepted. Under the fiery gaze of Song Qingfeng, the two became WeChat friends. Li Changqing stroked his beard, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Perhaps it was not impossible to keep Chu Tian at Beihua indefinitely? After the three repeatedly cautioned Chu Tian, they finally departed from Jiangxing University. The forthcoming strength assessment would involve a duel against the Zhenwu stone. Each stone effigy is equivalent to a true martial artist of the Black Iron 7 stars, with a total of 7 stone effigies forming the stone effigy forest. The participants must endure for 5 minutes to be deemed qualified. However, this assessment did not include Chu Tian, as there were concerns about potential injury. Although his classmates expressed considerable dissatisfaction, who would dare to provoke Chu Tian at this juncture? Not only is he a genius with S-level martial talent, but he is also a key figure to be protected. The throng of girls surrounding him was more than enough to deter any potential trouble. Chu Tian sat aside, watching his classmates being battered by the stone effigies, feeling a surge of sympathy for their plight, yet realizing he could offer no assistance. Alas, suddenly, a charming young lady presented him with a bag of chips, causing him to crunch audibly. Instantly, all the boys turned their furious gazes toward him. "My apologies," Chu Tian said hastily. "Please continue." He quickly bowed his head, only to feel a tumultuous surge of true energy within him. As if he were on the brink of a breakthrough. Casting the chips aside, he settled into a meditative posture, and the true energy surged wildly into his body. Lida immediately recognized Chu Tian's abnormality and swiftly halted the examination. The true energy circulated rapidly within him, instantly shattering the barrier of the Black Iron 8 stars. Yet, it showed no sign of dissipating, continuing to whirl at an astonishing pace. Furrowing his brow, Chu Tian exclaimed, "Break." Black Iron 9 stars. Slowly opening his eyes, he sensed the magnificent flow of true energy within him. The sensation of such overwhelming power was genuinely exhilarating. Lida stared in shock. Black Iron 9 stars? Under the incredulous gazes of his classmates, Chu Tian nodded affirmatively. "Hiss, is this what S-level martial talent entails? Truly monstrous. While we struggle to break through a single realm, Chu Tian has leapfrogged too." Regrettably, lacking in education, one could merely exclaim, "What a world! Who could resist such an admirable young man?" Seeing Chu Tian effortlessly reach his level, Shixiang felt an intense pang of envy. He solemnly declared, "Coach Li, now that Chu Tian has attained Black Iron 9 stars, he should be allowed to participate in the Stone Effigy Forest assessment, correct?" Without waiting for Li De to respond, Chu Tian interjected, "Coach, I request to take part in the examination." It was not out of a desire to show off, but rather because the true energy within him had yet to dissipate. akin to having consumed a potent tonic that required release. Lida asked, "Are you certain? You previously had no experience." Chu Tian replied, "I'll give it a try." Rising, he stepped into the stone effigy forest. Xiang scoffed, "Be careful you don't get stuck inside, our S-level genius." After saying this, he was immediately met with fierce glares from a group of girls. Yet, he paid them no mind, as long as he could embarrass Chu Tian. What did their opinions matter? Moreover, Xiang's provocative actions garnered him the admiration of many male classmates, who readily gave him thumbs up, thus restoring his confidence. As Chu Tian entered the stone effigy forest, Lida pressed the activation button, and all the stone effigies lunged forward. Indeed, with no experience, Chu Tian was soon struck in the back by a punch from a stone effigy. The intense pain caused him to wince. Xiang continued to mock. "Our S-level genius seems to be struggling more than I do as a B-level. I bet he won T last 3 minutes." An irate girl with big eyes retorted. "Xiang, if you keep talking, no one will think you're mute. Your mouth is as foul as your name." Xiang, his face darkening with fury, glared at the girl and demanded, "What did you say? Repeat that." Chapter 11. Destroying the Stone Effigy Forest. All the girls glared fiercely at Xiang, angrily proclaiming, "Your mouth is as rotten as your name. Disgusting." Faced with the united front of the girls, Xiang felt deflated but refused to back down. He sneered, "Just wait to see your idol tortured by the stone effigies like a lost dog." "Ha." Lida glared at Xiang, barking, "Shut up. One more word, and I'll toss you in." Xiang, taken aback by Lida's ire, retreated to the side, casting a dark glance at Chu Tian as he was mercilessly battered by the stone effigies. Chu Tian was indeed in dire straits, suffering multiple injuries from the effigies, the excruciating pain causing him to furrow his brow. It seemed he was on the verge of giving up. Alas, why did he overestimate himself? Entering the stone effigy forest with no experience? He deserved it. The illustrious S-level talent, Black Iron 9 stars, was struggling more than I, a mere Black Iron 8 stars. A sudden wave of pride surged within me. As soon as the boy finished speaking, he felt the wrathful glares of those around him. A group of girls, faces full of fury, threatened, "If you speak ill of our idol again, we'll tear your mouth apart." The boy recoiled, enraged. You bunch of infatuated fools." In the stone effigy forest, a stone effigy swung its energy-infused stone arm toward Chu Tian. Should he attempt to withstand it? Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. It was over. Chu Tian was likely to be ejected. What a pity. Lida, frantic, nearly pressed the pause button. In a critical moment, Chu Tian deftly sidestepped, and his arms suddenly erupted with a formidable strength. He seized the stone effigy around the waist. Though heavy, it was manageable. With a mighty shout, he proclaimed, "Break." Using the stone effigy as a weapon, he launched a furious assault against the other 7 effigies. The display was nothing short of spectacular. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed as the remaining 7 stone effigies were sent flying in all directions. What? Everyone stood agape at this astonishing scene. Was Chu Tian truly this formidable? Who had just claimed he couldn't hold out? Who was it that said he was inferior to a Black Iron 8 star? Step forward. Evenly, duh, as the instructor wore an expression of sheer astonishment, hastily channeling true energy to shield all the students behind him. Coincidentally, Xiang, having moved to evade Lida, was outside the protective range, and a stone arm came crashing down toward him. His heart raced as he spun around, fleeing in panic. A peculiar cry echoed out, leaving many puzzled. The entire fist of the stone arm lodged itself in a nearby barrel. Xiang froze in place, feeling a rather unpleasant sensation. "Help me pull it out." A boy approached from behind Xiang, exerting force on his arms. With a squelch, the stone arm was extracted, and a foul odor immediately filled the air. Xiang limped away, each step sending sharp pangs through his rear. Such a peculiar taste. Had he truly enjoyed that? The strange cry he had made seemed oddly satisfied. No wonder he had never found a girlfriend. Perhaps he secretly relished such antics. One would not judge a book by its cover. He appeared so demure, yet was clearly wild at heart. Hearing the whispers behind him, Xiang clenched his fists in frustration. Awesome fragmented stone effigies burst through the window, soaring outside. Meanwhile, students kicking a soccer ball on the field witnessed the incoming projectiles and instinctively positioned themselves to shield the goal. Bang! Thud! Who just shot a shot put? This was not the end. Limbs and fragments continued to rain down from the sky. The athletic students on the playground dodged nimbly, each movement more agile than the last. Coaches no longer needed to fret over their agility scores. Could the stone effigy forest truly be this destructive? Truly incredible. No wonder he was a genius with S-level talent. Astonishing. Wow. My idol is so fierce. I like him so much. As you observe the powerful waist of your idol, one cannot help but think that being his girlfriend would surely bring immense happiness. Now, there is no need for Lida to press the pause button. The entire stone puppet forest has been thoroughly dismantled by Chu Tian. Chu Tian awkwardly gazes at his handiwork, momentarily flustered. After all, Xiang had smashed a testing machine, making him pay 100,000. One wonders how much he would owe for the destruction of the stone puppet forest. Rubbing his hands together in embarrassment, Chu Tian stammered, Li, Coach Li, it was unintentional. Lida looked upon the barren stone puppet forest, feeling utterly despondent. If Principal Wong were to discover this, would he not flay him alive? Lida regarded Chu Tian with a complex expression. He should be elated to have such a formidable student, yet the cost of demonstrating his prowess was exorbitantly high. With a face darkened by frustration, he muttered, I understand it wasn't deliberate, but... A voice thundered from behind. What is going on? A student informed me that the stone meteor has fallen. Who on earth is responsible for this? I swear I will have their skin. Wang Dushing's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, pointing at the remnants of the stone puppet forest. In an instant, Wang Dushing materialized before Li Da, raising his palm to deliver a resounding slap to Li Da's bald head. Smack! 5 vivid crimson fingerprints instantly appeared on the gleaming dome, starkly visible. Wang Dushing roared, Li Da, I'm asking you what happened. Were you giving a demonstration to the students? Chu Tian felt his legs weaken. Goodness. This old man was far from charming now. Reluctant to let Li Da continue bearing the brunt of the situation, Chu Tian knew he could not remain silent any longer. Otherwise, Li Da's bald head would soon resemble a monkey's behind. With trepidation, he confessed, Principal Wang, it was my doing. Wang Dushing replied incredulously, you did this? Chu Tian had no choice but to recount the entire sequence of events to Wang Dushing. Upon hearing the tale, Wang Dushing's expression grew exceedingly complex. Another slap followed. Smack! Poor Li Da's bald head was now thoroughly reddened, resembling a ripe fruit. Wang Dushing forced a smile and said, Chu Tian, fret not. This minor loss is something the school can absorb without concern. Chu Tian's mouth twitched. He too wished to dismiss it from his mind. But Li Da's head had endured far too much. He felt a pang of sympathy. Wang Dushing, turning away, darkly declared, Li Da, this isn't over. With that, he stormed off. Chu Tian gazed at Li Da with deep remorse, saying, Coach Li, I'm truly sorry. Li Da, grinning through gritted teeth, responded, it's fine. I can endure. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Not daring to linger, Chu Tian hurriedly departed. From that day forth, he became a living legend at Jiangxing University. An S-class, true martial talent. The 3 major true martial academies vied for him. He shattered 2 levels and obliterated the stone puppet forest. Each of these feats became the talk of the students at Jiangxing University, and anyone who mentioned Chu Tian could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. As the end of school approached, Chu Tian thought it unnecessary to dwell on those remaining 30 or 40 minutes. Returning home to embrace his wife seemed far more delightful. Chapter 12. The surgery was a success. As Chu Tian drove away from the school, his phone rang. Upon answering, the gentle voice of Chow Yufei came through. Darling, where are you? Hearing her call him darling sent shivers down his spine. It was simply delightful. Of course, I just finished school. Did you miss me, my wife? He replied. Chow Yufei, holding the phone, blushed deeply, biting her lip as she softly asked, I have a gathering tonight. Would you like to join me? How could he possibly refuse? When his wife has a request, he must rise to the occasion, dedicating himself wholeheartedly. Of course, I will attend. A harmonious partnership it shall be. Hastily, Chow Yufei ended the call, perhaps fearing he might utter something even more outrageous. Chu Tian listened to the busy signal, grumbling, really? She hasn't even told me where to find her. How insincere. Just wait until I see you. I shall administer some discipline. However, as soon as he finished his musing, Chow Yufei sent him a message via WeChat, providing the address, the headquarters of the Chow Group. What could this mean? Was it a company annual meeting? Surely. She wouldn't announce to the employees that I am her husband just for their amusement. The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed. He quickly drove to the shopping mall. The Chow Group was easy to locate. Even without navigation, he could find it. The headquarters stood in the bustling heart of Jiangxing, a landmark building in the city. After parking, Chu Tian entered the Chow Group, where the receptionist promptly approached him. Upon seeing his handsome face, her expression brightened momentarily. Yet, in this society, beauty alone does not ensure success. Without wealth, even the most charming visage holds little value. Thus, the receptionist politely inquired, Good day, sir. Who are you here to see? Miss Chow Yufei. The receptionist's smile faltered, replaced by a look of disdain. Chow Yufei? The CEO? Daily. Many well-dressed young talents sought an audience with Chow Yufei. However, none had appeared so casually dressed, clearly a man of humble means. The receptionist felt a surge of contempt. Did this lowly figure truly believe he could court a swan? Her tone turned frosty. If you have no business here, please leave and refrain from causing a disturbance. Chu Tian's expression shifted, and he chuckled. Miss, I assure you, I am genuinely here to see Chow Yufei. Impatiently, the receptionist retorted, Who are you calling, miss? Hurry and leave, or I shall summon security. Did you just return from Thailand? My apologies, the surgery was so successful it feels all too real. I couldn't tell. The receptionist's face flushed with anger. Are you out of your mind? You think you can see our CEO? You're not even fit to be a doorman. How dare she look down upon him? Chu Tian's temper flared, and he declared, Please address me properly. Watch your tone, or I might just have to report you. Infuriated, The receptionist shot back. If it weren't for your decent appearance, I would have tossed you out already. How dare you threaten to report me? With a fierce shout, she called out, "Security! Someone is causing a scene here. Remove him." In an instant, security personnel, all true martial practitioners, rushed in. "Sir, please leave, or we shall not hesitate to take action." Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the security team, all at the 9th level of Black Iron, Chu Tian realized why the Chao group had established itself in Jiangqing amidst such fierce competition. Chuckling, he said, "Gentlemen, let us not be hasty. We are all on the same side. I share a close relationship with your CEO. Let us discuss this amicably without resorting to violence." The receptionist interjected angrily. "Don't listen to his nonsense. How could our CEO possibly know a man like him? Attack him. Aim for his face. Such a venomous heart. Did she wish to mar his features simply because she could not have him?" Chu Tian's lips curled in anger as he glared at the receptionist, commanding, "Silence. What is happening here? How noisy it is. This is the headquarters of the Chao group, not a market." At that moment, a voice dripping with sarcasm pierced through the air. The receptionist turned around, her flattering smile instantly replaced by a look of dismay. "Greetings, young Master Wang." The security guards promptly stood at attention, bowing in deference. This scene left Chu Tian feeling deeply frustrated. Why was there such a stark disparity among people? Was it possible they envied his handsome visage? Surely that must be the case. Alas, is it a fault to be handsome? Young Master Wang cast a glance at Chu Tian, his brow furrowing in discontent. "What is going on here?" The receptionist explained patiently. "Young Master Wang is looking for President Chao, and the security guards were about to escort him out. Indeed, he should be thrown out. Does President Chao entertain just anyone? Hurry, remove him. We cannot allow anyone to tarnish the image of the Chao group." "Yes." Chu Tian watched as young Master Wang acted like he was the owner of the Chao group, annoyance churning within him. "Who are you to dictate matters of the Chao group?" Young Master Wang disdainfully glanced at Chu Tian, choosing not to respond, for he deemed even a single word with Chu Tian beneath his dignity. Seething with anger, Chu Tian thought, "This arrogant fellow truly deserves a beating. A mere Black Iron 7-star, what does he have to boast about? I could easily bring him down." The receptionist scoffed, "Country bumpkin. How dare you question young Master Wang? You are utterly unaware of your own insignificance." Chu Tian retorted, "You are not even part of the Chao group, are you?" Young Master Wang shot a sidelong glance at Chu Tian, responding with a dismissive, "Next time you wish to meet President Chao, perhaps you should purchase some decent clothing from Taobao." Chu Tian fired back, "Like you, a dressed-up beast. Country bumpkin." In truth, Chu Tian was merely stalling for time. He had already messaged Chow Yufei. If she did not come to his aid, he might never see his wife again. Young Master Wang coldly ordered, "Get him out of my sight at once. He is an eyesore." After his disdainful glance at Chu Tian, he turned and entered the elevator. The security guards surged forward, unleashing a wave of oppressive energy directed at Chu Tian. Instantly, he felt the prickling of his scalp. These guards were evidently well-trained, coordinating their attacks simultaneously. Chu Tian dared not hold back. His own energy surged fiercely as he pushed forward rather than retreating. In an instant, they clashed, and the guards were taken aback to discover that Chu Tian was, in fact, a Black Iron 9-star martial artist. This is bad. However, by the time they registered the threat, it was already too late. Chu Tian swiftly incapacitated two of them. The captain of the security team bellowed, "You scoundrel! Attack! Stop!" A furious, urgent voice rang out. The guards hesitated mid-attack, allowing Chu Tian to seize the opportunity to leap from their encirclement. A woman clad in black stockings, a fitted skirt, and a small blazer, her thick glasses perched on her nose, rushed towards him in high heels. Bowing respectfully before Chu Tian, she said, "Young Master Chu." This scene left the security guards and receptionists utterly dumbfounded. They knew precisely who this woman was. Chow Yufei's personal secretary, a figure of authority within the Chao group, second only to none. Although she wielded no formal power, she was the sole woman who spent every day alongside Chow Yufei. Her words could alter the fates of many within the corporation. Yet now, she was showing such deference to this country bumpkin. Who could this strikingly handsome man be? Before they could ponder further, the woman's icy voice broke the silence. "Have you all lost your minds? How dare you lay a hand on young Master Chu? Who issued the order? Step forward." The receptionist, head bowed and trembling, stammered, "SSSSS. Secretary Sun, it was I?" Secretary Sun shot a cold glance at the receptionist, her phone suddenly ringing. She respectfully detailed the situation to the person on the other end before hanging up. Turning back to the receptionist, she said coldly, "What is your purpose here? Who granted you the authority? Go report to Human Resources at once." The receptionist was immediately thrown into a panic. Working at the Chao group had granted her prestige among relatives, family, and classmates, feeding her vanity. To be dismissed now felt like plunging into an abyss. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Secretary Sun, please don't fire me. I know I was wrong. I beg you for another chance." Secretary Sun's expression was steely. "A chance? Who grants me chances? This man may very well be President Chao's boyfriend. Who in the Chao group could protect you after laying hands on him? If I had arrived even a moment later, I might have been implicated too." Were it not for President Chow being caught up in a critical meeting, she would be standing here herself. In a fit of rage, Secretary Sun declared, pleading is futile. It was President Chow's decree. And you lot, your bonuses for the next 6 months are cancelled. If you have any objections, you may proceed to resign. After delivering her verdict, she turned back to Chu Tian, respectfully stating, Young Master Chu, I am Secretary Sun Huashan, and I apologize for the disturbance you have suffered. Chu Tian refrained from interceding on behalf of the others. Those who err must face the consequences, especially when the receptionist was so sycophantic. Keeping her around would only invite trouble. However, he found the secretary to be quite likable. Her efficiency was commendable, truly befitting of his wife as secretary. With a smile, Chu Tian replied, No worries, I consider it good exercise. Where's President Chow? Secretary Sun responded, President Chow is currently occupied with an important meeting and cannot leave. So she sent me to fetch you. She guided Chu Tian to the executive elevator, taking them directly to Chow Yufei's office. Upon entering, Chu Tian plopped down into the plush executive chair, spinning around comfortably. When Secretary Sun returned with water, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of Chu Tian seated in Chow Yufei's chair. Who would dare sit there within the entire Chow group? Perhaps young Master Chu was unaware of the significance of this act. As she began to pour water, she witnessed Chu Tian lift the cup from the desk and drink from it. It has a fragrant aroma. Noticing the faint lip print on the rim, Chu Tian smirked and inquired, Whose cup is this? Secretary Sun, utterly flabbergasted by Chu Tian's series of actions, stammered, This is President Chow's cup. She had initially thought that upon learning this, Chu Tian would be taken aback, but to her astonishment, he took another sip. If it belongs to President Chow, then it's fine. You may leave. You need not accompany me. With a bewildered expression, Secretary Sun exited Chow Yufei's office. Could it truly be just a romantic relationship? Chu Tian began playing Minesweeper on Chow Yufei's computer, marveling at its configuration. This computer is quite capable. It runs flawlessly. After triggering a mine, he exclaimed, Perhaps it's the high specs that allow it to run so smoothly. He played for over 20 minutes, triggering explosions countless times. The office door swung open, and Chow Yufei entered, followed closely by an eager assistant, animatedly conversing with her. Chu Tian remained oblivious to their presence, engrossed in his game. Chow Yufei beheld Chu Tian, who was audaciously seated in her chair, a flicker of disbelief crossing her lips. How dare he occupy my chair? The man trailing behind Chow Yufei also noticed Chu Tian's insolence, albeit without a clear view of his features, and barked, Get up this instant. The unexpected roar startled Chu Tian, causing him to falter in his concentration on the game. In an instant, the computer screen erupted with explosions as all the mines detonated, leading to a total loss with a final score of 0. Fuming, Chu Tian rose to his feet, exclaiming, Who dares disturb my hard-earned progress? Who is it? He glared at his accuser and retorted, What else with that raucous squawk? Do you have a throat ailment, or should I fetch someone to assist you? The man, identified as Wang, was the very one who had earlier mocked Chu Tian at the front desk with disdain. It is I? And what of it? What right do you have to sit in Chow Yufei's chair? What are the security guards downstairs doing? Wang shouted angrily. Rube, who gave you permission to sit there? Get down. Chu Tian, unfazed, plopped back down onto the chair, sipped from a cup designated for Chow Yufei, and calmly stated, I made the choice myself. Chow Yufei, witnessing Chu Tian drink from her personal cup, felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. Had he inadvertently kissed her through the cup? Someone, throw this country bumpkin out. Wang bellowed, pointing at Chu Tian. Chu Tian remained seated, observing Wang's antics with amusement. Just then, Sun Huashan burst through the door, inquiring, What seems to be the matter? President Chow? Before Chow Yufei could respond, Wang, brimming with indignation, roared, Secretary Sun. How could you not notice a country bumpkin suddenly appearing in the office? Sun Huashan, caught off guard by Wang's tirade, stood there bewildered. Wang continued to yell, You, bumpkin, get down. Chu Tian chuckled, Not a chance. Come at me if you dare. Wang, his rage boiling over, bellowed, How dare you? You shall not leave this place standing today. Silence. Leave. Chow Yufei commanded, her voice frosty and her expression icy. Wang smugly declared, What are you waiting for, Secretary Sun? Throw him out. Sun Huashan remained rooted in place, unsure of what to do. Wang, growing impatient, pressed. Is the president's order not enough for you? Chow Yufei's voice turned frigid. Wang Jian, leave this instant. Wang's expression froze, disbelief etched on his features. Yufei, does he share my name? Chu Tian was taken aback by Wang's words. What? Is this fool a jester brought in by a monkey? Chow Yufei, her voice steely, reiterated. Wang Jian, I will say this once more, address me properly. We are not acquainted. Now leave immediately. Huashan will see you out. Sun Huashan approached Wang, urging, Mr. Wang, please. Wang, utterly perplexed, thought, Are they truly kicking me out? Am I going mad? Suppressing his fury, he asked, Yufei, you must be mistaken. Chow Yufei unleashed her formidable presence, causing Wang to tremble uncontrollably, unable to withstand her imposing aura. Call me by my name, and dare not cross me again. Wang's face darkened as he retorted, Chow Yufei, I came here for a partnership, and you choose a bumpkin over me? In a swift motion, Chow Yufei grasped Wang's neck with her delicate hands, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Speak ill of him again, and I shall ensure your end comes here. Wang gasped for breath, desperately pounding on her arm. Let go of me, Chow Yufei. Suddenly, she released him, and Wang crumpled to the floor, fear etched on his face. Chow Yufei, you've lost your mind. Wait until I get back at you. Our partnership is over. Chow Yufei, with graceful strides, approached her desk and slammed a stack of contracts onto Wang's face. Take your contracts and leave. Wang glared at both Chow Yufei and Chu Tian, bellowing, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Let us settle this one-on-one. Chow Yufei interjected, Wang Jian, are you seeking death? Chu Tian seized Chow Yufei's hand, asserting, you wish to challenge me? Wang, with a menacing glare, replied, indeed. Very well. Chu Tian declared. Chow Yufei, alarmed, exclaimed, no. He is a true martial 7 stars practitioner. You cannot hope to match him. Wang, encouraged by her words, mocked, huh? Without Chow Yufei, you are but a worthless bumpkin, destined to remain at the bottom. Chow Yufei's aura surged once more, leaving Wang in a state of dread as he stumbled backward. Chu Tian reassured her, fear not, I have a plan. Let me, the bumpkin, teach you a lesson. Wang, seeing that Chu Tian had truly accepted the challenge, wore a smug grin as he charged forward, his fists brimming with energy. Chow Yufei warned, watch closely. This bumpkin is nothing but a pretty face. She stood ready to intervene. Yet, just as Wang closed in within a meter of Chu Tian, he sprang into action. With a sudden burst of energy, he swung his arm. A thunderous clap echoed as Wang was sent flying towards the door, crashing heavily against the solid wood. Had Chu Tian not held back, the door would have shattered. Dazed and with stars in his eyes, Wang staggered as Chu Tian loomed over him, asking, care for another round? Fear engulfed Wang as he realized his grave misjudgment. This bumpkin was indeed a formidable opponent. Retreating rapidly, Wang snatched the contracts and stumbled out of the office. Chu Tian muttered, boring, before resuming his seat in the executive chair. Sun Huashan, utterly stunned by the recent events, stood frozen wide-eyed. Chow Yufei's cool voice rang out again. Huashan, please exit for now. Sun Huashan hurriedly left, closing the door behind her. Turning back, Chow Yufei found Chu Tian resting his chin on his hand, gazing at her with admiration. Her elegant visage flushed a soft crimson, and her tone softened as she asked, why do you look at me so? It seemed that in just a day apart, he had grown even more handsome and charming. Could this be what they call love, making one perceive their partner as more beautiful? As she pondered, her face grew hotter, as if it might bleed. Chu Tian felt a surge of pride. She was his wife, cold and unyielding to others, yet tender and bashful in his presence. He was enamored, utterly captivated. Excitedly, he proclaimed, wife, you were absolutely magnificent just now. You completely won me over. Hearing his praise, her already radiant face deepened in color. She scoffed, you're quite the smooth talker. You were impressive as well. Chu Tian retorted, you know how capable I am. Chow Yufei shot him a flustered glare, causing his heart to skip a beat. Having a wife so powerful was certainly a boon. However, if he wished to gain an advantage in the future, he would need to tread carefully. Chow Yufei's prowess likely surpassed even that of Li De, the mightiest of men. Chu Tian mused, let me assess my wife's capabilities. Ding! In a dazzling display of excellence, the golden 9-star had almost stepped into the realm of platinum. At that moment, Chu Tian stood at attention, springing from his boss's chair and hastily rushing over to grasp Chow Yufei's hand, urging her to take a seat. What a jest! The golden 9-star could whisk him away with a mere finger. How had his wife cultivated such prowess? Had she begun absorbing true energy even in the womb? Chow Yufei found herself momentarily flustered by Chu Tian's unexpected courtesy. Chu Tian poured her a glass of water, his face beaming with joy as he said, darling, drink some water to soothe your throat. You might have strained it while working. Chow Yufei, bewildered, took a sip from the glass, only to feel her cheeks flush as she realized it was akin to an indirect kiss. She cleared her throat lightly to mask her embarrassment. Darling, you called for me. What do you need? Chu Tian inquired. I have a dear friend returning from the Star Kingdom who wishes to meet you upon learning of our marriage. Chow Yufei replied. Ah, so it's your friend. Chu Tian exclaimed, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. Is something wrong? Chow Yufei asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Nothing at all. Chu Tian replied, glancing at the items he had brought, his mood dampened. What do you need the suitcase for? Chow Yufei questioned, with a hint of awkwardness. Chu Tian explained, I thought we would be dining with company leaders this evening. Once our marriage is announced, how could they not give us a gift? I feared there would be nowhere to store the money, so I bought a large suitcase. Upon hearing his rationale, Chow Yufei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. His foresight was truly commendable. I'm sorry to have disappointed you, she said with a resigned smile. Chu Tian shrugged it off, waving his hand dismissively. No worries. It will come in handy eventually. He admired her optimism. Chow Yufei lowered her gaze to focus on her paperwork, allowing Chu Tian to remain undisturbed, sitting quietly beside her as a serene masculine presence. An hour later, after stretching and concluding her work, Chow Yufei turned to Chu Tian. The soft glow of the setting sun casting a warm light on his chiseled, resolute profile, rendering him irresistibly handsome. She found herself blushing, fearful of being caught gazing at him. Yet, Chu Tian seemed to possess an enchanting allure, stirring her heart and compelling her to steal glances despite herself. Rising to approach him for a closer look, she was suddenly struck by the realization that he had fallen asleep. His steady breathing elicited a mix of amusement and affection from her. Chu Tian, she called softly. Huh. Oh, my apologies, I must have dozed off. Did you wait long? He replied, rubbing his eyes. Not at all, I just finished up myself. Did you not sleep well last night? She inquired. He nodded, admitting. I'm unaccustomed to sleeping alone. It makes me uneasy. Who did you sleep with before? Chow Yufei teased, her cheeks flushing. Seeing her playful expression, Chu Tian felt a pang of anxiety and quickly clarified. I'm just not used to the different surroundings. Chow Yufei regarded him skeptically. Really? Raising his hand with utmost sincerity, he declared, I swear, if I lie, may the heavens strike me down. Chow Yufei swiftly placed her delicate hand over his mouth, gently admonishing, do not utter such ominous words. I trust you. Chu Tian gazed at her with heartfelt gratitude, wishing she would not be so kind to him, as it left him utterly moved. As she observed the affection in his eyes, Chow Yufei felt an unusual warmth in her palms. When she withdrew her hand, she noticed Chu Tian immediately closing his mouth. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him an indignant glare before returning to her chair, her heart fluttering with unbidden emotions. Delightful and rather smooth, Chu Tian remarked. Feigning calm, Chow Yufei asserted, it's getting late. Let us go. They made their way to the underground parking lot, where Chu Tian ushered the driver away. How could their intimate world allow for an unwelcome presence? Chow Yufei took her place in the passenger seat. Where's the restaurant? Chu Tian inquired. We're heading to the Fortune Mall first, Chow Yufei replied. What for? He asked. To buy you some clothes. You hardly have any to change into. You can't keep wearing just those two outfits. Chu Tian's mood suddenly soured, and he lamented, Darling, are you dissatisfied with me? Chow Yufei's expression froze momentarily. Of course not. I could never feel that way about you. I just noticed your wardrobe is rather limited. His sudden smile caught her off guard, and she thought to herself that he could easily make a career as an actor with such swift mood changes. Upon arriving at the largest luxury mall in Jiangxing, Chu Tian halted in his tracks. Chow Yufei, noticing the curve of his arm, blushed and gracefully linked her arm with his. Together, they strode into the opulent establishment, where onlookers were instantly captivated by Chow Yufei's breathtaking beauty, pausing to admire her. The whispers of envy regarding Chu Tian's presence as a kept man filled the air. Yet Chow Yufei was oblivious to the comparison, focusing instead on her husband. She resumed her commanding presence as a fierce and elegant CEO as they entered a Versace boutique. The sales assistant approached them with utmost deference, her demeanor shifting entirely in response to Chow Yufei's regal aura, despite Chu Tian's attire not being particularly noteworthy. Chow Yufei selected 5 outfits for Chu Tian in one breath before ushering him into the changing room. When he emerged, the store fell silent, all eyes wide with astonishment, staring at him in disbelief. Feeling a surge of self-consciousness, Chu Tian glanced down, fearing he had forgotten to zip his pants, but found nothing amiss. His confidence wavered momentarily. Darling, do I look bad? He asked quietly. What? No. You look amazing, Chow Yufei exclaimed, her face flushed as her heart raced. He was simply too handsome. Come on. You've seen many charming men before. She chided herself internally, trying to regain her composure. How do I look? Chu Tian asked, seeking her opinion. The white casual suit accentuated his perfect physique, showcasing his alluring collarbone. His chiseled features, strong jawline, and captivating lips could easily leave any woman weak at the knees. The sales assistant, having worked in fashion for years, had never encountered such a perfect specimen before. Her gaze was fixated on Chu Tian, marveling at how each piece seemed tailor-made for him. She found herself yearning for the man before her. You see those subtly defined muscles? They are quite captivating. The sales assistant suddenly felt a pang of envy towards Chow Yufei, not for her wealth, but for having such a handsome companion as Chu Tian. I must work diligently, earn money, and indulge in the company of a pretty boy. How delightful. Chow Yufei shyly remarked, it's quite nice. Do give this one a try. She handed another garment to Chu Tian, and once again, it was nothing short of breathtaking, simply perfect. In the end, every outfit Chu Tian donned was met with awe. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Chow Yufei arranged for all the items to be purchased. When she proceeded to the checkout, the salesgirl approached Chu Tian with a flirtatious demeanor. Chapter 16. No one else deserves him. Chu Tian looked at the sales assistant with confusion and inquired, Is there something you need? The assistant bashfully replied, Hello, sir. May I add you on WeChat? After this transaction, I'd like to make a reservation. Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback. This transaction? Had she mistaken him for a pretty boy? Perhaps there was some truth to it. He chuckled. Miss, you may be misunderstanding. I am not the kind of person you think I am. The salesgirl smiled. Don't worry, handsome. I assure you I will compensate you well. Just a day will suffice. How about a part-time role? A part-time role? Goodness. Being handsome is truly a burden. Chu Tian felt like crying. You are very much mistaken. She is my wife. The salesgirl responded, I could be your little wife, while she is the big one. Chu Tian stepped back from the sales assistant, fearing that this woman might inadvertently take things too far. Fortunately, Chow Yufei returned just in time after settling the bill. She cast a suspicious glance at Chu Tian, sensing an unusual atmosphere, but chose not to inquire further. Once outside the boutique, Chu Tian exhaled deeply, reminding himself to safeguard his reputation. The world of women can be perilous. What is wrong with you? Chow Yufei asked. He recounted the sales assistant's remarks, causing the elegant and poised Chow Yufei to stifle a laugh. Chu Tian, feeling dejected, said, You still laugh? Your husband is mistaken for a pretty boy, and she wishes to support me. Are you not worried? A powerful confidence radiated from Chow Yufei as she disdainfully replied, No one else deserves to support you but me. What a fierce wife. Chu Tian found himself increasingly admiring Chow Yufei. Every gesture and word from her left him in awe. She reserved her gentleness solely for him, regardless of how assertive she appeared to others. Yet, in their private moments, Chow Yufei transformed into a tender and caring partner. Who could resist such a woman? As they drove to the agreed-upon restaurant, both men and women alike openly cast admiring glances at the pair. The man was handsome, and the woman exuded an air of noble elegance. Together, they seemed like the perfect match orchestrated by fate. Upon entering the private room, they found a gathering of well-dressed men and women, clearly the affluent youth of Jiangqing. When the crowd noticed Chow Yufei and Chu Tian, their expressions were filled with astonishment. While they were somewhat taken aback by Chu Tian's looks, what truly rendered them speechless was the intimacy displayed between Chow Yufei and this unfamiliar man. Chow Yufei has a boyfriend? How was there no prior news of this? At that moment, a striking woman with long, cascading waves, almond-shaped eyes, an exquisite face, ample bosom, slender waist, and long legs rose from her seat and approached them with arms wide open, her expression brimming with excitement. Chu Tian quickly stepped back, asserting, Miss, please do not overstep. I am a married man. The woman rolled her alluring eyes at him and embraced Chow Yufei, exclaiming, Yufei, it's been so long. I've missed you dearly. Chu Tian stood frozen, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Clearly, Chow Yufei was not accustomed to such overt displays of affection from women, and she gently pushed the woman away, whispering, Wanru, it's been a while. The woman felt no offense, as she and Chow Yufei shared a sisterly bond and understood her temperament intimately. Once seated, Wanru smiled and said, Yufei, why don't you introduce us to this handsome gentleman by your side? With poise, Chow Yufei replied, This is my husband, Chu Tian. Note the term husband, not merely boyfriend or fiancé, but a direct acknowledgement of their marital bond. Chu Tian felt a surge of satisfaction at Chow Yufei's introduction, silently thinking, Those with ulterior motives, take heed, this flower is already claimed. This declaration was akin to an atomic bomb detonating within the room, creating a wave of astonishment. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Chu Tian. Wanru was equally stunned by her good friend's declaration, incredulously asking, Yufei, are you married? Chow Yufei shook her head, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Perhaps it was merely a term of endearment due to their close relationship. Yet, when Chow Yufei followed with, We have obtained our marriage certificate, it sent shockwaves through the gathering. It took a moment for everyone to digest this news. Wanru exclaimed, As expected of my dear friend, always capable of such unexpected actions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Wanru. Chu Tian politely extended his hand and said, Chu Tian. He could distinctly feel the tension in the air at the moment Chow Yufei revealed their relationship. The wealthy young men present regarded him with disdainful and hostile glances, as if ready to exact retribution. At that moment, a tall, handsome man with thick brows and bright eyes stood up, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Chu Tian. Hello, I am Wu Jin. Chu Tian returned the greeting with a smile, though he felt an undeniable discomfort around Wu Jin, a sense of danger. The disdain and hatred emanating from the others were palpable, save for Wu Jin. This was not a figment of Chu Tian's imagination or a manifestation of paranoia. It was evident that since they had entered, Wu Jin's gaze had remained fixated on Chow Yufei, filled with longing, admiration, and appreciation. However, when Chow Yufei declared their relationship, Wu Jin's eyes momentarily narrowed, a flash of murderous intent flickering within. It was a fleeting moment, yet it was unmistakable. Chu Tian was keenly aware of the shifting expressions in the room, realizing he needed to ascertain who his rivals were. The outcome was startling. Among the 7 present, 6 men and 1 woman regarded him with hostility, with Wu Jin's murderous glimmer being the only one he had caught. Yet, Wu Jin maintained an air of calmness and warmth, complicating matters further. Could he truly harbor no resentment? It seemed more likely that he had simply chosen to set aside his animosity for the time being. A man capable of such restraint posed a significant threat, as he could strike at any moment. Thus, Chu Tian's unease around Wu Jin intensified, akin to being stealthily stalked by a venomous serpent. Chu Tian thought, System, please assess Wu Jin's capabilities. Ding. Wu Jin, talent A, golden 1 star. Chu Tian's lips twitched. This rival was formidable, especially when compared to Wang Jian, who paled in comparison. At present, Chu Tian finds himself utterly perplexed by a particular matter. In Chapter 17, titled Confrontation, he can comprehend the animosity exhibited by the man towards him. However, he is bewildered by the hostility directed at him by Liang Wanru, a woman. What could possibly account for such irrationality? Is this woman not of sound mind? Chu Tian observes Liang Wanru, who tightly grasps Chow Yufei's jade hand, and a wave of discomfort washes over him. Does this not imply that she is taking advantage of his wife? With a quick flick of his eyes, Chu Tian remarks, "Yufei, why don't you touch my forehead? I feel quite cold. Could I be running a fever?" Concerned, Chow Yufei reaches out to feel his forehead, which is indeed icy to the touch. She gazes at him quizzically and asks, "You're not warm. Is there something bothering you?" Chu Tian replies, "I just feel a bit chilly. Could you use that hand to check again?" Chow Yufei withdraws her hand from Liang Wanru's grasp and touches his forehead once more. But it remains cold, almost as if she were cooling him down. Suddenly, Chu Tian clasps Chow Yufei's hand tightly and states, "Your hand is so chilly, it feels delightful. Let me hold it for a while." In that instant, Chow Yufei comprehends the underlying reason for Chu Tian's actions, and a wave of embarrassment washes over her. Yet, she feels a surge of joy as she realizes this man even gets jealous of women. Is he truly a Leminescence in character? The onlookers, witnessing the intimate hand-holding of the pair, are filled with discontent. Wu Jin's eyes flash with a hint of murderous intent, an expression that Chu Tian cannot help but notice. Wu Jin, however, remains unchanged, his face adorned with a smile, as if nothing were amiss. "Young Master Chu, may I inquire where you are currently pursuing your studies?" he inquires. Internally, Chu Tian muses, "Has the confrontation begun already? I thought you would exercise a bit more restraint." With a smile, he replies, "I am still in university. Yet to graduate." Wu Jin feigns surprise. "Oh, so you are a university student. Is it at Beihua Zhenwu Academy or Songhua River Zhenwu Academy?" Chu Tian answers, "Jiangqing University." "Jiangqing University?" Wu Jin chuckles. "So young Master Chu is yet to graduate from Jiangqing University and has not attained the requisite cultivation level? Lacking in talent, perhaps?" Chen Shi interjects, "Mind your tone and attitude when speaking." Before Chen Shi can further press, he is swiftly silenced by Chow Yufei's formidable presence. Though his expression darkens, he manages to maintain his composure and responds, "General Chow, you and young Master Chu seem quite affectionate, indeed, offering him splendid protection." After this remark, he falls silent, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixed intently on Chu Tian. Wu Jin, ever the tactician, quickly adds, "I sincerely apologize, young Master Chu, for my inappropriate inquiry that has put you in an awkward position." While this statement sounds like an apology, it is blatantly intended to disparage. Why would it be awkward? Is it not due to his failure to graduate from university and secure a place at the Zhenwu Academy? How lofty! Chu Tian remains unfazed, stating, "It's no concern. University does not impede cultivation. I believe I will eventually gain admission to the Zhenwu Academy." Chen Shi, witnessing Chu Tian's nonchalance, feels a swell of irritation. How can a failure to gain entry to the Zhenwu Academy be worthy of marrying Chow Yufei? Does she truly prefer such a useless individual? Perhaps for easier control? Wu Jin clearly has no intention of ceasing his antagonism toward Chu Tian. He continues, "Young Master Chu, I presume your parents are friends with old Master Chow, hence the favorable circumstances you find yourself in. Truly enviable. Miss Chow is the goddess in the hearts of all men in Jiangqing." Chow Yufei's delicate features harden with frost, revealing that Wu Jin's relentless questioning has breached her limits. Just as she is about to erupt, Chu Tian squeezes her hand firmly, halting her. "Brother Wu, you have indeed misjudged. I have been an orphan since childhood. My father-in-law, due to business rivalries, concealed Yufei within an orphanage, so one could say we are childhood sweethearts. Are you not even more envious of me now?" Wu Jin's expression finally shifts, darkening considerably. Chen Shi exclaims, "How dare you speak to Brother Wu in such a manner? Apologize." A glance from Chow Yufei sends a wave of suffocation over Chen Shi. Lowering his head, his expression grim, he dares not utter another word. Liang Wanru swiftly steps forward to mediate, declaring, "Chu Tian is merely joking. Let us all eat. The dishes will grow cold. And this restaurant's signature dishes are truly delectable." Wu Jin casts a deep glance at Chu Tian, who graciously returns a smile. Wu Jin's expression grows increasingly grim. While Chu Tian's spirits soar, the gathering lacks the appetite to dine, harboring ill intentions, as they witness Wu Jin unable to gain any advantage over Chu Tian. Their anger intensifies. How dare this useless individual, devoid of strength or background, oppose them, unaware of the consequences? Chen Shi resolves to play the villain to the end. Having already offended Chow Yufei, why not go all the way? What could she possibly do to him? Chen Shi smirks. "Brother Jin, how have your stock investments been of late?" This is Wu Jin's forte. In the realm of stocks, he is undoubtedly a leading figure in Jiangqing, with even the older generation regarding him with newfound respect, dubbing him Jiangqing's Buffett. With great pride, Wu Jin responds, "Not too shabby. I recently invested in Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals, but it suddenly hit the ceiling yesterday. I heard through the grapevine that their miracle drugs development failed, so I sold out, making over $1 million. Chun-Shi flatters. Brother Jean, your intuition is remarkable. I wonder which fool bought in. They will likely lose everything. Upon hearing the exchange, Chu Tian's mouth twitches. Was he not that very fool? It turns out he purchased shares from Wu Jin, which explains why he bought in such bulk. Would they truly lose everything? Huh. Regret must be consuming him. A smile spreads across Chu Tian's face, while Wu Jin, observing, feels an irritable surge welling within him. Young Master Chu, do you also dabble in stocks? Wu Jin inquires. Chun-Shi scoffs. He is just pretending to be knowledgeable. There are plenty who feign expertise. However, upon feeling Chow Yufei's gaze, she once again yields. This person truly possesses a peculiar psychology, thriving on relentless criticism. Chu Tian, undeterred, smiles. You might find it amusing, Brother Wu, but the stocks you sold just happened to be those I purchased. What a coincidence. Everyone present is left utterly speechless, including Chow Yufei, who suddenly understands why the card she gave him that morning had mysteriously lost 6 million. Chun-Shi laughs uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Wu Jin remarks. Young Master Chu, your courage is commendable. You truly dare to invest. Chu Tian replies, it's manageable. I heard that Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals developed a flu miracle drug, so I decided to buy in. Wu Jin retorts in a mocking tone. Don't get too anxious, young Master Chu. In investing, unexpected events always occur. What if they do actually develop it? You could stand to gain immensely. Chu Tian responds, I appreciate your good wishes, Brother Wu. Chapter 18, Kneeling to Apologize. Wu Jin smiles, young Master Chu. As long as you're happy, the results should be coming soon, right? Have you not checked? After all, you did invest over 6 million. Chu Tian glances at the time, noting 10 minutes remain, and decides to take a look. Wu Jin pulls out his phone and opens the webpage. The first stock listed is Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals. However, there are no changes to be seen. Seconds tick by, and everyone in the room watches the stock of Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals languish. Suddenly, the green stock line shifts to red. Chun-Shi chuckled, it's over. 6 million has gone down the drain. Why are you meddling with stocks? Wouldn't it be better to just be a pretty boy? Chu Tian replied with remarkable composure. The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are. I remain unperturbed, so why are you in a frenzy? Chun-Shi retorted furiously. I fear you might soon be in tears and unable to find a tune. If a miracle occurs, I shall kneel and apologize. Chu Tian laughed. Your ruthlessness is astonishing. To have me misunderstood by Yufei, you have placed such a hat upon me. I have no son like you. Clenching his fists tightly, Chun-Shi trembled violently. Realizing that sparring with Chu Tian was akin to battling electricity, yielding no advantage and leaving him in a state of dishevelment. He fixed a steely gaze on Chu Tian, thinking, you worthless one, let's see how you maintain your arrogance. At exactly 8 o'clock, Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals unexpectedly released a news announcement. The flu antiviral has passed government approval and is officially in mass production. Of course, none of them were aware of this development. At 8:05, Wu Jin chuckled. It seems there may be no miracle for you, Chu Xiao. Otherwise, I would earn 1 million while you get a mere 100,000. Less loss for you. Chun-Shi scoffed. Do you feel despondent now? Still hoping to change your fate in such a manner? How laughable, General Chao. Yet before Chun-Shi could finish his sentence, Liang Wanru exclaimed in astonishment. It has turned green. What has turned green? Liang Wanru pointed incredulously at Wu Jin's phone, prompting everyone to rush a glance. They saw the previously crimson stock had turned green, rapidly surging upward, almost resembling a vertical line. Wu Jin's hands trembled as he enlarged the screen, wishing to convince himself that this was a fabrication. However, a thick, long green line stood out vividly. Chun-Shi snatched the phone, staring at the skyrocketing stock, incredulously stating, what is happening? Wu Jin's expression darkened as he reclaimed the phone, saying, Chu Xiao, a miracle has indeed occurred. I am in awe. Chu Tian smiled. Thanks to Brother Wu's assistance, I would not have had this opportunity without you. Don't be upset. How about I give you 1 million? Hearing this, Wu Jin nearly spat blood in frustration. It was an insult of the highest order. Slap, slap. His face stung. Liang Wanru added salt to the wound, inquiring, how much can we earn? Just then, a message pinged on Chow Yufei's phone. Your business card ending in 8888 has received a deposit of 60,000,000 yuan. Chow Yufei stared at the message, her voice trembling. 60,000,000. What? So much? How did you know, Yufei? She waved her phone at Liang Wanru. Chu Tian chuckled. Who was it that said they would kneel and apologize if a miracle occurred? I can't seem to remember. Have they vanished? Chun-Shi's face turned ashen. Seated in silence, reluctant to speak. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. Yet, Chu Tian had no intention of letting him off the hook so easily. He continued, are you preparing to be a turtle hiding in its shell? Chun-Shi sprang to his feet in rage, bellowing, who are you insulting? Chu Tian grinned. What are you so worked up about? Did the soup burn your tongue? I refer to those who do not keep their word. Chun-Shi coldly replied. I have indeed disregarded my word. What can you do about it? You, a mere pretty boy, should know your place. Don't think that marrying into a wealthy family gives you the right to act recklessly. Some people are beyond your reach. Chow Yufei suddenly stood up, her aura surging violently. Chen Shi, in a panic, shouted, Chow Yufei, what are you doing? Do you wish for a war between the Chow and Chen families? Wu Jin interjected, General Chow. Please calm down. Do not act impulsively. With a face as cold as ice, Chow Yufei retorted, this does not concern you. Wu Jin clenched his fists. Realizing that Chow Yufei was showing him no respect, it was utterly outrageous. However, he felt powerless, regardless of the strength of the Chow family. Facing Chow Yufei directly would only lead to his demise. She turned her icy gaze upon Chen Shi, saying coldly, you dare provoke the Chen family into conflict? Kneel and apologize. Sweat poured down Chen Shi's forehead, unable to withstand the pressure of Chow Yufei's formidable aura. His body felt as though it were sinking, his knees beginning to buckle. He yearned to resist, but in the face of such overwhelming power, he appeared as insignificant as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Bang! Chen Shi's leg slammed against the ground as he bowed his head, roaring, if you have the courage, kill me. Dream on if you think I will apologize to a pretty boy. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chow Yufei's eyes as she swiftly approached Chen Shi, her delicate hand extending to grasp him and lift him from the ground. As she tightened her grip, Chen Shi struggled helplessly against her arm, gradually losing consciousness. His eyes rolling back, Chow Yufei released him, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, greedily gasping for the fresh air outside. Chow Yufei's icy voice rang out once more, kneel. Apologize. Chen Shi, truly frightened, hurriedly knelt and repeatedly bowed his head in apology towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian kicked Chen Shi away, laughing, I have no son as worthless as you. Get lost, do not insult the air in this place. Liang Wanru, standing nearby, urged. Yufei, let it go. Chen Shi has already knelt and apologized. Don't escalate this further. Chow Yufei glanced at Liang Wanru, the chill in her gaze causing her closest friend to feel a twinge of unease. It was the first time Liang Wanru had witnessed such a look from Chow Yufei. She was profoundly shocked. Was Chu Tian truly that significant to Chow Yufei? Was she willing to sacrifice her best friend for him? What merits did this man possess beyond his good looks? What sort of spell had he cast upon Chow Yufei? Liang Wanru had initially thought that Chow Yufei was merely feigning a relationship to ward off her family's pressure to marry. However, it seemed the situation was far more serious. This girl might genuinely be in love with Chu Tian. The ice-cold heart had indeed blossomed. Her curiosity about Chu Tian only deepened. What charm did he wield to captivate Chow Yufei? Chow Yufei had no intention of sparing Chen Shi easily. His repeated mockery had thoroughly enraged this protective woman. Her formidable aura remained unyielding. Bang! The door suddenly burst open with tremendous force. Chapter 19, Partiality. At the threshold stood a bald man, fuming. Who is using their power here? The onlookers turned toward the imposing figure, their faces etched with disbelief. Chen Shi seemed to have found his savior, rushing forward, tearfully exclaiming, Principal, please arbitrate. Chow Yufei is threatening me with her power to kneel. The bald man cast a disdainful glance at Chen Shi, admonishing, crying and whining. What kind of behavior is this? You have brought disgrace upon the Chen family. I do not have students like you. He then turned to Chow Yufei, his expression grim. Yufei, provide me with a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I shall have to enforce the law impartially. Principal Su, what a coincidence. It is a pleasure to see you here. Chu Tian's voice left everyone, except the bald man, utterly astonished. Why was he stepping forward now? If the bald man learned that this incident had arisen from him, he would surely face severe punishment. Chow Yufei had been signaling Chu Tian to remain silent, but he feigned ignorance, his eyes shining brightly as he gazed at the bald man, a smile adorning his face, leaving everyone perplexed. Chen Shi bellowed, it's all because of this worthless fool. The old principal forced me to kneel on account of Chow Yufei. You must stand up for me. The bald man raised his hand and struck Chen Shi sharply on the back of his head, fuming. You brat, you're obstructing my path. Chen Shi winced in pain, unable to voice his indignation, and hurriedly stepped aside. Perhaps he was eager to avenge me, frustrated by the incompetence he perceived. In an instant, the bald man strode purposefully towards Chu Tian. Chow Yufei, her exquisite face etched with anxiety, positioned herself protectively in front of Chu Tian, her beautiful eyes gravely fixed on the bald man. In a chilling tone, she declared, although Su Lao, you are a senior with formidable strength. Should you dare to touch my husband, you must first contend with me. Chu Tian gently tugged at the corner of Chow Yufei's garment, murmuring, wife, please don't be like this. It's nothing. Nothing. Could Chow Yufei's delicate husband truly be so naive? Was he unaware that utilizing true energy in a public setting constituted a violation of the Jinwu law? Moreover, given the bald man's agitated demeanor, this matter would certainly not be resolved easily. Ignoring Chu Tian's plea, Chow Yufei unleashed her true energy, confronting the bald man fiercely. The bald man, taken aback by Chow Yufei's intense reaction, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He retorted gruffly, Yufei, what are you doing? Quickly retract your true energy. Chow Yufei maintained a serious expression, showing no sign of retreat. Observing this, Chu Tian felt a surge of emotion. wishing to embrace her tightly and reward her with a kiss. However, this was not the moment for such displays of affection if he did not intervene. The situation might escalate uncontrollably. Grasping Chow Yufei's delicate hand, he gently urged, "Wife, I know Su Lao. Please retract your true energy." His words elicited stunned expressions from those present, revealing their disdain. Chen Shi mocked, "Who in Jiangxing doesn't know Su Lao? But does Su Lao know you?" "He does," Su Lao declared loudly. Chen Shi's disdainful expression froze immediately, while others exhibited similar disbelief. How could someone who hadn't even graduated from university expect to be known by the principal of the Jinwu Academy? Su Lao urged, "Yufei, please retract your true energy." Seeing Chu Tian nodding towards her, Chow Yufei reluctantly dissipated her chaotic true energy, and the private room finally regained its tranquility. Su Lao seized Chu Tian's hand, and Chow Yufei's heart raced as she prepared to channel her true energy once more. Su Lao, with a benevolent smile, remarked, "Chu Tian, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again so soon after this morning. Are you here for dinner?" Witnessing the warm demeanor of Su Lao, everyone gaped in astonishment, rubbing their eyes as if they were dreaming. Su Lao was infamous for his fiery temperament and stern countenance, always appearing as if he had lost his beloved companion. Yet now, he was so amiable towards Chu Tian, radiating warmth and smiles. What could be the reason? Was it possible that Su Lao was smitten by the charming young man? Chu Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Su Lao's enthusiasm, stammered, "It is indeed quite a coincidence." "Su Lao, are you here for dinner as well?" Su Lao chuckled, "Yes, just having a meal with a few old acquaintances." Chu Tian replied, "Then Su Lao, please enjoy your meal. I want to keep you." Su Lao patted Chu Tian's shoulder, smiling. "All right then, I shall take my leave." He then turned to glance at Chow Yufei, advising, "Yufei, never use true energy in public again. Consider this a warning." A warning? Such a significant matter would not be pursued. Naturally, Chen Shi was unwilling to accept this, stating firmly, "Su Lao, how can you simply let this go?" Su Guangming glanced at Chen Shi, fuming, "Silence. Did you not just use true energy yourself?" Chen Shi, caught off guard by Su Guangming's interrogation, struggled to respond. He had, but the disparity in their strengths rendered his efforts futile. "I." Su Guangming coldly interjected, "What do you mean by I?" "I just heard you call Chu Tian a waste." Chen Shi nodded. "Su Lao, have you been deceived? How is someone who hasn't even attended the Jinwu Academy anything but a waste?" Su Guangming was instantly furious. Calling Chu Tian a waste meant deeming everyone in Jiangxing worthless. He roared, "If Chu Tian is a waste, then you are hardly even a person. If you possessed even half of Chu Tian's talent, you wouldn't have been expelled from the Jinwu Academy prematurely." Chen Shi felt as though his tail had been stepped on. This incident was undoubtedly the greatest stain on his life. There was a rule that to graduate from the Jinwu Academy, one must reach the silver 9 stars. However, Chen Shi had stagnated at silver 3 stars, and his family had to resort to connections to force his graduation. Now, being reminded of this brought him immense shame, reopening old wounds. Chen Shi darkly remarked, "Su Lao, your words are rather harsh. At least I attended the Jinwu Academy. What about Chu Tian?" Su Guangming dismissed him scornfully. "Do you believe that all 3 major Jinwu academies in Jiangxing are vying for Chu Tian? A frog at the bottom of a well. Thinking the firefly can rival the brilliance of the full moon is simply delusional." Hearing Su Guangming say that all 3 major Jinwu academies were competing for Chu Tian, the crowd was utterly astonished. A similar incident had occurred before when Chow Yufei awakened her A-level Jinwu talent, causing the 3 academies to scramble for her. Could it be that Chu Tian had also awakened A-level Jinwu talent? If that were the case, this couple was indeed extraordinary. Their child might awaken S-level Jinwu talent. In that moment, they suddenly felt that Chu Tian and Chow Yufei were quite compatible, as both were prodigies. Chen Shi, brutally struck down by Su Lao's unrelenting words, felt his face flush crimson with indignation but dared not utter another word. Chapter 20, You're Truly Amazing. Su Guangming cast a glance at the sullen-faced Chen Shi, warning, "Chen Shi, I advise you to refrain from engaging in any underhanded schemes. If you dare to do so, I will take my wrath to the Chen family." Upon hearing Su Guangming's words, Chen Shi's expression faltered, and he lowered his head in silence. Su Guangming then turned to Chu Tian, his face brightening with a smile, and kindly stated, "Chu Tian, I won't disturb you any longer. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything." The onlookers couldn't help but twitch at the stark contrast in Su Guangming's demeanor and tone. It was a textbook example of how to behave. After Su Guangming left the private room, the atmosphere remained tense. All eyes were fixed on Chu Tian, and they no longer regarded him as a mere commoner aspiring to the unattainable. Did Chu Tian lack money? He had effortlessly earned 60 million and handed it all to Chow Yufei. How many men could achieve such feats? Chu Tian had not attended the Jinwu Academy, thus labeled a waste. The esteemed principal of the Jinwu Academy treated him with utmost respect, claiming that if Chu Tian was a waste, then Chen Shi, with a C-level talent, could hardly be considered a person. One could reasonably conclude that Chu Tian was at least an A-level talent. The strikingly handsome husband that Chow Yufei had chosen had already instilled sufficient awe within the circles of Jiangqing's affluent second generation. They no longer dared to adopt a superior, condescending attitude towards Chu Tian. Chow Yufei remarked, "Wanru, we must take our leave. I will reach out to you when I have the time." Liang Wanru, filled with regret, responded, "Yufei, I'm truly sorry. I didn't anticipate such events unfolding." Chow Yufei reassured her, "It's not your fault." With that, Chow Yufei linked her arm with Chu Tian's and departed the private room. Bang! Chun Shi slammed a chair against the door, roaring, "This scoundrel! If I don't avenge this grudge today, I vow I shall not be human." Wu Jin spoke solemnly. "Chun, calm down. I advise you not to act recklessly. Did you not hear Su Lao's words?" Upon hearing Wu Jin mention this matter, Chun Shi's fury escalated to an alarming degree. In a chilling tone, he declared, "I am eager to witness how Su Guangming dares to confront my Chen family. Chu Tian, I am resolute in my intentions." Observing the frenzied Chun Shi, a smirk of cunning satisfaction crept across Wu Jin's lips. Once they settled into the car, Chow Yufei, with her wide, sparkling eyes, fixed her gaze intently on Chu Tian. Chu Tian jested, "My dear wife, while I am aware of my striking handsomeness, your unabashed stare is rather embarrassing." A rosy hue flushed Chow Yufei's cheeks as she retorted, "You narcissist. Why would Elder Su treat you so favorably?" With a grin, Chu Tian replied, "It is merely because your husband is exceptionally formidable, as you surely comprehend." Chow Yufei, upon hearing this, donned an expression of both shyness and indignation, playfully punching his chest. Quickly regaining her composure, Chow Yufei pondered aloud, "I recognize your strength. But how does Elder Su ascertain this? Could it be that you?" Chu Tian's expression faltered, taken aback by her astute deduction. "Wife, you have become quite devious," he exclaimed. "You were the one who suggested it," she countered. "Ah, it seems you harbor doubts regarding your husband's orientation. Tonight, do not lock the door. Let us personally verify," he teased. Chow Yufei spat playfully. "Dream on. What is the truth behind your martial prowess? Is it truly at the A level?" Chu Tian shook his head. While A-level martial talent is commendable, it hardly explains Elder Su's extraordinary attention towards you," she pointed out. Chu Tian laughed. "Why not entertain the thought of a higher grade? Perhaps S? Or even SS?" Chow Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. "You possess S-level martial talent?" Chu Tian nodded with a smile. Receiving confirmation, Chow Yufei's face flushed with excitement. "If you are indeed S-level, does that mean your family will acknowledge you?" She continued with a curious tone. "Do you also dabble in stock trading?" This query momentarily stumped Chu Tian. Did he? He didn't, but the system certainly did. If the system could, did that not equate to his own ability? System, is there anything wrong with my line of thought? Beep. There is absolutely nothing wrong. What belongs to the system is inherently yours, replied the system. Then why not present me with the good stuff directly, instead of making me complete daily tasks and draw blind boxes? Beep. Does the host not find this process enjoyable? You ought to revel in it. Chu Tian nodded. I suppose it's somewhat entertaining, though I am not particularly adept. Chow Yufei replied. Even so, it is quite impressive. You effortlessly earned 60 million. Should you require funds, do not hesitate to tell me. Pursue your endeavors with confidence. I will support you regardless of profit or loss. With a sense of pride, Chu Tian responded, Thank you, my dear wife. Have I not brought you great honor? Chow Yufei suddenly grew playful, grinning. You are truly remarkable. Yes, Chu Tian chuckled. Since you say so, I shall show you just how remarkable I can be. With that, he slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Chow Yufei noticed that the direction he was driving was opposite to their home. Where are we headed? She inquired. To buy you a gift. After earning so much today, we must indulge, he replied. I lack for nothing. She protested. While you may lack for nothing, the significance differs. Surely you desire a gift from your husband? Chow Yufei's cheeks flushed with warmth. She felt touched by his thoughtfulness. Chu Tian parked the car at the entrance of a Ferrari dealership. Are you buying me a car? She asked, her eyes wide. Indeed. I noticed your garage is filled with various sports cars, yet not quite complete. The only brand you lack here in Jiangcheng is Ferrari. The others will have to wait until I visit a larger city. Hearing his words, Chow Yufei felt profoundly moved. He chose to purchase such a grand gift with his first earnings, demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness. Chow Yufei linked her arm through Chu Tian's, her face radiating happiness. Standing tall, they entered the dealership. Though it was evening, the sales staff remained on duty, as some affluent clients preferred to shop for cars at night, especially luxury vehicles, which naturally led to a test drive afterward. Due to their extraordinary looks and outstanding presence, a throng of salespeople quickly surrounded them, creating quite a commotion that left Chu Tian feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, a striking figure clad in sleek stockings approached, dispersing the other salespeople. She discreetly appraised Chu Tian and Chow Yufei, and upon recognizing their distinctive aura and luxurious attire, her face broke into a warm smile. Hello, esteemed guests. I am the sales representative, Liang. It is a pleasure to assist you. Are you here to view our vehicles? Chu Tian replied directly, Yes. I would like to see the SF-90 Spider you have in stock. Upon hearing him specify the model rather than merely expressing interest, Li Ying's demeanor shifted to one of heightened respect. Typically, individuals who articulated such clarity were already 80 likely to be ready to purchase. As she led Chu Tian and Xiao Yufei into the showroom, she enthusiastically introduced, "Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. This SF90 just arrived today, and if you decide to purchase, you can take it home tonight. Is it blue?" Chu Tian inquired, catching a glimpse of the Ferrari SF90 through the showroom glass. To be honest, he was not particularly fond of the color. In his mind, a classic Ferrari should be red, rendering the blue somewhat lackluster. Noticing his less-than-pleased expression, Li Ying felt a pang of concern and quickly added, "If this color does not meet your satisfaction, I can arrange for a swap with other dealerships in different cities." Chu Tian responded, "It simply does not feel quite right." "Allow me to elaborate on the vehicle's performance," Li Ying suggested. The SF90 Spider features a plug-in hybrid system. This new model is powered by a V8 twin-turbo engine with a maximum output of 780 horsepower, complemented by 3 electric motors. One motor is positioned on the rear axle, while the other 2 are mounted on the front axle, yielding a combined output of 1,000 horsepower. The system employs precise control logic to automatically monitor and adjust power distribution to suit different driving scenarios. The driver need only select one of the power control modes via the new eManetino control knob, eDrive Pure Electric Mode, Hybrid Mode, Performance Mode, or Race Mode, to experience diverse driving sensations. Carrying forward the advantages of the SF90 Straydale, the SF90 Spider is also equipped with an all-wheel drive system, achieving a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 2.5 seconds and a 0 to 200 km/h acceleration in only 7 seconds. Additionally, purchasing this SF90 grants you access to Ferrari's original 7-year maintenance service. Listening to Li Ying's professional presentation, Chu Tian, to be frank, absorbed little of the intricate details, as they were beyond his comprehension. However, one fact struck him clearly. This vehicle was incredibly fast. Ultimately, he decided to defer the decision to Xiao Yufei, as it was her car he was purchasing, and his input was unnecessary. "My dear wife, do you find it appealing?" Xiao Yufei shares similar sentiments with Chu Tian, feeling that red is a timeless classic, and as a woman, she believes it suits her well. Thus, she shook her head and said, "I tend to lean towards red." Chu Tian replied, "I apologize, but could you assist us in making a switch?" Li Ying smiled and suggested, "How about you step inside to take a look at the interior of the SF90? Chu Tian responded eagerly, "Sure. Manager Li, have my delivery procedures been completed? I am ready to pick up my car." At that moment, a coarse, slightly raspy voice echoed through the space. Chu Tian turned to see a stout middle-aged man, his balding head adorned with only a few strands of hair, striding towards them, accompanied by a heavily made-up woman with a social media influencer's face. "Hello, Mr. Sun. I currently have a guest who cannot be disturbed. Salesperson Wang in the store can assist you with your vehicle pickup. I hope you understand." Li Ying maintained a perfectly cordial smile and patiently explained before turning back to attend to Chu Tian and Xiao Yufei. The middle-aged man remained silent, but the influencer was less than pleased, her words sharp and biting. She exclaimed, "These 2 youngsters think they can afford a Ferrari? Just look at their attire. Can they even afford a single wheel of a Ferrari?" The trio exchanged glances, their expressions turning sour at the woman's lack of decorum. Shocked, they ignored her, which only emboldened the influencer further. "In my opinion, they're just here to take pictures and show off. Manager Li, I can't believe you're the manager of a dealership and can't see through this." Li Ying's eyes brimmed with disdain as she sternly interjected, "Miss, please mind your language. This is a prestigious establishment." The influencer was momentarily taken aback by Li Ying's commanding presence, her expression faltering. She quickly nestled into the middle-aged man's embrace, pouting, "Darling, look at her. She's being so rude." The onlookers felt a wave of disgust wash over them. The middle-aged man consoled her, "Don't be upset, sweetheart. Manager Li was just joking with you." As he spoke, he brazenly groped the influencer while his beady eyes roamed over Xiao Yufei with a lewd grin. Disgusted, Xiao Yufei stepped back behind Chu Tian. Chu Tian could easily guess the man's vile intentions. Frowning, he coldly remarked, "If your eyes cannot be controlled, perhaps you should consider having them removed and replaced with better ones." The middle-aged man was taken aback, astonished that this young man dared to speak to him in such a manner. While youthful bravado could be understood, one must always be mindful of the other's status. Some individuals are not worth provoking in one's lifetime. With a haughty demeanor and a mocking tone, the middle-aged man retorted, "Like you? Are you wealthy?" Chu Tian scoffed. "And you think you are? Very affluent?" The man disdainfully glanced at Chu Tian and proclaimed, "Indeed, I am well off. You could live your entire life without eating or drinking and still not amass what I possess. But I must admit, you have good taste. The SF90 has a starting price of over 8 million. Even I feel a pinch when I buy it." The influencer chimed in, "That's right. My husband's Roma cost over 3 million. You'll only ever be able to look at it." Chu Tian replied with a cold smile. "So wealth grants you the liberty to behave without decorum? You possess no class whatsoever?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Having money means you can act as you please. Money represents everything, including class." As he continued to speak, His gaze lingered lecherously on Chow Yufei's delicate features. It was utterly revolting. Just as she prepared to confront him, Chu Tian grasped her hand firmly. He smiled and asked, "Is it true that wealth allows one to act without restraint?" The middle-aged man replied, "Absolutely." In a sudden motion, Chu Tian delivered a swift kick that sent the man sprawling, his corpulent form crashing against the tempered glass display, causing a significant tremor. The influencer hurried to his side, helping him up. The man bellowed, "Get lost. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you believe I can make you disappear from this world with a single word?" Chu Tian calmly stated, "I don't believe you can." The man's body trembled with rage, his flesh quaking as if it might fall away at any moment. He shouted, "Managerly, doesn't your dealership have security? How can you allow such incidents to occur? How can I continue to shop here?" Li Ying was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this seemingly refined and charming young man would resort to violence. That kick had been impressively manly and provided a sense of security. Hearing the middle-aged man's roars, Li Ying felt conflicted, unsure of how to respond. Chu Tian remained unfazed, saying, "Didn't you say that wealth allows one to act as they please? Have you forgotten? Managerly, please pull up the surveillance footage for him." Chapter 22. Does wealth truly allow one to act as they please? Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, the flesh on the middle-aged man's face quivered in disbelief as he seethed. "If you don't give me an explanation today, I want to let this go." Chu Tian chuckled. "You just claimed that wealth allows one to act as they please. I have money, so hitting you is perfectly justifiable." The middle-aged man, furious yet amused, retorted, "Fine. That was my statement. If you can afford to buy this car, I'll concede." His intent was not out of kindness, but rather a desire to insult Chu Tian in hopes of winning over Chow Yufei's affection. Chu Tian turned to Chow Yufei with a grin, saying, "My dear, I actually think this blue is quite lovely. If you truly dislike it, we can always purchase a red one." Chow Yufei, fully aware of Chu Tian's intentions, nodded in agreement. The influencer scoffed, "Darling, look at him trying to act, as if he believes his own charade." The middle-aged man pinched the influencer's backside hard, releasing his pent-up frustration. The influencer, caught off guard, melted into his embrace. Her eyes sultry as she murmured, "Darling, you're so naughty." The middle-aged man, emboldened by her reaction, let his hands roam over her body with abandon, as if they were about to engage in an explicit performance. He disdainfully remarked, "I wonder how long you can keep up this pretense, little brat. The down payment alone is $1 million. Can you even scrape that together?" The influencer, breathless, replied, "Why yes. How about you just cover the down payment for a tire?" Chu Tian produced his bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Ying, stating, "Managerly, please proceed with the paperwork." Li Ying had never doubted the capabilities of the two and smiled as she accepted the card, asking, "How would you like to pay, sir?" Chu Tian replied, "In full." Upon hearing this, both the middle-aged man and the influencer wore expressions of disbelief as they followed Li Ying to the front desk. When the figures appeared on the POS machine, they stood agape, utterly stunned to discover that the payment had indeed been successful. As Li Ying passed by them, her face filled with disdain, she remarked, "Mr. Sun, aren't you going to pick up your car?" The middle-aged man's expression soured, as if he had just consumed something foul. His face turned ashen as he grasped the influencer's hand, murmuring, "Let us go." Fear gripped him. A young man capable of making an instant purchase of over $8 million without batting an eye. What kind of background could he possibly have? Was he someone he could afford to provoke? At that moment, a singular thought filled his mind: to escape this place as swiftly as possible. However, while he wished to leave, would Chu Tian allow him to exit so easily? As the middle-aged man turned to depart, Chu Tian called out, "Stop right there." The man trembled, fear evident in his voice as he asked, "What do you want?" Chu Tian smiled. "I haven't yet savored the thrill of acting as a wealthy person does. Don't leave just yet." The middle-aged man retreated nervously, stammering, "Don't do anything reckless. I'll call the police." The smile on Chu Tian's face vanished, replaced by a chilling tone as he inquired, "Where's your car? I wish to see what a $3 million vehicle looks like. I've never encountered one before." The middle-aged man, intimidated by Chu Tian's imposing presence, complied without hesitation and hurried to a red Ferrari parked at the entrance. Chu Tian remarked, "The car is indeed a fine specimen, yet its owner leaves much to be desired. It would be a waste to even let you drive it." With a swift motion, Chu Tian seized the man's collar and, with a powerful thrust, slammed him against the car door. Bang! Blood gushed from the man's head, while the Ferrari's door crumpled under the impact. Chu Tian dusted off his hands and declared, "Now it is fitting. A wrecked car for a worthless owner." The middle-aged man, clutching his head, collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Yet, he dared not utter a harsh word. Chu Tian's readiness to act had instilled a profound fear in him. As he gazed at his newly purchased Ferrari, which had broken down before it even started, the man rolled his eyes back and fainted. The internet celebrity quickly called for an ambulance, kneeling on the ground and crying out in desperation. Observing the distress of the two, the staff of the dealership chose to remain indifferent, displaying no sign of sympathy. Had it not been for the extraordinary backgrounds of Chu Tian and the other individual, it was likely that the roles would have been reversed. Chu Tian drove the SF-90 out of the showroom and parked beside the middle-aged man. "Stop pretending," he said coldly. The man did not respond. "Shall I get out and wake you?" Chu Tian prompted. The middle-aged man hastily opened his eyes, and the internet celebrity exclaimed, "Honey, you're awake." With a smirk, Chu Tian replied, "The wealthy can truly act as they please. If I wish to continue this indulgence, I shall seek you out again." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately knelt, banging his head against the ground repeatedly. "Young master, I beg your forgiveness. It was my folly to underestimate you. Please spare me. You're not at fault. Rather, I should thank you. Without your actions, I would not have realized how unchecked the wealthy can be. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." Chu Tian pressed the accelerator, and the SF-90's engine roared to life as he sped away. Watching the taillights of the Ferrari disappear, the middle-aged man felt a significant portion of his fear dissipate, replaced instead by a surge of hatred. Such is the nature of humanity. Once wounds heal, they forget the pain. The internet celebrity lamented, "Honey, will this matter just be brushed aside?" The middle-aged man replied with a grimace, "Brush aside? If I do not avenge this grudge, how can I show my face in Jiangqing?" At that moment, Li Ying emerged, her face etched with disdain. "Mr. Sun, I advise you to relinquish any thoughts of revenge." The internet celebrity had long harbored a dislike for Li Ying, and her previous neutrality had only fueled her ire. "Li Ying, I will file a complaint against you. Prepare to be dismissed," she declared angrily. The middle-aged man also harbored significant grievances against Li Ying, yet he refrained from responding as rashly as the internet celebrity. He knew better than to provoke a ban. Li Ying's insistence on abandoning thoughts of revenge was undoubtedly rooted in her knowledge of the situation. In a low voice, the middle-aged man asked, "Manager Li, what do you mean by that?" Li Ying, growing impatient, retorted, "It's nothing. I simply await this young lady's complaint, which will surely lead to my dismissal." The internet celebrity fumed, "Are you threatening us? Go ahead, I will complain." The middle-aged man shot her a fierce glare. "Silence," he commanded, with a look of grievance. The internet celebrity glanced at him, but fell silent. The middle-aged man pressed on, "Manager Li, do you know the identities of those two?" Li Ying replied, "Chow Yufei." The name echoed in the middle-aged man's mind, stirring a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, shock washed over his face, and he exclaimed, "Chow Yufei?" Rising swiftly, he stumbled out of the dealership in a panic. The internet celebrity chased after him, asking, "Honey, what's wrong?" Chapter 23. Do you wish to taste what I cook? The middle-aged man shoved the internet celebrity aside, exclaiming, "Get lost. You worthless wretch, you've ruined my life." His anger escalated, mingled with dread. Who was Chow Yufei? She was the heir to Jiangqing's most formidable family, the Chow family, wielding power so immense that crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. His only recourse now was to flee Jiangqing, seeking refuge in a place where no one knew him to enjoy his twilight years. Dismissing the internet celebrity, he hastily boarded a taxi and fled. Meanwhile, Chu Tian and Chow Yufei drove the blue Ferrari SF-90, attracting the attention of many onlookers eager to capture the moment on camera. Chow Yufei dismissed the earlier incident, regarding such individuals as beneath her notice, even insulting the very term garbage. Upon returning home, Chu Tian's stomach rumbled. He had hardly eaten that evening. After dealing with the pig-headed man, he had expended considerable energy, and it was no surprise that hunger struck. "Are you hungry?" Chow Yufei asked. Chu Tian nodded, somewhat embarrassed. "I am a bit hungry too. Shall we go out for a bite? Aunt Wang is already asleep, so let us not disturb her." Chu Tian replied, "That seems rather troublesome. Let us skip dining out. I'll cook for you, and let you savor your husband's culinary skills." Chow Yufei looked at him in astonishment. "You can cook?" Proudly, Chu Tian declared, "Of course. Your husband is a chef whose talents were merely delayed by academic pursuits. My dishes are simply delectable." However, upon entering the kitchen, Chu Tian was taken aback. There were no ingredients in sight. It was indeed a challenge for even the most skilled cook without the necessary supplies. Should he stir-fry the air? After rummaging through cabinets, he finally found a bag of noodles. "Wife, there are no ingredients at home. I'll make you some noodles." The phrase felt peculiar as he uttered it. "Make you some noodles? How suggestive." Chow Yufei, oblivious to any underlying implications, responded eagerly, "All right, I would love to taste your noodles." Chu Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, trying to suppress his unusual emotions. The noodles were entirely innocent, but what lay beneath remained uncertain. Chu Tian's culinary skills were indeed impressive, and soon, he presented 2 bowls of noodles that were visually appealing and aromatic. After tasting a bite, Chow Yufei was effusive in her praise. "Your cooking is truly exceptional." With a sense of pride, Chu Tian replied, "Indeed. To capture a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach." A blush crept onto Chow Yufei's cheeks as she coyly remarked, "So, your plan is to win my stomach first, then my heart?" Chu Tian countered, "That notion is misguided. I am a versatile man, aiming to captivate you with all my admirable qualities." As Chow Yufei finished her last bite, she chuckled. "You better strive hard. My standards are quite high." With that, she disappeared into the bathroom. Chu Tian settled onto the sofa, finding a comfortable position. Listening to the sounds of the water from the bathroom, he mused, Wouldn't it be splendid if a large rat scurried into the bathroom right now? Could I rush in to save the damsel in distress, her delicate form in my arms? Chow Yufei emerged shortly after her quick shower, the same scene from before. But this time, there was no embarrassment for Chu Tian as he maintained his composure. His gaze remained riveted on Chow Yufei, unable to divert his eyes. No matter how many times he looked, it felt as fresh as the first encounter. Under the unabashed scrutiny of Chu Tian, Chow Yufei felt no anger. Rather, a hint of delight flickered within her. I'm going to my room to sleep. You should rest early too. I still wish to showcase my talents to you. Want you take a look? She teased, rolling her eyes at him before hastily retreating upstairs. Chu Tian gazed at the empty living room, feeling an overwhelming sense of gloom. Continuing down this path was not a viable solution, was it? If this became a daily occurrence, how could his body possibly endure it? Surely, he could not rely on Wu Mei as his sole companion each night, could he? Upon rising in the morning, he discovered that Chow Yufei had already departed for work. Ding. Host, please check in. Chu Tian replied, check in. Ding. Today's task location has been signed. Please proceed to the 91st steel beam from the left on the Jiangxing Bridge to complete your check-in. Upon hearing this location, Chu Tian's irritation surged, and he cursed under his breath. Was this some sort of psychological torment? To check in on the bridge was one thing, but to count the steel beams? Was he being toyed with? Chu Tian immediately rejected the task, saying, System, I suspect you are playing tricks on me. I refuse. Ding. The host may refuse. But tomorrow's task will remain the same. Chu Tian exclaimed, X. This is driving me to a dead end. He feared that the moment he climbed onto the bridge, he would be the center of attention, with firefighters rushing to the scene. He would be catapulted into the limelight, becoming a household name. Yet, to fail the task would be akin to rendering the system useless, standing idly by without taking action. Gritting his teeth, Chu Tian muttered, You drive a hard bargain. Is there a time limit? Ding. You must complete it before midnight. Reluctantly, Chu Tian acquiesced, realizing that his only option was to minimize the chances of becoming famous. Climbing the bridge at midnight would surely attract less attention, he reasoned. With a heavy heart, he made his way to school. The desk was piled high with various snacks, and Chu Tian grimaced, distributing them to Zuguli. Under normal circumstances, Zuguli would have lavished Chu Tian with gratitude, but now, as Chu Tian offered him the treats, he was met with a barrage of hostile glares, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. Zuguli hastily pushed the snacks back towards Chu Tian, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Brother, I've treated you well. Don't repay kindness with enmity. Chu Tian responded, I'm giving you your favorite snacks. Zuguli retorted angrily, You call this a gift? You're clearly trying to poison me. If you want to find me next Qingming festival, just remember to check the crossroads. I want to eat it. Chu Tian shot back, If you refuse, I'll tell them you tried to steal it. No matter what I say, they'll believe me. Zuguli's teeth ground together in frustration. In a low voice, he declared, Chu Tian, our paths shall not cross. Yet, he reluctantly left the snacks behind. Turning to the girls with murderous intent in their eyes and forced a smile, looking far less appealing than tears would have, Zuguli stammered, Gigi girls, please don't be angry. I'm just holding onto it for Chu Tian. Rest assured, if I dare to take a single bite, my weight will skyrocket to 280 pounds. Upon hearing Zuguli's grim vow, the girls relented. He felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and quickly stuffed the snacks into his desk. As he fumbled with the items, a small box slipped from his hands and clattered to the floor. He bent down to retrieve it, but suddenly froze, his face turning crimson. Chapter 24, Unfairness. Zuguli, panting heavily, peered down at the small box on the ground. Durex, who is it? Which bold woman desired Chu Tian so ardently? This gift was far from subtle, it was downright brazen, a blatant suggestion. As everyone had been focused on them, the moment the box hit the ground, all eyes turned to them. Zuguli wished he could vanish into the earth, embarrassment written all over his face. With a sudden burst of energy, he bent down to grasp the box. Crimson-faced and breathless, he plopped back into his chair. Suddenly, a girl piped up, Who bought this? Why would you give it to my idol? That model seems a bit small, doesn't it? As her words hung in the air, the classroom fell into a deafening silence. Chu Tian erupted into a fit of coughs. Today, he truly understood the meaning behind the saying that when women turned yellow, men had no place in their affairs. All gazes shifted towards Chu Tian's lower half, leaving him feeling exceedingly uneasy. A few girls were visibly restless, eager to investigate further. Terrified, Chu Tian quickly crossed his legs. The girls began to whisper among themselves. Do you think our idol is well endowed? Like a brush? That would be acceptable, as long as it's not chalk. Chu Tian could only lament in despair. These girls were relentless. When the instructor entered the classroom, the commotion finally quieted down. Noticing Chu Tian's flushed face, the instructor inquired with concern, Chu Tian, are you feeling unwell? Chu Tian stammered, and no, I'm fine. The instructor pressed on, if you're unwell, please let me know. You can rest in my office. Then, noticing Zuguli beside Chu Tian, who also bore a red face, the instructor added, somewhat sternly, Zuguli, did you infect Chu Tian? Keep your distance from him, or go sit at the back. After a moment of contemplation, The instructor returned to the office, extending another invitation to Chu Tian, which he politely declined. Chu Tian's mind was still preoccupied with the evening's check-in task, his expression clouded with worry. However, to the girls, he appeared to be brooding. One female classmate clutched her chest, sorrowfully declaring, "I feel so heavy-hearted. I feel the same way. I want to cry. What is wrong with our idol? The melancholic idol shatters my heart, bringing forth tears. I wish to dedicate myself entirely to him." Hearing the heartfelt declarations from the surrounding girls, the boys felt utterly despondent. Several couples had already split due to Chu Tian, with the girls citing, "You aren't as handsome as my idol." Some even called out Chu Tian's name while with their boyfriends. Who could endure such indignities? It felt as though a vast wilderness loomed above them. Chu Tian had become every girl's Prince Charming, while simultaneously becoming the bane of every boy's existence. Xiang, seated in the back, glared at Chu Tian with eyes filled with hatred, his mouth frothing with rage, isolated in a 1-meter radius. Suddenly, Dalewa burst through the classroom door, his expression grave. All the students straightened in their seats. Whenever Dalewa bore such a countenance, it signaled serious news. In a deep voice, Dalewa declared, "The 5 schools of Jiangcheng have convened and decided to open the Longtan Secret Realm in 3 days. Each university will send its 10 strongest students to participate." Upon hearing this news, everyone was left slack-jawed. The Longtan Secret Realm opened annually, a place rife with both danger and opportunity. Some might experience a meteoric rise in their cultivation due to a single venture within, while others might find themselves forever lost within its depths. However, under previous circumstances, all had the opportunity to participate voluntarily. What was happening this year? Was the divide between the strong and the weak truly becoming this pronounced? The strong would continue to thrive while the weak remained hopelessly trapped. This was grossly unfair to everyone. Instantly, someone stood up to object. "Li, this is unjust. Why should only the top 10 from each school participate? I refuse to accept this." "Yes, I refuse as well. What gives?" A chorus of dissent echoed throughout the classroom. Lida slammed his hand on the desk, his voice low and commanding. "Silence. This decision comes from the higher echelons of the school. I am merely the bearer of this news." In truth, when he first received the announcement, he struggled to accept it just as the students did. Regardless of who made this decision, I wish to understand the rationale behind it. Why are only the top 10 allowed to participate? Lida, noticing the expectant gazes of the students, felt compelled to elucidate the matter. The Longtan Secret Realm has been open to all for several years, and the treasures within are nearly depleted. Furthermore, many who have gained opportunities there have shown ingratitude, recklessly destroying certain regenerative resources, leading to their extinction. According to investigations conducted by university leaders, surveillance indicates that the danger level of the Longtan Secret Realm has escalated significantly. Ferocious beasts have taken refuge within, rampaging without restraint. Should those of weaker strength venture inside, they would undoubtedly face annihilation, becoming mere prey for these beasts. Thus, restricting participation is, to some extent, a measure of protection for everyone. However, the students found it difficult to reconcile with this news, perceiving it as a form of discrimination against the less powerful. Lida continued solemnly, "I will select 3 individuals from my class based on the assessments conducted over the next few days, who will then compete against those chosen by other instructors. Ultimately, the 10 victors shall be deemed the seeds for the Longtan Secret Realm." At these words, the atmosphere turned to one of outrage. With an average of 5 classes per instructor and 60 students per class, each individual's chance stood at a mere 1. It felt as though there was no opportunity at all, and it would be better for everyone to forfeit. Yet, there was one individual from their class who was certain to qualify, Chu Tian. As the sole S-rank true martial talent in the entire Jiang city, he would likely be granted an exception without the need for competition. This realization sparked envy among all. Indeed, the class that Chu Tian belonged to was the strongest among those taught by Li Da, with Chu Tian possessing an S-rank talent and a true martial realm of Black Iron 9 stars. Alongside him were Xiang, equally at the Black Iron 9 stars, and the formidable Zhu Gu Li, who had transformed into a powerhouse resembling a wild boar. If 3 individuals were to be selected, they were undoubtedly the prime candidates. Upon hearing Li Da's words, Xiang suddenly felt invigorated, sensing an opportunity for advancement. If he were to acquire treasures in the Longtan Secret Realm, he could soar to new heights, leaving Chu Tian far behind. Moreover, many areas within the realm lacked surveillance, providing the perfect opportunity to discreetly eliminate Chu Tian, ensuring he would never return. Chapter 25. Breaking the mating rules and gaining an advantage. Li Da continued, "Prepare yourselves. The selection competition commences this afternoon." Once Li Da departed, the class fell into a heavy silence, their expressions rife with discontent, yet powerless to alter their fate. This atmosphere persisted until midday. Chu Tian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He could distinctly sense the weight of everyone's scrutinizing gazes. Finally, when the time for lunch arrived, he hurriedly pulled Zhu Gu Li along, rushing out of the classroom. The portly Zhu Gu Li struggled to keep pace, his body jiggling with each step. "Heavens, Brother Tian, are you taking me eloping?" Chu Tian halted, exasperatedly replying, "No chance of that." Zhu Guli shot him a disgruntled glare, though it went unnoticed as Chu Tian was already moving on. "Brother Tian, you're sure to have a spot in the Longtan secret realm," Zhu Guli exclaimed. Chu Tian shrugged, "You can't escape either. Though your cultivation may be lacking, your strength is sufficient. If you enter the Longtan secret realm, it would indeed be a boon for those ferocious beasts." Zhu Guli, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Chu Tian chuckled, "Because they should be able to feast well with you around." "What? Can we bring food?" Zhu Guli questioned in disbelief. "The zoo doesn't allow random feeding. Would the Longtan secret realm permit it? If so, I'll ask my father to prepare some for me to cultivate good relations with the beasts." Seeing Zhu Guli's enthusiasm, Chu Tian couldn't help but smirk. "What a calamity. Zhu Guli, you truly live up to your name," Zhu Guli proudly declared. "Are you envious of my wisdom? Rest assured, once I establish rapport with those beasts, I will make sure they take care of you." Chu Tian clasped his hands together, bowing deeply to Zhu Guli. "Brother, thank you. It's heartwarming that you're thinking of me at a time like this. I eagerly await the sight of you befriending those beasts." Zhu Guli seemed to have found newfound purpose, his expression resolute. "Fear not. Though this path may be fraught with challenges, I shall certainly pave the way." Little did Chu Tian realize that one day, Zhu Guli would indeed lead a horde of beasts into battle, rescuing him from peril. After their meal, the duo arrived at the training facility, believing they had arrived early. However, upon entering, they were met with a crowded hall. The atmosphere felt tense, as it seemed students from other classes shared similar sentiments regarding the arrangement. A few instructors stood solemnly on the podium, seemingly at a loss. Lita stood up, commanding attention. "Silence. We have already conveyed what needs to be said. The challenge matches commence now. When I call your name, step forward. Nia Feng, Song Mei Xian, Diana, Ji Shuai, Li Tai, Zhang Jin Shua, Shi Xiang, Zhu Guli, Chu Tian." As Lita called out Chu Tian's name, all eyes in the audience turned to him in unison. Chu Tian had once been notorious as the only true martial practitioner with an F-rank talent at Jiang University, labeled as a rare waste of potential. Yet, in just one day, he reversed his fortunes, achieving an S-rank true martial talent and claiming the title of the highest true martial genius in all of Jiang City, trampling over all those who fancied themselves geniuses. He had undeniably become the unrivaled champion, the foremost prodigy, a title that could incite a trainload of resentment. Curiosity loomed as they wondered if Chu Tian could truly live up to his S-rank talent or if the testing apparatus had malfunctioned. Despite hearing of his rapid ascension, demolishing the stone idol forest, they remained skeptical of his claim to S-rank talent. He needed to substantiate his prowess, for the testing apparatus had been known to err. After all, where did his F-rank originate? The names called by Li Da were those recognized as the strongest within each class. Although the other students who were not called felt discontent, they had to concede to the undeniable strength of those selected. Standing on the podium, Chu Tian felt the weight of every gaze upon him, sending shivers down his spine. He discreetly edged closer to Zhu Guli, hoping that even if they hurled rotten eggs at him, Zhu Guli would absorb most of the damage, being the resilient warrior that he was. "Is it just me? Or is Chu Tian exceptionally handsome? How did I not notice before? I'm in love." "Hush, keep your voice down. Those girls from class 1 look like they might devour you." "Uft, who was afraid? To the victor belong the spoils. I'll gladly sacrifice everything for a handsome guy." The boys from other classes harbored intense animosity towards Chu Tian. An S-rank talent was one thing, but to be blessed with such striking looks was a blatant breach of the mating rules. It was as if everyone was using a 3G network to chat, while he had the audacity to switch to 5G and share a hotspot. Who would still engage in conversation with someone on a 3G connection? Lita spoke in a deep voice. "Draw lots to find opponents. Engage in battles 2 by 2. The victors will proceed to the next round, while the losers may challenge again, but only once. If any of you believe you possess the strength, you may also issue a challenge. 1 opportunity only. Let the competition commence." Chu Tian casually drew a lot. Upon inspection, his expression turned quite vivid. "Baba brother? What a twist of fate." Shi Xiang, observing the look in Chu Tian's eyes, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he had drawn me? If so, that would be splendid. I wouldn't have to wait until entering the dragon's den to exact my revenge. To this day, Shi Xiang remained convinced that he was superior to Chu Tian. Regarding the previous incident in the Stone Idol Forest, he believed Chu Tian had merely exploited a loophole to gain an advantage. Had he been in that position, he too could have easily obliterated the Stone Idol Forest. When Li Da announced the opponents, Shi Xiang's smile was unabashed upon learning that his opponent was indeed Chu Tian. "Since even the heavens could not tolerate your pretentiousness, I shall act as their instrument of justice." "Be cautious, Tian Gu," whispered Zhu Guli. "Though Shi Xiang may not be impressive, his strength is formidable. Don't fall for his tricks." Lita had not anticipated that Chu Tian's opponent would be Shi Xiang. Although Chu Tian was currently a Black Iron 9 star, he had barely just broken through and had yet to stabilize his realm. Would he truly be a match for Shi Xiang? Winning or losing was inconsequential. Even if Chu Tian were to lose, he would still participate in the Dragon's Den, a privilege of S-class talent. However, Given the evident animosity between the two, if Xiang were to seize this opportunity to seriously harm Chu Tian, the repercussions would be unbearable, not to mention that Wang Dushing would not let him off lightly, nor would the old geezers from the 3 true martial academies. Inflicting serious injury would be a minor concern. It was entirely possible that an indiscriminate attack could leave him wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life. The more Li Da pondered, the more alarmed he became, prompting him to approach the arena. Chapter 26. The Wild Donkey Rolls. Li Da, with a grave expression, declared, "There is one rule in this selection competition that you must remember. No lethal strikes. Keep it within limits." Xiang instantly surmised that Li Da was worried he might seriously injure Chu Tian. "Heh, does Coach Li actually think I am stronger than Chu Tian?" Xiang scoffed. Looking down at Chu Tian with a smug grin, "Rest assured, Coach Li, I will show mercy." Li Da cast a glance at the smug Xiang, pondering the implications of his words. Did he mean to suggest that he was favoring Chu Tian? Li Da replied sternly, "I fear that Chu Tian may not know his own strength and could inadvertently hurt you." Laughter erupted in the training ground, piercing Xiang's ears. Clenching his fists, his face turned ashen, and his body trembled violently. "Let them laugh. Soon I shall prove who the true champion of Jiangdao is. S-class talent, what of it? He would still face my wrath." After Li Da departed, Xiang ominously remarked, "Chu Tian, did you not expect retribution to arrive so swiftly? If you plead, I might consider showing mercy later, sparing you a humiliating defeat." Suddenly, Chu Tian shouted, "Coach Li, Xiang wants to throw a fixed match with me. But I have firmly declined." The abruptness of Chu Tian's declaration plunged the training hall into an eerie silence. Spectators gaped, stunned at the two on stage. Fixing matches was the utmost disgrace, a cause for outrage among gods and men alike. Sensing the crowd's indignation, Xiang's lips twitched, and he hurriedly explained, "Coach Li merely advised that I should hold back and not injure Chu Tian." Li Da shot a fierce glare at Xiang, warning, "If I discover you engaging in a fixed match, I will flay you alive." Xiang's expression soured, as if he had bitten into something foul. Was this not an intentional trap? How could I avoid injuring Chu Tian, yet still refrain from fixing a match? Life is truly difficult. Chu Tian grinned at Xiang. "My apologies for the misunderstanding, Baba brother. Your chrysanthemum is feeling better now, I hope?" Xiang replied tersely, "Shut up." His true energy surged violently, his aura escalating with each moment. While outwardly unfazed by Xiang, it was undeniable that this opponent possessed considerable skill. The oppressive force exuded from his formidable true energy was palpable. Xiang was indeed powerful. Absent Chu Tian, he would likely be the strongest among the students in Jiangqing. Chu Tian, having achieved his Black Iron 9-star breakthrough too late, could not possibly match Xiang. "Quiet down, my male idol is the strongest." With a long mane yet a short sight, Xiang charged at Chu Tian, fists aimed directly at his face, launching a lethal assault without any preliminary probes. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed, his body dodging to the side as he extended his right leg, attempting to trip Xiang. Xiang, dismissive of Chu Tian's small maneuver, effortlessly evaded it and was about to turn for another attack. However, Chu Tian's speed was evidently superior. Drawing back his right leg and pivoting 270 degrees, he unleashed a powerful slap that whistled through the air. Xiang quickly bent down to evade, but this maneuver left him entirely on the defensive, allowing Chu Tian ample opportunity to strike. In an explosive leap, Chu Tian soared upward and then, leveraging his momentum, came crashing down like a mountain. Xiang felt a surge of alarm as his scalp tingled with an instinctive sense of danger. He rolled on the ground to evade Chu Tian's relentless barrage. Hastily regaining his footing, eyes wide with fury, Chu Tian chuckled, "Baba brother, your wild donkey roll has been perfected. I am truly impressed." The spectators below, witnessing the first round of their duel, were taken aback as Chu Tian seemed to hold a slight edge. Was this not how the script was supposed to unfold? Had Xiang genuinely thrown the match? Xiang felt his pride wounded, launching himself once more with increased ferocity. Yet, Chu Tian remained composed, growing stronger with each exchange, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Chu Tian is becoming more formidable with each battle. Truly, he is an S-class talent, remarkably powerful. I am filled with envy. Damn it. If I were Xiang, I would throw everything at him, aiming to disfigure him. What did you say? Anyone who dares to strike my male idol's face shall face dire consequences. A girl, hands on her hips and a frosty expression, glared at the boys, poised to unleash a devastating kick. The audience anxiously watched as the battle between the two intensified. Xiang's defeat was becoming increasingly evident. It was only a matter of time. Chu Tian's fists swung like windmills, leaving no respite for Xiang, delivering a relentless onslaught. Xiang realized that this unceasing barrage of techniques would ultimately drain his energy reserves, his true energy rapidly depleting. The cooldown for his skills could not possibly keep pace with the rhythm of his assaults. However, what Xiang likely did not realize was just how astonishingly robust the true energy reserves of an SSSSS class true martial talent could be. Could he truly exhaust Chu Tian's energy? As Xiang contemplated stalling for time, Chu Tian seized the moment. Suddenly, he aimed a kick between Shixiang's legs. Shixiang's eyes widened in shock as he hastily activated his true energy for defense and retreated. The two individuals created some distance between themselves, which was rather beneficial for Shixiang, allowing him to alleviate his pressure and take a moment of respite. However, would Chu Tian grant him such a reprieve? Once again, Chu Tian unleashed a formidable surge of true energy, charging towards Shixiang. Ultimately, before Shixiang could even witness the depletion of Chu Tian's energy, his own was rapidly dwindling, approaching exhaustion. With a devastating kick, Chu Tian executed a move that sent Shixiang reeling backward in terror. Yet, little did Shixiang anticipate that this was merely a feint from Chu Tian, a cunning ruse. Chu Tian swiftly closed the gap, leaping high into the air to deliver a powerful blow that sent Shixiang hurtling away. Goodness, Chu Tian has triumphed. How remarkably strong. Is S-rank true martial talent truly this extraordinary? Has he solidified his realm in just a day? I'm envious. The crowd erupted in astonishment as they witnessed Chu Tian send Shixiang flying, utterly dumbfounded by his overwhelming combat prowess despite having just broken through to the Black Iron 9 stars. Truly, he lived up to his S-rank true martial talent. The boys who had previously believed Shixiang would surely win could barely lift their heads in disbelief. Was it all over? No, this was merely the beginning. As Shixiang soared towards the edge of the arena, his body crashed heavily against the protective railing, generating a powerful rebound that propelled him back. Facing away from Chu Tian, Shixiang's body contorted into a shrimp-like posture, his rear end elevated. Chu Tian exclaimed, "Damn, 1,000-year kill. That hurts." With arms crossed and fingers extended, he executed the infamous move. A cry of agony escaped Shixiang's lips. Witnessing this spectacle, both the coaches on stage and the students below instinctively mimicked the same reaction, tightening their postures and pouting their lips. Hiss. The aftermath is dire. It appeared as though all of Shixiang's true energy had been expelled by Chu Tian. Shixiang collapsed to the ground, contorted in pain. Lita swiftly arranged for Shixiang to be taken to the infirmary. Upon seeing Shixiang's face, the proctologist immediately recognized him. "Young man, you need to exercise some restraint. This has been rather excessive. 2 incidents in 2 days, averaging 1 per day, and this time, it's particularly severe." Shixiang rolled his eyes and fainted outright. Chu Tian hastily interjected, "Coach Li, I need to wash my hands in the restroom. I'm worried about infection." Li Da's lips twitched as he watched Chu Tian's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a chill penetrate his pocket. He couldn't help but shiver. Rushing into the restroom, Chu Tian used an entire bottle of hand soap, sniffing it repeatedly to ensure there was no lingering odor before confidently exiting. Upon returning to his group, all the boys instinctively maintained a considerable distance from him. This guy was eerily intimidating. "Brother Tian, how does it feel?" asked Zhu Guoli. Chu Tian shot him a glare, responding, "Are you eager to experience it yourself?" Zhu Guoli's face paled in fear as he quickly sidestepped, saying, "I'm not into that sort of thing. Let those who need it have it." Zhu Guoli's mouth hung open in shock as he stared at Chu Tian. Suddenly, in a swift motion, Chu Tian thrust his fingers, previously used for the 1,000-year kill, into Zhu Guoli's mouth. Ugh! Zhu Guoli's double eyelids flared, eyes widening in innocence. His hefty frame, weighing over 200 pounds, unexpectedly soared into the air, vanishing in an instant before the crowd, leaving only the sensation of a fierce gust akin to an 8th-level wind. Several petite girls were nearly swept off their feet, tumbling to the ground. The boys regarded Chu Tian with a mixture of fear and awe. Did this guy truly prefer the same sex? A few burly men, newly muscular and robust, cast lingering glances at Chu Tian. Chu Tian felt a wave of nausea wash over him. When Zhu Guoli finally returned, it was an hour later. Having nearly vomited his stomach out in the restroom, with a menacing glare at Chu Tian, he declared, "You scoundrel, I challenge you to a duel." Chu Tian waved his fingers in front of Zhu Guoli, saying, "What was that? I didn't quite catch it. Please repeat yourself." Zhu Guoli's lips twitched. He had lost his nerve. Breathing heavily, he stammered, "Brother Tian, I meant to say you're incredibly strong. Your moves are impressive. Could you teach me sometime?" Chu Tian replied, "You won't be able to learn it." "What?" Zhu Guoli exclaimed. "You're too short." Chu Tian retorted, "Too short? I was quite tall when I awakened." Zhu Guoli protested, "Brother Tian, that is a personal attack and an affront to my dignity as a man. It's utterly excessive." Chu Tian, puzzled, responded, "Why are you reacting so strongly? Why don't you show it to me?" Zhu Guoli's face froze. Show it? In front of all the students and faculty? Was that truly appropriate? Publicly displaying oneself? Zhu Guoli hesitated, saying, "Brother Tian, isn't that inappropriate? With so many people around, how could I possibly do that?" Chu Tian replied, "What is wrong with it? You claimed I was attacking your character. Then show everyone." As he reached down to grab Zhu Guoli's hand, Zhu Guoli realized it was too late to evade. Chu Tian lifted Zhu Guoli's hand, pointing to his index and middle fingers, saying, "See? Am I wrong?" Zhu Guoli was utterly bewildered. Oh, it was just about fingers. He had mistakenly thought Chu Tian had discovered his little secret. Clearing his throat, he said, I misjudged you. Small hands catch treasures, you know. The subsequent battles lacked excitement and proceeded normally. Unsurprisingly, the individuals designated to participate in the Longtan secret realm were the 10 names called by Li De, with Shixiang now in the proctology ward. A few challengers emerged, but they all avoided Chu Tian, aware that they could not withstand the onslaught of the 1,000-year kill. This arena battle had thoroughly convinced all students of Chu Tian's unmatched prowess, as they had the fortune to witness the rise of a genius endowed with S-rank true martial talent. From this point onward, none would dare question Chu Tian's strength. However, once the Longtan secret realm concluded, it seemed that Chu Tian's university life would also come to an end. At that moment, Wang Duxing accompanied an elderly gentleman to the training ground. The man's strength and status clearly surpassed Wang Duxing's, as he consistently maintained a half-step behind the elder, slightly hunched over. Without excessive introduction, the elder's gaze lingered on Chu Tian, a single glance causing Chu Tian to break into a cold sweat, feeling as though he were under a chilling scrutiny. Impressive. Chu Tian mobilized his true energy to withstand the pressure emanating from the elder's gaze, but it proved futile. Fortunately, the elder bore no malice, quickly retracting his imposing aura and regarding Chu Tian with an expression of admiration. He boomed with laughter. You must be Chu Tian. Am I correct? Chu Tian stepped forward confidently, neither servile nor arrogant, and replied, I am the junior, Chu Tian. The elder's smile broadened, increasingly approving. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from the youth, and in you, I see all the qualities that define a strong individual. Wang Duxing was left in utter astonishment. For this elder was a superpower whose mere presence could shake the entirety of Huaxia. It was said that he had come out of seclusion upon hearing of someone awakening S-rank talent in Jiangcheng, specifically to witness it for himself. Unexpectedly, the elder expressed immense satisfaction with Chu Tian, and the consecutive 3 commendations were sufficient to attest to his level of contentment. It is worth noting that even a fledgling youth, when compared to an immortal powerhouse, would appear rather insignificant before an elder. The old man continued, You may call me Elder E. Should you encounter any troubles, seek me out at the Longing Cottage. Upon hearing the mention of Longing Cottage, the crowd erupted in astonishment, for they were unaware of the illustrious personage that resided within its walls. However, it was universally acknowledged that, both in status and prowess, such a figure would undoubtedly stand atop the pinnacle of strength. This was no secret. Everyone was aware, thus Longing Cottage had become the stuff of legend. Chapter 28, The Dragon Court of Huaxia. Longing Cottage is situated in Jiang City, where hidden masters dwell among the populace. The shock of hearing the elder suggest that Chu Tian could seek refuge at Longing Cottage was palpable. Wang Duxing was left utterly speechless. With such protection, not only in Jiang City, but even throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia, Chu Tian could stride confidently. Remarkable indeed. As long as this lad does not meet an untimely demise, his future prospects are boundless. Elder E surely possesses an astute eye for talent, and Wang Duxing harbored unwavering trust in him. Chu Tian, too, understood the significance of Longing Cottage. He promptly bowed, expressing, Thank you for your care, Elder E. I shall remember it well. Elder E stroked his beard, increasingly pleased with Chu Tian's demeanor, humble, respectful, and composed. There is no need for formality. The tranquility of Huaxia in the future requires young individuals like yourself to contribute their strength. I have my own aspirations in this. Chu Tian felt positively towards Elder E, finding the exchange quite fortuitous. This is what one ought to do as a citizen of Huaxia, he nearly exclaimed, wanting to declare his readiness to sacrifice for his country. But reconsidered, sensing it might be too excessive. Elder E did not linger for long, departing in the company of Wang Duxing, leaving behind a throng of astonished students and instructors. Zhu Guoli turned to Chu Tian, saying, Brother Tian, I will follow your lead from now on. That S Longing Cottage we're talking about, amazing. Chu Tian inquired, Are you well acquainted with Longing Cottage? Zhu Guoli's eyes widened with enthusiasm. He had been feeling the strain of tension in his own life recently. Brother Tian, I've heard that the esteemed Mr. E from Longing Cottage was once a prominent figure in the Dragon Court of Huaxia. The Dragon Court of Huaxia, a formidable martial organization, is composed entirely of exceptionally powerful and gifted martial artists. 1 Dragon Emperor, 4 Dragon Kings, 8 Dragon Generals, and 72 Dragon Soldiers safeguard the borders of Huaxia, ensuring the well-being of the descendants of Yin and Huang. The Dragon Court stands shoulder to shoulder with the Western Alliance of Gods, the Iron Warriors of the Star Nation, and the Vatican, forming the 4 great super-organizations of the world. Each individual in the Dragon Court commands the utmost respect from all of Huaxia. It can be stated unequivocally that without their valiant sacrifices on the battlefield, Huaxia would not enjoy its present era of prosperity and peace. What is this tranquility but a testament to those who bear the burdens on our behalf? Upon hearing Zhu Guoli proclaim Elder E as a distinguished figure within the Dragon Court, Chu Tian felt a surge of respect. Even in his retirement, enjoying the fruits of his labor, Elder E continued to contribute silently to Huaxia. Such a person certainly deserves reverence and admiration. No wonder Wang Duxing humbly presented himself. Devoid of shame, for he should feel pride instead. If given the chance, Chu Tian would undoubtedly pursue selection for the Dragon Court. He has always admired the valiant soldiers guarding the borders, lamenting his youth that precluded him from enlisting. Now that he has traversed to the Blue Star, he would not miss such an opportunity. Years later, a figure would emerge, shaking the very foundations of the world. A dragon emperor who would ensure the peace of the 9 provinces. Those who dare to offend Huaxia shall face dire consequences, regardless of their distance. Until the end of the school day, none could recover from the astonishment of Elder Yi's visit to Jiang University expressly for Chu Tian. Chu Tian, however, regained his composure. Recognizing that to serve his country on the battlefield, he must first possess formidable strength. Otherwise, should he venture forth now, it would be akin to willingly offering himself as a sacrifice. His present concern revolved around how to fulfill the tasks awaiting him that evening. The mere thought of potentially being filmed and posted online sent a wave of anxiety through him. He could become a sensation on the internet for all the wrong reasons. Upon returning home, he found Xiao Yufei had also returned swiftly. Her first words upon seeing Chu Tian were, "You'll be participating in the Dragon Pool Secret Realm, right?" Given Chu Tian's S-rank martial aptitude, the school would undoubtedly ensure his inclusion. Chu Tian was not surprised that Xiao Yufei was aware of the Dragon Pool Secret Realm. Given the Chao family's influence in Jiang City, such knowledge was hardly elusive. Thus, he did not conceal the truth, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, I will be there." Concern etched on her face. Xiao Yufei cautioned, "You must be careful. While the Dragon Pool Secret Realm is laden with opportunities, it is fraught with peril, and the threat of death lurks at every corner." Chu Tian reassured her, "I understand, my dear. Rest assured, I am as resilient as a cockroach. I possess an indomitable vitality." Xiao Yufei remained unconvinced, continuing her admonitions. "Remember, do not venture too deep. The further you go into the Dragon Pool Secret Realm, the more dangerous it becomes. You must bear this in mind." With a smile, Chu Tian teased, "Have you been there yourself?" The question was rather superfluous, for with her A-rank martial talent, it was undeniable that she had ventured within the realm. "Indeed, I have, and I nearly found myself trapped there forever. When I finally regained consciousness, I was already outside," she recounted, her brow furrowing with concern. Chu Tian's expression tightened as he asked, "Were you attacked by a beast?" Xiao Yufei replied, "No, I vaguely sensed the presence of a person, but not one of our group participating in the Dragon Pool Secret Realm. It seemed to be one of the original inhabitants of the realm." Chu Tian gasped, "Impossible. If there were people in the Dragon Pool Secret Realm, they would have been discovered long ago. How could they survive?" With a sigh, Xiao Yufei responded, "I do not know, but you must be extra cautious." Chu Tian affirmed, "I will." Xiao Yufei added, "If you do not return, I will rush in and stay there with you forever." Hearing her earnest and solemn tone tightened Chu Tian's heart, causing his eyes to well with emotion. Suddenly, he embraced Xiao Yufei tightly. Moved, he pondered, "Why does this foolish woman always treat me with such kindness, even contemplating a tragic end?" With a gentle yet resolute voice, he declared, "I will certainly return. How could I abandon such a beautiful wife out here alone?" Xiao Yufei, caught in his embrace, offered no resistance, instead closing her eyes. Her long lashes fluttering slightly as she savored Chu Tian's tender hold, gazing at the captivating woman in his arms. Chu Tian silently vowed that as long as he drew breath, he would never permit anyone to harm a single hair on Xiao Yufei's head. A dragon has its scales. Touch them at your peril. Just as Chu Tian leaned in to kiss Xiao Yufei's naturally radiant face, an unexpected interruption occurred. Aunt Wang's voice rang out, "Miss, young master. Dinner isn't ready yet. Please continue." Aunt Wang hastily turned and exited. Xiao Yufei, resembling a startled rabbit, abruptly pushed Chu Tian away, her delicate visage flushed a deep crimson. In contrast, Chu Tian remained remarkably composed. At the very moment Aunt Wang had made a sound, he had swiftly pouted his lips, inadvertently brushing against Xiao Yufei's translucent, ruby-red lips. A sense of smugness washed over him, relieved that his lips were sufficiently long. Yet, he pondered whether employing his tongue would have been a more favorable choice. How careless of him. "Let us dine," Chu Tian suggested. "For Aunt Wang may not summon us back for quite some time." Xiao Yufei remained silent, her cheeks still aglow with embarrassment as she rose and hastily seated herself at the dining table without a backward glance. Throughout the meal, she did not spare a single glance in Chu Tian's direction, consuming her food with great urgency before retreating to her room. Chu Tian, too, did not linger in the living room. He returned to his own quarters, rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed a black tracksuit. With everything prepared, he awaited his venture onto the bridge to sign in, inwardly cursing the system. Ding! The system detected the host's considerable discontent. Note: all sign-in tasks are entirely voluntary for the host, and the system does not compel the host in any manner. Should the host persist in berating the system, it will autonomously initiate sleep mode. Chu Tian, damn it. You're getting huffy just because I said a few words. At 11:30, Chu Tian stealthily exited the villa and drove towards the Jiangqing Bridge. However, the bridge was still teeming with young couples engaged in affectionate displays. After waiting impatiently for about 10 minutes, he finally spotted an opportunity. He quickly counted 91 steel beams from left to right, standing beneath and gazing upward at a height exceeding 10 meters. Casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was watching, he exhaled deeply, braced himself, and ascended the steel frame. After expending immense effort, he finally reached the pinnacle. Gripping the steel beam tightly, he listened to the tumultuous river below and dared to glance down. Oh my goodness, I'm terrified. I suffer from acrophobia. Chu Tian gripped the beam, eyes shut tight, and muttered, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Tian, still with eyes closed, felt his way down. At that moment, a couple nearby was engrossed in taking selfies. Hearing their voices, Chu Tian froze, hardly daring to breathe. The couple appeared to be in no hurry to leave. Much to Chu Tian's despair, his arms and legs ached, and he contemplated simply closing his eyes and diving into the river below. What a predicament. Fortunately, the male seemed anxious to proceed with their plans, persistently urging the female. "What is your rush? I've already agreed to you. Do you love me or not?" She retorted, "I love you. I love you dearly, my darling. You are my life, my one and only." The male declared fervently. "Then you climb up there, and I'll believe you. Otherwise, you're merely after my body, and our relationship is all about physicality." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian panicked. What if the male climbed up and saw him? Would he be terrified? That would be quite the thrill. The male clearly lacked the courage of Chu Tian, hastily replying, "Darling, I'm afraid of heights. Humph, I can see you don't truly love me. Goodbye." With that, she turned and walked away, amused. Chu Tian couldn't help but smile. The male, frustrated, kicked the steel beam in anger. Suddenly, Chu Tian felt a violent jolt, his face paling as he clung desperately to the beam. The male, seeking further release of his frustration, prepared to kick again, prompting Chu Tian to shout, "Stop it, you little rascal." Looking up, the male was startled to see a grinning face above him, illuminated by the light, creating a rather eerie effect. "Goodness, a ghost!" he screamed, bolting away in terror. Seizing the moment, Chu Tian descended from his perch, finally standing firmly on solid ground. "Today, I realize just how deeply I cherish this land beneath my feet. Oh, Earth, my love for you is profound." Chu Tian hurriedly drove home, entering his room with utmost caution. "I want to draw." Upon issuing his command, a 3D virtual screen materialized before him. He casually selected a blind box. Upon opening it, he found a sleek black watch inside. His mind buzzed with disbelief. "A watch? Are you kidding me? I risked my life to complete the task, and my reward is a watch." Ding. This is not just an ordinary watch. Chu Tian. Indeed, it's extraordinary. A smartwatch that can make calls and video. Thank you. Ding. This is a steel armor driver. Chu Tian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A steel armor driver? Ding. Precisely. Once the host successfully binds it and presses the red button, the steel armor will activate. The functionalities of the armor will subsequently be transferred into the host's brain. Chu Tian felt a sharp pain in his head as the operational manual for the steel armor materialized in his mind. This was indeed a steel armor driver, categorized into 5 levels: beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. The set he possessed was a beginner model, equipped solely with offensive capabilities, launching impact beams from the gloves and a singular beam cannon from the chest. As it harnessed surrounding kinetic energy through its pulsed light, the further it operated, the more powerful it became. If we were to classify its attack power by true martial realm standards, it would equate to a true martial artist of the 9th star in bronze. This was quite extraordinary. A single piece of armor could easily vanquish a 9th star true martial artist. No wonder the Steel Warriors had risen to power so rapidly. With continuous technological breakthroughs and sufficient funding, they could produce countless Steel Warriors in no time. What Chu Tian did not realize was that not everyone could qualify as a Steel Warrior. To become one must undergo rigorous selection processes, assessing the compatibility between the human body and the steel armor. Only upon achieving the requisite compatibility could binding occur. Chu Tian, how does one upgrade? Surely it cannot be like true martial artists, absorbing chi from the air to level up? Ding. The upgrade of the steel armor pertains to the enhancement of its internal chip. Ding. The host merely needs to complete corresponding tasks, and the system will facilitate chip upgrades. Chu Tian, what tasks? Ding. The system does not know. The host must ensure daily sign-ins to receive tasks. It appeared that Chu Tian would be unable to escape the identity of a mere laborer henceforth. Chu Tian, can I activate the steel armor right now? He was eager. While watching Iron Man on Earth, he had often fantasized about possessing a suit of armor that could whisk half the world away with a mere gesture. Little did he know, today his dreams would transform into reality. Chapter 30. I am a pig. Ding. Not permitted. Chu Tian, what? Not permitted? Are you jesting? I've memorized the manual thoroughly, and you tell me it's not allowed? Ding. The host must complete the binding process before the steel armor can be activated. Chu Tian, how does one bind it? Ding. The manual contains the instructions. Chu Tian, no way, I didn't see that. Reluctantly, he reread the manual and indeed found it. In his excitement, He had overlooked the product introduction on the first page. Binding required a blood test of the user, and only upon passing could the steel armor be bound. Chu Tian hastily procured a knife and made a small incision on his hand, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall onto the watch. Blood analysis initiated. Compatibility 100. Binding process can commence. Steel battle armor binding in progress. Please do not deactivate the steel battle armor driver. Binding progress 10, 30, 50, 70, 100. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the steel battle armor. Eagerly, Chu Tian donned the driver on his wrist, exited the villa, and made his way to a desolate suburban area. Once he confirmed the absence of onlookers, his heart raced with excitement as he pressed the red button. Click, click. A series of metallic sounds echoed as Chu Tian transformed, the lustrous black steel armor enveloping his physique. Raising his arm to admire his armored appendage, he felt a surge of exhilaration and unleashed an attack on the barren ground ahead, a blinding beam of light vanishing in an instant. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, prompting Chu Tian to rush to the site where the beam had struck, revealing a massive pit 2 meters deep. Such formidable power. Not daring to linger, he swiftly retracted the steel battle armor and hurried home. Should the commotion he caused be discovered by the true martial artists of Jiang City, it could spell trouble. Just as Chu Tian departed, 2 formidable beings filled with a terrifying aura arrived. They approached the deep pit, their expressions grave. This was a beam attack. A thorough investigation is warranted. There may be agents from the Steel Warrior Bureau infiltrating our territory. Upon returning home, a troubling thought crossed Chu Tian's mind. What if someone discovered the driver on his wrist? If they mistook him for an agent of the Steel Warrior Bureau and apprehended him, it would be utterly unjust. Yet, he couldn't simply refrain from using it. What would be the purpose of binding it otherwise? Should he wait until midnight to venture into the wilderness and fire it off in solitude? Chu Tian pondered. Could the driver be modified to remain inconspicuous? Ding. Host's worries are somewhat unfounded. No one aside from you is aware that this is the driver for the steel battle armor, merely a watch. Contemplating a name for the steel battle armor, Chu Tian recalled the monikers of Iron Man's suits: Fierce Tiger, Giant Python. What should he name his sleek black armor? Little Black? Big Black? Old Black? Too casual. It ought to possess a meaningful and grandiose title. How about Black Sky? Yes, Black Sky it is. It even incorporates my name, imbuing it with significance. Ha ha. Chu Tian embraced the driver and drifted into a blissful slumber. The following day, Chu Tian, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, arrived at school only to find the classroom empty. A quick call to Zhu Guli revealed that it was a day off. Zhu Guli, brother Tian. Have you seen the news on Weibo? At that moment, Chu Tian had no inclination to discuss celebrity gossip. I haven't. Zhu Guli seemed insistent on completing his thought, disregarding Chu Tian's tone. Brother Tian, you really ought to take a look. It's quite sensational. Some claim to have spotted a ghost on the Jiang City Bridge, and they even captured a photograph. The ghost's rear bears a striking resemblance to yours. Hearing Zhu Guli's excited voice, Chu Tian's interest peaked, and he abruptly hung up. Opening Weibo, he found the trending topic in his city. Indeed, there was an interview featuring a couple taking selfies on the Jiang City Bridge. The male, visibly terrified, recounted, "My girlfriend and I were taking pictures on the Jiang City Bridge yesterday when we saw a ghost. It had a ghastly visage." Accompanying the statement was a photograph, not of the ghost's face, but rather its rear. Chu Tian's behind was inadvertently captured, positioned just above the couple's heads, creating a strikingly incongruous scene. The comments below were a cacophony of absurdity. While this is clearly a rear, with my years of ghost hunting experience, I assert this is indeed the ghost's face. Please, shut up. This is certainly not a ghost. It might be a monkey in clothing, seeking thrills by climbing steel beams at night. Chu Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He never anticipated being photographed and shared online, yet fortunately, it was merely his rear. Surely, no one would recognize him from that angle. After all, few were familiar enough with him to identify him by his backside. Chu Tian, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Ding. Today's task, convince Zhu Guli to acknowledge himself as a pig. Chu Tian. He dialed Zhu Guli's number, and upon connection, engaged in small talk. Have you eaten breakfast? What did you have? How did you sleep last night? Did you have any nightmares? Zhu Guli glanced at the caller ID. Yes, it was indeed Chu Tian's number and voice. Brother Tian, are you alright? Do you need me to contact a hospital? Chu Tian's lips twitched as he replied, Get lost. Where are you now? Zhu Guli. I must have misheard. My ears must be playing tricks on me. I'm out having a meal. Chu Tian, send me your location. Despite his suspicions, Zhu Guli relayed his whereabouts. Brother, I apologize, but for the sake of this task, I might have to sacrifice you. After all, this isn't a derogatory term for you. It's quite fitting. Upon reaching Zhu Guli, who was preoccupied with his meal, Chu Tian remarked, Still eating? You look like a pig, are you one? Zhu Guli nearly choked on his soup, glaring at Chu Tian in indignation. Are you out of your mind? Did you come to insult me? Chu Tian chuckled sheepishly. Apologies, brother, it was just a spur-of-the-moment observation. Zhu Guli, get lost. Don't disturb my meal. Chu Tian, I genuinely need your help. You're the only one who can assist me. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Zhu Guli shot Chu Tian a glare. Not helping. You can go to hell. Chu Tian, are you certain you won't help? Observing the gears turning in Chu Tian's mind, Zhu Guli felt a twinge of uncertainty. Fine. I'll help this once since we're classmates. Zhu Guli, what is it? As long as I can assist, I will. Chu Tian grinned. Brother, are you a pig? Zhu Guli could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of soup in a straight line, but fortunately, Chu Tian reacted swiftly, dodging the spray. However, the person behind him was not so lucky. Chapter 31, Half of a Maserati. The man behind Chu Tian had overheard their exchange and was laughing heartily. Upon seeing the soup splatter, he had no time to close his mouth, and not a drop was wasted. Burp. Zhu Guli hurriedly apologized. My bad, brother. I know you don't enjoy lamb soup. I'll get you a bowl of beef soup. The man shot Zhu Guli a fierce glare before storming off to the restroom. Zhu Guli stood up, ready to flee. Chu Tian grasped his arm, inquiring, Are you a pig? Zhu Guli, feeling a rush of panic, retorted angrily. Let go of me. If that guy comes back, we're both finished. Chu Tian feigned a stubborn demeanor, refusing to relent until Zhu Guli complied. The latter's forehead began to sweat profusely with anxiety. I'm begging you, please let go. This is a matter of life and death. Chu Tian chuckled. Are you a pig? You fatso, stand there. Today, I won't be having beef soup. I'm going for pig's head meat. Chocolate gazed at his older brother, who was drenched in mutton soup thanks to his earlier antics, and rushed towards him wielding a kitchen knife. In a flurry, he exclaimed, I'm a pig. I'm a pig. I'm a pig. Please let go. His brother bellowed back. I know you're a pig. No need to emphasize it. In a panic, Chu Tian released his grip and bolted out of the restaurant. Chocolate, in a fit of anger, shouted, Damn your mouth. He followed suit and dashed out, only to see Chu Tian stepping into a Maserati. Overcome with surprise, he hastily opened the car door, only to find himself wedged awkwardly. Give me a hand, he pleaded. Chu Tian contemplated kicking him out, but, recalling that Chocolate had helped him fulfill his task, he relented. With a mighty tug, Chocolate finally squeezed in, and the door was shut. Chu Tian pressed the accelerator and sped off. Through the rearview mirror, they glimpsed the older brother, knife in hand, wildly gesturing on the street. His mouth agape, likely hurling curses at them. Chocolate, shaken, remarked, This guy is too fierce, brandishing a knife like that. Chu Tian retorted. A true martial artist of your caliber shouldn't fear a mere mortal. Chocolate shot back. No matter how skilled you are, a knife is still a knife. And it was your trouble that got us into this mess. Chu Tian defended. Did I tell you to spray him? Chocolate lamented. Meeting you is the unluckiest thing that's ever happened to me. When did you become so wealthy, driving a Maserati? Chu Tian replied. I've always wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. No more pretending. Let me lay it bare. I'm a billionaire. Chocolate scoffed. Is that true? Liar. You're a pig. Get lost. Just hearing the word pig infuriates me. I'm saving up for a Maserati too, halfway there. Chu Tian teased. So, you're halfway to buying a salad. Startled, Chu Tian nearly caused an accident. After dropping Chocolate home, he checked the time. It was only a little past 2. Should he go home to practice? But that seemed too dull, especially since he was set to attend the Longton Secret Realm tomorrow. He thought he might as well indulge in a bit of leisure while he could. What harm could it do? None at all. Chu Tian drove straight to the Chow group. Upon seeing him, the security guard immediately stood at attention, respectfully greeting, Good afternoon, young Master Chu. The guard's loud voice startled Chu Tian, drawing the attention of passersby. His face flushed crimson as he responded, Good, good, good. The commotion outside had certainly reached inside, as the receptionist promptly positioned herself at the entrance. As Chu Tian stepped through the doors of the Chow group, he was met with enthusiastic greetings of welcome, young Master Chu. Good, good, good. You all take care. Chu Tian quickly boarded the elevator he had previously used, heading straight to the office of Chow Yufei. Upon seeing him enter the elevator, the receptionist marveled. What is the relationship between young Master Chu and President Chow, that he uses her private elevator? Silence. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Young Master Chu used this elevator last time. Every time he visits the Chow group, you'd better be alert. Sun Huashan was engrossed in her tasks when she heard the elevator doors open and looked up in confusion. As Chu Tian emerged, she immediately stood up, respectfully asking, Young Master Chu, have you come to see President Chow? Chu Tian smiled. Yes, is President Chow in her office? Sun Huashan replied. Yes, I'll inform her. Chu Tian stopped her, saying, You carry on, I can go in myself. With that, he pushed open the office door under Sun Huashan's astonished gaze. Chow Yufei was deeply engrossed in her work, her brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing, completely unaware of the additional presence in her office. Chu Tian chose not to interrupt, instead sitting quietly on the sofa, admiring his wife diligently at work, finding her increasingly beautiful. Chow Yufei reached for her water cup, only to discover it was empty. Standing up, she was startled to see Chu Tian smiling on the sofa. When did you come in? She asked, astonished. A little while ago, he replied. Why didn't you call me? She inquired. I didn't want to disrupt your work. No water left? He noted. Chow Yufei nodded, and Chu Tian stood, saying, Let me fetch you some water. You should take a break. After filling the cup, he returned and placed it before her. Let me massage your shoulders. They must be sore. Chow Yufei, feeling tension in her shoulders, accepted the offer and leaned back in her chair. As Chu Tian's hands rested on her shoulders, she tensed up, her muscles stiffening. Relax, dear, he gently coaxed. Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she gradually eased up. Chu Tian's massage technique was indeed professional, alleviating her discomfort and providing immense relief. Let us take a moment. I feel much better now, she said. As their eyes met, a silent understanding passed between them. The unfinished business from yesterday could be revisited today. Slowly, Chu Tian leaned down, and Chow Yufei's mind went blank. Her thoughts halted. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. And when Chu Tian pressed his lips against hers, her body tensed, hands awkwardly unsure of where to go. Chu Tian, having secured the moment, was not inclined to end it easily. However, he refrained from overstepping, merely indulging in a gentle kiss. Chow Yufei instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Neither of them knew how long they lingered in that embrace. Chu Tian, I can't breathe, she finally gasped. Chu Tian hastily released her lips, and Chow Yufei greedily inhaled fresh air, taking a while to regain her composure. Chu Tian licked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness of her kiss. Observing her bashful demeanor, he chuckled. Are you feeling better now? Chapter 32. Stewing meat with a broomstick? What's wrong? Chow Yufei, unable to meet Chu Tian's gaze, lowered her head and asked softly. Chu Tian swallowed hard, saying, once you've rested, shall we continue? Chow Yufei glared at him, indignant, shaking her head. No, I don't want to. Chu Tian, not wanting to press the matter, recognized the significant progress made. After all, good things take time. He was confident that, through relentless effort, he would eventually find himself under Chow Yufei's professional skirt. At that moment, Chow Yufei felt her heart racing, as if it would leap from her chest, but thankfully her armor held firm. The earlier sensation had left her feeling electrified, her entire body tingling and devoid of strength, and she had yet to recover. Seeing her face flushed, Chu Tian asked, should I open a window for some fresh air? Yes, please. Just then, a knock on the door shattered the office's intimate atmosphere. Startled, Chow Yufei hurriedly tidied her disheveled hair and crumpled attire. Composing herself as best as she could, she attempted to steady her voice, saying, come in. Sun Huashan entered, casting a puzzled glance at both Chow Yufei and Chu Tian, who stood by the window admiring the view. Although Chow Yufei had regained her composure, the rosy hue on her cheeks remained, making her all the more enchanting. What is it? Chow Yufei inquired. Sun Huashan quickly averted her gaze, responding, President Chow, there's a meeting in 10 minutes. Chow Yufei, all right, I understand. Is there anything else? None at all. After Sun Huashan departed, Chow Yufei gently patted her delicate face. I have a meeting shortly. Will you accompany me or wait for me in the office? What for? To showcase ignorance to Chow Yufei's staff like a duck hearing thunder? Chu Tian replied, I will wait for you in the office. He opened Chow Yufei's computer. Having been tormented by the previous Minesweeper game, he dared not touch it this time. Conveniently, the screen displayed the recent urban planning of Jiangqing, with parcels of land marked in red, green, and yellow by Chow Yufei. The red line indicated no potential for development. The green line signaled significant prospects, while the yellow line remained under observation. Chu Tian glanced over and noticed a parcel in the suburbs marked by 2 red lines. One of the red lines began to thicken as Chu Tian's gaze moved. Another system alert? Ding. The system detected that this vacant lot would soon become a school district property. The host may acquire it. Ding. Profitable potential. Those specific profits cannot be determined at this moment. Had it not been for the last time he followed the system's suggestion and earned 60 million, Chu Tian would have never believed this land could transform into a school district property. Its location was far beyond the urban area of Jiangqing, with cornfields extending further. What school could possibly be built amidst cornfields? An agricultural university? Despite his mockery, Chu Tian nonetheless called to purchase the land. It was a mere 5 million more. If it indeed transformed into a school district property, its value would multiply by at least 100 times. At that time, who would dare to look down upon him? Chu Tian suddenly remembered that he had completed today's task, but had yet to draw a prize. System, you remind me daily to complete tasks with such zeal. Why do you never remind me to draw my prize? Are you planning to keep it for yourself? Ding. The system will henceforth eliminate the daily sign-in reminder. Chu Tian, you are ruthless. Draw a prize. Empty again. Perseverance is key. What the? Chu Tian was momentarily dumbfounded. This was blatant revenge. The meeting that Chow Yufei held did not last long. Concerned that Chu Tian would be bored alone in the office, she hastily wrapped up with a few remarks and announced the meeting's adjournment. The leaders of the Chow group were left staring in astonishment, pondering whether Chow Yufei was unwell. President Chow, are you feeling all right? Chow Yufei responded, I'm perfectly fine. After saying this, she rose and exited the meeting room, leaving a group of leaders wide-eyed and bewildered. What was going on? This was undoubtedly the quickest meeting since she became president. I still feel a bit unaccustomed. It seems something is amiss. I overheard some employees say that President Chow seems to be in love. Shoo, are you out of your mind? You dare to gossip about President Chow? Don't drag me down with you. Upon returning to her office, Chow Yufei found Chu Tian intently focused on the computer. Was he playing Minesweeper again? Could he not refrain from using my account, which lowers my win rate? A lack of intelligence. Chow Yufei, what are you doing? Chu Tian, just catching up on the news. You finished the meeting so quickly? Yes, I was worried you would be bored alone. So I delegated the important tasks and called it a day. Her words brought a touch of warmth to Chu Tian's heart. The two departed the Chow group together. And since it was still early, they did not head home. Chow Yufei suggested, shall we visit the King of Children? The King of Children was the director of the orphanage where Chu Tian grew up. He was quite a stubborn old man, often disciplining Chu Tian harshly in his childhood. Sweeping and cooking were a daily occurrence. However, among all the children in the orphanage, the King of Children treated Chu Tian the best, regarding him as his own. Chu Tian understood this well and never harbored resentment. As for why Chu Tian moved out of the orphanage, it was because his extraordinary martial talent was tested and discovered to be F-grade. The King of Children aged overnight, his hair turning white, and he lost the cheerful demeanor he once had. Chu Tian felt a profound sense of guilt, regretting his status as a failure, and secretly left the orphanage in the dead of night. He had never set foot in the orphanage since. Now, hearing Chow Yufei mention this, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. A visit might be in order. If the old man knew I had awakened my S-grade talent, would he regain his youthful appearance overnight, looking 10 years younger? It was indeed time to return, for without the old man, there would be no me. Perhaps I would have starved to death on the streets over a decade ago. Chu Tian, yes, let's go see that old man. Back then I was young, and he disciplined me often. Now I am a robust young man. Watch me not knock him down. Chow Yufei covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, having witnessed the King of Children chasing Chu Tian with a broom before. At that time, she found this little brother quite amusing. As they grew closer, he would follow her around, proclaiming he would marry her when he grew up. Chow Yufei, let's buy some gifts. You should know what the old director likes. Chu Tian, the things he likes aren't easily found. Let us skip the gifts. Chapter 33, National Seller, Special Supply? Chow Yufei inquired. Puzzled, what is it that cannot be bought? Chu Tian, widows. That old man is a lecher. He eyed widows in his middle age and still does in his old age. He has spent his life chasing after widows. Chow Yufei's cheeks flushed at Chu Tian's blunt remarks. Chow Yufei, pa? How can you speak of the old director like that? I think he is quite a good person, very upright. Chu Tian scoffed and retorted, perhaps you are simply enchanted by his appearance. It cannot be. He looks quite lascivious. Ultimately, under Chow Yufei's strong insistence, Chu Tian purchased 2 bottles of Nulanshan liquor. Why Nulanshan? Because it was affordable. The two drove to the Jiangxing orphanage. And at the entrance, Chu Tian took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A youthful voice chimed, and a pudgy little boy peeked out, looking curiously at the two. Who are you looking for? Chu Tian stood lost in thought. Beside him, Chow Yufei gently said, we are looking for the old director. Is he in? The little boy opened the door and replied, he is upstairs. Chu Tian surveyed the yard, every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, flooded with memories. Chow Yufei linked her arm through Chu Tian's as they ascended the stairs. Arriving at the old director's office, they knocked on the door. A robust voice resonated from within. Come in. Chu Tian pushed the door open and stepped inside. Before him stood the same old man, his expression warm and kind, with a head full of white hair, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon seeing Chu Tian, he instantly transformed, filled with fury, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. You little brat finally know to come back. Get out. As he spoke, he rose from his chair, searching for something. Quick as a flash, Chu Tian seized the broom standing at the door, flung it outside, and crossed his arms triumphantly, saying, Hey, old man, you still want to hit me with that broom? Not a chance. The old director's face turned red with anger as he bellowed. You little rascal, are you plotting a rebellion? Chu Tian's eyes suddenly welled with tears. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, Old man, after all these years, your temper remains as fiery as ever. Do take care of your health. Excessive anger can harm the body. The old dean shot a glare at Chu Tian, settled into his chair, and retorted, Stop with the theatrics. I'm still very much alive, and I plan to stick around for quite some time. Chu Tian, feeling somewhat dejected, replied, After all the effort I put into nurturing my feelings, you just had to ruin it. The old dean snapped back, Get lost. Have you even grown a heart? Chu Tian responded, Of course. I brought my wife to see you. What do you think of her? The old dean glanced at Chow Yufei and said, You little rascal, still spinning tales, are you? This girl could hardly set her sights on you. Chu Tian bristled at this, protesting, What is wrong with me? Countless girls have wanted to bear my children, and I've turned them all down. He added defiantly, Old man, have your eyes dimmed with age? I'm handsome and charming. Why wouldn't anyone be attracted to me? The old dean retorted, Did you undergo plastic surgery in South Korea? Ugh. The old dean warned Chow Yufei, Don't let this smooth talker deceive you. Aside from his silver tongue, he is quite lacking. Chu Tian's lips twitched, and he exclaimed, Old man, enough of that. You're scaring my wife. The old dean shot him another glare, then turned to Chow Yufei, his expression softening into a gentle smile. Child, are you truly this rascal's wife? Chow Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling as though she were meeting the parents for the first time, her heart racing with anxiety. She replied softly, yes, we registered our marriage. The old dean burst into hearty laughter, stroking his beard as he exclaimed, ha, splendid. This little rascal has finally settled down and accomplished something worthwhile. Though he continued to scold Chu Tian, his smile was genuine, reflecting his heartfelt joy for the young man. In his heart, he had always regarded Chu Tian as his own grandson, and his scoldings were born from a place of tough love. When Chu Tian left the orphanage, the old dean fell gravely ill and spent a year in the hospital. Eventually, he came to terms with the fact that Chu Tian had grown up and had his own life to lead. Regardless of whether he possessed F-level or A-level talent, he was still his child. As long as he lived in Huaxia, no one would dare bully Chu Tian. What mattered was his health and happiness. As for the old dean's earlier outburst, it stemmed from his frustration that this little rascal had not returned even once during all this time. With a blush on her cheeks, Chow Yufei asked, Old Dean, do you not remember me? The old dean, momentarily confused by her words, replied, I'm getting old and my memory isn't what it used to be. Were you also from the orphanage? That can't be right. All the girls from the orphanage know what kind of person Chu Tian is. There's no way they would be interested in him. Chu Tian looked at the old dean, gritting his teeth in irritation, wishing he could just pluck out the tuft of hair on his chin. Chow Yufei chimed in, my father is Chow Jinan. The old dean's memory was jogged, and he chuckled. You're that girl from the Chow family? Chow Yufei nodded in affirmation. The old dean then remarked, Chu Tian, the wisest decision you ever made in your life was to follow her around as a child, calling her your wife. Clearly, you had a plan. Chu Tian's face turned beet red from embarrassment as he stammered, Old man, we're just childhood friends. The old dean cast a scornful glance at Chu Tian, saying, You've not returned in years, and when you finally do, you come back empty-handed? Chu Tian produced a bottle of wine, handing it to the old dean. The packaging having come from Chow Yufei's car. The old dean examined the packaging, reading the label that proclaimed, 1950 Guijiao, special supply. With delight, the old dean exclaimed, Good lad, you've certainly married well. Such fine wine is hard to come by. I'll be hiding this away. Seeing the old dean's excitement over the bottle, Chu Tian felt a pang of anxiety, thinking to himself, this could turn disastrous if he discovers it's actually Nyolan Mountain. He shivered involuntarily, while Chow Yufei felt increasingly awkward, wanting to clarify to the old dean. However, Chu Tian stopped her, pleading, Let me have a little more time to enjoy this. Chu Tian then said, Old dean, I have something to tell you. Please don't get too excited or idolize me. The old dean, still enamored with the wine, didn't he even look up as he replied, Just put it down. Chu Tian's lips twitched. Fine. You may ignore me now, but soon enough, you'll find it impossible to keep up. Clearing his throat, he announced, I've awakened my S-level talent. The last test machine malfunctioned. What? No reaction? No compliments? No astonishment? Just one measly response. Chu Tian raised his voice, reiterating, I've awakened my S-level talent. My ears are sharp. The old dean replied. Chu Tian retorted, You have no reaction at all? More talk than necessary. 2 wheels will suffice, the old dean replied. What kind of reaction did you expect? A grand celebration with drums and fireworks? Even if it's S-level talent, don't get too cocky. A genius that doesn't grow is equivalent to trash. No praise or astonishment came, only a stern warning. If you don't want my affection, don't inflict harm. Chu Tian sighed. All right, you win. I'm leaving. Don't expect me to stay for dinner. I can't eat. The old dean waved him off. No need to see you off. As Chu Tian and Chow Yufei departed, the old dean lifted his head, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This little rascal thinks he can surprise me? He is still too green. If it weren't for oldie telling me, I might have actually fallen for his antics. Chow Yufei climbed into the passenger seat of the car. And just as Chu Tian closed the orphanage gate, the sound of screeching brakes echoed nearby. Furrowing his brow, Chu Tian thought, This is the orphanage. Children frequently roam here. Driving so fast is perilous. A sharply dressed young man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stepped out of a BMW, exuding the aura of a successful individual. He bore a slight resemblance that felt oddly familiar. The young man looked at Chu Tian, astonished, and asked, Are you Chu Tian? He actually recognized him. But Chu Tian had no recollection of him. That's me. And you are? Chu Tian inquired. The young man's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer upon hearing Chu Tian's response, but quickly masked it. I'm Bai Liang. Don't you remember? As Chu Tian's mind raced, he finally recalled. Bai Liang was the one he had once thrashed, the one who had gone to the old dean to complain. I remember now. You're that whiny Bai? Chu Tian exclaimed. Bai Liang's face darkened at Chu Tian's words, his tone dripping with disdain. Chu Tian, you haven't changed one bit, still so carefree. Can't you take anything seriously? Is that so? Are you saying I lack seriousness? Chu Tian shot back. You're the one who seems to be stuck in the past, still holding on to those old scars. Bai Liang glared at him. You haven't changed either. Still so insufferable. Chu Tian looked down on Bai Liang, thinking, if you treat me with respect, I'll return the favor. But if you choose to annoy me, I'll respond in kind. Ah, I see you've come crawling back for help from the old dean. How embarrassing for you, with your F-level talent. He must be utterly disappointed. Chu Tian smirked. What level of talent do you have, Bai? Bai Liang proudly declared me. Haha, I possess B-level talent, silver 2 stars. And I'm now a student at Manhwaedit Academy. Surely you've heard of it? Looking at Bai Liang's self-satisfied expression, Chu Tian couldn't help but wonder what he was so proud of. Was B-level talent really that impressive? Or was being a silver 2 star that significant? Where did he get his confidence from? Chu Tian feigned enthusiasm. Wow, how impressive. Bai Liang, basking in his glory, replied, that's the gap between us. Given your apparent awareness of your place, I'll give you a ride. Where to? Chu Tian. No need. You should hurry in and see the old dean. Bai Liang would never miss an opportunity to humiliate Chu Tian. The BMW I just mentioned will let you experience something extraordinary. Moreover, public transport does not reach this place, and taxis are rather expensive. Chu Tian, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own vehicle. Bai Liang glanced around symbolically, feigning surprise as he said, You can't possibly be referring to that Maybach, can you? Chu Tian, you know? Bai Liang suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha, Chu Tian. Next time you decide to lie and show off, could you at least use your brain? Chu Tian, what's wrong? Bai Liang, have you ever been in a BMW? Chu Tian shook his head. Bai Liang continued, You have never even been in a BMW, yet you wish to sit in a Maybach? That's utterly ridiculous. The price of 4 wheels could buy a BMW. That is my ultimate goal. Chu Tian, then may you strive towards it at your own pace. Bai Liang sneered, unappreciative. Let us see how you plan to leave. Hubby, let's go, shouted Chow Yufei from the car as she rolled down the window. Upon seeing Chow Yufei, Bai Liang's eyes widened. She was breathtakingly beautiful. How could such a captivating woman exist in the world? Did she just call him hubby? Is there a third man here besides him and Chu Tian? Under Bai Liang's astonished gaze, Chu Tian approached the Maybach, opened the driver's door, and took his seat. As the car rolled past Bai Liang, Chu Tian lowered the window, smiling broadly as he remarked, Little Bai, you were mistaken. The price of 2 wheels could purchase your BMW. Haha. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the street. You little brat. How dare you deceive me with Nilon Mountain? I'll beat you to a pulp. Chu Tian's heart raced as he quickly started the vehicle and drove away. Watching the tail lights of the Maybach, Bai Liang trembled violently. He had intended to humiliate Chu Tian thoroughly, avenging the bullying he endured in childhood. Instead, he had been dealt a resounding slap in the face by Chu Tian. Humph, we shall see. Relying on your looks and clinging to a wealthy woman, what does that prove? An F-grade talent is nothing but a waste. When the woman who supports you grows tired of you and casts you aside, I will relish your downfall. Bai Liang stormed into the old dean's office. Old dean, why did you lose your temper just now? Mentioning this matter, the old dean's face turned ashen as he exclaimed. That little brat Chu Tian deceived me with a bottle of Nilon Mountain. It infuriates me. Bai Liang sneered. Old dean, Chu Tian is becoming increasingly outrageous. Even clinging to a wealthy woman. I encountered him just now, and he mocked me with such arrogance. The old dean was well aware of the petty grievances between Chu Tian and Bai Liang. After all these years, had he not yet moved on? He could say whatever he wished about Chu Tian, but if anyone else even uttered a single negative word about him, the old dean would not tolerate it. With a hint of irritation in his voice, the old dean questioned, What brings you here? Surely, you haven't come merely to report on Chu Tian? Bai Liang sensed the old dean's impatience and felt resentment brewing within him. Why do you still treat Chu Tian so well? What does he have that I lack? He is weak, his talent is abysmal, and now he is clinging to a wealthy woman. He is nothing but a disgrace. Is all my hard work over the years worthless in your eyes? Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken. Bai Liang dared not voice them in front of the old dean. Bai Liang, I came just to see you. I have nothing more to say, so I shall take my leave. The old dean replied. Go ahead and attend to your affairs. Instead of engaging in intrigue, you should focus on your training. Your talent is not lacking, and you can achieve platinum status. Bai Liang confidently asserted, I will strive to reach immortality. The old dean glanced at Yu Jian, shook his head, and said, Off you go. As Bai Liang exited the orphanage, he slammed his fist against the hood of his car, creating a noticeable dent. Wincing in pain, he muttered, My new car. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Chu Tian. Chu Tian and Chow Yufei returned to the villa. Chapter 35. Why must such adorable beasts be killed? After dinner, Chow Yufei pulled Chu Tian onto the sofa, her mood somewhat somber as she remained preoccupied with Chu Tian's upcoming venture into the Longtan secret realm. Her delicate face was filled with worry as she repeatedly urged Chu Tian to ensure his safety and to return unscathed. Chu Tian, my dear, what if I sleep here tonight? That way, it would be as if we spent 2 days together. Chow Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson as she immediately rejected the idea, standing up to retreat to her room. No, she was not yet prepared. The 10-minute kiss earlier had already pushed her limits. If a man and woman shared a bed, well, lost in thought, Chow Yufei's face turned as red as blood. Watching her flee, Chu Tian smiled, feeling a surge of anticipation for his journey to the Longtan secret realm. With his current strength at Black Iron 9 stars, Coupled with the ability to unleash the power of Bronze 9 stars through his steel battle armor, he felt ready to confront any challenge. A night spent doing nothing would pass swiftly. Xiao Yufei took half a day off work to personally escort Chu Tian to Jiang University. Standing at the entrance, they resembled a reluctant wife sending her husband off to war. Chu Tian, my love, go to work now. I promise I will return safe and sound. Xiao Yufei suddenly embraced Chu Tian tightly, her face etched with concern as she implored, Darling, you must return safely. I will be waiting for you. Chu Tian gently patted her back, assuring her, I will, I promise. Xiao Yufei did not resist. Instead, she leaned in to kiss Chu Tian, her voice filled with emotion as she said, You must return safely. When you come back from the Longtan secret realm, I will let you kiss me for an hour. Chu Tian mentally noted this promise, vowing to return unscathed. Chu Tian was now a well-known figure at Jiang University, recognized by all. When he descended from a Maybach and shared a kiss with a stunningly beautiful woman, the hearts of all the girls shattered, filled with outrage. Had the idol already found a girlfriend? However, after a brief moment of disappointment, they regained their confidence. What if he had a girlfriend? A goalkeeper does not prevent a goal from being scored. There are no walls that cannot be breached. Only those who do not strive hard enough. Upon arriving at the training facility, everyone was already gathered, waiting for him. Chu Tian awkwardly said, I apologize for keeping you all waiting. Wang Dishing stood on the platform, his face beaming with a smile as he remarked, We just arrived as well. Are you all ready? Always prepared. The talented participants of the Longtan Secret Realm trial shouted in unison. Wang Dishing nodded in satisfaction, stating, For this trial, I have but one requirement. Come out alive. No one is to be left behind. Understood. Wang Dishing continued, regardless of any previous conflicts among you. From the moment you step out of Jiang University, you will carry only one title, students of Jiang University. I hope you unite and stand together against any external threats. If I hear of anyone turning against their peers, do not expect my leniency. Let us move out. With a wave of his hand, Wang Dishing signaled for everyone to exit the training facility and board the awaiting bus. The farewell party outside erupted in cheers. Chu Tian, go for it. Our idol. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes of those around him, Chu Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, they had already turned against him before even entering the Longtan secret realm. Chu Tian glanced at the heavily laden Zhu Guoli and mused. Is this fellow off to camp or on vacation with all this baggage? He inquired, What on earth are you carrying? Zhu Guoli replied, Cat food, dog food, and pork belly. Chu Tian was taken aback. Is this supposed to stave off hunger? Get lost. If you're not going to share it with me, at least feed it to those ferocious beasts in the Dragon Pool secret realm. Have you forgotten? He slapped his forehead in disbelief, realizing that Zhu Guoli had taken him seriously. The bus journey continued until they arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Pool secret realm, which was already teeming with prodigious students from various universities. Jiang University, positioned in the middle tier of Jiang City's overall strength, found its students lacking in prowess compared to those from higher-ranked institutions. Among them, only Chu Tian and the notorious Shixiang had reached the level of Black Iron 9 stars. In contrast, universities like Yuan University and Blue Sea University boasted only a couple of Black Iron 8 stars, with the rest being Black Iron 9 stars. Recently, however, Jiang University had gained notoriety due to the sudden rise of a genius with S-class talent, leaving all university presidents astounded by the news. Consequently, when Wang Dishing arrived with students from Jiang University, an elderly man with half-white, half-black hair approached. Old Wang, why are you so late? Does Zheng Lagui have no shame? You are just a few minutes' drive from Yuan. The old man chuckled. Old Wang, can you temper that temper of yours? You're still so irritable. Wang Dishing shot him a glare. You dare bite me. The old man flushed with anger. Hey, old Wang, do you think that just because you awakened an S-class talent student, you're suddenly invincible? Wang Dishing retorted. Yes, why? Are you envious? Everyone, please settle down. A commanding voice, amplified by true energy, resonated in everyone's ears, clear and distinct. The strength of this individual likely surpassed that of all university presidents present. Zhu Guoli, puzzled, asked, How do you know? Didn't you see how instantly Wang and the old man quieted down upon hearing that voice? This is serious. This trial is unlike any before. You will be required to slay ferocious beasts. Each of you will carry a censer, and upon defeating a beast, you will receive points based on its strength. These points will determine your rankings and rewards. Upon hearing this announcement, all participating students and presidents were left dumbfounded, having received no prior information. Clearly, it was a last-minute decision, drastically elevating the difficulty of the Dragon Pool Secret Realm trial. Everyone knew how formidable the beasts within were, and many had likely already attained spiritual awareness. Isn't this a scam? Zhu Guoli's eyes, nose, and mouth scrunched up in dismay, and his chubby face twisted with concern. Tian Gu, how about we make a run for it? I'm scared. Chu Tian replied, I'd like to flee too. But look around. We're already surrounded. With your size, you'll stick out a kilometer away. Zhu Guoli lamented. But those ferocious beasts look so cute. How can I bring myself to kill them? You have plenty of food. Just smear a bit of poison on it. and you 1T have to lift a finger. Zhu Guoli finally opened his eyes and chuckled. You truly are a clever one. Chapter 36. The Perilous Dragon Pool Secret Realm. The elder surveyed the chaotic scene below, where whispers and confusion reigned. Silence. I understand this announcement may have surprised you. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please step forward. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guoli tossed his belongings to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. The elder calmly inquired, do you wish to withdraw? Just as Zhu Guoli was about to respond, Chu Tian held him back, smiling. Respectfully, we just need to rest for a moment. We'll gather our strength and go all out inside. The elder chuckled, good. I admire your ambition. Zhu Guoli shot a glare at Chu Tian, swallowing back his words. No one chose to withdraw. At that moment, even if they wanted to. Stepping forward would be too embarrassing. Chu Tian declared, let us sign in. Today's task isn't to withdraw from the Dragon Pool Secret Realm trial. Is it? Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Task, slay 5 ferocious beasts. There are no strength requirements. Slay 5 ferocious beasts. My goodness. Chu Tian's corner of the mouth twitched. This was hardly better than withdrawing from the trial. When faced with the choice between life and reputation, Chu Tian would undoubtedly choose life. The elder nodded. Since no one is withdrawing, prepare yourselves. We shall commence the Dragon Pool Secret Realm. A stone door materialized out of thin air, and the crowd entered through it. Zhu Guoli, burdened with his heavy baggage, stuck closely to Chu Tian's side. Within the Dragon Pool Secret Realm, the concentration of true energy was palpable, filling them with vigor with each breath. If they remained here long enough, their cultivation would accelerate significantly. The entrance was littered with bones, both human and unknown beasts. The earth was a reddish brown, surrounded by towering mountains and dense forests, instilling a profound sense of danger. The dry air was thick with a pungent, metallic scent of blood. The sheltered flowers had never encountered such a terrifying and brutal environment. Fear painted their faces, and a few timid girls dashed toward the exit, desperate to escape. However, the moment they crossed the threshold, the stone door vanished. Chu Tian felt a jolt of alarm as well, but steadied himself and asked his companions, shall we move together or split up? Shixiang shot Chu Tian a dark look before turning away. Aside from Zhu Guoli and the strikingly beautiful Diana, the rest opted for solitary paths. Are you joining our team? Chu Tian asked. Diana giggled. Yes, it's too unsafe for a girl like me in these woods. Chu Tian had no objections, and Zhu Guoli welcomed her with eager eyes and open arms. The trio ventured into the thicket, and under Chu Tian's insistence, Zhu Guoli discarded his heavy load, though he kept the pork belly. Chu Tian searched for ferocious beasts, mindful of the task at hand. After a few steps, he heard a faint rustling sound and quickly halted, scanning his surroundings warily. In the grass lay a large white rabbit, and before Zhu Guoli and Diana could react, Chu Tian dashed forward and captured it in an instant. Soft and plump, this was no ordinary rabbit. It opened its mouth to reveal a set of sharp fangs. Lunging at Chu Tian's arm, Chu Tian summoned his true energy and slammed the rabbit to the ground. Bang! It was effortlessly subdued. The sensor on Chu Tian's chest displayed a number, 10. This indicated that his current task value was 10. Meanwhile, the system's 3D display showed a task value of 15. Seeing how easily Chu Tian had secured 10 task points, Zhu Guoli was filled with envy. Tian Gu, how about in the future, you leave such minor characters to me and Diana? They don't befit your status. Chu Tian retorted, brother, I have my own troubles. Let me slay a few more, and I'll definitely pass them to you. Zhu Guoli shot him a disdainful glance. As a few individuals were about to continue their journey, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted beneath their feet, as if a multitude were trampling through the grass. Chu Tian exchanged grave glances with his companions, and they instinctively positioned themselves back to back, bracing for the impending threat. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves encircled by an army of rabbits. At the forefront was a colossal black rabbit, its size comparable to that of a wild boar, with 2 enormous fangs protruding ominously, each measuring a formidable 20 centimeters. Chocolate was nearly paralyzed with fear, his body trembling violently. Tian Gu, did you disturb a rabbit's nest? We've barely set foot in the Dragon Pool Secret Realm, and we're already facing our demise. Chu Tian's lips twitched as he retorted. How was I to know they were organized? Isn't it thrilling? With a despondent expression, Chocolate lamented, thrilling? It's utterly terrifying. It's enough to burst my bladder. The black giant rabbit let out a fearsome roar, seemingly issuing commands, as over 20 rabbits brimming with vitality charged towards the trio. Let's go, Chu Tian exclaimed, and the 3 of them lunged at the advancing horde. Despite his fear, Chocolate realized that resistance was the only path to survival. His rotund form moved with surprising agility, earning Chu Tian's admiration. What a spinning top. Diana, appearing delicate and fragile, proved to be fiercely lethal in combat, delivering deadly blows with precision. Chu Tian took the lead, dispatching 4 smaller rabbits and completing his task before charging at the black giant rabbit. The black rabbit opened its gaping maw, its massive, gleaming fangs lunging toward Chu Tian. Although the creature's power was at the level of a black iron 5-star, its physical prowess far surpassed that of a human. Engaged in battle. Chu Tian harnessed the black rabbit's momentum to leap onto its back. Channeling his vital energy, he rained down furious blows upon the rabbit's back. The creature emitted a pained howl, thrashing violently in a desperate attempt to shake off its assailant. Chu Tian seized one of its large ears with one hand, while relentlessly assaulting it with the other. From a distance, it resembled a man riding a pig. Suddenly, the black rabbit turned its head, its enormous fangs aiming for Chu Tian's skull. Sensing the imminent danger, he swiftly tilted his head aside, narrowly evading the attack, and instinctively grasped one of the fangs. Channeling his internal energy as a fierce glint sparked in his eyes. An anguished scream reverberated throughout the Dragon Pool secret realm, sending shivers down the spines of other students participating in the trial nearby. Chu Tian managed to wrench a fang from the black rabbit, which began to bleed profusely and writhed in agony, attempting to flee. Chu Tian, never one to show mercy, raised the sharp fang high and plunged it into the rabbit's back. With a thud, the black rabbit collapsed, lifeless. The battle concluded for Chu Tian, while Chocolate and Diana also dispatched the remaining small rabbits. The trio celebrated their initial victory. Chapter 37. If resistance is futile, one must learn to embrace it. Panting heavily, Chocolate plopped down onto the ground. Having just endured a life-and-death struggle, he anticipated that such encounters would become commonplace henceforth. Gasping for breath, he declared, "If anyone dares to call rabbits cute again, I'll flatten them with my weight." Chu Tian rolled his eyes, snapping off another fang and handing the two hefty weapons to Chocolate and Diana for self-defense. Chocolate glanced at his task points, 90. Diana, 80. Chu Tian looked at his own, 150. That black rabbit was truly a treasure. It seemed that to earn task points in the future, they would need to target formidable beasts. Otherwise, weaker foes would scarcely suffice. Outside the Dragon Pool secret realm, a gathering of school principals and leaders from the True Martial Bureau sat before a massive display screen, closely monitoring the data fluctuations of each student. Suddenly, Chu Tian's name surged to the top of the list. Old Wang. This Chu Tian is the prodigy from your school who awakened an S-level talent. Isn't? Wang Dushing replied with pride. Indeed. Haha. This lad truly possesses remarkable abilities. Seeing Wang Dushing's smug demeanor, the elder gentleman could only glare in envy. Old Wang. This is just the beginning. Don't get too cocky. Wang Dushing scoffed. This is merely a good start. You wouldn't understand. Though Chu Tian felt little excitement at his task points reaching 150, he was pleased that the system had successfully completed a task. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine weapon, the Battle Dragon Spatula. Note, the Battle Dragon Spatula is indestructible, capable of infinite upgrades, and will ascend alongside the host's cultivation level. Chu Tian gazed at the divine weapon within his storage ring, his eyes widening in disbelief. It resembled the frying pan from a battle royale game, often acquired through in-game purchases. Is this truly a divine weapon? Are you certain you haven't mistakenly awarded me? Ding. The system guarantees accuracy, 100 divine weapon. Chu Tian's lips twitched as he reluctantly accepted this fact. After a brief rest, the trio resumed their exploration. Aware that the previous skirmish might have attracted the attention of nearby powerful beasts, which would spell trouble, Chu Tian led the way. Chocolate lingered at the rear to ensure nothing was left behind, while Diana maintained vigilance in the middle. Their task distribution was clear and sensible. They encountered no further beastly attacks along their path and soon discovered a cave, which they cautiously entered after confirming it posed no danger. The time within the Dragon Pool secret realm mirrored that of the outside world, including the occurrence of nightfall. However, the darkness within the realm was truly profound, rendering visibility to nearly zero, as the sky was devoid of both moon and stars, enveloped in an endless abyss. In such an oppressive atmosphere, even in the absence of beasts, fear inevitably crept into their hearts. Chu Tian ventured outside to gather some dry twigs, while Chocolate mischievously produced some pork belly to roast over the fire. The sizzling sound of melting fat infused the otherwise perilous Dragon Pool secret realm with a hint of warmth. The enticing aroma of meat caused their stomachs to rumble. Chocolate, grinning with pride, proclaimed, "What do you think? Am I not clever?" Chu Tian gave him a thumbs up, stating, "Impressive, impressive." A foodie's intellect in matters of cuisine is always above 150. The three indulged heartily, with Diana abandoning her supposed ladylike demeanor, devouring the pork belly with abandon. They relished the meal. After satisfying their hunger, Chu Tian volunteered to oversee the first half of the night's security. Chocolate would take the latter half, and they felt it inappropriate to assign the remaining girl to guard duty. At dawn, Chocolate's eyes were bloodshot as he lamented. "Isn't my big bed at home more comfortable and softer? Why must I endure this torment?" Chu Tian shot him a disdainful glare, opting to ignore him. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Today's task, eliminate a beast with a minimum strength of black iron 7-star. Chu Tian exclaimed, "Damn. Are you trying to swap me out?" Ding. The host may choose to refuse. Chu Tian retorted, "I can't believe this nonsense." Ding. The system currently possesses no organs, even if it does in the future. It can wait. He had come to realize a crucial insight. Since he could not resist the tasks assigned by the system, he might as well endeavor to find enjoyment in them. After all, there were benefits to be gained, weren't there? However, a Black Iron 7-star beast was equivalent to a Black Iron 9-star true martial artist in human terms, boasting terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities. As Chu Tian and his companions ambled along, their ears were suddenly met with the sounds of a fierce battle ahead. They hastened their steps, only to find a prodigious talent from Minwen University, a Black Iron 9-star, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against a massive Black Iron 6-star bear beast. The situation was dire. The combatant was clearly at a disadvantage, perilously close to being crushed by the bear's powerful blows. Spotting Chu Tian in the distance, he called out desperately, "Classmate, save me." Despite belonging to different institutions, it was unthinkable for them to stand idly by while he was mercilessly battered into pulp by the beast. "Stay here, you two. I shall lend him a hand," Chu Tian commanded. Initially, Zhuge Li contemplated abandoning the scene, but seeing Chu Tian's resolute demeanor, he felt disinclined to voice his intentions. Reluctantly, he offered, "Shall we not assist you?" Chu Tian curtly declined, "There's no need. I fear that amidst the chaos, I might confuse you with the bear and land a blow on the wrong target." Zhuge Li shot an indignant glare at Chu Tian, retorting, "You're barking up the wrong tree, just like a dog mistaking Lu Dongbin." With that, Chu Tian plunged into the fray, and the pressure on the beleaguered student diminished significantly as the duo unleashed a torrent of fierce assaults. Together, they swiftly subdued the bear. "You're free to go now, classmate," Chu Tian remarked, his brow furrowing. "You use me and offer no thanks, and now you expect me to leave? Is it that you fear I might claim a portion of your task value?" Chu Tian had come to understand the rules. Upon slaying a beast, one had to ensure their sensor remained within a 3-meter radius of the slain creature to record any task value. This individual's actions were clearly an attempt to monopolize the rewards. Initially, Chu Tian had no intention of claiming a share of the task value, but the lack of gratitude and the arrogant attitude had thoroughly provoked him. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Why should I depart? This beast was discovered and slain by me. Although you aided me, it was already on its last legs by then. Thus you are unworthy of any task value. Who decides worthiness? Let us allow the censor to dictate that." The man abruptly stood, glaring at Chu Tian with hostility. "Get lost." Chu Tian's temper flared instantly. His energy surged as he took a step forward, meeting the man's gaze unwaveringly. From a distance, Diana observed Chu Tian effortlessly dispatching the bear, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chu Tian is truly formidable. Not only does he possess striking good looks, but his strength is extraordinary. Any girl would find it impossible to resist such a man. Zhuge Li, noticing Diana's starry-eyed expression, felt a pang of indignation. "Could you not consider the presence of another male here? In comparison, I seem rather lackluster. While I may not possess his charm or strength, I at least have my own merits." Suddenly, Diana exclaimed, "That scoundrel is attempting to burn his bridges. Come, let us aid Chu Tian." Zhuge Li, having overheard the exchange, marched forward with determination. The individual from Yuan University, witnessing Diana and Zhuge Li approaching with fierce intent, showed no signs of trepidation. Instead, his eyes roamed over Diana's graceful figure with an unsettling glint. "What do you want? Do you intend to bully me with numbers? I am Li Dongshu from Yuan University. Think carefully about the consequences. Step aside, and we can let this matter rest." Zhuge Li, fueled by indignation, unleashed his frustration upon Li Dongshu, emboldened by Chu Tian's presence. "You think you can just dismiss this? Have you consulted our opinions?" Li Dongshu regarded Zhuge Li with disdain. "Do you have an objection?" Zhuge Li stood firm, his massive frame looming as he retorted, "Indeed, I do." At that moment, the task values on the sensors of both Chu Tian and Li Dongshu began to fluctuate. Chu Tian, 250. Li Dongshu, 150. The task value from the bear was thus divided between them. Chu Tian bore no objection, but Li Dongshu was consumed by fury. "How is this fair? I risked my life to slay that bear, and now I must share the reward?" Glaring at Chu Tian, Li Dongshu seethed, "You owe me for my anger." Chu Tian merely chuckled, "Apologies, but the censor's allocation is impartial." In a sudden fit of rage, Li Dongshu unleashed an attack against Chu Tian, prepared for the onslaught. Chu Tian countered immediately. Their energy-infused fists collided, and while Chu Tian stood firm, Li Dongshu staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. However, Li Dongshu was too consumed by rage to contemplate the disparity in strength. All he could think of was the task value he felt had been unjustly taken from him. Advancing once more with fervor, he charged at Chu Tian, who swiftly pushed Zhuge Li and Diana aside to confront Li Dongshu directly. As they clashed, Chu Tian seized the upper hand, his momentum building as he relentlessly pressed the attack against Li Dongshu. The latter, now fully aware of his predicament, was astonished. Though he had previously succeeded in defeating the bear with Chu Tian's assistance, he believed that it was only due to his prior exertion that Chu Tian had managed to claim the kill. With each exchange, Chu Tian's confidence soared. Li Dongshu, marginally stronger than Shi Xiang, was still no match for him. "Is this truly the extent of your prowess?" Chu Tian taunted. Li Dongshu, His face twisted in rage, retorted, "You wretch, I will end you." Having always been praised as the epitome of talent, Li Dongshu had never faced such humiliation. His fury boiled over, causing his attacks to grow increasingly erratic. With a chilling glare, Chu Tian filled his legs with energy and executed a powerful kick, sending Li Dongshu soaring into the air. "Chu Tian, you're magnificent," shouted Zhu Gu Li. Diana, her eyes alight with admiration, thought, "He is simply too handsome." Li Dongshu crashed to the ground, the impact raising a cloud of dust, blood spilling from his lips, his appearance a ghastly sight. However, an ominous energy suddenly erupted from him, one that sent a jolt of danger through Chu Tian. Li Dongshu roared, "Martial technique, Mantis Fist." Martial techniques demand an immense reservoir of energy to manifest and attack from a distance, and only those of the bronze rank and above are typically capable of training in such arts. That Li Dongshu could wield a martial technique at the black iron level signified he was cornered and prepared for a desperate fight. In an instant, Li Dongshu rose from the ground, his aura climbing to new heights. Energy surged violently, visibly rushing into his body. "You will die beneath my Mantis Fist, and that shall be your honor. Prepare for judgment." Zhu Gu Li and Diana, wide-eyed with shock, rushed to Chu Tian's side, ready to confront Li Dongshu together. "Step aside. You two. I can handle this myself," Chu Tian asserted. Diana expressed her concerns, saying, "Chu Tian, we are aware of your formidable strength. Yet the lethality of martial arts is utterly unfathomable." Chakarite, with a serious expression and wide eyes, added, "Brother Tian, now is not the time for bravado. Perhaps with our combined efforts, we might stand a chance." Chu Tian replied earnestly, "Trust me." The two exchanged glances before stepping aside, their internal energy still coiled and ready for action. In the blink of an eye, Li Dongshu lunged towards Chu Tian, the Mantis Fist indeed a martial technique. However, he had yet to reach the threshold of mastery, unable to unleash its full potential, requiring close combat. Li Dongshu soared into the air, launching a strike aimed at Chu Tian's crown. Chu Tian raised his arms, crossing them to withstand the blow. Nevertheless, despite being unable to harness its full might, Li Dongshu's technique was not something Chu Tian could simply counter with mere energy alone. With a fierce roar, Li Dongshu shouted, "Die!" as he bent his legs into a peculiar arc and kicked directly at Chu Tian's chest. The impact was impossible to block. Chu Tian quickly retreated, yet was still grazed by the attack. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he internally lamented, "That really hurt." Sensing Chu Tian's injury, Li Dongshu prepared to seize the moment and finish him off. Channeling his energy, he charged forward once more. In an instant, Chu Tian's consciousness stirred, and the dragon battle blade materialized in his grasp. As he observed the oncoming Li Dongshu, he spread his legs apart, crouching into a stance reminiscent of preparing to serve in tennis, awaiting his opponent. Bang! The dull thud of bone colliding with steel resonated sharply. Li Dongshu's swift approach was matched by his equally rapid retreat, akin to a tennis ball being struck. Chu Tian's unexpected counter not only sent Li Dongshu flying, but also disrupted his internal energy. Collapsed on the ground, he gasped for air, struggling between inhalation and exhalation. On the brink of unconsciousness, Chakarite and Diana, still trying to comprehend the turn of events, were taken aback as they witnessed Li Dongshu propelled into the air. Chu Tian approached Li Dongshu slowly, looking down upon him, and remarked, "Still clinging to the Mantis Fist? Clearly, you are nothing more than a fool." Li Dongshu, with great effort, raised his gaze to meet Chu Tian's, fear creeping into his voice. What do you intend to do?" Chu Tian scoffed, "What do I intend to do? Haven't you been clamoring to kill me? I am merely returning the favor in kind." Li Dongshu's face was a mask of terror as he pleaded, No. Murder is illegal. You will face the consequences of the true martial law." Chu Tian coldly replied, "I fear no repercussions. No one will know it was I who ended your life, for there are no surveillance cameras here." Li Dongshu, paralyzed by fear, realized that his earlier willingness to take a life stemmed from the very absence of witnesses. Now, Chu Tian was poised to exploit that very loophole. Thud, thud, thud. Li Dongshu's head repeatedly struck the ground, desperately wishing to escape his fate. Suddenly, a notification rang out. The task value on Chu Tian's sensor surged to 400, while Li Dongshu's plummeted to 0. Was it because I defeated him that his task value has transferred to mine? Such a feature is indeed quite considerate. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task. Chu Tian mused, task completed? Ding. Affirmative. The system has detected that although the host did not slay a fierce beast, you successfully defeated an equally matched adversary, allowing for mutual cancellation. What a profitable exchange. Chu Tian regarded Li Dongshu with newfound warmth, his gaze no longer icy, but rather filled with gratitude. This mischievous child is indeed my lucky charm. Chu Tian declared lottery. Ding. A vial of chi pills. Note, 1 chi pill enhances a martial artist's energy by 30 of their respective realm. It is akin to carrying a red buff. Given the myriad benefits Li Dongshu has inadvertently provided, it would be unjust to take his life. After all, murder is indeed a crime. Chu Tian turned to leave, and Li Dongshu exhaled a sigh of relief, his legs trembling beneath him. Chakarite, witnessing Chu Tian's approach, was filled with excitement, his ample form quivering. Brother Tian, you are simply astounding. Even Li Dongshu, capable of wielding martial arts, stands no chance against you. Does this mean you are invincible at the Black Iron Realm? Chu Tian chuckled. Let us keep a low profile. Chakarite rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering about low profile, while his expression contradicted his words. Diana's eyes sparkled with admiration. If the opportunity arose, she wished to find a secluded spot to pin Chu Tian down and absorb his virile energy, engaging in a mutual cultivation of yin and yang. Sensing the desire radiating from Diana's gaze, Chu Tian's lips twitched, and he hastily averted his eyes, fearing he might lose control and succumb to the enchantress. Chakarite glared at the two with disdain, while Diana wrestled with her feelings of admiration and devotion, asking, "Are we truly letting him go?" Chu Tian replied, "Let him fend for himself. If he evades death, it is simply his good fortune, and if he does not, it is no fault of mine." The trio continued onward, encountering several weaker beasts along the way, all dispatched by Chakarite and Diana, with Chu Tian opting not to intervene. Despite accumulating substantial task values, they had yet to uncover any treasures, leading Chakarite to grumble. "Are those old geezers at the True Martial Bureau merely using us as labor? We've encountered swarms of fierce beasts, yet not a single treasure in sight. What a dreadful place." Chu Tian replied, "Your complaints are futile. Continue to search slowly. Treasures will present themselves." Chakarite retorted in frustration, "I'm simply incensed." Suddenly, Chu Tian halted, a pained expression crossing his face as he commanded, "Stop." Diana, anxious, inquired, "Chu Tian, what is wrong? I feel a breakthrough approaching. I require your protection." He then sat cross-legged, and as the two watched in astonishment, his aura surged forth with intensity. A torrent of energy flooded into his being, rapidly circulating. As seconds turned into minutes, Chu Tian remained in the midst of his breakthrough. Chakarite, concerned, asked, "Why is it taking so long? Is something amiss?" Diana snapped, "Shut your crow's mouth. This is a qualitative transformation from black iron to bronze. Can it be expedited?" Chakarite scoffed, "What are you in such a hurry for? You and Chu Tian are not even together yet." Diana glared at Chakarite, fuming, "One day, I will have Chu Tian kneeling at my feet." Chakarite was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. With a mighty roar, Chu Tian's internal energy erupted outward, creating a wave of terrifying force. Chakarite and Diana, taken aback, quickly channeled their energies to resist. However, they had underestimated the immense power of Chu Tian's breakthrough. They were instantly sent flying, but fortunately, they emerged unscathed. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Tian radiated a newfound brilliance. The speed of his internal energy had more than doubled, and its reserves reached a staggering level. He felt invigorated, confident that should he encounter Li Dongshu once more, even with martial techniques, Chu Tian could easily overpower him with a single punch. Wait, where are those two? Could they have wandered into the grass for some wild rendezvous? Have they already moved on to new affections? As Chu Tian harbored suspicions regarding the escapades of the two, Diana hobbled over, her visage smeared with dirt. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth twitched slightly as he mused. It seems the earlier battle was rather intense, to the point where walking poses a challenge. Furrowing her brows, Diana inquired, "Did you achieve a breakthrough?" Chu Tian cleared his throat and replied, "Indeed. I hope I haven't interrupted a moment of good fortune for you both." Upon catching sight of the ambiguous glimmer in Chu Tian's eyes, Diana instantly discerned his misinterpretation, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration. Embarrassed, she retorted, "What are you thinking? Chocolate and I were sent flying by the residual energy unleashed during your breakthrough." "Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't hurt, were you?" Chu Tian asked, his expression rife with embarrassment as concern washed over him. Diana assured, "I'm fine, just bumped my leg." Chu Tian rose, assisting Diana in taking a seat on the ground, rolling up her pants. Indeed, her fair, elongated leg bore a scrape. Diana's cheeks flushed crimson as she noticed Chu Tian's gaze fixated on her delicate limb, inducing a wave of shyness within her. Despite her alluring and captivating exterior, she was fundamentally quite reserved. At that moment, being observed so closely by a male and having her leg tenderly caressed caused her body to tense and tremble slightly. "Does it hurt much?" Chu Tian asked. No, not particularly, it's bearable," Diana replied. "Endure a little longer. Let me massage it for you." Chu Tian offered. "Thank you." She responded, "Tian, dear brother." Suddenly, a weak voice shattered the intimate atmosphere between Chu Tian and Diana. He hastily sprang to his feet, while Diana, her face still flushed, hastily pulled down her pants. Confused, Chu Tian scanned the surroundings, calling out, "Chocolate, where are you?" "I'm here," came the reply, as a trembling hand emerged from the nearby grass. Approaching, Chu Tian found Chocolate sprawled on the ground, his expression one of agony. "Why are you lying there? Get up. Is the ground cooler?" Chu Tian chided. "Brother Tian, I wish I could, but I can't." Chocolate lamented. "What happened to you?" Chu Tian asked, his brow furrowing. Chocolate, wearing a woeful expression, replied, "I twisted my leg." Chu Tian's mouth twitched. Could it be that the hefty fellow had truly injured himself? "Are you serious?" Brother Tian, is there no basic trust between us anymore? Chocolate protested, but upon observing his sincerity, Chu Tian bent down to assist him. Whether it was Chu Tian underestimating Chocolate's weight or overestimating his own strength, the latter remained as immovable as a mountain. Frustrated, Chu Tian summoned his energy to lift Chocolate from the ground. You really ought to lose some weight, he exclaimed. Now is not the time for sarcasm, brother. I'm the victim here, and since you're hurt, show me some concern, Chocolate retorted, sitting on the ground, pulling up his pants to reveal a bruised thigh, disheartened. Brother Tian, I also desire the affectionate touch. Could you massage me as well? You seemed quite skilled with Diana. Chu Tian's mouth twitched in embarrassment, while Diana shot a furious glare at Chocolate. Don't you have hands of your own? Chu Tian snapped. Hey, are you favoring her over me? Why assist Diana and not me? My leg is just as delightful to touch, plump and inviting. Chocolate argued. Get lost. Chu Tian barked. Chocolate huffed indignantly. Humph. You were just trying to take advantage. Chu Tian glared at him, warning, if you keep babbling nonsense, you might find yourself unable to walk. Chocolate's heart raced, prompting him to fall silent, glaring at Chu Tian with his beady eyes. With Chocolate's interruption, Diana felt too embarrassed to continue requesting Chu Tian's assistance. Fuming at Chocolate, she thought, this glutton has ruined my moment. I shall avenge this slight. Suddenly, as she was massaging her leg, Chocolate felt a chilling sensation that sent shivers down his spine. Turning, he saw Diana's furious expression, her eyes dark with fury, and the stone she had just dropped was poised to rise again. Chocolate quickly explained, Diana, why are you looking at me like that? I'm frightened. I didn't mean to interrupt your moment. Chocolate, close your mouth. Diana snapped. Chocolate, taken aback, complied, silently lamenting. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Why must I endure this? After a brief respite, both their legs had somewhat recovered. They resumed their journey, emboldened by Chu Tian's recent breakthrough into the bronze realm, significantly enhancing their squad's strength, enabling them to contend with formidable beasts. Chu Tian's task value continued to soar, outpacing all other students partaking in the Dragon Pool's secret realm. Wang Dushing sat grinning in his chair, his demeanor driving the university leaders surrounding him to the brink of madness. Look at him, so smug he has forgotten his own surname. I really want to kick him. Go ahead. I'll cheer you on from the back. Old Wang, enough already. I've been watching your stomach for days. Don't end up unable to close your mouth. Wang Dushing chuckled, huh? When one encounters joyous occasions, their spirits soar. Just look at Chu Tian. Why doesn't he consider others and ease up a bit? Leading the pack must be exhausting. Humph. Who knows when he might end up at the bottom? Are you when folks Haven Tea even unleash their full potential? Wang Dushing replied, oh, I recall a certain little fellow who just activated his potential, and for some unknown reason, his task value suddenly plummeted to 0. I, Wang Dushing, challenge you to a duel. The president of Yuan University exclaimed furiously, rising, puffing out his cheeks, rolling up his sleeves, ready to battle Wang Dushing. Wang Dushing merely smirked, reclined in his chair, and leisurely declared, my old bones can't handle such antics. Let the youth take the stage. Chu Tian will represent us. Chu Tian's task value continued to ascend. Suddenly, a president from another university exclaimed, my goodness, Chu Tian has surged again. Wang Dushing remained remarkably composed, saying, as university heads, how can you lack composure over such trivial matters? Chu Tian has always been on the rise. What is there to be surprised about? No. He suddenly increased by 500. What? Wang Dushing sprang from his seat, pushing aside the president of Yuan University, his eyes glued to the large screen. Chu Tian's task value, 1,500. Haha, that is truly impressive. Chu Tian's task value now leads the second-place competitor by nearly 1,000. This lad mirrors my youthful vigor. The crowd scoffed at Wang Dushing's words. Your youthful vigor? When you participated in the Dragon Pool's secret realm, you nearly didn't make it out. How could Chu Tian's task value spike by 500? According to the task value classification, a beast at the Black Iron 9-star level would be worth that much. Yin Yang, incredulous, remarked, what a joke. A Black Iron 9-star beast is equivalent to a true martial artist at the Bronze realm. No matter how powerful Chu Tian is, he cannot defeat a beast of that caliber. It's unrealistic. An elder from the True Martial Bureau interjected. Could it be that Chu Tian has broken through to the Bronze realm? What? It is simply inconceivable. How could one achieve the Bronze realm in just a few days? I refuse to believe it, even under duress. Wang Dushing also found it utterly baffling. Could this lad truly have astonished everyone? Has he indeed broken through to the Bronze realm? Yin Yang had inquired. Old Amo, can you trace the location of Chu Tian and access the surveillance footage from there? We must see for ourselves. He continued, I need to ascertain whether that area is a blind spot. Everyone awaited anxiously. Chapter 41. Have you not read the Tomb Raiding Diary? Chu Tian had indeed encountered a fierce beast of the Black Iron 9 stars, narrowly avoiding becoming its next meal. Fortunately, with the aid of a cheap pill, he managed to slay the massive python, whose strength equated to that of a bronze 1 star. The situation had been dire. Both Zuguli and Diana were of no assistance. Their presence would have only been a hindrance, forcing them to watch helplessly as Chu Tian battled the great serpent alone. Wounded and fatigued, Chu Tian sat on the ground, recuperating his depleting chi. Although he had nearly faced death, he had stabilized his breakthrough to the bronze 1 star. It was a small consolation. When old Mo played the footage of Chu Tian's battle, all the transcendent beings present were left dumbfounded. The chi emanating from Chu Tian clearly indicated that he had indeed ascended to the bronze realm. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Having surged through a major realm in just a day within the Dragon Pool secret realm, it was utterly astonishing. Could this be the formidable power of an S-class true martial talent? Wang Dushing was grinning from ear to ear, his raucous laughter ringing in everyone's ears, filling them with envy. Such a student would be a source of immense pride for any university, just as it was for Wang Dushing. Chu Tian kept his eyes closed, recuperating until nightfall, when he finally opened them to see Zuguli and Diana vigilantly guarding him. Grateful, he said, thank you both for your efforts. Diana, her voice tinged with excitement, replied, you're awake. Are you feeling better? Chu Tian nodded. Yes, much improved. Zuguli exclaimed, Brother Tian, you are incredible. From now on, you shall be my idol. Just then, Chu Tian's stomach growled. All the pork brought by Zuguli had been consumed, and the trio turned their gaze toward the lifeless python. Zuguli suggested, shall we eat it? Diana retched, that's disgusting. What if we get poisoned? Chu Tian reassured them, no, it's just a python, not a venomous snake. We'll have to make do with it tonight. Zuguli used the fangs of the black rabbit to slice the python into pieces, gathering firewood to roast it. Although the appearance of the snake meat was unappealing, the aroma wafting from the grill was tantalizing, igniting their appetites. Zuguli took a bite and praised it enthusiastically. Watching Chu Tian and Diana relish their portions, Diana grit her teeth and, steeling herself, took a bite. Surprisingly, it was not as terrible as she had imagined. Suddenly, Zuguli's face flushed, and his chi surged rapidly. In a panic, he exclaimed, wow, the snake meat is a powerful tonic. I think I'm about to break through. Diana felt the same, and both hurriedly channeled their chi to facilitate their ascension. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel envious. Why was he experiencing no reaction? Was it because they had consumed the front half, while he had the rear? An hour later, the two successfully broke through to black iron 9 stars. Zuguli, brimming with vigor, declared, I feel so energized. I want to challenge a ferocious beast. Chu Tian cautioned, calm down. What if the mate of that python comes looking for it? You'd barely be enough to fill a gap. Recognizing that this place was unsuitable for an overnight stay, they continued their journey. As they walked, Zuguli suddenly cried out, and he vanished. Chu Tian was alarmed, turning back to see a vast pit. He leapt in without hesitation, with Diana following closely behind. An artificial pit? Why is there a sponge cushion? So soft. Chu Tian was perplexed, squeezing it and finding it warm. Heavens, Brother Tian. I know I'm quite large, and some girls envy me, but please, don't squeeze so. Zuguli's weak voice echoed from below. Chu Tian, feeling embarrassed, helped Zuguli to his feet. The trio hurriedly gathered firewood and ignited it, revealing a stone chamber adorned with murals and incomprehensible inscriptions on the walls. Zuguli exclaimed, have we hit the jackpot? Have we fallen into an ancient tomb? Chu Tian retorted, somewhat exasperated, are you out of your mind? Falling into an ancient tomb is hardly striking luck. You don't get to choose your burial site. You're simply picking up what's already there. Zuguli's plump face quivered with excitement as he protested, Brother Tian, haven't you read the tomb raiding diary? Ancient tombs are filled with treasures and elixirs for immortality. Chu Tian slapped Zuguli's head, admonishing him to be quiet. Shut it. With someone like you, Uncle C will inevitably end up in prison. The three advanced with solemn expressions, searching for an exit. Crack. Chu Tian felt as though he had stepped on something, his body freezing in place. According to the tomb raiding diary's descriptions, he must have triggered a mechanism. He instructed, you two, retreat and find cover. Zuguli was at a loss. There was no adequate shelter in the stone cavern. His backside or belly would be exposed, and in the end, he opted to sacrifice dignity for safety. Once he confirmed the two were concealed, Chu Tian channeled his chi and suddenly propelled himself backward. 1 second, 1 minute, 10 minutes. Nothing happened, and the three slowly emerged. Zuguli remarked. The diary didn't describe it this way. They continued onward, and Zuguli triggered another mechanism. Yet, once again, there was no response. They began to lower their guard, with Zuguli speculating. Could it be that time has rendered them ineffective? Just then, Zuguli triggered yet another mechanism, and this time, he paid it no mind, swaggering past. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted. Chu Tian was horrified. He kicked Zuguli beneath a stone pillar and swiftly embraced Diana, retreating rapidly. The mechanism persisted for 10 minutes before finally ceasing. Zuguli limped over, observing the two tightly intertwined. All right, it's over. You can let go now? Chu Tian awkwardly released Diana, feigning nonchalance as he remarked. This serves as a lesson for us. Zuguli cast a disdainful glance at the solemn Chu Tian, silently thinking that if this continued, he would become increasingly superfluous. Chu Tian re-entered the stone chamber, which remained barren, with only the stone murals adorning the walls. Typically, after triggering a mechanism, treasures would be found. It seemed they were destined for futility. They resolved to continue traversing the stone tunnel, no longer contemplating treasures or opportunities, but rather how to escape. If there was no exit, they would be trapped here until they reached the Platinum Realm and could soar with their chi. By that time, Chu Tian might very well be a father, with a son calling Zuguli Uncle Pig. Chu Tian halted, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. Chapter 42. The Ascension of the Dark Heavens. Ahead lay an impassable stone door, flanked by two towering statues, each 2 meters tall, their visages grotesque, wielding long spears. The lance held by the statue emanated a chilling, heart-stopping glow. The layer of dust on the statue indicated that it was of ancient origin, potentially centuries or even millennia old. The fact that, after such a prolonged period, the lance showed no signs of decay and remained exceptionally sharp was indeed remarkable. Chocolate remarked. These two statues bear a striking resemblance to the stone figures in our school. Chu Tian responded. They do indeed resemble them. We should return. I have a foreboding sense of danger. As Chocolate reached out to grasp the lance, it was too late for Chu Tian to intervene. Chocolate tugged forcefully, but the lance remained immovable. Stop it, you fat fool, Chu Tian exclaimed. What's wrong? Chocolate asked, puzzled. Have you not read the tomb raiding diary? Do not disturb anything within a tomb. Chocolate grinned. Novels are mere fabrications. Look, nothing has happened, has it? Chu Tian's eyes were filled with terror as he retreated. You're quite the actor. It's a pity you're not pursuing a career in performance. Are you attempting to frighten me? Not a chance, Chocolate said, glancing at Chu Tian while reaching for the lance once more. Huh, where did it go? Chocolate turned around in confusion, only to find the lance, which had been in front of him, now standing beside the statue, which had opened its enormous eyes to stare at him. My goodness, it's alive, Chocolate shouted, his corpulent form rushing towards Chu Tian. However, just as he thought he had reached a safe distance, a tremendous force hurled him away, crashing him to the ground. Struggling to his feet, Chocolate gazed in horror at the two statues that had now awakened. Chu Tian, sensing the gravity of the situation, recognized from the power displayed by the statues that, although they lacked true energy, their capabilities were undoubtedly above the bronze realm. The two statues charged towards Chu Tian and his companions, causing the ground to tremble violently as they ran. The trio turned and fled desperately, yet despite their massive size, the statues moved with astonishing speed, sweeping their lances in a wide arc. With a single blow, they sent the trio crashing against the stone wall, rendering Diana and Chocolate unconscious. Chu Tian hastily activated the steel armor's mechanism. In a blink, he transformed into a steel warrior, launching beams of energy from his palms that momentarily repelled the statues. However, it inflicted no substantial damage. Panic gripped Chu Tian. This was far beyond mere bronze strength. The statues' defenses rivaled that of the silver realm. The statues attacked again, yet were again pushed back by the beams emitted from the armor. This approach could not last. The energy stored within the armor would soon be depleted. Frantic, Chu Tian decided to take a desperate gamble, consuming a true energy pill. He grasped the battle dragon hammer tightly. At the moment of firing another energy beam, Chu Tian lunged forward, his internal energy surging wildly as he raised the hammer high and struck down towards the statue. With a resounding crash, one statue shattered instantly under the force of the hammer. The other statue advanced menacingly towards Chu Tian, who had no time to evade and took the blow directly. Though protected by the armor, the impact sent his blood surging. Chu Tian, now weakened and bleeding, gritted his teeth and launched another beam of energy. Despite their formidable strength, the statues possessed no intelligence and could not dodge, charging recklessly at Chu Tian again. With his body in tatters, Chu Tian fought valiantly, wielding the battle dragon hammer and energy beams against the statue. The combined force of his energy and the beams pushed the statue against the wall. Gritting his teeth, Chu Tian swung the hammer once more. With a final, thunderous crash, the last statue collapsed. Exhausted, Chu Tian retracted the armor, spitting blood as he sat on the ground, panting heavily. If not for the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. In less than a day, he had danced on the precipice of death twice. What a thrill it had been. Chu Tian refrained from waking Chocolate and Diana immediately, partly due to his own lack of strength to stand, and partly because he feared that the clumsy Chocolate might inadvertently cause further trouble upon regaining consciousness. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, absorbing the ambient energy and alleviating his injuries. Upon opening his eyes again, he noticed that among the shattered remnants of the two statues, a soft yellow glow emanated from the debris. His heart raced. Could it be that these stone beings were not entirely vanquished? Struggling to his feet, he sifted through the rubble to uncover two translucent glass orbs emitting a yellow light. To his astonishment, they pulsed with a strong energy signature. Though he was unsure of their purpose, it was evident that they were key to activating the statues. Ding! The system detected that the orbs in the host's possession could enhance the armor's defenses. Would the host like to install them? Such a feature exists? Chu Tian exclaimed, excitement surging through him. Install them. Hastily activating the armor, he followed the system's guidance, placing the yellow orbs at its chest area. A blinding light enveloped him, and the orbs vanished. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded the armor's defensive capabilities by 30. Chu Tian inquired, what tier of attacks can it now withstand? Ding. Under normal circumstances, it can resist full force attacks from a silver 3-star warrior. Chu Tian gasped, overwhelmed by the revelation. As long as he donned the armor, he could stand there and allow a silver 3-star warrior to strike him without sustaining any harm. With satisfaction, Chu Tian stored the armor away and approached the unconscious Diana and Chocolate, rousing them from their stupor. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Chocolate's expression was one of bewilderment. Is this hell? Why can't I escape from you even in death? Diana shot him a disapproving look. His theatrics were excessive. Chu Tian pinched Chocolate's pudgy cheek with force. Ow! Let go! Let go! It hurts. Even in hell, you bully me. If you keep pretending, I'll make sure you truly end up in hell, Chu Tian warned. Realizing his facade had been unmasked, Chocolate awkwardly replied, you have no sense of humor. Did I really faint? Fainting usually doesn't involve snoring. Chu Tian retorted, what about those two stone beings? Did they escape? Chocolate asked. Chu Tian pointed to the rubble on the ground. I took care of them. Chocolate and Diana exchanged incredulous glances, fully aware of the statue's formidable strength from first-hand experience. Now, Chu Tian claimed to have dealt with them? It was almost laughable. Have you become possessed by a war god? Chu Tian, feeling exasperated, replied, don't look at me like that. I truly handled it. Otherwise, do you think those statues would have spared us? Chocolate scrambled to his feet and approached the pile of stones, astonished and convinced. Chapter 43, The Stone Coffin. Whether these stones belonged to the stone beings was uncertain, but the lance on the ground was undoubtedly theirs. It was no counterfeit. Chocolate picked up the lance and swung it, producing a series of whooshing sounds. What a fine weapon. With this lance in hand, my combat prowess has instantly increased by 20%. However, Chu Tian felt no need for it. He already possessed the Battle Dragon hammer and the steel armor. Carrying an additional lance seemed superfluous, and he was not particularly fond of such weaponry. While it might be impressive to carry a lance, it was simply too cumbersome for his tastes. Diana, you should take it for now, otherwise, you'll have no means of defense, Chu Tian suggested. Diana, taken aback, asked, aren't you going to use it? I simply do not like using lances, Chu Tian replied. Diana would never think so. She believed that Chu Tian had selflessly bestowed a precious treasure upon her, feeling as if her heart were drizzled with honey. With a rosy blush gracing her delicate face, she gazed at Chu Tian, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chocolate, with his round face contorted in disbelief, silently mused, what a scheming boy. The trio arrived at the stone door, yet it remained unchanged, a perplexing anomaly. Under normal circumstances, having vanquished 2 stone guardians, shouldn't the door have opened? Uncle C was merely toying with them. Exhausted, Chocolate squatted down, searching for a mechanism, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Alas, his efforts yielded nothing. In a fit of rage, he stood up and delivered a powerful kick to the stone door. Damn, that hurt, he exclaimed. Suddenly, a series of sharp, grinding noises erupted. The once sealed stone door began to creak open. The 3 stood in stunned silence. Was this even possible? Chocolate, brimming with pride, proclaimed, from now on, my foot shall be known as the Buddha's foot. Diana, puzzled, inquired, why is that? Because of the last-minute prayer to the Buddha. What lay before them was indeed another stone chamber, the walls adorned with vibrant murals. Just as they had surmised, the room was filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Chocolate shouted in a frenzy, I'm rich. I'm rich. Haha. However, as he rushed forward to scoop up the treasures, he found himself unable to lift a single item. Breathing heavily, he stood up in frustration and kicked again. What the hell? Are these treasures glued to the ground? Chu Tian chuckled. Looks like the Buddha's foot has lost its efficacy. Chocolate retorted angrily, what nonsense. Just because they appear ungrabbable doesn't mean I shouldn't see them. I'd rather have nothing than this tease. Chu Tian, exasperated, glanced at Chocolate, who was still grappling with the jewels, before stepping further inside. Apart from the treasure, there was a stone coffin positioned in the center. Chu Tian felt a wave of confusion wash over him, for seated before the coffin was a corpse, meditating peacefully. Could this individual be the guardian of the coffin? Kneeling before the remains on a cushion, Chu Tian bowed respectfully. Senior, I humbly apologize for the intrusion. I hope you will not hold it against me. After 3 bows, he stood up, intending to search for an exit. To his astonishment, the coffin began to slowly creak open. Chocolate leapt up in alarm, rushing to Chu Tian's side, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the coffin. What is happening? Is it reanimating? Chu Tian was equally struck with shock. Had his bowing provoked the occupant within the coffin? The 3 braced themselves, waiting for a response. After a long moment of silence, they collectively exhaled in relief and mustered the courage to approach the coffin. Peering inside, they beheld a woman lying serenely within, a beauty so ethereal, she seemed to hail from the heavens. Calm, radiant, and untouched by the mortal realm. Chocolate exclaimed in awe. This ancestor has aged remarkably well. Her body has decayed over time. If only I could uncover the secret to her preservation. I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. Chu Tian's expression turned serious as he reprimanded. Be respectful, you gluttonous fool. realizing the impropriety of his words. Chocolate feared the ancestor's wrath. If she were to summon more stone guardians to entomb him, his fate would be dire indeed. With hands clasped in prayer, he implored, "Esteemed ancestor, I beg your forgiveness for my unintended offense. Please, overlook my indiscretion." Chu Tian shot an admonishing glance at Chocolate before attempting to close the coffin. Yet, no matter how hard they pushed, the lid refused to budge. This predicament left them in a quandary. They couldn't simply leave the coffin ajar, could they? Suddenly, Diana cried out, "Chu Tian, come here. There are inscriptions." Approaching, Chu Tian examined the carvings at the head of the coffin. The ancient script was indecipherable to all three. "System, could you assist me with the translation?" he requested. Ding. The translation feature activated. Those who arrive here and behold this inscription are all virtuous individuals, possessing intellect and strength beyond others. Within the coffin lies my ultimate teachings, the god-slaying slash and the divine whip. To the fated, it shall be bestowed. Do not force it. Gently lifting the woman's white skirt, Chu Tian was met with Chocolate's shocked voice. "Brother Tian, you mustn't be disrespectful. What are you doing? Is your taste that peculiar?" Chocolate's loud exclamation startled Chu Tian, who shot him a furious glare. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Beneath the skirt lay a piece of animal hide covered in dense script and various peculiar postures. Beside it was a wooden whip shaped like a divine instrument. Perhaps these were what the female elder referred to as the god-slaying slash and the divine whip. Chocolate, puzzled, asked, "Brother Tian, what do you intend to do with that hide? It looks like it contains something significant." Chu Tian stared at him in disbelief. "Can't you see it?" Chocolate retorted petulantly, "I can see it. It records positions like the elderly man's wheelbarrow, the standing position, the ultimate position, and the old tree's roots." Chu Tian, infuriated, kicked Chocolate away. Diana's face flushed crimson, her eyes narrowing in indignation at Chocolate. Accidentally glancing at Chu Tian, she quickly turned away. Approaching Diana, Chu Tian asked, "Can you read the inscriptions?" Blushing, she shook her head. Chocolate brushed off the dust from his clothes, saying, "Brother Tian, are you all right? Don't scare me like that. Can you truly see the contents?" Chu Tian replied, "Of course I can see it. Why would I ask you otherwise?" Chocolate skeptically pressed, "Then tell me what it records." When Chu Tian began reciting the method for the god-slaying slash, both Chocolate and Diana clutched their heads in agony, collapsing to the ground. My head hurts so much. "Brother Tian, please stop. Don't read anymore." Chu Tian, taken aback by their pained expressions, quickly ceased his recitation. As the pain subsided, their faces turned pale, the throbbing in their heads reminiscent of needles incessantly piercing their minds, a tormenting agony. Chapter 44, The Infuriating Location Marker. Chu Tian hurriedly stowed away the animal hide. Chocolate, fuming, remarked, "Is this a suppression spell?" Chu Tian replied, "Too bad you're not Sun Wukong." Chocolate glared at him, his little eyes darting about. Since the mysterious technique eluded him, perhaps the weapon in the coffin could be shared with him? Chocolate, panting, stretched his head into the coffin to grasp the divine whip. However, no matter how hard he tried, the whip remained immovable, as heavy as a mountain. Even channeling his inner energy yielded no results. "Brother Tian, help me out. I can't get out." Chu Tian rolled his eyes and yanked him out. Chocolate, with wide eyes, grumbled, "Why can't I lift it?" "Brother Tian, why don't you give it a try?" Under the eager gazes of Chocolate and Diana, Chu Tian approached the coffin. The moment his hand touched the divine whip, a jolt coursed through his body, and he felt his inner energy surge wildly, causing the whip to tremble violently within the coffin. Fearing for the elder's safety, he gripped the whip tightly and pulled it from the coffin. The essence of the air surged towards the divine whip, visibly absorbed in its entirety. Chu Tian felt an inseparable bond with the divine whip. It had become an integral part of his being, effortlessly wielded. Suddenly, he swung the divine whip, producing a thunderous roar within the stone chamber, causing cracks to appear on the walls. Ziliyuan, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in alarm and hastily interjected, "Brother Tian, do be careful. If you bring down this chamber, we shall all accompany our esteemed predecessor in death." Chu Tian shot a glare at Ziliyuan, yet curbed his impulse to further test the whip's might. With envy, Ziliyuan remarked, "Brother Tian, did you perhaps have a connection with the one in the stone coffin in your past life? Otherwise, how could you acquire both the technique and the divine artifact?" Chu Tian retorted, "Get lost. A pig's mouth cannot utter ivory." His gaze fell upon the divine whip, which was marked with 24 segments, each bearing a distinct symbol. However, only the mark at the handle emitted a green glow, while the other 23 remained dormant. Could it be that igniting the remaining 23 marks was essential to unleash the whip's full potential? It seemed plausible. There were no records detailing the divine whip, yet it could not be as mundane as the legend suggested. Gratefully, he cast a glance at the stone coffin and knelt upon the mat, murmuring, "I am profoundly grateful for the technique and divine artifact bestowed upon me by the esteemed predecessor." After 3 bows, Chu Tian rose and closed the coffin lid. At that moment, the lashes of the woman within the coffin seemed to flutter, though none perceived it. Once the coffin was sealed, a cacophony erupted from the stone wall behind, splitting it in two to reveal a path illuminated by light. Do you believe in the existence of light in this world? Chu Tian bowed once more. The trio hastily exited the stone chamber, emerging into the dawn. Zaliyuan, seated upon the grass, inhaled deeply and mused. The scent of blood outside is far more pleasant. Ding. Please sign in, host. Chu Tian, sign in. Ding. Today's location sign-in requires the host to locate an apple tree and relieve oneself atop it. Chu Tian, what the hell? Brother Tian, what's wrong? Zaliyuan inquired, observing Chu Tian's ashen face as he erupted in frustration. Nothing, let us keep moving. Chu Tian exclaimed, System, are you genuinely trying to mess with me? Ding. It seems the host is still unaccustomed to the randomness of each task, which is unrelated to the system. Ding. Please maintain a positive mindset. No one is forcing you. Chu Tian replied. So it's all my own doing? Ding. That interpretation is valid. Zaliyuan noticed Chu Tian's face shift from red to purple, reflecting a tempest of emotions. He whispered, Brother Tian, you're not being possessed by a female predecessor, are you? Like in the novels, being parasitized. Chu Tian snapped. You are the one being parasitized. Don't bother me, it's annoying. Zaliyuan shot an angry glance at Chu Tian but chose not to argue, trudging forward in silence. Chu Tian scanned the surroundings for an apple tree, inwardly cursing the system for nearly causing a forced shutdown. Yet, could there be an apple tree in the Dragonpool secret realm? Everywhere they passed, no ferocious beasts survived, with Chu Tian's bronze-level prowess. Dispatching these black iron beasts was akin to a massacre. The task value surged once more. As they continued, voices of contention reached their ears. Diana furrowed her brow, stating, It seems our comrades are in trouble. Chu Tian quickened his pace toward the commotion. Indeed, he found students from Jiang University, Niefeng, Li Tai, Song Meixian, and Zhang Jinshua, confronting individuals from Yuan University. Niefeng and Li Tai were flushed with anger, their emotions running high. Song Meixian's pretty face was equally frostbitten with fury as she glared at the Yuan University crowd. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinshua stood with arms crossed, seemingly indifferent. Adopting an air of detachment. Reveal Chu Tian's location to us, and we shall spare your lives. Otherwise, none shall escape today. Niefeng retorted. We don't know where Chu Tian is. How can we tell you? Do you take me for a fool? Students from the same school have positioning capabilities to see each other's locations, whether we disclose it or not. Li Tai added, You 1T succeed. We will not betray our fellow student. Indeed, Song Meixian affirmed. Zhang Jinshua smirked. Brother Gong, if I tell you Chu Tian's location, will you let me go? Zhang Jinshua. You scoundrel. Li Tai shouted. You would trade your comrades' lives for your own? Zhang Jinshua replied with a grin. His life matters, but mine does not. Why should I sacrifice myself? Good point, a voice chimed in. If you tell me where Chu Tian is, I will release you. Zhang Jinshua asked, Are you serious? I would never lie. Suddenly, as Zhang Jinshua monitored his sensor, his brow furrowed in surprise. Chu Tian seems to be nearby. The signal is extremely strong. What? Nearby? Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. The Yuan University individuals immediately dispersed to search for Chu Tian. Li Tai and the others glared at Zhang Jinshua, their eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Jinshua, you can expect expulsion from the school. Betraying your peers is unforgivable, and you will pay dearly. Zhang Jinshua scoffed. What does it matter to me? I am merely preserving my own life. The school will understand. He seemed to recall something. Continuing, moreover, if Chu Tian dies, it might not be a bad thing for us. What do you mean? Suddenly, a mocking voice erupted from behind Zhang Jinshua. Startled, he turned to find Chu Tian standing behind him, grinning widely, his teeth gleaming. Didn't you just tell them? This smile sent shivers down Zhang Jinshua's spine. Zhang Jinshua shouted, Gong Yuan, Chu Tian is here. In truth, there was no need for Zhang Jinshua to call out. Gong Yuan had already noticed. And all the Yuan University attendees had encircled Chu Tian. Zaliyuan pointed at Zhang Jinshua in anger. How could a traitor like you exist in Jiang University? Such a coward. Zhang Jinshua, seeing Gong Yuan and the others, lost all fear and retorted, How am I a traitor? I am merely a pragmatist. Chu Tian remarked, What a pragmatist indeed. I am impressed. Zhang Jinshua, furious, shouted, If you were a man, Chu Tian, you would resolve this yourself and not drag us into it. His only hope now was to shift the burden onto Chu Tian, allowing him to face the formidable individuals from Yuan University alone. Ideally, all of Jiang University would remain trapped in the Dragonpool secret realm, ensuring no one would uncover his treachery. Li Tai declared, Zhang Jinshua, I will report your actions to the school. How will you face Jiang City? Zhang Jinshua's expression darkened as he glared at Li Tai, roaring, Are you an idiot? I am doing this for everyone's sake. Niefeng sneered, Thank you. Observing the infighting among Jiang University's students, Gong Yuan let out a cold laugh, taunting. Do you need time to resolve your internal issues? Upon hearing Gong Yuan's words, Zhang Jinshua was taken aback, casting a fearful glance at Chu Tian and the others, retreating instinctively. This was not part of his script, it had veered off course. Zhang Jinshua hastily rushed to Gong Yuan's side, resembling a beseeching dog, imploring, Brother Gong. You cannot abandon me now. Gong Yuan disdainfully shoved Zhang Jinshua aside, His face twisted in disgust as he retorted, "Get lost. I despise traitors more than anything." Zhang Jinshuo, in a state of panic, seized the opportunity to escape. However, as he took just 2 steps, he was met with a resounding slap from Zhu Guoli, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhu Guoli and Niafeng swiftly procured ropes to bind Zhang Jinshuo to a tree. Struggling desperately, he cried out in terror, "Let me go, let me go!" Li Tai then delivered a kick that rendered him unconscious. Finally, peace was restored. Chu Tian turned his attention to Gong Yuan and inquired, "Did you seek me out?" Gong Yuan replied, "You injured Li Dongshu and seized his task value?" Chu Tian responded nonchalantly, "Indeed, what of it? Are you here to defend him?" Gong Yuan declared, "One must return what is taken from others. It is simply impolite not to." Chu Tian chuckled, "Apologies. But I am not in the habit of returning what I have rightfully acquired." Gong Yuan fixed his gaze upon Chu Tian, his internal energy surging dramatically, exerting pressure on Chu Tian. The intensity of his energy at the bronze level left everyone astonished. Had he truly broken through? Gong Yuan was indeed worthy of being hailed as the foremost expert of Yuan University. Incredible. The students of Yuan University sneered, "Brother Yuan, be gentle. Leave them a glimmer of hope so we can enjoy the show a bit longer. Don't listen to him. Finish the fight in one move and be done with it. Those who dare to steal our task value shall learn their lesson. Prepare to hand it over." The faces of Jiang University's representatives turned ashen as they listened to the arrogant taunts from the opposing side, their eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, they were powerless to act, for the reality was that they faced a formidable bronze-level expert. One individual could effortlessly handle all of them. Such was the chasm between their strengths. Niafeng remarked, "Gong Yuan has advanced to the bronze level. Chu Tian is no match for him. This time, we are in grave danger." Zhu Guoli, unperturbed, laughed, "Is bronze truly that formidable? Huh." Observing Zhu Guoli and Diana's nonchalant demeanor, the crowd was filled with confusion. Before they could inquire further, they heard Gong Yuan boastfully declare, "Boy, it's not too late to admit defeat." With a smile gracing his lips, Chu Tian responded, unleashing a wave of even more potent and formidable energy, a counter to Gong Yuan's challenge. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Wait, has Chu Tian also broken through to the bronze level? Song Meixian blinked in astonishment. Diana remarked with a grin, "Gong Yuan, with an A-level martial talent, can break through to bronze. Is it so difficult to comprehend that Chu Tian, being an S-level talent, can do the same?" Although the crowd found themselves at a loss for words regarding Diana's statement, the truth remained. The S-level martial talent was beyond their comprehension. Gong Yuan's expression grew serious. He had never heard of Chu Tian before entering the Longtan secret realm. Now, to discover that he too had reached the bronze level was indeed a shock, indicating he had surely encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Should he manage to seize it, his power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Gong Yuan queried, "Are you certain you will not return it?" Chu Tian shook his head, stating, "I obtained it through my own efforts. If you desire it, you are free to reclaim it through your own means. I shall not impede you." "Very well. If that is the case, let us resolve this through strength," Gong Yuan declared, suddenly launching a fist aimed at Chu Tian's head. His attack was a lethal strike, devoid of any probing assaults. Chu Tian channeled his energy to collide with Gong Yuan's blow. A resounding crack echoed through the air, sending chills down the spines of all present. The shockwaves from their clash rippled outward, prompting the onlookers to hastily channel their energy in defense. A confrontation at the bronze level was beyond the comprehension of those at the black iron level, especially when both combatants were geniuses of immense power. Their initial exchange yielded no clear victor, and Gong Yuan bellowed as he charged forward once more. Filled with battle fervor, Chu Tian advanced rather than retreating, and soon the two were locked in a fierce struggle, their terrifying energy fluctuations wreaking havoc all around. The remaining members of Yuan University and Jiang University found themselves drained, focusing all their energy to withstand the residual force from the duel. Chu Tian roared, "Fall!" And with that, he sent Gong Yuan flying. Fortunately, Gong Yuan's reflexes and adaptability were remarkable. He managed to alter his posture midair, averting an embarrassing fall. The disparity in strength was evident to all. Gong Yuan's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated anyone capable of besting him so easily. The spectators were left in disbelief as they witnessed Gong Yuan being so effortlessly overpowered by Chu Tian. Zhu Guoli exclaimed, "Brother Tian, ease up a bit. That was too swift. I barely had time to appreciate it." The members of Yuan University lowered their heads, unable to meet Zhu Guoli's triumphant gaze. They felt humiliated. Secretly, they cast glances at Gong Yuan, questioning whether he would concede defeat just like that. Chapter 46. Comparing people can lead to anger. Gong Yuan spoke grimly, "We are leaving." True to form, those who had boasted the loudest received the harshest retribution. The students of Yuan University shuffled forward like a herd of zombies, heads bowed and shoulders slumped. Chu Tian called out, "Halt." The crowd paused, expressions frozen in disbelief. The inability to leave was the most disheartening predicament. Gong Yuan spun around in fury, his eyes glinting with cold intensity, and coldly asked, "Do you intend to keep us here?" Chu Tian replied with a smile. It's not impossible. What do you think? At Chu Tian's words, Gong Yuan felt a tightening in his chest. It was indeed a possibility, provided Zhang University could hold out until Chu Tian defeated him. Yuan University would have no means to contend with the bronze-level Chu Tian, like a wolf among sheep. Gong Yuan responded, what do you mean? If we fight to the death, you will suffer significant losses as well. It would only benefit others, is that not so? Chu Tian countered. You need not attempt to intimidate me. I have no intention of keeping you here, but surely leaving the task value behind is reasonable. It's a fair trade to avoid calamity. For some individuals, the task value held greater significance than their very lives. After all the perilous endeavors they had endured to accumulate it, would they willingly part with it? No. If you possess the audacity, then leave us all behind. There is no way we shall relinquish our task value. Gazing at Gong Yuan's contorted expression, Chu Tian chuckled. What do you say? What do I say? I say you are utterly ridiculous. Gong Yuan gritted his teeth, declaring, I will give you my share, but not the others. Chu Tian remarked. It seems this negotiation has concluded in failure. You have no one to blame but yourselves. With that, Chu Tian began to advance step by step toward the students of Yuan University, who resembled zombies. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Chu Tian, the crowd hastily summoned their energy to resist. Zhu Guoli and the others followed suit, releasing their own energies, which immediately intimidated the members of Yuan University. Gong Yuan bellowed. Everyone, hand over your task values. Brother Yuan, please don't. He was met with a roar from Gong Yuan. Silence. Should anyone refuse to comply, feel free to do as you wish. Following his command, Gong Yuan was the first to relinquish a full 1,000 task values to Chu Tian. The others begrudgingly followed suit, each filled with fury as they handed over their task values to Jiang University, their bodies trembling with indignation. It was utterly humiliating to see the hard-earned task values, gained through countless trials and tribulations, contribute to someone else's gain. They were merely laborers. As Chocolate and his companions gazed at the suddenly soaring task values, their joy was palpable, their mouths agape in disbelief. Gong Yuan, in a stern tone, asserted, can we be allowed to leave now? Chu Tian responded with a hint of mirth, wishing you all a safe journey. Keep up the good work and accumulate more task values. You are always welcome to come back and stir up trouble. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, the members of Yuan University were on the brink of transforming into the indignant heroes of a tale. With heads held low, they departed one by one. Niefeng looked at Chu Tian with gratitude, saying, thank you, Chu Tian, for helping us secure such a significant amount of task values. Chu Tian replied, consider it my compensation to you all, for I nearly led everyone into a trap set by that scoundrel Gong Yuan. Li Tai interjected, this isn't your fault. Had we encountered Gong Yuan, he would have shown us no mercy. Chocolate chuckled, hey, Brother Tian, why not draw some more ire and provoke a few more schools? That way, task values will come easily. Chu Tian shot a glare at the hefty fellow, retorting, you go ahead. Your appearance begs for a beating. Chocolate rolled his eyes. Only you can deliver such justice. Laughter erupted among the group, as they envied the camaraderie between Chocolate and Chu Tian, whether in the present or future. Cultivating a relationship with Chu Tian would undoubtedly be the greatest fortune of anyone's life. Chu Tian suggested, let us travel together for mutual support. This was precisely what Niefeng and the others had hoped for. They had just discovered that both Chocolate and Diana had remarkably advanced to the rank of Black Iron 9 stars, undoubtedly aided by Chu Tian's assistance. Thus, his invitation felt like a stroke of serendipity to them. Song Meixian eagerly exclaimed, absolutely. She had been pondering how to join Chu Tian's team. And now that he had extended an invitation, she certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. Who knows what might blossom over time? If Diana had not succeeded, then her chances seemed even greater. The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became, brimming with enthusiasm. Diana furrowed her brow, observing the spirited and animated Song Meixian beside her, and an unsettling premonition arose within her. A rival had emerged. She had previously basked in the adoration of her companions, with Chu Tian and Chocolate both doting on her. Now, with Song Meixian's inclusion, competition was inevitable. Humph, Chu Tian is mine, and no one shall take him from me. An intense confidence surged within Diana. As Song Meixian turned to meet Diana's gaze, their eyes locked, and sparks flew in the air. Chocolate hastily recoiled, fully aware of the brewing tension between the two women. The male companions couldn't help but feel envious of Chu Tian. Song Meixian and Niefeng had teamed up for quite some time, yet exchanged few words, maintaining an aloof demeanor that created a palpable distance. The phrase comparison breeds envy resonated strongly. Chocolate had long since come to terms with this, displaying an air of calm. Chu Tian sensed the peculiar atmosphere, but chose not to dwell on it. Let us continue our journey. It is unwise to linger here, as we are gradually penetrating deeper into the Dragon Pool's secret realm, where formidable beasts may lurk. With Chu Tian's declaration, both young women smiled brightly, responding, we shall follow your lead. My goodness, when had Song Meixian ever smiled so radiantly? With her sweet voice, the male onlookers were left agape. eyes wide and unblinking at her transformation. Where had the frosty goddess gone, along with her stern aura? Chu Tian awkwardly rubbed his nose, turning to walk ahead. Zhang Jinshua, who had recently awakened, heard that they intended to abandon him here, bound and helpless, should a ferocious beast appear. His chances of escape would be non-existent. He hastily called out, "Wait, untie me." Niafeng glared at Zhang Jinshua, his eyes brimming with disdain, yet survival took precedence. "Let me go? You are committing a heinous act against a fellow student. The school and the true martial bureau will not let you off lightly." Li Tai swiftly delivered a slap, causing several of Zhang Jinshua's teeth to fly out. As he spoke, blood poured from his mouth. "You, a disgrace, should be devoured by a beast. Your existence is a blight upon this world." Zhang Jinshua pleaded. "No, let me go." Niafeng declared, "This fellow is far too noisy. Let us silence him. There is an apple tree ahead. Let us give him an apple to keep him quiet." An apple tree? Chapter 47. With a peculiar taste, perhaps a fiery one? Chu Tian's interest piqued as he inquired eagerly, "Where is this apple tree? Lead me to it." Niafeng, puzzled by Chu Tian's eagerness, replied, "It is just ahead." Excitedly, Chu Tian declared, "You all wait here. I shall go and pick some apples." Having said that, he hurriedly advanced, soon spotting the apple tree. Observing that no one followed, he crouched down and leaped upward, successfully climbing to the top. "Let me give these apples a little nourishment." The rustling sounds filled the air, and Chu Tian shivered in delight, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing today's sign-in task. Reward, 2 thunder bombs." Note: thunder bombs possess tremendous destructive power capable of inflicting severe damage on Golden Realm true martial practitioners, potentially even killing them. Chu Tian marveled at the dark orbs the size of a thumb nestled within his storage ring, exclaiming, "Is this contraption truly so formidable?" Ding. The system does not deceive. Chu Tian returned, satisfaction evident on his face, which only deepened the group's curiosity. Chocolate, noticing Chu Tian's empty hands, asked, "Where are the apples?" Chu Tian's lips twitched. In his excitement, he had completely forgotten about the apples. "I forgot." "Forgot? Brother Tian, what were you up to, taking a leisurely stroll?" Chu Tian shot a disgruntled glance at Chocolate, retorting, "What of it?" Chocolate responded, "Wait for me. I shall fetch them." When Chocolate returned, Chu Tian's expression froze, and he turned away, unable to bear the sight. "My brother, I truly apologize. It was unintentional." Chocolate, with an apple in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "Who was so kind as to water the apples?" Crunch. Chocolate devoured the apple with gusto, offering one to Zhang Jinshua. "Would you like one?" Since Niafeng and the others had already eaten, they had no desire for more. However, Diana expressed interest, saying, "I would like one." Chu Tian quickly interjected, "That thing isn't clean. What if it's poisonous?" Chocolate remarked, "I already tried it. I'm perfectly fine." Chu Tian looked at Diana and said, "If you trust me, you should refrain from eating it." Diana felt a surge of emotion. Clearly, Chu Tian cared for her. Chocolate cast a disdainful glance at Chu Tian, returning to his apple, muttering, "The skin of this apple has an odd taste. It feels familiar, reminiscent of someone who has been overindulgent, and has a strong odor. EW. Could chocolate be any more disgusting?" Chocolate frowned, stating, "Really, you should try it." "No, I refuse to eat it. You can keep it for yourself." Chocolate, becoming increasingly nauseated by his own words, tossed the apple aside. Given that their current location was already within the inner perimeter of the Dragon Pool's secret realm, everyone remained vigilant, anxiously surveying their surroundings. Outside the Dragon Pool's secret realm, Yin Yang, his face flushed and neck thick with rage, glared at Wang Dishing, his true energy surging, as if a confrontation were imminent. The head of Yin and Yang bellowed, "Old Wang, take a look at the exemplary student you have brought forth." Instead of battling fierce beasts, he turns his aggression towards his fellow companions participating in the Longtan secret realm. Wang Dishing, with a disdainful curl of his lips, retorted, "I firmly believe that Chu Tian would never act without reason. There must be an explanation." The head of Yin and Yang roared in response. At this juncture, "Are you still attempting to argue?" Wang Dishing slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming in anger, "Old Su, if you continue to prattle on, do not blame me for being uncivilized. Enough. Let us all remain calm. We shall inquire into the matter when they emerge. For now, it is all mere conjecture. As leaders of your respective schools, could you not exhibit a modicum of gravitas?" Mr. Mo from the Jinwu Bureau took a stern stance, decisively thwarting the impending conflict. Initially, the head of Yin and Yang had reveled in the soaring task values of his student, Gong Yuan, who had remarkably advanced to the Bronze Realm, boasting to Wang Dishing. However, before his pride could even settle, Gong Yuan's task value plummeted to 0. Furthermore, everyone accompanying Gong Yuan experienced the same fate, their task values reset to naught. In stark contrast, the task values of students from Jiang University surged, with Chu Tian once again solidifying his position at the pinnacle, leaving Gong Yuan far behind. Thus, the head of Yin and Yang was incensed, and had it not been for the others restraining him, he might have stormed into the Longtan secret realm to confront Chu Tian. Footage from the Longtan secret realm was broadcast across various universities. When everyone beheld Chu Tian's task value, dominating the rankings with overwhelming superiority, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. While they were aware that S-grade true martial talent was exceptional, the presence of formidable opponents from other universities loomed large. How had Chu Tian achieved such feats? It was nothing short of miraculous. Divine being, truly remarkable. The students of Jiang University cheered exuberantly, basking in the glory. Enter. A cool, slightly weary voice resonated through the air. It was the newly released surveillance footage and rankings from the Longtan secret realm. The speaker was none other than Chu Tian's wife, Chow Yufei. Since Chu Tian had entered the Longtan secret realm, Chow Yufei had been consumed with worry, her thoughts perpetually occupied with his safety. Upon hearing that the video had been released, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she hastily opened the footage. With a gentle smile illuminating her face, she proudly proclaimed, "This fellow is indeed impressive, having broken through to the bronze realm and secured the top position." Observing Chow Yufei's love-struck expression, Sun Huashan discreetly excused herself. As she reached the door, she instructed, "Make sure to keep a close watch on the Jinwu Bureau. If there is any video, bring it to me immediately." Yes. President Chow. Within the Longtan secret realm, under Chu Tian's leadership, the group amassed significant rewards, their task values continually on the rise. They learned a valuable lesson. With Brother Tian leading the way, fierce beasts became mere lapdogs. Throughout their journey, Chu Tian lost count of how many fierce beasts he had dispatched, his arms weary and numb from the exertion. Two young women immediately surrounded him, tending to his needs with utmost care, nearly ready to check his status card. The remaining members, including Zhu Guoli and the others, could only offer each other words of comfort and warmth. Chu Tian's fearsome reputation had already spread throughout the Longtan secret realm. Some regarded him with envy, others with jealousy, and many sought to challenge him, hunting for his whereabouts to duel. In a stone chamber, a young man sat cross-legged, contorted in agony, his features twisted in terror. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Ah, it hurts so much." Hold true to your heart. If you have not succeeded by now, all your efforts will be in vain, and you are destined to remain obscure for eternity. At that moment, a figure clad in animal skins, with long hair obscuring his face, rasped from the side. His voice sent chills down the spine, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Chapter 48, Battling Beasts. The young man threw back his head and roared defiantly, "No, I will not fail. Break for me." Ah, at that instant, a faint cracking sound echoed from within the young man's body. Crack. I have finally succeeded. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the young man struggled to rise, his face alight with madness. The long-haired figure's raspy voice echoed again, "Not bad." The young man, sensing the voice, felt a flicker of fear flash across his eyes. He dropped to his knees before the long-haired figure, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, master. I will ensure your escape." The lone eye visible beneath the long hair glinted menacingly. "I did not misjudge you." The young man resumed his cross-legged position, solidifying his strength. For when he departed the stone chamber, it would mark the day of that figure's demise. Chu Tian's group continued to delve deeper into the Longtan secret realm when a sudden wave of intense foreboding washed over them. Chu Tian's expression turned grave as he halted, prompting the others to stop and scan their surroundings warily. "Brother Tian, what is wrong?" Zhu Guoli asked anxiously. "There is danger. Retreat quickly." As the group turned to flee, the ground quaked violently, and they huddled together, eyes wide with terror, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, outside the Longtan secret realm, Wang Dushing abruptly stood, an aura of terror erupting from him. Before Chu Tian and his companions loomed a colossal creature, a two-headed beast, its power rivaling that of a five-star bronze entity. "Wang Imo, I must go rescue Chu Tian," Wang Dushing exclaimed, his face etched with worry. However, Mr. Imo sternly countered, "No. Entering would disrupt the laws of the Longtan secret realm, and the fierce beasts hidden deep within would immediately emerge to annihilate you." Wang Dushing raged. "I cannot simply stand by and watch my student be devoured by this monster. A miracle will occur," Mr. Imo insisted. Panting with frustration, Wang Dushing sank back into his chair, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance footage. This scene was also witnessed by the students of Jiang University. "It's over. Chu Tian and his companions are in grave danger." One exclaimed, "Be quiet. Chu Tian would never meet such a fate." The conviction behind her words faltered. Even she could sense her own doubt. Was it truly possible for Chu Tian to perish here? Heaven's jealousy towards the gifted. Meanwhile, Chu Tian and his companions stood ready, facing the two-headed beast, its eyes the size of copper bells glinting with mockery as it gazed at the feeble humans before it. Akin to ants, the two-headed beast had awakened its intelligence, rendering it a creature that could be termed a half-demon. Zhu Guoli felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety within him. "Brother Tian, what do we do? Are we really going to perish here today?" "I'm just a boy." Chu Tian remained unfazed. If he summoned Tian, this beast would be easily dispatched. However, he had observed the surveillance cameras surrounding them. Summoning Tian would undoubtedly attract attention, leading to complications. Thus, to eliminate this formidable foe, It was imperative to lure it away to a location devoid of surveillance. With a serious tone, Chu Tian addressed his companions. Wait here, I will divert the beast. You all run in the opposite direction, as far as you can. We will regroup here in 2 hours. Zhu Guoli immediately protested. No way. We can't let you go off alone to your doom. Chu Tian's lips twitched at the sentiment of this foolishly loyal friend. The others echoed Zhu Guoli's sentiment. Their expressions resolute. What Zhu Guoli said is correct. We cannot allow you to face this alone. Chu Tian, I am not courting death. I have a way to shake him off, trust me. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Chu Tian raised an internationally recognized gesture toward the ox demon. The ox demon, with its enormous eyes, was filled with fury. Moo! The deafening roar left Zhu Guoli, and the others momentarily deafened. The colossal body of the ox demon lunged violently towards Chu Tian. With unwavering focus, Chu Tian exploded forward the instant the ox demon leaped at him, sprinting ahead. Feeling its authority challenged, the ox demon abandoned Zhu Guoli and the others to pursue Chu Tian relentlessly. Chu Tian, seeing him vanish from sight, Zhu Guoli and the others forced themselves to remain calm and took refuge nearby. As the outside world witnessed Chu Tian's audacity, they silently applauded his selflessness. Who could embody such a spirit? The entire Zhengda was shrouded in sorrow, with a female voice roaring. If any scoundrel dares to speak ill of my idol again, I will not rest until we are adversaries. Count me in. Me too. In that moment, Chu Tian's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, and no boy dared to defame him. Moreover, for the first time, they harbored a sense of admiration for him. Chu Tian was indeed worthy. As he ran, Chu Tian scanned his surroundings for any surveillance cameras, continuously taunting the ox demon in hopes of keeping the lumbering beast at bay. The ox demon sensed its stamina waning. Moo! Suddenly, it accelerated, charging towards Chu Tian. Fortunately, this area was devoid of cameras. Dark sky. At the moment the ox demon charged, Chu Tian unleashed a beam of energy from his palm, sending the beast flying. Struggling to regain its footing, the ox demon stared at Chu Tian with astonishment in its enormous eyes. Where did that ant go? Chu Tian peeked out, grinning. Hey big guy. Looking for me. I'm right here. Though the ox demon could not comprehend human speech, it understood Chu Tian's expression. That look of disdain drove the ox demon into a frenzy. Moo! The ox demon roared at Chu Tian, losing all reason as its violent energy surged, lowering its two massive heads. Chu Tian taunted, Are you conceding to me? The ox demon stomped forcefully, shaking the ground. Chu Tian quickly protected his head, and before the beast could reach him, he initiated his attack again, sending the ox demon sprawling with another energy beam. The ox demon, now lying helplessly on its back, could hardly believe it had been defeated by such an insignificant creature. It attempted to struggle and rise, but Chu Tian had lost interest in toying with it. Both his chest and palm unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Moo! A wretched cry echoed as Chu Tian cleaved the ox demon in three. Blood gushed from the beast, creating a veritable river of crimson. Chu Tian bent down to hoist one of the ox's legs in its abdominal section, having discovered that the thigh meat of ferocious beasts was delectable, while the belly meat was rich in energy, aiding in cultivation. When Chu Tian, drenched in blood, returned to the designated meeting spot, Diana and Song Meixian's eyes were red-rimmed, consumed by emotion. Chapter 49 will help you change. As Chu Tian arrived, bloodied and battered, both women rushed into his embrace, their softness enveloping him, and they clung to him tightly. Chu Tian's hands awkwardly hovered in the air, unsure of where to place them. Such a predicament was truly vexing. At that moment, those monitoring the surveillance video, who had been observing the situation intently, leapt to their feet in exhilaration, cheering as if a goal had been scored in the World Cup. Everyone gazed at the blood-soaked Chu Tian with faces alight with excitement. Most of the girls were moved to tears, quietly sobbing. As Chu Tian appeared to them like a god of war, his imposing image etched into their hearts. One older gentleman exclaimed, "What a play!" earning him a chorus of eye rolls from those around him, but no one cared to contest him. Chu Tian's survival was paramount. However, when all the girls witnessed Diana and Song Meixian leap into Chu Tian's arms, the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. How shameless of Song Meixian and Diana to throw themselves into the arms of our idol in front of everyone. Can't they see how awkward this is for him? Humph, they have no sense of decorum whatsoever. From this day forth, I will be at odds with both Song Meixian and Diana. The rivalry for my idol's affections will be a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but smirk. Deep down, they thought, if you were in the same situation, you would have likely embraced Chu Tian and pressed against him to replenish his energy. Yet, everyone was taken aback by Song Meixian, who had previously exuded an icy demeanor, seeming to reject all male advances. Some even speculated that she was a lesbian. But now, it was clear that the notion was absurd. She was merely infatuated. Wang Dushing, witnessing Chu Tian's safety, leaped up like an exuberant child, gesticulating wildly. The room full of immortal powerhouses was left dumbfounded. Had this young man truly slain the ox demon? Was Chu Tian's strength now sufficient to vanquish a bronze 5-star beast? No. There must be some trickery at play. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lured the ox demon to an unmonitored location to slay it. Everyone was intensely curious about Chu Tian's hidden trump cards and how he had accomplished such a feat. Wang Dishing, lost in his own thoughts, felt a twinge of annoyance at the lack of acknowledgement from others. I know exactly what you old folks are thinking. Don't even think about making a move on Chu Tian. Everyone has their secrets, especially someone with S-class true martial talent like Chu Tian. Yin Yang had remarked, Old Wang. Why are you so worked up? We haven't said anything. Wang Dishing retorted, Let me make myself clear. If anyone dares to lay a finger on Chu Tian, they will incur the wrath of a significant figure. Significant figure? Wang Dishing would not make baseless claims, but they refrained from questioning further, abandoning any thoughts of investigating Chu Tian. Enveloped in the embrace of the two women, Chu Tian felt exceedingly stiff and awkwardly said, Ladies, could you kindly release me? My arms are going numb. Song Meixian and Diana exchanged a glance, their faces flushing red as they hastily loosened their grip. However, they did not withdraw from him. Instead, they clung tightly to Chu Tian's arms. You mentioned your arm was numb, right? Then let us help you with a massage. Chu Tian suddenly felt a wave of soft pressure and friction on his arms. This form of massage was rather enjoyable. Yet, sensing the envious gazes of his unfortunate male companions, he felt as though he had drawn the ire of the crowd. I'm fine now. I need to change clothes. You all take care of this beast for dinner. Diana suddenly proclaimed, I'll help you change. What? Just as everyone thought Diana had lost her mind, Song Meixian, her face flushed with embarrassment, chimed in. I'll go too. Oh my, this is utterly outrageous. So forward, without a care for anyone else's feelings. Have you considered how the rest of us single folks feel? Zuguli wiped away a tear, huddling tightly with Niafeng and the others, seeking warmth in each other's company. Chu Tian fled in disarray, darting into the thicket, casting vigilant glances outside. He dreaded the possibility of Diana and Song Meixian bursting in to assist him with changing clothes. In such a scenario, would he have any choice but to acquiesce? Once Chu Tian emerged, donned in his new attire, he felt the weight of longing gazes from his male companions, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. What could I possibly do? Chu Tian urged everyone. Please eat quickly. We must set off after we finish. Zhu Guoli, eyes wide, inquired, set off after eating? Brother Tian, are you suggesting we venture into the unknown? Taking a bite of beef, Chu Tian mumbled, This place is unsafe. We should find somewhere to spend the night. As the morsel of beef settled in his stomach, he felt the surge of true energy within him, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Quickly, he seated himself cross-legged and urgently said, I would appreciate your protection. I believe I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, admiration sparkled in the eyes of his companions. Hadn't he, the bronze 1-star, just achieved a breakthrough a mere 2 or 3 days ago, and now he was poised to ascend to bronze 2-star. Why was the disparity between individuals so vast? The speed of this breakthrough was swift, merely a small realm. Chu Tian found himself somewhat dissatisfied. Upon awakening, he was met with the envious gazes of his companions, which only served to intensify his discomfort. At this juncture, no matter what he said, it would undoubtedly carry an air of pretentiousness. Suddenly, Niafeng, who had been quietly gnawing on meat, exclaimed excitedly, I think I'm also on the verge of a breakthrough. Li Tai chimed in, I feel it too. With a flushed face, Song Meixian shyly remarked, I too sense it. Her declaration caused Chu Tian's lips to twitch, compounded by her enchanting gaze. Ah, what a little enchantress she is. Diana cast a resentful glance at Chu Tian, a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Chu Tian felt overwhelmed. What was happening? He was a man committed to another, yet here they were, enticing him. It seemed imperative that he inform them of his marital status soon. Do not harbor feelings for me. There will be no outcome. With the successful breakthroughs of the three, their collective sense of despondency was alleviated, and the overall strength of the group reached black iron 9-star. Coupled with Chu Tian's anomalous bronze 2-star prowess, they were a force to be reckoned with, capable of sweeping aside all competition. Zhu Guoli, with wide eyes, continued to devour meat, hoping to propel himself into the bronze realm, yet he was on the verge of nausea without any sensation of breakthrough. Chu Tian admonished, moderate your consumption. At this rate, you'll transform into a bovine. Zhu Guoli shot a glare at Chu Tian, speechless, his mouth stuffed full. Just as Chu Tian brought a piece of beef to his mouth, it inexplicably vanished. A fleeting glimpse of a red shadow darted past, leaving him bewildered. What was happening? Chapter 50, The Hybrid Bird. Chu Tian, astonished, asked, Did anyone see a red shadow just now? The group exchanged puzzled looks and shook their heads. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Rubbing his eyes, he pondered if the intense battle with the cow monster had fatigued him. He retrieved another piece of beef, but just as it approached his lips, it vanished once more. This time, it was unmistakably not an illusion, as everyone's beef had disappeared as well. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mirror of shock. Chu Tian signaled for silence, feigning nonchalance as he picked up another piece of beef, his body tense. Slowly, he brought it to his mouth. Whoosh. Indeed. The mysterious red shadow reappeared, its speed astonishing. However, Chu Tian was prepared, swiftly pinning the shadow to the ground. It was a small red bird. approximately the size of his palm. Its feathers blazed like fire. As it struggled violently beneath him, Chu Tian realized that such a diminutive creature could hardly exert significant strength. He grasped it gently, careful not to apply too much pressure for fear of crushing it. The tiny red bird glared at him with its pea-sized eyes, visibly irate. Has this little creature developed sentience? Zhu Guoli chuckled. Brother Tian, shall we roast it for a dish? The red bird turned its head indignantly towards Zhu Guoli, its gaze amusingly defiant. Zhu Guoli retorted, what are you staring at? If you keep it up, I'll eat you. Go ahead, I dare you to open your beak. Suddenly, a terrifying burst of fiery energy erupted, transforming Zhu Guoli into a human torch as he frantically rolled on the ground. Fortunately, his companions extinguished the flames in time. Otherwise, it would have indeed turned into a grand feast. Zhu Guoli's upper garments were singed, leaving scant fabric to cover his proud physique. His face, charred from the flames, glared at Chu Tian's small red bird, yet he dared not act rashly. Chu Tian, taken aback by the immense power of such a tiny creature, felt a wave of trepidation and promptly covered its beak. The red bird looked up at him, nuzzling against his palm. It seemed to be trying to ingratiate itself with Chu Tian. Suddenly, Chu Tian felt a sharp pain in his palm, but gritted his teeth and held firm. Who knows if this little thing might also spew fire at him? Hello, big brother. A childlike voice suddenly echoed in Chu Tian's mind. Chu Tian exclaimed, System, you've become quite sophisticated. You can use a voice modulator now? Ding. The previous voice was not emitted by the system. Chu Tian asked, what? It's not you? Who is speaking? It's me, big brother. Could you please remove your hand? I want to attack you. Chu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the small red bird, gulping hard. Is that you? The childlike voice affirmed, yes. Chu Tian was so astonished that he found himself at a loss for words. It could actually talk? Good heavens. How utterly unfathomable. Regaining his composure, Chu Tian ventured. How are you able to communicate with me? I have established a contract with you, big brother. Our thoughts are intertwined, allowing us to converse without any harm to you. Chu Tian inquired, what species are you? How can you breathe fire? Are you the legendary Zhu Ke? The red bird's voice carried a hint of embarrassment as it replied. I am a hybrid, the offspring of the Zhu Ke and the chaos beast. Goodness. Such a revelation left Chu Tian astounded. This little red bird possessed the abilities of both the Zhu Ke and the chaos beast, making it a truly divine entity. Chu Tian asked, why did you choose to form a contract with me? The red bird smiled. You give me a warm feeling, making me want to draw near. Well, perhaps it was indeed due to my striking appearance that even divine beasts succumbed to my charm. Chu Tian released the red bird, prompting Zhu Guoli to hurriedly retreat. His eyes wide in terror. Brother Tian, why did you let it go? The red bird opened its beak towards Zhu Guoli, who, frightened, dashed away. The red bird cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Guoli before lowering its head to feast on the beef. In mere minutes, it devoured a piece of meat several times larger than its own body. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Where had it all gone? Consuming while excreting seemed implausible. Once satiated, the red bird flew over to Chu Tian, gently landing on his shoulder, tilting its head, and promptly falling asleep. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was utterly perplexed. How could the fire-spitting little red bird and Chu Tian share such a close bond? Chocolate stealthily approached Chu Tian, whispering, Brother Tian, hurry up and roast her. Chu Tian rolled his eyes and retorted, I'd rather roast you. She's sticking with me from now on, so cease your attempts at her. Or you might find yourself becoming a roasted pig. With a dramatic sigh, Chocolate lamented, oh heavens. Who would have thought that the source of my future vexation and despair would be a mere bird? The group found a cave to spend the night. As dawn broke, Chu Tian opened his eyes to see Nye Feng hurriedly approaching. Chu Tian, I just overheard the people from Blue Sea mentioning the discovery of a paradise nearby. Everyone from the schools has rushed there. Should we go take a look? Chu Tian replied, of course we must go. Such good fortune cannot exclude us. The group eagerly prepared, aware that their current collective strength likely surpassed that of any university. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Ding. Today's task. Accomplish something astonishing. Chu Tian was momentarily stumped. What could he do that would truly astonish others? After gathering their belongings, they set off. The little red bird perched on Chu Tian's shoulder, drowsy and swaying freely. Yet, every time Chocolate thought she would tumble, she miraculously regained her balance on Chu Tian's shoulder, creating a serene picture of harmony between the two. However, the little red bird seemed to hold Chocolate in disdain, as her first action upon waking was to open her beak wide at him, releasing a small flame that unpredictably ignited Chocolate's attire into tatters, transforming it into rags. Chocolate's chubby face quivered with indignation, yet he felt utterly powerless, realizing he was no match for the little red bird. Each of her attacks was effortlessly evaded, followed by a sudden burst of flames that left his clothing mottled with charred patches, as though he were on the verge of being cooked. Thus, Chocolate resolved to endure, biting his tongue in silence. The group continued deeper into the Dragon Pool secret realm, following Nye Feng's overheard information. Chapter 51. Encountering the Stone Coffin Senior again. As they ventured further, the aura of true energy thickened, and the air grew ominously still, heightening the sense of danger. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they spotted a gathering of individuals, students from other universities participating in the Dragon Pool trials. Among them were two familiar faces, Gong Yuan and Li Dongxiu. The appearance of Chu Tian and his companions shifted the atmosphere, casting a palpable tension as they were met with unwelcoming glares. With limited resources, the more individuals present, the lesser the share for each. This was a scenario no one wished to witness. The students from Yuan University, upon seeing Chu Tian, prepared to unleash their true energy, ready for confrontation. Chu Tian, however, remained composed, wearing a broad smile. What brings you all here? A gathering at the Dragon Pool? Gong Yuan replied sternly. Chu Tian, don't play the fool. The secrets here are ours to uncover. Kindly depart. Chu Tian chuckled. Brother Gong, it's only been a day since we last met, and your imposing demeanor has once again left me in awe. Have you made yesterday's events your breakfast? Hearing this, Gong Yuan's face darkened, his agitation palpable, as he yearned to engage in battle immediately. Brother Gong, calm your temper. Excessive rage harms the body. We share the same goal. More hands mean more strength. If you choose to fight me now, wouldn't that simply benefit others? Gong Yuan scoffed, aware of the truth in Chu Tian's words, yet he was not Chu Tian's equal. Even if he fought, there would be no favorable outcome. However, his fear of Chu Tian did not extend to others. A young man, possessing a delicate beauty and an air of femininity, stepped forward. You must be Chu Tian. While Gong Yuan may fear you, I do not. We discovered this place first, so let us adhere to the order of arrival. Li Tai murmured. The leader of Blue Sea University, Tang Yin, is even stronger than Gong Yuan. Yet, in Chu Tian's eyes, they were all the same. Unless one was a golden warrior, they should beware, for if provoked, a thunderous blast could send them to their doom. Chu Tian replied, you may enter first. We'll follow behind. Upon hearing this, Chocolate couldn't suppress his laughter. It seemed they were being sent into the fray as cannon fodder. Tang Yin frowned and asked, Chu Tian, are you certain you wish to turn against all of us? Chu Tian smiled. I cherish peace and harbor no desire for enmity. If you wish to oppose me, I have no objections. Tang Yin coldly retorted, if we all attack together, Jiang University will have no hope of victory against you. At this, Chu Tian's aura surged, a powerful wave of true energy emanating from him and leaving everyone in shock. You may attempt it, even if I falter. I assure you I can take one of you down with me, though I cannot guarantee who will be so unfortunate. The crowd tightened, each unwilling to be the unfortunate casualty. Seeing no one stepping forward, Tang Yin's anger flared, and with a huff, he returned to his team. Chu Tian smirked, retracting his true energy. The system just informed me they were shocked. Ding. Shock level insufficient. Gong Yuan spoke solemnly. Opening the entrance to the paradise requires all of us to combine our true energy. No more hiding. Let us act. Despite everyone harboring their own schemes and hesitations about expending true energy, Gong Yuan's suggestion was indeed sensible. If they continued waiting, none would gain access to the treasures. Ultimately, it was decided that the leaders of all schools would join forces to open the entrance. As the door swung open, the crowd rushed in recklessly, fully aware of the potential dangers ahead. Yet, they were willing to gamble on the chance that there might be no traps. Chu Tian, however, strolled leisurely at the back, thoroughly at ease. To his surprise, the journey remained uneventful, with no traps in sight, allowing the group to progress unimpeded until they reached a grand hall. Inside, aside from the stone murals adorning the walls, the space was barren, as if it had been looted clean. The crowd, discontented, searched fervently for treasures. Chu Tian, however, held little interest in such baubles. He knew that fortune rarely fell from the sky. Even if this truly was a paradise filled with treasures, there would undoubtedly be conditions or opportunities involved. If anyone could simply waltz in and claim riches, the Dragon Pool secret realm would have ceased to exist long ago. Chocolate eagerly joined the treasure hunting brigade, his eyes scanning the surroundings, yet he found naught. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the stone murals, and he froze in awe. Rushing to Chu Tian's side, he pulled him toward the wall, trembling as he pointed at the mural. Chu Tian shot Chocolate an exasperated glare. Can you not exhibit a modicum of composure? You're behaving as if you've got fire beneath you. Chocolate exclaimed excitedly. Brother Tian, look at what's depicted here. Chu Tian replied, what's the fuss? Isn't this the esteemed lady from within the stone coffin? Though merely a mural, the artistry was undoubtedly the work of a master craftsman. The woman's likeness was rendered with breathtaking lifelikeness. Each expression seemed to breathe life into the image. In the mural, the woman wielded a divine whip, her demeanor icy, clad in a flowing gown that danced with the wind, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. As the scene shifted, the woman's expression turned to one of fury, her divine whip held aloft as she faced a group of foreign adversaries. The stone mural revealed that these individuals possessed formidable power. Yet, the woman stood alone against them, causing the mountains to tremble and the earth to quake, battling from the ground to the heavens. The final depiction in the mural showed the woman struck down, her body sprawled on the ground, while the foreigners wore triumphant smiles. departing with an air of victory. Upon witnessing this, Chu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, coupled with a deep-seated respect for the woman. Regardless of how long ago she had fought for the glory of Huaxia. Chu Tian bowed deeply once more, performing 3 respectful bows, with Zuguli hastily following suit behind him. However, a question lingered in Chu Tian's mind, based on the contents of the mural. This place must also be the tomb of a certain female elder. But what then could be said of the stone chamber from which he had received his inheritance? Zuguli, puzzled, queried, "Brother Tian, it seems this is indeed the tomb of that female elder. Her true essence must be here." Chu Tian retorted, "Impossible. What nonsense. Did ancient times possess the technology for cosmetic surgery?" Zuguli countered, "Who can say for certain? Thousands of years ago, there was even welding technology. What is the difference between cosmetic surgery and welding? Both involve piecing together." In frustration, Chu Tian kicked Zuguli, the rotund fellow, for his absurdity. Although he himself was uncertain of the precise reasons, it was evident that the situation was not as Zuguli suggested. There must be hidden truths. "Come quickly, everyone. I've made a discovery." Suddenly, Gong Yuan shouted loudly, prompting everyone to rush over. Chapter 52, A Discovery. The crowd encircled Gong Yuan, eager to hear about his finding. It was a stone bearing inscriptions, and crucially, the text was legible. Except for Chu Tian and his companions, no one else seemed to discern any irregularities. The inscription read, "I am the war god, Ling Shuang. This is my tomb. Those of sincere heart may receive my legacy and attain the realm of the war god. To gain my legacy, one must bow 3 times and strike the ground 9 times before the throne to prove your heart." Upon reading the inscription, the crowd quickly knelt, their expressions earnest, and the sound of their bows echoed throughout the great hall. Many became so fervent in their devotion that they struck their heads against the ground until blood flowed. A soft sound broke through the commotion, causing everyone to look up, only to see a figure seated upon the throne. Why is this female war god so corpulent? Has the feast been too lavish? Does being overweight enhance combat prowess? Yet, as they gazed upon the figure clearly, their anger ignited. A wave of terrifying killing intent surged forth. Zuguli, with a solemn demeanor, sat upright. While Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle, This rotund fellow is truly remarkable." Sensing the deadly glares directed at him, Zuguli quickly stood, clasping his fists. Addressing the kneeling worshippers, "Everyone, please remain calm. I'm merely fatigued and sought a place to rest. Please, continue." With that, he hastily descended from the throne. With a sudden click, the throne began to rotate, prompting everyone to rise in unison as a stone door materialized out of thin air. Zuguli bellowed, "Onward! Charge! The treasures await us ahead." Successfully diverting everyone's attention, they all rushed towards the stone door. It was unclear whether their fervent homage had moved the war god, or if Zuguli had fortuitously triggered a mechanism. Zuguli caught up with Chu Tian, a broad smile on his face, declaring, "Brother Tian, that feeling was absolutely exhilarating. What a rush." Chu Tian shot Zuguli an exasperated glare, replying, "You continue to tread the precipice of folly. That door opened purely by chance, otherwise." As they passed through the stone door, they were met with an abundance of treasures, an overwhelming array of gold, silver, and jewels. Zuguli, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "Brother Tian, this place is strikingly similar to the one we visited before." Chu Tian nodded in agreement, realizing they had stumbled upon an enhanced version of the previous tomb. Nia Feng and the others, elated by the sight of the treasure-laden ground, looked at Chu Tian and Zuguli, puzzled by their lack of enthusiasm. "Are you not going to collect the riches?" Zuguli replied with conviction, "You may do as you wish. Wealth is but a material possession. What need have I?" Nia Feng, impressed, gave Zuguli a thumbs up, saying, "This is the first time I've admired you so much. I'm from a poor family, so I'll just grab a bit." Yet, before Nia Feng could join the treasure-hunting frenzy, a chorus of curses erupted. "What the devil is this? Why can't I take it? It's infuriating. I've been digging for ages, and it won't budge. The ancient glue is far superior to our modern 502. How frustrating. We can only watch helplessly." Nia Feng turned to Zuguli and asked, "Did you know we couldn't take it?" Zuguli replied, "How would I know? I've never been here before." "Alas, you greedy souls, why can you not be like me and remain untroubled by gain or loss?" The group, filled with indignation, ceased their treasure-seeking activities and continued onward. Suddenly, a stone coffin came into view. Seated before it was an individual clad in black animal hide, a black cloth obscuring their face. Beside them stood a staff wrapped in animal hide. Zuguli's eyes widened in shock. Brother Tian, have we encountered a ghost?" Chu Tian's expression grew grave as well. The figure before the coffin was a corpse. Yet, this person was alive, their abdomen rising and falling, unmistakably a living being. Good heavens! Could it be that a corpse had truly risen? Zuguli began to retreat cautiously, remembering that they had taken items from within the coffin. Surely this being had come to reclaim their life. "Brother Tian, perhaps you should return the items. This spirit seeks vengeance." Chu Tian snapped, "Shut your mouth. There are no ghosts in this world, only the machinations of the human heart." while the rest of the group had not experienced what Chu Tian and Zuguli had. Encountering a figure seated in front of the coffin would frighten anyone. Gong Yuan, steeling himself, spoke. Elder, we did not intend to intrude. Please forgive us. We shall take our leave. Stay, for you have disturbed the peace of the war god, and must pay the price with your lives. A raspy voice echoed, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, grating on the ears. The words sent a wave of terror through the crowd. Did this being intend to entomb them all alongside the war god? Tang Yin demanded. Who are you to play tricks? Reveal your face. I am the guardian of the war goddess tomb. Your disturbance has consequences. Tang Yin, furious, retorted. Enough with the theatrics. Let us attack together. This person is clearly weak, or they would have acted by now. Fool. Following the raspy voice, the figure lunged at Tang Yin, unleashing a terrifying surge of true energy. Tang Yin was swiftly defeated, suffering only minor injuries. Yet from the wave of energy that had erupted, it was evident that this individual was a bronze 3-star powerhouse. While not immensely powerful, they were still beyond the capabilities of Chu Tian and the others. Before anyone could react, the figure struck again, dispatching a bronze 1-star warrior. Only Chu Tian, Gong Yuan, and Li Dongshu remained among the bronze ranks. This was clearly a scheme by the figure, eliminating 2 bronze warriors to minimize the threat, leaving the remaining individuals insignificant. Gong Yuan hastily retreated to create some distance, his voice laced with fury. Perhaps if we unite, we might have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we shall all perish here today. Attack. The others comprehended the dire situation and surged forward, unleashing their true energy towards the man clad in animal skin. Yet, their efforts proved futile, as the foremost 20 or so warriors of the Black Iron 9 stars were annihilated in an instant. Gong Yuan, Li Dongshu, and Chu Tian swiftly joined the fray. The pressure on the beast-skinned man escalated significantly, for Chu Tian was a bronze 2-star, marking his gravest miscalculation. Before long, the beast-skinned man found himself at a disadvantage. Gong Yuan bellowed, he can't hold on much longer. Let us endure a bit more. I must uncover your true identity. The beast-skinned man unleashed a surge of formidable true energy, forcing the trio back, and hurled his staff wrapped in animal skin upwards. The staff within was revealed in all its glory. Chu Tian, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. It was indeed the famed god-striking whip. Chapter 53. The true identity of the beast-skinned man. Chu Tian was genuinely astonished, momentarily questioning whether this was but a dream. Could it be that the person beneath the skin bore an uncanny resemblance to him? While Chu Tian was lost in thought, Gong Yuan and Li Dongshu fell victim to the beast-skinned man's assault. Only Chu Tian remained standing, while despair enveloped the others, their eyes devoid of hope. The beast-skinned man turned his gaze towards Chu Tian, a fierce aura erupting from him, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Chu Tian furrowed his brow. Although the beast-skinned man exuded menace against the others, it was not nearly as intense. With a voice like thunder, the beast-skinned man declared, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. As the words left his lips, he lunged at Chu Tian with a fierce assault. Despite their disparity in realms, their reserves of true energy were not vastly different, allowing Chu Tian to engage in a fierce confrontation with the beast-skinned man. The fallen students, stripped of their combat capability, glimpsed a flicker of hope, fervently praying for Chu Tian's victory. The beast-skinned man seemed to grow increasingly frantic, his pace of attack visibly quickening. However, his impatience and overwhelming bloodlust inadvertently provided Chu Tian with ample openings. Spotting a flaw, Chu Tian swiftly delivered a punch that sent the beast-skinned man staggering back. Go! Chu Tian, defeat him! The crowd erupted in encouraging shouts, further inciting the beast-skinned man's wrath. Die! He roared, unleashing his full power as a bronze 3-star. He raised the god-striking whip high above, descending with the intent to cleave Chu Tian in two. The shockwave from this strike sent several nearby spectators flying, leaving them bloodied on the ground. Chu Tian had no choice but to retreat, channeling his true energy to escape the onslaught. The beast-skinned man pursued relentlessly, the god-striking whip slicing through the air towards Chu Tian. With a resounding crash, though Chu Tian retreated at great speed, the beast-skinned man's strikes were even more ferocious. A searing pain shot through Chu Tian's back as he collided with the wall. The beast-skinned man approached the gravely injured Chu Tian step by step, his eyes ablaze with madness, growling, prepare to die. Chu Tian, move. The crowd screamed in a frenzy. Just as the beast-skinned man prepared to finish Chu Tian, a sudden flame shot towards his head. Caught off guard, the black cloth on his face ignited from the fire spewed by Xiaohong. He hastily tore off the black cloth and discarded it. It's you? Xiang, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're doing? The true martial bureau will not let you off. It's not too late to back down. The beast-skinned man revealed himself to be Xiang, his face twisted with rage, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Huh, back down. As long as I leave you all here, no one will ever know it was me. Xiang, we have no grievances. Why must you resort to such brutality? Xiang pointed at Chu Tian, his voice steely. We may have no quarrel, but he is my sworn enemy. Blame Chu Tian. Tang Yin struggled to his feet, his tone pleading, Shi Xiang, you can kill Chu Tian if you wish. But spare us. I swear I want to inform the true martial bureau. Are you still human, Tang Yin? How can you utter such words at a time like this? The crowd glared at Tang Yin with eyes full of fury and contempt. Undeterred, Tang Yin retorted, are you all fools? It was Chu Tian who brought us all to this peril. I am merely fighting for our survival. Shi Xiang cackled wickedly. Ha, you're right. Chu Tian deserves to die, but you should not. Therefore, come here and kill Chu Tian, and I shall spare your life. Tang Yin hesitated, but fear gripped him. If he were to strike down Chu Tian, the true martial bureau would surely not forgive him. Observing Tang Yin's indecision, Shi Xiang growled, what is the matter, afraid? Tang Yin's heart raced with fear as he replied, I am no match for Chu Tian. Useless. While the two conversed, Chu Tian discreetly consumed a true energy pill, replenishing his recently depleted energy. Rising to his feet, he smiled. Have you two come to an agreement? Shi Xiang turned around, astonished to see Chu Tian, bewildered by his rapid recovery. Was it an act? Shi Xiang clenched the god-striking whip tightly, launching another attack at Chu Tian. Desperate to eliminate him before his unease grew, the god-striking whip came crashing down, as Shi Xiang envisioned the gruesome scene of Chu Tian's demise. A maniacal grin spreading across his face. Bang! A resounding clash echoed as the god-striking whip was intercepted. Shi Xiang stared in disbelief at the weapon in Chu Tian's hands, his eyes wide with shock. The god-striking whip? How could you possess one? Shi Xiang exclaimed. Chu Tian replied with a smirk, if you can have one, why not I? Shi Xiang descended into madness, roaring, why? Why can you always take everything from me? I will kill you. Shi Xiang swung the god-striking whip in a frenzied assault. If he were in a more rational state, Chu Tian might have struggled, but facing this deranged version of Shi Xiang posed no challenge. In no time, Shi Xiang was sent flying by a single strike from Chu Tian, jolting him back to reality. Chu Tian has killed him. Shi Xiang spat blood, glaring at Chu Tian with venomous hatred. Today, I shall reclaim everything I have lost. You must die. Chu Tian provocatively gestured for Shi Xiang to come closer. In a sudden move, Shi Xiang seized Tang Yin, using him as a shield as he charged towards Chu Tian. Injured and defenseless, Tang Yin could only scream in desperation, serving as Shi Xiang's human shield. With every attack that passed over his head, Tang Yin felt as though he was teetering on the brink of death. Shi Xiang's tactic of using Tang Yin as a shield did indeed limit Chu Tian's offensive capabilities. Seizing the moment, Shi Xiang hurled Tang Yin towards Chu Tian and followed suit, raising the god-striking whip high. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as Tang Yin was brutally snapped in half. The unstoppable god-striking whip descended upon Chu Tian's head. Monster, how can you be so ruthless? Chu Tian's eyes gleamed with icy resolve as he gripped the god-striking whip, bracing himself against Shi Xiang's relentless strike. Shi Xiang smiled wickedly when one attack failed. He quickly altered his approach, drawing the god-striking whip in an arc towards Chu Tian's midsection. Chu Tian's body retreated, and the two once again created distance between them. Shi Xiang's vital energy was rapidly depleting, while Chu Tian remained resolute and brimming with fighting spirit. A thought of retreat crossed his mind as he contemplated fleeing. However, Chu Tian would not grant him such an opportunity. He fervently circulated his vital energy and advanced with the divine whip in hand. In a desperate bid for defense, Shi Xiang raised the divine whip high, mirroring Chu Tian's stance, while seeking an opportunity to make his escape. The ideals were grand, yet the reality was starkly unforgiving. Chapter 54 came to a close. Crack! Shi Xiang could hardly believe his eyes as he beheld the divine whip cleaved in two by Chu Tian. Bang! Before he could process the shock, an excruciating pain shot through his shoulder, forcing him to kneel before Chu Tian. Shi Xiang seemed to forget his own agony and exclaimed loudly, impossible. The divine whip cannot break. Chu Tian retorted, it indicates that your weapon is counterfeit. Witnessing Shi Xiang brought to his knees by Chu Tian, a wave of relief washed over him. At least he would not face death. To slay him was justified. Leaving him alive would only invite disaster. Indeed, kill him. Kill him. Shi Xiang cast a disdainful glance at everyone, suddenly erupting into a wild laugh, proclaiming, kill me? Ha ha. Seeing such erratic behavior, Chu Tian furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shi Xiang shouted, Master, save me. Before anyone could regain their composure, the stone coffin began to tremble, and then the lid was unexpectedly hurled aside. A man, clad in animal skins with long hair obscuring his features, emerged from the coffin. Everyone stood dumbfounded, eyes wide with terror. The man's bizarre and terrifying attire was beyond comprehension. Seizing the moment while Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, Shi Xiang rushed to the man's side, kneeling with an air of utmost reverence. Master, I apologize for bringing shame upon you. A sound akin to heavy metal scraping filled the air. You lost. The man's calm words sent tremors through Shi Xiang's body as he fervently nodded. I am sorry, master. The long-haired man scoffed. Worthless. To whom did you succumb? Trembling, Shi Xiang pointed at Chu Tian, his voice rising sharply. It was him. The long-haired man slowly turned his head, but upon seeing the divine whip in Chu Tian's grasp, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, suffocating everyone present. The divine whip? You possess the true divine whip? Have you discovered Ling Shuang's tomb? Chu Tian, with a forced bravado, replied, I found it. The long-haired man erupted into frenzied laughter. Ha! I willingly endured 20 years in this cursed place, solely to seek Ling Shuang's tomb, only to ultimately miss it. How bitter the irony. His roar reverberated in everyone's ears, causing them to collapse in agony, clutching their heads. Chu Tian swayed but managed to remain standing, leaning on the divine whip. After a bout of insanity, the long-haired man said, Young one, if you share what you gained from Ling Shuang's tomb, I shall spare your life and take you as my disciple. Chu Tian retorted, I already said I found it. Shi Xiang interjected, Master, just kill him, and the treasures will naturally belong to you. Without a glance back, the long-haired man kicked Shi Xiang away, his eyes rolling back. Dead. Witnessing this, fear gripped everyone even more. Chu Tian had not anticipated that the long-haired man would kill Shi Xiang so decisively, akin to squashing an ant. Do not test my patience, hand it over. Chu Tian had already grasped the thunder bomb in his hand, ready to unleash it at any moment. I do not possess it. The long-haired man's vital energy surged once more, bearing down upon Chu Tian. This was the moment Chu Tian had awaited. As the man focused on channeling his energy, he would be oblivious to the impending thunder bomb. Indeed, when Chu Tian hurled it towards the long-haired man, he merely held it in his hand, examining it. Explode. Boom. The deafening explosion shook the stone chamber, leaving the long-haired man utterly obliterated. A wave of dizziness washed over everyone, their ears ringing. Chu Tian, feeling a burden lifted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At last, it was resolved. As everyone regained their composure, they gazed at Chu Tian with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Had it not been for Chu Tian, they would all have bid farewell to this world. The crowd rose, bowing to Chu Tian, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Chu Tian. Gong Yuan and Li Dongshu also set aside their grievances, utterly in awe of Chu Tian, devoid of any competitive spirit. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing today's task. Reward, martial technique, ninefold palm. Suddenly, the entirety of the ninefold palm's cultivation techniques and explanations flooded Chu Tian's mind. He chuckled, please rise. I am not accustomed to such reverence. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their fondness for Chu Tian soaring, as he remained unpretentious despite having saved their lives. Was this not the essence of a true strongman? Enlightenment dawned. After resting, Chu Tian approached the stone coffin. Curiosity piqued about its contents. Inside the spacious stone coffin lay but a handkerchief, nothing more. Upon picking it up, astonishment washed over him. The handkerchief was embroidered with 3 characters. Chow Yufei. This was his wife's handkerchief. How could it be in the stone coffin? Could it be that this long-haired man was the one who had previously attacked Chow Yufei? There was no mistaking it. Fate had indeed intertwined their paths. It seemed he had avenged his wife. Chu Tian tucked the handkerchief into his pocket. As everyone emerged from the tomb of the female warrior, their sensors emitted signals, indicating the conclusion of the Longton Secret Realm trial. Markings for the exit appeared on the devices. Following the indicators, they rushed toward the stone door, eager to escape. Gazing at the azure sky and inhaling the fresh air, they felt the world's beauty for the first time. All the principals beamed with satisfaction at the returning students, pleased regardless of their performance. Wang Dushing strode forth. Addressing Chu Tian, you performed exceptionally well. The entire Jiang University takes pride in you. Chu Tian humbly replied, it was nothing much. This elicited another round of hearty laughter. What of Shi Xiang and Zhang Jinshua? Wang Dushing inquired, his tone slightly uneasy. Li Tai and the others candidly recounted the transgressions of Shi Xiang and Zhang Jinshua within the Longton Secret Realm. Wang Dushing fumed, beasts. Simply beasts. They deserve to die. It would be too lenient. A collective sigh of relief spread through the crowd. Shi Xiang indeed deserved death, yet Zhang Jinshua's punishment seemed excessive. Initially worried that Wang Dushing would pursue them, they were taken aback by his alignment with their sentiments, a surprising turn of events. You all have worked hard. The Longton Secret Realm trial concludes here. Your rankings will be announced in 2 days, along with your rewards. For now, you need only return home and rest. Chu Tian declined the enthusiastic invitations from Zhu Guoli and others. After such a long time apart from Chow Yufei, he yearned to surprise his wife. He hastened back to the villa, where Aunt Wang greeted him with wide-eyed astonishment. Chu Tian luxuriated in a refreshing bath, eagerly awaiting his wife's return from work. Chapter 55, an exterior of aloofness, yet a heart ablaze. As time ticked by, the moment of Chow Yufei's departure drew ever closer. Chu Tian meticulously arranged his hair, striking a pose he believed could charm countless young maidens. Aunt Wang stifled a chuckle behind her hand, shaking her head softly and murmuring, isn't the son-in-law a tad too nervous? A roar of engines echoed as Chu Tian hurriedly steadied himself. The sound of the motor grew increasingly closer, causing his heart to race. Inside the car, Chow Yufei furrowed her delicate brows, sensing an impending event that unsettled her. Chow Yufei inquired, Is there any news from the long-and secret realm? Sun Huashan replied, not yet. I have been keeping a close watch. Chow Yufei rubbed her temples and said, continue monitoring. Notify me immediately upon receiving any updates. The Rolls-Royce glided into the villa, and as Sun Huashan alighted, she spotted Chu Tian standing at the door, eyes wide with astonishment. Chu Tian gestured for silence. Understanding his intent, Sun Huashan promptly opened the car door for Chow Yufei with great respect. Chow Yufei stepped out. Her head bowed, when suddenly she felt a familiar aura that had caused her much concern over the past few days. She quickly looked up and, upon seeing Chu Tian's gentle smile at the door, she froze, disbelief washing over her features. Am I dreaming? She adorably rubbed her eyes. When she confirmed it was indeed Chu Tian, not a figment of her imagination, she dashed into his embrace. With the soft jade in his arms, Chu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of beauty enveloping him. He tightened his embrace around the enchanting woman and whispered, wife, I'm back. Tears glimmered in Chow Yufei's eyes as she looked up at the man so close to her, her voice choked with emotion. You're back. That's all that matters. Gently, Chu Tian wiped away the tears from her face, asking, did you miss me? Chow Yufei vigorously nodded, their unspoken bond palpable. Sun Huashan observed the scene with astonishment, realizing that Chow Yufei had indeed fallen for this unconventional young man. With a knowing smile, Sun Huashan discreetly departed, granting privacy to Chow Yufei and Chu Tian. Chu Tian gazed at the beauty in his arms and playfully remarked, wife, isn't it time you fulfilled your promise? Chow Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson. Before Chu Tian could react, she leaned in and kissed him passionately. Naturally, he reciprocated fervently. The kiss was intoxicating, lingering until Chow Yufei nearly gasped for air. Her face was a rosy hue. Unable to meet Chu Tian's gaze, she bashfully lowered her head. Chu Tian chuckled, all right, we can savor the remaining 20 minutes later. Let us head inside. With her arm looped through his, Chow Yufei followed him into the villa. Aunt Wang had prepared dinner, and once they sat down, she cheerfully remarked, Miss can finally enjoy a proper meal today. Chu Tian asked, puzzled, hasn't she been eating well these past few days? During your absence, Miss has been so preoccupied with thoughts of you that she hardly touched her meals and has lost weight. Aunt Wang replied. Chow Yufei, flustered, retorted, Aunt Wang, that is not true. I simply had an upset stomach and couldn't eat. It wasn't because of him. Aunt Wang smiled knowingly and left the dining room. As Chu Tian and Chow Yufei savored their warm dinner, he felt invigorated and suggested they exercise afterward. Gradually, he found himself seated beside her. After their meal, they settled on the sofa where Chu Tian recounted his harrowing experiences in the long-and secret realm. Chow Yufei listened intently, her heart racing, embodying the essence of a woman in love. Even when Chu Tian mentioned being chased by a rat, she anxiously asked, were you hurt? It seemed she had forgotten her own participation in the trials of the long-and secret realm, where dangers were no less perilous than his. Yet, in her heart, the threats faced by Chu Tian were life-threatening, while hers felt trivial by comparison. Just as Chu Tian was touched by her concern, Chow Yufei's expression shifted suddenly. With a teasing smile, she said, you've mentioned so many dangers, but what about your adventures in the long-and secret realm? More specifically, your romantic escapades. Chu Tian was taken aback. What? Where would I find romance in the long-and secret realm? It's filled with ferocious beasts. I can't possibly have a cross-species romance. Chow Yufei's bright eyes fixated on him, unblinking. Really? But there were girls with you during the trials, right? Like that girl who looks like a vixen. And another who seems cold, but is fiery inside. Chu Tian was flustered. How did she know everything? Those must be Diana and Song Meixian. Wife, I assure you. My interactions with them have been entirely innocent. I've maintained a respectful distance. Chow Yufei pouted, but they were the ones being proactive. Wife, my heart belongs solely to you. No amount of their advances could sway my love for you, he declared earnestly. Her face flushed with embarrassment at his heartfelt confession. She playfully glared at him. You charm her. Seizing the moment to shift the topic, Chu Tian recalled Xiao Hong was still in the storage ring. Now that the ring couldn't store living beings, he worried the little creature might suffocate. With a focused thought, Xiao Hong appeared, eyes rolling back. Sprawled out on the sofa, Chow Yufei, puzzled by the sudden appearance of the little bird, asked, how did this bird materialize? Chu Tian had no intention of hiding the truth about the storage ring. I found it in the long-and secret realm, he replied. Chow Yufei gasped. You possess a storage ring? Chu Tian nodded. Indeed. Chow Yufei cautioned, this must remain a secret. The allure of a storage ring is too great for anyone. Chu Tian agreed. Is this little bird going to suffocate? Should we bury her? She asked. Xiao Hong fluttered her wings insistently. Big brother, don't bury me. I'm still alive, just let me catch my breath. Don't worry, she's fine. She just needs some air, Chu Tian reassured. Chow Yufei replied, oh, she's quite adorable, all red and bright. Once Xiao Hong regained her strength, she flitted about the room to familiarize herself with her surroundings before landing on Chu Tian. Curiously eyeing Chow Yufei. Big brother, this sister seems really pretty. Can I stay with her for a while? Chapter 56. A splash of urine startled him awake. Chu Tian eyed Xiao Hong suspiciously. asking warily, "Are you male or female?" "I'm female," she chirped. "Oh, then go ahead." With Chu Tian's permission, Xiaohong dove into Qiao Yufei's embrace, nuzzling against the very spot that ensnared Chu Tian's heart. "I wish I could be a bird, soaring freely over the vast mountains," he mused. Qiao Yufei looked down at the little bird in her arms, her face radiant with joy. Xiaohong was indeed endearing, unlike Chu Tian's imposing presence. Astonished, Qiao Yufei asked, "Has this little bird gained intelligence?" Chu Tian inquired. "How can you tell?" Qiao Yufei replied. "I see a spark in her eyes." "Indeed. She has gained awareness," Chu Tian confirmed, retrieving the handkerchief he had taken from the long-haired man and presenting it to Qiao Yufei. "Isn't this your handkerchief?" Qiao Yufei, astonished, exclaimed. "It is. Where did you find it?" Chu Tian confided in Qiao Yufei about the long-haired man's incident, leaving her in a state of apprehension. It turned out that he was not a native, but rather someone who had deliberately chosen to remain hidden. Chu Tian had hoped to seize the moment of intimacy to successfully ascend to Qiao Yufei's bed, but ultimately faced a heartless rejection. Dejected, he returned to his room, embracing Xiaohong, seeking solace in her company. The next morning, after breakfast, Qiao Yufei did not head to the office. Her expression was somewhat awkward, tinged with a hint of shyness. Chu Tian, puzzled, inquired, "Wife, what troubles you?" Qiao Yufei replied softly, "My father wishes to meet you." "What?" Chu Tian gasped, astonished as he stared at Qiao Yufei. "My father-in-law wants to see me?" Ding. "Please check in today." Chu Tian, check in. Ding. "Today's task, get the father-in-law intoxicated until he is under the table." Goodness, Chu Tian thought. The system may be tardy, but it is never absent. To be tasked with getting the father-in-law drunk on our first meeting? Observing Chu Tian's troubled expression, Qiao Yufei, displaying understanding, said, "If you are not prepared, I can tell my father to postpone." Chu Tian replied, "No, let's do it today. What does your father enjoy? I have taken his precious daughter. Surely I should offer him something in return." Qiao Yufei felt a surge of joy at Chu Tian's agreement. Had he declined, she would have felt a pang of disappointment. "My father enjoys drinking." "Drinking? The liquor outside is surely unworthy of his stature. If I am to present a gift, it must be something extraordinary." This posed a challenge for Chu Tian. Suddenly, an idea struck him. However, the difficulty was considerable. The old director had a penchant for collecting fine wines, hoarding them away instead of indulging. Recently, Chu Tian had gifted him a bottle of 1950 Guijiao, and now he feared that seeking another would lead to dire consequences. "No, for the sake of my lifelong happiness, I must brave the peril," Chu Tian declared. "Wait for me at home, my dear. I know where to find exquisite wine." Without allowing Qiao Yufei to respond, he dashed from the villa and drove to the orphanage. As soon as Chu Tian entered the gates of the orphanage, a chorus of children exclaimed, "Grandpa Director, Brother Chu Tian is here." Chu Tian winced. These mischievous children startled him. The old director emerged swiftly, broom in hand, his eyes momentarily glimmering with warmth before swiftly hardening into a glare. "You little rascal, you dare to return?" Chu Tian hastily distanced himself, evading the old director's wrath. With a grin, he called out, "Old man, look how filial I am. Just emerged from the dragon's den and came straight to see you. Bask in your delight." The old director scoffed, "Don't try to sweet-talk me. Since you were a child, I knew how many messes you made." Chu Tian muttered, "What, did you investigate me?" "Old man, you wrong me. I truly came to see you." Doubt crept into the old director's heart. Could this rascal genuinely have a change of heart? His expression softened considerably. "Well, it seems you've grown a conscience." Seeing this change, Chu Tian felt a surge of relief. Emotional appeals had always proven effective. He continued, "You have no idea how worried I was about you in the Dragon's Denver. I feared that if I were to suddenly perish, who would care for you in your twilight years?" The old director's mouth twitched in annoyance. "Get lost. I am as fit as a fiddle. I won't be leaving anytime soon." Chu Tian, perhaps too immersed in the act, feigned tears. "Better safe than sorry. What if you were to succumb to grief over me? I would feel guilty, even as a ghost." The old director grew increasingly irritated, swinging his broom and landing a sharp blow on Chu Tian's backside. "Ouch!" Chu Tian exclaimed. "Why did you hit me? You should be inviting me to lunch instead. I haven't tasted your cooking in ages. I long for the flavors of home." The old director scrutinized Chu Tian suspiciously. "You're clearly up to no good. What are your intentions?" Chu Tian scratched his head awkwardly. "Old man, I need to visit my father-in-law this afternoon. Why should I care about that? My father-in-law is just like you. He enjoys a good drink." "Oh, a widow's delight." Chu Tian's mouth twitched. It was ludicrous that the old director could think so. "Your nobility is unmatched, but my father-in-law has no such refinement. He simply loves to drink." Upon hearing this, the old director's frustration boiled over. "Loves to drink? Easy enough. Just get him a bottle of 1950 Nolanxing Guojiao." Chu Tian replied, You always jest. You have plenty of fine wines here. Just give me a couple of bottles." The old director stared wide-eyed at Chu Tian, incredulous. "Someone, douse him with cold water. And make sure it's not sweet. We don't want him enjoying it." Chu Tian's face fell. This old man was quite the character. Where had he learned such wit? "Old man, you jest. But you truly have a heart of stone?" "Heart of stone? Remember, when you brought me Nolanxing? What were you thinking? No wine, no sweet water. Just pure essence. Seeing that soft persuasion would not work, Chu Tian decided to take a firmer approach. If you don't comply, I might just have to tip all your precious wines tonight and refuse to leave until I get what I want. The old director's eyes widened in shock. You, old man, think about it. My father-in-law enjoys fine spirits. If I bring back some exceptional bottles, wouldn't that be beneficial for both of us? The old director contemplated this. Well, that does make sense. Fine, I'll get you some. Chu Tian, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly dropped to his knees. The old director returned with 2 small jars of wine, their packaging rather shabby. Is this from Milanchin? Chu Tian skeptically opened a jar and was greeted by an intoxicating aroma. Good wine. Chu Tian, deeply touched, exclaimed, Thank you, old man. The old director's face darkened. Get lost. How disgusting. Chu Tian hurried back to the villa, ready to accompany Chow Yufei to her father's house. As he drove, he pondered, why do wealthy individuals always prefer living in the suburbs? The Chow family residence was even more secluded, nearly nestled in the mountains. However, upon arriving at the Chow residence, Chu Tian was left speechless. Good heavens. This is nothing short of a mansion. Is my father-in-law a feudal lord? Patrolling guards lined the roads, all true martial artists, their expressions stern. Upon seeing Chow Yufei's car approach, they respectfully bowed. The journey was smooth and uninterrupted, leading directly to the main building of the Chow family estate. Upon their arrival, the two alighted from the vehicle and observed a middle-aged man practicing martial arts in the courtyard, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. Each movement was executed with such natural grace that Chu Tian felt, even if he were to exert his utmost strength, he would undoubtedly be no match for this man. They remained silent, patiently awaiting the completion of the man's entire routine. As the man concluded his practice, he turned his gaze towards Chow Yufei, his eyes brimming with affection. It was evident that this was her father, the esteemed Chow Zhenan, standing at the pinnacle of power in Jiangqing. He possessed a square jaw and a robust physique, exuding an aura of authority that subtly permeated the air around him. Chow Yufei rushed to her father's side, exclaiming, Dad. Chow Zhenan affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling. So you remembered to come home? Chow Yufei replied, I was just so busy with work. Well, if you're busy like this, perhaps you should quit and stay at home to keep your mother and me company, he teased, sticking out her tongue. Chow Yufei tugged on Chu Tian's arm and shyly introduced, Dad, this is Chu Tian. In an instant, as Chow Zhenan turned to face Chu Tian, an overwhelming, suffocating aura radiated from him. Chu Tian's complexion turned pale, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, forcing himself to remain steady and unwavering, bravely enduring the full weight of Chow Zhenan's presence. Seeing this, Chow Yufei quickly interjected, Dad, what are you doing? Don't bully Chu Tian. Chow Zhenan erupted into hearty laughter, his formidable aura dissipating like receding tides. Chu Tian felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply. Truly impressive. The impression that Chow Zhenan left on him was undoubtedly second only to that of Elder Yi. With a glint of admiration in his eyes, Chow Zhenan remarked, Not bad. You must be Chu Tian, my son-in-law. Hearing these words, a sense of certainty settled in Chu Tian's heart. This was an acknowledgement of his status. At the same time, it elevated his opinion of Chow Zhenan immensely. He was generous, magnanimous, and refreshingly genuine, making for an easy rapport. Chu Tian promptly stepped forward, extending both hands, and said, Hello, father-in-law, I am Chu Tian. Chow Zhenan chuckled again. You're quite likable, just to my taste. Come on, let us go inside and chat. Once seated, Chow Yufei inquired, Dad, where's Mom? Chow Zhenan replied, She went out to play mahjong. Your mother's day is always quite fulfilling. Chu Tian mused silently about the stakes involved in his mother-in-law's mahjong games. Were they in the realm of 1 billion or 10 billion? Chow Yufei laughed. Then why don't you join her? Chow Zhenan replied, I have terrible luck. Every time I play, I lose, and your mother always teases me about it. How dare you, Chow Zhenan, speaking ill of me behind my back. A voice of playful reproach rang from outside. Entering was a regal-looking woman, her demeanor exuding warmth and kindness. His mother-in-law, Dong Qing. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Chow Yufei, had it not been for the earlier mention of daughter. Chu Tian might have mistaken her for his sister-in-law. Chu Tian quickly rose to his feet as Chow Yufei ran to her mother, affectionately wrapping her arm around her. Mom. The woman smiled, My precious daughter has returned. I've missed you dearly. Let me see if you've lost weight. Chow Yufei replied, I've actually gained weight. That's wonderful news. Gaining weight is good. Mom, this is Chu Tian. Chu Tian beamed with the innocent smile of a well-behaved child, complemented by his strikingly handsome features that appealed to all ages. Hello, Auntie, I am Chu Tian. Dong Qing's satisfaction was palpable as she responded, Oh. Don't be shy, sit down. The more she observed Chu Tian, the more she found him commendable, handsome, and polite. Whether or not he possessed wealth was inconsequential. Their family was not in need. Moreover, having heard from Chow Yufei about his remarkable martial talent, this only added to his allure. Although she was unaware of the specifics of his abilities, it was evident that any talent high enough to impress her daughter, who herself possessed an A-level martial gift, must be at least of equivalent caliber. Out of respect for Chu Tian, They chose not to conduct any inquiries into his background. Dongqing remarked, Yufei is truly my daughter. She has achieved the remarkable feat of obtaining a marriage certificate behind our backs. Chao Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. Chao Zhenan calmly interjected, all those involved in that bar incident have been dealt with. Those who dared to harm my daughter were oblivious to their imminent demise. As he spoke, an aura of menace emanated from him, sending a chill down Chu Tian's spine and causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. This was the true essence of his father-in-law's presence. Dongqing reassured, it's all in the past now. Thankfully, it was Chu Tian who came to your rescue, making it a blessing in disguise. Chu Tian felt a wave of anxiety. Had Chao Yufei not formed any impression of him during that incident, his fate might have been far worse than that of the bar's owner. After all, he was the one who stood to benefit in the end. Dongqing commenced the family background investigation. Chu Tian had no reservations, as it was unnecessary. Given the Chao family's resources, they could easily ascertain even the minutiae of his life. When Dongqing learned that Chu Tian was an orphan, her expression softened with sympathy, and she comforted, Chu Tian, from now on, this will be your home. Chu Tian felt a surge of emotion, responding, I understand, Annie. Just as he was immersed in his heartfelt sentiments, a voice from outside pierced through the air. One that was inherently unpleasant. The top 10 in chapter 58 is no problem at all. Is Yufei back? A flamboyantly dressed woman entered, her makeup bold and garish. Both Chao Zhenan and Dongqing wore expressions of distaste. Chao Yufei remarked, Andy, are you so free this afternoon? The woman, settling into a seat, feigned surprise and said, I was just about to head out when I saw you return, so I came to check on you. Chao Yufei replied, Thank you for your concern, Andy. The woman then turned her gaze to Chu Tian, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes, and asked, And who might this be? Chao Yufei proudly declared, This is my husband, Chu Tian. Feigning shock, the woman exclaimed, Yufei, is this your boyfriend? Her inquiry was a mere charade. Fully aware that someone had informed her of Chao Yufei's choice of a seemingly talentless and impoverished partner. Earlier that afternoon, she had witnessed Chao Yufei escorting a man into the Chao residence, prompting her to come and witness the spectacle for herself. Chao Yufei's ascendance within the Chao group, wielding her father's name, filled her with resentment. Though the empire had been built by Chao Zhenan's efforts, she believed it was unfit to be inherited by a woman. Eventually, when Chao Yufei married, would they need to change the family name of the entire Chao group? Chao Yufei asserted, Annie, I've already stated that this is my husband, not just a boyfriend. We have obtained a marriage certificate. What? You've obtained a marriage certificate? The woman's astonishment was genuine as she hurriedly pressed, Did you arrange for a prenuptial agreement? Dongqing frowned, her patience wearing thin. Xiuji, isn't it unnecessary to overthink matters? Overthink. Sister-in-law, once the certificate is obtained, half of the Chao family's assets belong to him. Has this been agreed upon by all family members? Dongqing retorted coldly, Xiuji, have you failed to comprehend a fundamental truth? The entirety of the Chao family's wealth was built by Zhenan. Its distribution is not subject to anyone's interference. Such a harsh stance, sister-in-law. While it is true that brother has made significant contributions to the Chao family, Haven Tea, we all dedicated ourselves tirelessly over the years. Enough. At that moment, a man who bore a threefold resemblance to Chao Zhenan entered, his appearance strikingly similar, but exuding a distinctly sinister and cunning aura. The man exclaimed in anger, What madness is this? Who permitted you to speak to my sister-in-law in such a manner? Apologize. Zhengbei, your timing is impeccable. Yufei has actually registered their marriage without a prenuptial agreement. This matter has been handled with utter carelessness. Chao Zhengbei retorted coldly, Since when do you have the authority to criticize the way I conduct my affairs? Apologize to my sister-in-law. The woman indignantly replied, On what grounds? They are the ones attempting to relinquish the Chao family to outsiders. I have done no such thing. Slap. The woman's face instantly bore 5 prominent red marks. The sudden shock of the blow awakened her, and as she gazed at Chao Zhengbei's furious countenance, she dared not utter another word. Covering her face while softly weeping to herself, Chao Zhengnan spoke in a low tone, Enough. Are we to become the subject of ridicule? We were unaware of Yu Fei's marriage registration. If we are to account for everything so meticulously, then let us proceed with a fair division of assets. I will willingly contribute my share. Chao Zhengbei felt a pang of fear grip his heart as he exclaimed, Elder brother, do not heed her nonsense. We will always be a family. The woman panicked. If a division occurred, they would be left with nothing. For 99% of the Chao family's assets belonged to Chao Zhengnan. Chao Zhengbei barked, Are you not coming to apologize to my sister-in-law? The woman hurriedly approached Dongqing, bowing her head, Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I should not have spoken to you in that manner. Dongqing snorted dismissively, Let it go. I understand you meant no malice. The woman replied, Thank you for your forgiveness, sister-in-law. Seeing the matter resolved, Chao Zhengbei sighed in relief and turned to Chu Tian. Young man, what is your name? Although Chu Tian harbored immense dissatisfaction towards the couple, wishing he could throttle them, he understood the necessity of maintaining respect for his father-in-law, especially given his own limited strength. Chu Tian smiled. I am Chu Tian, a junior. Chao Zhengbei chuckled. Ah, young Chu, you are indeed remarkable. It is no small feat to have captured the heart of my niece, who is notoriously discerning. Chu Tian responded. Haha, it is my good fortune. Chao Zhengbei inquired. You are still a student, I presume? Yes, at Jian University. Upon hearing this, the woman's face displayed a hint of disdain. She deemed this marriage to be a wasteful endeavor, promising herself to thwart it at all costs. Chao Zhengbei, however, did not reveal any sign of distress upon learning that Chu Tian had not even been accepted into the Jinwu Academy. Chao Zhengbei remarked, Jian University is quite respectable. There are countless young talents there. There is no need to solely aim for Jinwu Academy. My son is also attending Blue Ocean University. Chu Tian replied, Oh, is that so? Your son must surely have no trouble gaining admission to Jinwu Academy. The woman boasted. Indeed, if it weren't for this Dragon Pool Secret Realm event, Xiaoqin would have long since enrolled at Northhua Jinwu Academy. Did you not attend the Dragon Pool Secret Realm? Chu Tian said, by a stroke of luck. I participated. Is that so? How did you rank? It is rumored that this year's participants are the strongest ever. Do not be disheartened if your ranking is not favorable. Chu Tian nodded. My ranking is quite average. It certainly does not compare to your family's prodigy. The woman displayed her arrogance, stating, he is merely mediocre. He might rank in the top 10. Securing a place in the top 10 is indeed a remarkable achievement, considering that around 60 to 70 individuals participated, all of whom were the strongest from their respective schools. Standing out among them to achieve a top 10 ranking is no small feat. Chu Tian praised, impressive. Truly a genius. Chao Zhengbei continued, what does your family do? Chu Tian replied, I grew up in an orphanage in Jiang City. Chao Zhengbei responded apologetically. I was unaware. Chu Tian reassured him, it is of no consequence. I am accustomed to it. The woman then asked, what was your source of income before? I worked part-time. It was just enough to cover my living expenses. You are too pitiful. Earning money is no easy task. You have endured so much at such a young age. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to speak to my second aunt. This woman, with her insincere words, continued to attempt to belittle Chu Tian. Chao Zhengnan furrowed his brow and shifted the topic, saying, Zhengbei, I have just received news that the land we previously overlooked has had 2 schools constructed nearby. We should have purchased it at the time. Chao Zhengbei replied, who could have anticipated that the government would choose to build schools in such a secluded location? However, it is said that this land has already been acquired by a mysterious individual. What? It has been purchased? We initially thought the government would reclaim the land and reassess its value. Could it be that someone had prior knowledge of this? Chao Yufei, Chao Zhengnan, and Chao Zhengbei were all taken aback. Could there truly be someone so audacious? Chapter 59. Prepare a feast for your father-in-law. Chao Yufei expressed her regret, saying, it was my fault. Had I not vehemently opposed it at the time, we would not have missed out on that land. The woman laughed. Yufei, do not get worked up. Balancing both career and love can be overwhelming. In the future, let your second uncle assist you more. Chao Zhengbei shot a glare at his wife, remarking, Yufei's business acumen far surpasses mine. Suddenly, Chu Tian recalled that he had seemingly purchased a plot of land before entering the Dragon Pool Secret Realm, with the system predicting it would become a prime school district. Could it be that very land? Observing his wife's expression of regret and the woman's condescending remarks, he felt a mounting pressure. Chu Tian smiled. Was it the land in Xiangshan New District, Yufei? His words left the 3 of them puzzled, prompting Chao Yufei to ask, yes, how did you know? Chu Tian replied with a smile, if it is that land, you need not regret it. I have purchased it. What? Even Dongqing and the second aunt, who were unaware of the background, looked on in shock. Chao Yufei, astonished, asked, when did you buy it? I was unaware. Chu Tian chuckled. Just before I participated in the Dragon Pool Secret Realm, I saw it on your computer and, in a moment of impulse, decided to buy it. Chao Yufei was left speechless in her astonishment. While her previous purchase of Zhongfeng pharmaceutical stocks may have been a stroke of luck, could this acquisition of the Xiangshan New District bidding land also be mere chance? Chu Tian consistently brought her unexpected surprises. She had initially thought he would lead an ordinary life. However, possessing an S-level Jinwu talent alongside a unique investment acumen, how could he possibly remain ordinary? Chao Yufei regarded Chu Tian with newfound admiration. He truly was exceptional. Chao Zhengbei finally regained his composure and incredulously asked, young Chu, are you certain that land was purchased by you? The second aunt interjected sarcastically, indeed, young Chu. If such a monumental event turns out to be a blunder, it would be quite the laughingstock. Chu Tian shot her a glance, stating, father-in-law, I have a contract on my phone. Would you care to see if it is indeed the land you referenced? Chao Zheng then took the phone and scrutinized it closely, bursting into laughter as he declared, indeed, it is that land. Young Tian, you truly are remarkable. Chao Zhengbei also examined the phone, confirming that the signature of the second party was indeed Chu Tian's. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. The second aunt, who had previously viewed Chu Tian as insignificant, now felt a profound discomfort as he accomplished something so extraordinary. If this trend continues, Chao Zhengnan would only grow increasingly fond of Chu Tian, making it all the more challenging to undermine this marriage. The prospect of her son taking over the Chao family business seemed increasingly unattainable. While young Chu had indeed salvaged them from a significant loss, she cautioned that the young should not be overly ambitious. A single success might merely be serendipitous. Chao Yufei observed her second aunt's relentless attempts to target Chu Tian, and her delicate features hardened in response. While a single stroke of luck could indeed be coincidental, Chu Tian had recently acquired 51 of Zhongfeng Pharmaceutical stocks. Ah, Zhongfeng Pharmaceutical? Chao Zhenan inquired with astonishment. Is it the much-discussed new antiviral medication for influenza that has recently garnered attention? Chao Yufei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Chu Tian is currently the largest shareholder of Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals. Could this be mere coincidence? At that moment, the expression on second aunt's face was exceedingly grim as she stammered. Yufei, I mean no offense. I merely wanted to remind him not to be overly proud. I am also quite pleased that Xiao Chu excels so remarkably. The profits he earns benefit our Chao family. Chu Tian let out a derisive laugh and replied, Hold on a moment, second aunt. You seem to be mistaken. The money I earn appears to have no connection whatsoever to the Chao family. Xiao Chu, what do you mean by that? Yours is Yufei's, and Yufei's is the Chao family's, is it not? Chu Tian responded, I'm sorry, but what is truly mine belongs to Yufei. Yet what belongs to Yufei does not belong to the Chao family. Second aunt's fury intensified. What do you mean by that, Xiao Chu? Chu Tian merely smiled silently, choosing not to engage further with the woman who was barking nonsense. Second aunt trembled with rage, still wanting to speak. Suddenly, Chao Zhenan exuded an overwhelming aura that rendered the atmosphere suffocating, and in a stern voice he declared, If you dare utter another word, do not blame me for disregarding familial ties. Leave the Chao family at once. Second aunt, her eyes wide with fear, hurriedly retreated behind Chao Zhenbei. Lowering her head and daring not to draw breath, Chao Zhenbei's face turned a shade of iron. Elder brother, we'll take our leave now. We do not wish to intrude any longer. Once the three departed, the room fell into a much quieter state. Dong Qing, filled with regret, said, Xiao Tian, I sincerely apologize for the distress you have endured. Chu Tian smiled and reassured her, Aunt Dong, do not worry, she is not worthy of my distress. At that moment, Dong Qing regarded Chu Tian with increasing fondness, much like a mother-in-law viewing her son-in-law. Dong Qing declared, Aunt Dong will prepare a meal for you. Only Chao Zhenan and Chu Tian remained in the room. Chao Zhenan asked, Xiao Tian, what is the level of your true martial talent? Chu Tian replied, S. Is that so? You possess an S-level talent? Chao Zhenan inquired, astonished. Chu Tian nodded with a smile, relishing the pride he felt at having surprised his future father-in-law multiple times. In all of Jiang City, few events or individuals could leave Chao Zhenan so astounded, but today, his prospective son-in-law had left him in disbelief, leading him to question whether he had grown old and out of touch with the times. Chao Zhenan took considerable time to digest the news of Chu Tian's S-level true martial talent. However, why is your realm only at bronze 3 stars? Chu Tian explained. I only awakened it half a month ago. I may have come into it a bit late. Good things are worth the wait. Since you have awakened an S-level true martial talent, your future achievements are boundless. How delightful. I never expected my son-in-law to possess such an extraordinary talent. Chao Zhenan's laughter drew Dong Qing and her daughter out of the kitchen, their expressions filled with confusion. Dong Qing, somewhat annoyed, exclaimed, What are you laughing about? You're scaring Xiao Tian. Just happy. I'll whip up a few extra dishes this evening. I want to share some drinks with Xiao Tian. Dong Qing asked, What is it that has you so jubilant? Chao Zhenan responded, Xiao Tian possesses an S-level true martial talent. Is that not a reason to be elated? Dong Qing dropped the spatula she held, exclaiming, Xiao Tian, you possess an S-level true martial talent? Chu Tian shyly nodded. Dong Qing, brimming with excitement, said, What do you want to eat? Just tell Aunt, anything you desire. Even if you want your father-in-law, I'll cook him up for you. Chao Zhenan winced at his wife's words. She had truly forgotten about her husband in light of her son-in-law. What do you mean, cooking me up? He protested. Dear, your words are quite hurtful. Dong Qing rolled her eyes at Chao Zhenan and said, If my son-in-law enjoys it, then why not? Eat the father-in-law, you say? Chapter 60, Birth of a Football Team. Chu Tian hurriedly interjected, Aunt Dong, even if you lent me 1,000 brave hearts, I would not dare to consume my father-in-law. Dong Qing chuckled, All right. He wouldn't be appetizing anyway. The old are tough to chew. Aunt will prepare something fresh and tender for you. At the dining table, Chao Zhenan seized upon the news of Chu Tian's S-level true martial talent to successfully secure a hearty meal. This was a complete liberation of his nature. Drink after drink flowed, and Chu Tian struggled to keep pace. If this continued, he would find himself under the table without needing to be forced. Chao Zhenan praised the wine brought by Chu Tian, who, thanks to the system's transformation, could drink as easily as sipping water without feeling the effects. However, despite Chao Zhenan's extraordinary strength, he was not skilled in techniques to mitigate intoxication. He had already consumed 1.5 jars of wine. Stumbling to his feet, he declared, Today, I am in high spirits. I'll just step to the restroom and return to continue raising a glass with you, Chu Tian. As he stepped forward, he swayed and collapsed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing today's task. The system's timely notification echoed, tinged with a hint of triumph. Chu Tian thought. A lottery. If I do not draw something worthwhile, I would feel remiss for my father-in-law's tumble. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a boundary-breaking pill. Note. The number of levels it can break through depends on the host's own conditions. After Chao Jianan returned from the restroom, he felt considerably more lucid. Under Dong Qing's stern gaze, he refrained from continuing the revelry with Chu Tian. Chao Jianan exhaled deeply, rubbing his temples. He stated solemnly, Chu Tian, your current realm and talent are entirely disproportionate. If someone were to wish you harm, it could be perilous. Chu Tian, feeling helpless, replied, Uncle Nan, I understand your concerns. But there's little I can do. I cannot elevate my realm so swiftly. I must take it step by step. Indeed, Chu Tian's realm was far too low. Had he awakened his S-level talent from the beginning, his current realm would surely surpass that of Chao Yufei, likely reaching at least the platinum level. Suddenly, Dong Qing suggested, Jianan, why not activate the Chao family's secret realm? Chu Tian could enhance his strength there. Chao Jianan nodded. I have indeed considered this. It is decided. We shall open the secret realm tomorrow. The Chao family's secret realm was the primary reason for the family's enduring prominence in Jiang City. Within the realm lay a true qi pool, brimming with formidable true qi. Only those below the Golden Realm could enter, as those who reached the Golden Realm required an alarming amount of true qi. The true qi pool could not produce true qi at a rate sufficient to satisfy the consumption of Golden Realm individuals, who would likely drain it dry. Thus, immersing oneself in the true qi pool at the Bronze Realm was the optimal choice. True qi could seep through the skin and into the body. Akin to taking a true qi bath, the extent of absorption and transformation depended on individual capability. Should one soak in the true qi pool for a day and absorb it all, breaking through two realms would not pose a challenge. This was also the primary reason for Chao Yufei's rapid ascension. However, the Chao family's secret realm was not opened casually. It was traditionally activated once every 3 years. Only 2 years had passed since the last opening, and the true qi pool had only recently reached a half-saturated state. Yet, in light of the necessity for Chu Tian to elevate his realm swiftly, Chao Jianan reluctantly decided to break this tradition, especially since the Bronze Realm would not absorb much true qi. Not a significant impact, I presume. Not significant? Chu Tian expressed his gratitude. Uncle Nan. Please do not trouble yourself. Second uncle and the others will undoubtedly cause a stir. Chao Jianan erupted with a powerful aura, coldly articulating. Were it not for the bond of brotherhood, the schemes he plotted behind my back would warrant their demise 100-fold. Should they dare to continue testing my limits? Do not blame me for severing familial ties. From the murderous intent radiating from Chao Jianan, it was clear that this father-in-law was genuinely furious. Chao Jianan's ascent to his current status has undoubtedly been paved with the remnants of countless fallen foes. He is certainly no soft-hearted individual. Dong Qing remarked. Jinbei and Xiuji have indeed overstepped their bounds. It's time they received a proper reprimand, lest they forget their place. Chu Tian observed the once amiable mother-in-law now radiating an aura of ruthless authority, leaving him quite astonished. Unbeknownst to him, Dong Qing had merely faded from the public eye in recent years, retreating into the background to enjoy life. Otherwise, anyone in Jiangqing 3 years prior would have respectfully addressed her as Madame Chao. Her esteemed position was not solely derived from Chao Jianan. It was a testament to Dong Qing's own prowess and acumen. The unparalleled Dong Qing was a figure beyond compare, commanding respect and evoking fear, with many believing her to surpass Chao Jianan in strength. What an extraordinary family this is. Chao Yufei, unwilling to leave any room for criticism, suggested. If father truly has enough energy in his reservoir, let Yu Chen and the others join in. Chu Tian concurred. Indeed, it seems rather unjust to receive special treatment. Chao Jianan interjected. Who dares to voice dissent? Dong Qing decided. Very well, let us heed Yufei and Xiaoyan's words. I have no desire to endure the incessant chatter of the second branch in my presence. Thus, the matter was amicably settled. Dong Qing inquired. Now that you two have obtained your marriage certificate, shouldn't you be planning a wedding? It was understandable that she was eager. Chu Tian was remarkably gifted, handsome, and exceptionally polite, earning her affection. A son-in-law of such caliber was indeed rare. Dong Qing's words caused Chao Yufei's cheeks to flush crimson as she protested. Mom. Why the rush? It's as if I'll never find a husband. Dong Qing replied. I am anxious, indeed. I am eager to hold my grandchild. Chao Jianan chimed in. Your mother speaks wisely. It is indeed time to arrange the wedding. I, too, wish to embrace a grandchild. Preferably several while I am still youthful. Ideally enough to form a football team. A football team? Even the pigs of a production team wouldn't be so prolific. Chu Tian's face turned beet red, and he began to cough violently. His father-in-law was truly a master of shocking remarks. Chao Yufei's face was crimson, nearly sinking beneath the table. Chao Jianan encouraged, Xiao Tian, we have been there ourselves. You must strive onward. Keep it up. Chu Tian wished to keep it up as well. But he needed a conducive environment for such endeavors. Since the first time he had filled the tank, he had not had the chance again. Now, he was even forbidden from touching the vehicle. He wondered if he had succeeded that day. Chow Yufei exclaimed, "Why are we discussing this?" Chao Zhenan turned to Chu Tian. And Chu Tian thought to himself that his mother-in-law was not one for verbal expression. She instead demonstrated her desire for grandchildren through her actions. There was no time to waste. Tonight was the night. Chapter 61. Together under one blanket, sharing the pillow. Dongqing glanced outside and said, "It is getting late. Why not stay the night? Xiaodian has been drinking and cannot drive. I do not trust you behind the wheel." Chu Tian silently admired his mother-in-law as consideration. If he did not help the elders embrace their grandchildren soon, how could he face himself? Chow Yufei was bewildered, pondering their intentions. She indignantly replied, "Mom, let the driver take us home." Dongqing's expression hardened, and she said sternly, "Yufei, how long has it been since you last visited home? Your mother misses you. Come and talk with me." Seeing the seriousness on Dongqing's face, Chow Yufei dared not insist on leaving and cast an indignant glare at Chu Tian. Chu Tian shook his head in frustration. What did it have to do with him? It was her mother who missed her, not him holding her back. Chao Zhenan, lacking a topic to fill the silence, asked, "Xiaodian, did you have any adventures in the Longtan secret realm?" Chu Tian chose not to conceal anything and recounted the tale of the woman in the stone coffin to Chao Zhenan, hoping to glean more information about her. Given Chao Zhenan's status and formidable strength, he was bound to know something about her. Indeed, when he heard the name Ling Shuang, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor grew solemn. "Are you certain the woman in the coffin is named Ling Shuang?" Chu Tian affirmed. "Yes, Uncle Nan. Do you know this esteemed predecessor?" A flicker of nostalgia crossed Chao Zhenan's face as he replied gravely, "I have heard of her. She indeed existed in history. Her strength soared above the clouds, and her presence was as frigid as eternal frost. A beauty wielding a whip across the land, vanquishing the gods of the West as if they were mere dogs. Ling Shuang is the most formidable female warrior in modern Chinese history, her power unfathomable. It is said she single-handedly struck the West, obliterating the gods in a cataclysmic battle, until the church intervened and plotted against her, leaving her fate unknown." Chu Tian was taken aback, expressing admiration. "This esteemed predecessor is truly remarkable?" Chao Zhenan nodded. "Her strength is undeniable, yet it is lamentable that she ultimately perished in the Longtan secret realm. Alas, historical records suggest that the warrior maiden was likely quite young." Chu Tian concurred. "Indeed, I observed her visage. She appeared to be in her 20s. Such a being of her caliber must possess some secret to maintaining her youthful appearance. Yet it is astonishing that she could retain her looks even after death." Suddenly, Chu Tian incredulously posited, "Uncle Nan, do you think Ling Shuang the warrior might not be dead, but merely in slumber?" Chao Zhenan inquired, "Oh, what leads you to this thought? Have you discovered something?" Chu Tian awkwardly replied, "No, it's just a hunch." Chao Zhenan shook his head, chuckling softly, "I cannot say for certain. No one has ventured into the realm of warriors for centuries. The mysteries of that domain remain unknown." Chu Tian pondered, "Could Ling Shuang be the last of the warriors?" Chao Zhenan nodded, "Indeed, but I have a strong intuition that you possess a significant chance of reaching that realm." Chu Tian felt a twinge of disbelief. "Uncle Nan, please do not jest." Chao Zhenan merely smiled, holding back an unspoken truth. Ling Shuang's innate martial talent was of the SSS grade. If Chu Tian lacked hope, then no one in this vast world would possess such a qualification. Dongqing interjected, "All right, enough of tales, it's quite late. Let us tidy up and retire for the night." Chao Zhenan agreed. "Indeed, it is time for rest." Dongqing yawned, declaring, "I am getting old. I cannot stay up late anymore. Off to bed we go. Xiaodian, you and Yufei shall share a room. The other rooms are unprepared." Chow Yufei's face was as red as blood as she protested, "Mom, aren't there any clean rooms available?" Dongqing shot her a stern look, saying, "No. Do you also sleep apart at home?" Just as Chow Yufei was about to answer affirmatively, she caught sight of Dongqing's expression and swallowed her words. Dongqing asserted, "Since you share a room at home, you might as well do so here. We can all understand." Chao Zhenan added, "I understand." Chu Tian found himself questioning whether Chow Yufei were a daughter or a son, as it left him flabbergasted. Chow Yufei shot an indignant glance at Chu Tian, signaling him to speak. Chu Tian hesitantly suggested, Perhaps I could just sleep on the sofa tonight?" Dongqing firmly stated, "That will not do. You two shall stay together. It is settled. Hurry up and get some sleep." She took Chow Yufei by the hand and ushered her into the room. Then, glancing back at Chu Tian, she said, "Xiaodian, you should head upstairs to rest as well. A man should take the initiative." Even with Chu Tian's thick skin, he could not help but blush at his mother-in-law's words. With uneven steps, he ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. Chow Yufei did not respond. "Chu Tian, I'm coming in." Still, there was no reply. Had she escaped through the window? Chu Tian pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find Chow Yufei sitting on the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chu Tian awkwardly remarked, "I'll sleep on the floor, you take the bed." In a voice barely above a whisper, Chow Yufei said, "You can come up." If my mother finds out, I'll be in big trouble. Chu Tian's heart raced, his face reddening. Could it be that tonight he could finally sing the praises of a liberated peasant? He hastily composed himself, striving to appear more serious. Xiao Yufei, turn off the light. I need to change into my pajamas. Not daring to delay, Chu Tian extinguished the light. He could hear the rustling noises and was tempted to switch the light back on to see what was happening. All right, you can come up now. Huh, no light. No light. Chu Tian, his face filled with disappointment, cautiously made his way to the bed. Before long, he realized what he had in his hand. He instantly released it, exclaiming, I didn't mean to. Xiao Yufei shifted slightly, remaining silent. Chu Tian finally managed to climb onto the bed, lying obediently beside her, careful not to overstep any boundaries, lest he provoke Xiao Yufei and be unceremoniously thrown out of the window. Xiao Yufei's heart raced as she could distinctly hear Chu Tian's breathing. Her body trembled slightly from nerves, which Chu Tian instantly noticed. In a gentle tone, he reassured her, My dear, rest assured, I'm not that beastly, sleep peacefully. Hearing his words, a surprising calm washed over Xiao Yufei. She trusted that Chu Tian would keep his word. Was it too much for her to handle? They were already legally married, making such acts permissible. Yet, she still found herself unable to proceed. What if, over time, he believed she didn't love him and sought someone else? A torrent of emotions swirled in Xiao Yufei's mind, rendering her unable to sleep. In the darkness, she suddenly mustered her courage and slowly turned around. Chapter 62, The Youth's Vitality. With bated breath, Xiao Yufei bit her lip, narrowed her eyes, and boldly wrapped her arms around Chu Tian from behind. Just as he was settling into slumber, a smooth, pale arm encircled his waist, utterly disorienting him. Chu Tian, taken aback, asked, Wife, have you had a change of heart? In a faint voice, Xiao Yufei replied, Husband, I'm not ready yet. Could you give me some time? Feeling her trembling body, Chu Tian's heart skipped a beat. He turned to embrace her tightly, softly saying, My dear, I'm in no rush. Please don't feel pressured. I'm with you for more than just your body. As soon as he uttered those words, he wished he could retract them. Though it was true that his feelings transcended mere physical attraction, how could he resist when faced with such a captivating, graceful wife? Xiao Yufei buried her head in his chest, touched, and said, Thank you, husband. With that, she pressed her lips against his thick ones. Chu Tian thought to himself, This is dangerously intoxicating. She was playing with fire, and she knew it. He fervently reciprocated her kiss, and they only paused when breathless. Suddenly, Xiao Yufei shifted back slightly. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, Chu Tian awkwardly remarked, I didn't mean to. It's just that you're too beautiful. With a shy huff, Xiao Yufei teased, You naughty boy, you must hold me while we sleep tonight. Chu Tian laughed heartily, replying, All right, husband will hold his precious darling tonight. This feels like a clever punishment. A subtle smile graced Xiao Yufei's lips, illuminating her face with happiness. Thus, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams intertwining. In the morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the couple in bed. Xiao Yufei's sleeping position left Chu Tian astounded, having awakened him no less than 3 times throughout the night. It led him to ponder whether they should share a bed in the future. Xiao Yufei, like an octopus, had ensnared Chu Tian, her long, smooth legs wrapped tightly around his waist, her arms draped around his neck. This sleep left Chu Tian with the impression that they had engaged in a fierce battle the night before. His waist and back ached, and he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Gazing at the blissful expression on Xiao Yufei's face, with her long lashes fluttering gently, Chu Tian leaned down to kiss her. Why not? However, why did he feel compelled to use his tongue? Xiao Yufei, waking with sleepy eyes, regarded Chu Tian without shock. Unlike the typical stories where one forgets the events of the previous night after a good night's sleep. With a radiant smile, she tenderly asked, I slept so soundly. How about you? Chu Tian replied with a grin. I slept quite comfortably too. With such a beauty in my arms, how could I not? Xiao Yufei rewarded him with a sweet kiss, saying, Husband, you go out first. I need to change. Chu Tian chuckled. We're like an old married couple now. Why still be shy? Blushing, Xiao Yufei murmured, I'm just a bit embarrassed. Please turn around and don't peek. Chu Tian understood this was her greatest concession and dared not push further. However, the sounds of rustling made it impossible to control his curiosity. He glanced back surreptitiously. Black lace? How delightful. Xiao Yufei hurriedly covered her chest with her clothes, but it was futile. Her lower half was still exposed. Turn around quickly, she urged, almost on the verge of tears. Reluctantly, Chu Tian complied, refraining from further teasing. Xiao Yufei hastily dressed, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she declared, I'm ready. Chu Tian swiftly turned and dashed out of the room, feeling sore all over. Dong Qing and Chao Zhen then exchanged knowing smiles, remarking on the vitality of youth. Surely, they hadn't been at it all night. Otherwise, how could Chu Tian appear so lethargic, drowsy, and unfocused? It seemed they were not far from welcoming a grandchild. Why hadn't Yufei emerged yet? Was she unable to get out of bed? A wave of concern washed over Dong Qing, though her daughter was strong. Even the strongest could find themselves at a disadvantage in this regard. Xiao Tian, is Yufei still in bed? Chu Tian, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in his mother-in-law's mind in that brief minute, replied, "She is up and will be out shortly." Just then, a blushing Chow Yufei stepped out of her room, feeling the weight of her parents' gazes, making her feel uncomfortable. The four of them finished breakfast amidst an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Three young adults, of similar age to Chu Tian, entered the room. Chow Yuchen, a bronze 1-star, son of his second uncle Chow Jinbei, had not been with the students from Blue Ocean University during the Dragon Pool Secret Realm adventure. Hence he did not know Chu Tian. Wang Xinyue, a bronze 2-star, and Wang Xinyu, a bronze 3-star, were the daughter and son of his aunt Chowing. The family, residing in Spring City, had come specifically to partake in the Chow family's secret realm. This clearly illustrated the significance of the Chow family's secret realm to its members. Chowing smiled and asked, "Elder brother, why was the secret realm opened ahead of schedule?" Chow Zhennan replied, "To expedite the growth of these young individuals, we made an exception." His elder brother was truly dedicated to the family. "Is this Chu Tian, Yufei's boyfriend?" Chowing inquired, looking at Chu Tian with a smile. "Hello, auntie. I am Chu Tian." Chowing, "Indeed, he is a remarkable talent. You must treat our Yufei well, otherwise, I, as her aunt, shall not spare you. Rest assured, aunt, Yufei has instructed me to go east, and I shall not stray to the northwest or south. I shall follow her directions." Haha. Suddenly, second aunt Li Xiuji inquired, "Elder brother, is Chu Tian also participating in the Chow family's secret realm?" Chow Zhenan replied coolly, "Do you have any objections?" Li Xiuji's expression faltered as she retorted, "Elder brother, how could the Chow family's secret realm possibly allow outsiders to participate?" Before Chow Zhenan could respond, Chowing interjected, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Do you wish for us to be excluded?" Li Xiuji hastily clarified, "Sister, that is not my intention." Chow Zhenan emanated a formidable aura that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, particularly affecting Li Xiuji, whose face turned pale and cold sweat trickled down her brow. He declared in a deep voice, "Who gave you the audacity to question my decisions? Leave." The word leave caused Li Xiuji to be propelled backward, crashing out the door. Chow Jinbei's countenance darkened, his eyes clouded with fury, fists clenched tightly, yet he refrained from any response. He had to swallow his anger. Observing that his father showed no intention of intervening, Chow Yuchen quickly knelt down. Chapter 63, Utterly Exposed. Chow Yuchen pleaded, "Uncle, I beg you, spare my mother." Chow Zhenan snorted coldly, but did not pursue Li Xiuji further. Chow Yuchen helped Li Xiuji to her feet, both of them sitting quietly to the side, daring not to breathe. In that moment, Li Xiuji felt as if death was a mere breath away. Chow Yuchen glared at Chu Tian, knowing that everything stemmed from him. Ding. Please check in, host. Chu Tian, check in. Ding. Today's task, be utterly exposed before everyone. Chu Tian, what the hell? Has the system gone mad? You want me to run naked? Ding. The host volunteered. The system will not impose. Chu Tian, furious. Chow Zhenan coldly commanded, "Follow me." The Chow family's secret realm lies in the back mountain, guarded by a legion of formidable true warriors and various high-tech mechanisms. It is said that not even a fly could enter undetected. Chow Zhenan placed his hand upon a transparent door, and immediately, radiant light erupted as the door slowly opened, retracting all surrounding mechanisms. However, upon seeing the secret realm, Chu Tian was utterly disappointed. He had anticipated a place brimming with technological marvels or a paradise of spiritual energy. But the reality of the Chow family secret realm was merely a cave. Everyone followed Chow Zhenan's lead into the center, where swirling clouds and terrifying spiritual energy flowed violently. This was presumably the true energy pool of the Chow family. Chow Yufei softly advised, "The longer you soak in the energy pool, the greater the rewards you will reap. But do not overestimate your abilities. It may backfire." Chu Tian inquired, "How long did you stay in the energy pool?" Chow Yufei replied, "A day." "Only a day?" Chow Yufei rolled her eyes playfully and said, "Is one day too short? I broke the Chow family record, thus far. I am the only one who has lasted a full day." Oh, her words piqued Chu Tian's curiosity about the energy pool. Was it truly that challenging? Chow Zhenan stated sternly, "Act according to your capabilities." Li Xiuji harshly remarked, "Yuchen, you must stand up for your mother. Show Chow Zhenan that his son-in-law is nothing but a waste." Chow Yuchen, brimming with confidence, replied, Does he even deserve to be compared with me? A firefly cannot hope to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Good son, full of ambition, mother awaits your triumphant return." The four approached the energy pool, and as they drew nearer, the pressure intensified. Chu Tian suddenly felt as though his legs were laden with lead, heavy as if 1,000 pounds. It seemed that this grand basin was indeed extraordinary. Chow Yuchen's expression also darkened. He hurriedly circulated his true energy, alleviating the pressure somewhat, but progress remained arduous. Observing Chu Tian beside him, veins bulging and drenched in sweat, he scoffed, "You think you can contend against the energy released by the pool with mere physical strength? You are utterly foolish." Chu Tian, undistracted, continued on his path, resisting the pressure emanating from the energy pool with his body. It was not that he had a penchant for suffering. Rather, He had just discovered that the true energy was being absorbed into his flesh. This revelation thrilled him, as it effectively meant refining his body with true energy. A multitude of benefits awaited. The other three successfully entered the energy pool by circulating their true energy. Xiao Yufei queried, "What is Chu Tian doing? Why isn't he circulating his true energy?" Li Xiuji thought to herself, humph. A country bumpkin who has never encountered such a situation. He must be stunned into silence. Feigning concern, Li Xiuji suggested, "Yufei, perhaps we should let Chu Tian withdraw. I mean no harm. But he is merely wasting time and could end up injuring himself." However, Xiao Zhenan's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he remarked, "Could it be that Xiao Tian has already uncovered the secret of the energy pool?" Xiao Yufei appeared to remember something, eyes wide with astonishment. "Father, are you saying that Chu Tian has comprehended the legend associated with the energy pool?" Xiao Zhenan nodded. "I can think of no other possibility. For with Xiao Tian's intellect, it is improbable he would allow himself to be so passive." Xiao Yufei countered, "But that is merely a legend. I once attempted it. Yet the body cannot absorb true energy. Can he truly achieve this?" Xiao Zhenan chuckled. "Do not forget Xiao Tian's innate talent." Li Xiuji glanced at the mysteriously conversing father and daughter, muttering, "A waste is still a waste, seeking excuses here." Xiao Zhenbei coldly warned, "If you dare to ruin my plans again, return to the Li family at once." Li Xiuji protested, "Zhenbei, am I not acting this way to prevent you from being bullied by Xiao Zhenan? Do you not see how he looks down on us?" "Silence. Mind your own business and leave the rest to me." Chu Tian, drenched in sweat and having exerted tremendous effort, finally approached the energy pool. With true energy circulating throughout his body, it felt as if he possessed a divine physical form, and he could distinctly sense his body's newfound strength. With a mighty leap, Chu Tian plunged into the energy pool. Gulping in a deep breath, true energy surged into him at a visibly rapid pace. The three, who were diligently absorbing true energy, suddenly felt the energy around them thinning and hastily opened their eyes. They beheld a vortex of true energy forming around Chu Tian. As all the energy was being drawn towards him, Chao Yuchen, filled with rage, shouted, "You brat, what are you doing?" Yet, Chu Tian was entirely immersed in his own world, oblivious to Chao Yuchen's furious outburst. The morning swiftly passed. Wang Xinyue was the first to emerge from the energy pool, having broken through to the bronze 3-star level. Chowing nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "Good daughter, well done." Li Xiuji praised from the side, "Xinyue, impressive. A young girl enduring for an entire morning, well done." Wang Xinyue, however, expressed disappointment, saying, "I am the worst." Li Xiuji replied, "Although you were the first to emerge, some may have refrained from absorbing true energy to preserve their pride, right?" Wang Xinyue, well aware of whom she referred to, countered, "Second aunt, you may be disappointed. The combined rate at which the three of us are absorbing energy does not even match what brother-in-law has absorbed alone." "What? Xinyue, are you deceiving second aunt?" Wang Xinyue wore an expression of indifference, choosing not to engage with Li Xiuji further. However, no matter what, Li Xiuji could not bring herself to believe Wang Xinyue's words, convinced that she was deliberately trying to provoke her. A wave of anger surged within her. How dare a child adopt such an attitude towards her? It was utterly disrespectful, infuriating her to no end. "When the Chao family fell into our hands, I shall make each of you kneel before me in repentance." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a commotion erupted once again at the True Qi pool, as yet another individual succumbed to the oppressive aura and withdrew. Everyone was curious about who the second person to exit would be. As the anxious crowd awaited, they finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was none other than the second son of the Chao family, Chao Yuchen. His face was a mask of fury as he approached. Upon seeing her son emerge second, Li Xiuji's countenance darkened considerably, and she rushed forward, her concern evident. "Yuchen, what happened? Have you broken through to a new realm?" Chao Yuchen disregarded Li Xiuji, striding up to Chao Zhenan and exclaiming in anger, "Uncle, Chu Tian cheated." Chao Zhenan replied, "Cheated? What do you mean?" Chao Yuchen retorted, "Chu Tian used some sort of sorcery in the True Qi pool, drawing all the True Qi to himself. We could barely contend with him, and as a result, I could not make my breakthrough." Chao Zhenbei shouted furiously, "Nonsense. Don't embarrass yourself here. Xinyue managed to break through, yet you still blame others for your failure? Get back home." Chao Yuchen, however, did not heed Chao Zhenbei's words. Instead, he retreated to the back, wishing to observe just how long Chu Tian could hold out. At that moment, Li Xiuji felt a stinging heat in her face. Her son, whom she had placed such high hopes on, had gained nothing from the experience. With no change in his realm whatsoever, the stark contrast nearly caused her to faint from frustration. Wang Xinyue, offering a timely reassurance, said, "See, aunt, I wasn't lying to you." Li Xiuji could only stammer in disbelief. An hour later, Wang Xinyu also emerged from the True Qi pool, having broken through to the bronze 5-star rank, his gains significantly outweighing those of the others. Chao Zhenan praised him, "Very good. Quickly sit down and consolidate your realm." Wang Xinyu smiled, "Yes, uncle." Seeing Wang Xinyu's triumphant demeanor, Chao Yuchen felt as if a thorn had lodged in his throat. Had he not been preoccupied with competing against Chu Tian, he would not have failed to achieve even a single rank. As evening approached, Chu Tian still showed no signs of exiting, and everyone remained steadfastly within the secret realm, even dinner being delivered by servants. Xiao Yufei glanced at the time, excitement bubbling within her as she exclaimed, "Father, Xiao Tian has already surpassed my record." Xiao Zhenan laughed heartily. "Ha! You have truly found a splendid son-in-law." Xiao Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her eyes sparkled with pride. How could her man not be exceptional? In the true Qi pool, Chu Tian was undergoing a profound transformation. The true Qi within him surged vigorously, yet he had yet to break through. He was diligently compressing the true Qi, planning a breakthrough of extraordinary magnitude. The true Qi in the entire pool was visibly diminishing at a rapid rate, yet the area remained shrouded in mist, leaving the onlookers oblivious to any anomalies. As Chu Tian swallowed a breaking through pill, it ignited a series of crackling sounds within him. His brow furrowed, veins bulging. His expression twisted in intensity as he clenched his fists tightly. A thunderous noise erupted from the true Qi pool. Xiao Yufei's heart raced with concern as she said, "Father, do you think Chu Tian might encounter an accident?" Xiao Zhenan was uncertain. If he intervened recklessly now, it could severely disrupt Chu Tian's process, potentially undoing all his hard work. Thus, he refrained from taking risks, opting to gamble instead. Occasionally, Chu Tian's voice echoed from within the true Qi pool, stirring curiosity among the crowd about what exactly he was doing inside. Finally, after an extended period of breakthrough, Chu Tian remained with his eyes tightly shut, the true Qi swirling around him, the density of his true Qi far surpassing that of the pool. The sensation of being filled with power was exhilarating, as if he were a miniature universe, brimming with strength. Taking a deep breath, the true Qi from the pool surged into him at an astonishing rate. With just one final surge, he would conclude this astonishing breakthrough. The sun began to rise on the horizon. All those present, weary-eyed yet resolute, lingered in the secret realm, eager to discover what Chu Tian had experienced during his prolonged absence. Xiao Yufei's heart twisted in anxiety. Had it not been for Xiao Zhenan's stern restraint, she would have rushed in to find him long ago. Li Xiuji, too, remained anxiously wide-eyed, having endured the night. Others might have wished to witness a moment of miracle. But for her, what was the purpose? To witness Chu Tian's embarrassment? Perhaps the biggest joke was their family of three. Remaining here without leaving was merely an invitation to humiliation. Yet, seeing her husband and son show no intention of departing, she too stayed. Her anger simmering as she wondered why she should be forced to wait all night in this damned place for that little brat. Unable to contain herself, Li Xiuji exclaimed, "Why is Xiao Chu taking so long? He hasn't fainted inside, has he?" Xiao Zhenan shot her an exasperated glare, which immediately sobered her. Stammering, she added, "I meant no offense, just concern for Xiao Chu's safety." Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded, and the mist surrounding the true Qi pool dissipated entirely. Chu Tian had finally completed his final breakthrough. Everyone could now see the situation within the true Qi pool. Discovering Chu Tian sitting cross-legged in a dry pit, where the true Qi had been completely depleted, all were left dumbfounded. Where was the true Qi? How could there be no trace of its fluctuations? Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the crowd before him, sheepishly scratched his head and stood up. Why is it so cool in here? Suddenly, gasps erupted, and as he looked down, his face turned crimson with embarrassment. He wished he could burrow into the ground. Oh my, completely naked. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Ding. Please draw a lottery. Chu Tian muttered, "Draw your sister." "I have no time for that." In a hushed tone, he called out, "You Yufei, can you find me some clothes? Why are you still here gawking? Your husband is standing here exposed." Xiao Yufei's face flushed with indignation as she hurriedly fetched a garment to toss to Chu Tian, while the others turned away. Chu Tian donned the clothes and awkwardly stepped outside. Li Xiuji stole a glance at his lower half. Well, the little brat certainly had quite the endowment. Clearing his throat to ease the awkward atmosphere, Chu Tian addressed Xiao Zhenan. "Uncle, my apologies. I've drained the true Qi pool." "Drained it? How is that possible? Even if the true Qi pool is half saturated, it shouldn't be possible for a mere Bronze Realm practitioner to deplete it entirely. What on earth had this lad done in the pool? Was he drinking the true Qi?" Yet, this was not what concerned Xiao Zhenan. The depletion of the true Qi pool could be remedied later. What he was most curious about was Chu Tian's current realm. After such a commotion and spending a day and night inside, how much had he actually broken through? With a look of astonishment, Xiao Zhenan inquired, "Xiao Tian, what realm have you reached?" "Mother, I implore you, do not bring shame upon us, be obedient." The crowd gazed at Chu Tian with eager curiosity, fervently wishing to discern the extent of his breakthrough. Chu Tian remained silent, unleashing a formidable wave of true Qi. The onlookers' expressions sharpened. This was the bronze 7 stars. My goodness. Li Xiuji stood rooted in disbelief. Although she was unaware of Chu Tian's cultivation level prior to entering the true Qi pool, did it truly matter now? The bronze 7 stars. Her son, whom she took pride in, had only attained the bronze 1 star. In comparison to Chu Tian, he appeared utterly insignificant. How could a firefly ever hope to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? This statement was indeed not erroneous, though the relationship between the two should be reversed. Chao Zhenan exclaimed with fervor, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Chu Tian had undoubtedly bestowed upon everyone an extraordinary surprise, if they were to learn of his true combat prowess. They might very well be rendered unconscious with shock. It was conservatively estimated that the Bronze 9 stars could engage in battle, and with the aid of the Battle Dragon Cauldron and the Divine Whip, victory would be effortlessly secured. This was the benefit bestowed upon Chu Tian by the True Chi Pool and the Breakthrough Pill. Not only had his realm experienced a breakthrough, but his reservoir of true chi was also vastly superior to that of other true martial artists of the same level. Chao Yufei regarded Chu Tian with eyes shimmering with admiration. Her man was indeed exceptional. Chao Zhenan urged, "Chao Tian, do take some rest. A night of cultivation is taxing for the body." Yet, Chu Tian felt invigorated, experiencing no fatigue whatsoever. And today was the day of the Dragon Pool Secret Realms ranking announcement and reward distribution. Naturally, he could not afford to be absent. With a smile, Chu Tian declined. "Uncle Nan, today marks the announcement of the rankings for the Dragon Pool Secret Realm. I must attend." Although Chao Zhenan was unaware of Chu Tian's ranking, he was certain it would not be lacking. Furthermore, he had heard whispers of unprecedented rewards from this Dragon Pool Secret Realm, making it imperative to attend. "Very well. I shall accompany you." Chao Yuchen's countenance darkened, her eyes fixated on Chu Tian with a brooding intensity. This grudge must be avenged. Li Xiuji inquired, "Chener, are you also planning to participate in the Dragon Pool Secret Realm?" Chao Yuchen replied grimly, "Indeed. Even if Chu Tian's realm surpasses mine, my ranking must surely exceed his. I cannot endure this humiliation. A true hero does not boast of past glories." Chao Yuchen now contemplated using her previous achievements to undermine Chu Tian. She feared that this so-called hero may not be as valiant as he once was. Chao Zhenan, along with the three of them, took one vehicle, while Chao Yuchen and Li Xiuji occupied another. As for Chao Zhenbei, he chose not to accompany them, fearing the potential embarrassment that might ensue. Chao Zhenan and Chao Yufei remained in the vehicle, their status in Jiangxing being rather distinguished. Should they emerge, many would undoubtedly rush to curry favor and offer flattery. Chao Zhenan abhorred these sycophants, while Chao Yufei preferred to avoid outsiders altogether. Thus, Chu Tian ventured forth alone, with Chao Yuchen and Li Xiuji seething with rage trailing behind him. Chao Yuchen spotted a classmate approaching him. He whispered, "Mother, the person ahead is my fiercest rival, Gong Yuan, the heir of the Gong family, who has always overshadowed me." Before Chao Yuchen could finish, he immediately donned a welcoming smile, saying, "Young Master Gong, it has been a few days. Your cultivation has once again advanced." However, Gong Yuan did not even spare him a glance, instead respectfully approaching Chu Tian, saying, "Brother Chu, you have arrived." Chu Tian was puzzled by Gong Yuan's demeanor. What mischief was he concocting now? Chu Tian replied, "Ah, Brother Gong, you arrived quite early." Gong Yuan smiled. "I just got here as well. Shall we proceed inside?" He did not acknowledge the visibly strained smile frozen on Chao Yuchen's face. Li Xiuji consoled, "Chener, he may not have seen you. Do not take offense." Chao Yuchen declared fiercely, "I will make them regret it." As everyone settled into their prepared seats, Chao Yuchen searched for Chu Tian's figure. Where had he gone? Li Xiuji speculated. He likely realized that the Dragon Pool Secret Realm holds no relevance for him and departed. Why must he humiliate himself? Everyone, please be quiet. Let us extend a warm applause to Elder Mo, the director of the True Martial Bureau, as he announces the results and rewards of this Dragon Pool Secret Realm trial. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Elder Mo emerged from behind the stage. But he was not alone. Another individual accompanied him. Chu Tian. How did he ascend the stage? Chao Yuchen exclaimed in shock. Everyone turned to gaze at Chao Yuchen, suddenly feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over them, prompting Li Xiuji to instinctively shift her chair away. Elder Mo gestured for Chu Tian to sit beside him and take a moment to rest. Beep. Please proceed with the lottery. Chu Tian responded, drawl beep. Empty. Keep trying harder. Before Chu Tian could voice his grievances, the system chimed once more. Beep. Please sign in. Chu Tian replied, sign in. Beep. Today's task, assist an elderly lady across the street. Elder Mo's serious voice rang out. We shall now announce the rankings, limited to the top 10. 10th place, Nie Feng from Jiangxing University. 9th place, Li Tai from Jiangxing University. Li Xiuji exclaimed with excitement. Son, you ranked so highly? Chao Yuchen, brimming with pride, declared. Of course. The moment I entered the Dragon Pool Secret Realm, I broke through to the Bronze 1 star and have been diligently completing tasks. Good son. 8th place, Song Meixian from Jiangxing University. 7th place, Li Dongshu from Yuan University. 6th place, Wang Cheng from Blue Ocean University. 5th place, Li Ning from Blue Ocean University. 4th place, Gong Yuan from Yuan University. Son, you made it to the top 3. Chao Yuchen began to feel a tinge of insecurity. No matter how high her task value was, entering the top 3 was utterly impossible. Could it be that I did not even make it into the top 10? Unthinkable. 3rd place, Diana from Jiangxing University. 2nd place, chocolate from Jiangxing University. In the first place, Chu Tian from Jiangxing University. The crowd erupted into another round of fervent applause. And Chu Tian's first place was indisputable. Without Chu Tian, 70% of the participants would have perished within the Dragon Pool secret realm. Li Xiuji's smile froze completely. Chu Tian was first. Her beloved son had not even made it into the top 10? Xiao Yuqian, too, found it hard to believe. Did he truly not rank within the top 10? No, impossible. Just as Xiao Yuqian was about to rise and inquire further, Li Xiuji seized him, pleading, Yuqian, I beg you, do not bring shame upon us. Let us quietly return home. Xiao Yuqian trembled violently, leaving without a backward glance. Elder Mo announced, now? I will reveal the rewards. 10th place, 5 true chi pills. 9th place, 10 true chi pills. 8th place, 15 true chi pills. 7th place, 50 true chi pills. 6th place, 60 true chi pills. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd upon hearing Elder Mo's announcement of the rewards. Since the inception of the Dragon Pool secret realm, the reward for first place had only been 20 true chi pills. It was not that the true Martial Bureau was stingy. Rather, participating in the Dragon Pool secret realm was inherently advantageous, and the rewards served as encouragement and recognition. However, it was evident that the true Martial Bureau was now taking matters seriously. If second place received 60 true chi pills, what would first place receive? 100? To round it off? Ridiculous. It was not that simple. In the midst of everyone's expectant gazes, Elder Mo slowly proclaimed, for first place, the reward is 100 true chi pills. Gasp. 100 true chi pills? Chu Tian was certainly aware of the significance of true chi pills, which could swiftly replenish the true chi expended by true martial artists. The chi pills in my possession can be regarded as a superior version of the chi dan. However, the current quantity is woefully insufficient, for otherwise, it would undoubtedly pave a lucrative path. In the market, a single chi dan fetches an astonishing price of 50,000. Thus, considering that the chi pills enhance chi by 30%, selling one for 150,000 is hardly unreasonable, is it? Just as everyone was still reeling from the revelation, Elder Mo unleashed another sensational reward. The first prize, in addition to 100 chi dan, includes an exceptional opportunity for direct admission into the true Martial Bureau, allowing one to become an outer member. By the heavens, pinch me to ascertain whether I am dreaming. Did you not see me pinching myself? Chu Tian, seated on the stage, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This final prize holds far more value than 100 chi dan. Being accepted into the true Martial Bureau? This signifies that Chu Tian will henceforth become a part of the establishment. What is the true Martial Bureau? It is the highest honor for martial artists in Huaxia, revered by all, with boundless prospects. Only a handful of individuals in Jiang City are members of the true Martial Bureau, each a notable figure with immense influence. Now, at the tender age of 20, Chu Tian possesses the means to stand shoulder to shoulder with such illustrious personalities. The mere thought seems surreal. Although he would be an outer member, everyone is acutely aware that this is due to Chu Tian's youth. The Bureau mandates a minimum age of 22. Thus, once he comes of age, he will undoubtedly ascend to become a full-fledged member of the true Martial Bureau. The gazes of the crowd towards Chu Tian brimmed with envy and jealousy. Moreover, in a certain sense, the true Martial Bureau serves as a branch of the Huaxia Dragon Court, with every dragon general emerging from its ranks. Aware of the intensity of the crowd's stares, Chu Tian, feeling the pressure, steeled himself and rose to his feet. Thank you, Elder Mo, for your encouragement. Elder Mo, beaming with a smile, replied. It is not solely my doing. Your own excellence has earned you this. Keep up the good work. Yes, Elder Mo. Chu Tian hastily exited from backstage. Remaining any longer might incite the crowd to lose control of their emotions and tear him apart. Observing the flustered Chu Tian, Qiao Yufei inquired with curiosity. What is the matter? When the two heard about the reward from the true Martial Bureau, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar, yet this did not diminish their excitement and exhilaration. Chao Zhenan laughed heartily. I dare say, there is not a single family in Jiang City with 2 members in the true Martial Bureau, is there? 2. Chu Tian exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Nan, you are also a member of the true Martial Bureau? Chao Zhenan shook his head with a smile and said, had I risen 5 years earlier, I would surely have secured a position within the Bureau. If it wasn't for Chao Zhenan, then it must be his wife, Chao Yufei. Yufei, is it you? Chu Tian asked. Chao Yufei proudly lifted her chin and said with a hint of arrogance, of course. Did you think you were the only one who was formidable? I am quite impressive too, you know. Chu Tian found himself somewhat speechless. What would others think if they discovered that both he and his wife were members of the true Martial Bureau? The mere thought was exhilarating. No. You too must prioritize procreation. Your child's talent may astonish us all. Chu Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How did the conversation veer off into this territory? Chao Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson as she protested. Dad, could you please stop bringing this up? I am anxious. Chao Yufei firmly declined her father's enthusiastic suggestion, and before he could respond, she pulled Chu Tian away from the vehicle. Blushing, Chao Yufei linked her arm with Chu Tian's and said, you must not heed my father's absurdities. If you dare to pursue such nonsense, I will ensure you are ignored for life. The reason for her words stemmed from her formidable father, who had advised Chu Tian to take the initiative and employ some subtle tactics. He and her mother were wholeheartedly in favor. When Chu Tian first heard this, he was left dumbfounded, considering proposing a paternity test with Chow Yufei to her father. Chu Tian hastily assured, "My dear, I would never follow my father-in-law's advice. After all, did it not fail that day?" Chow Yufei, her face blushing fiercely, retorted, "Those days were my safe period." Chu Tian lamented, "What a pity." Chow Yufei indignantly replied, "I am not ready to be a mother yet. I am ready to be a father." The two strolled down the street like an ordinary couple, basking in their affectionate rapport, cherishing this rare and precious moment of warmth. However, sometimes, unwelcome individuals emerged to ruin the mood. A jarring engine roar erupted behind them. Chu Tian halted, his brows furrowing. He stepped aside, wishing not to disrupt the day's joyful atmosphere. Yet, as the window rolled down, a repugnant face with pockmarks appeared, sending shivers down his spine. Chow Yufei turned her head away in disgust, unable to bear the sight. The pockmarked man grinned and said, "Beautiful lady, it seems we have met before." Chu Tian chuckled, "Your approach to flirting is rather cliched, don't you think?" The pockmarked man retorted, "Admittedly cliched. But my Porsche is brand new. Can you bear to let such a lovely woman walk the streets with you? Are beautiful feet meant for walking?" Chu Tian burst into laughter. "Your feet might not be for walking. Perhaps they are meant for dining instead, given the stench of your mouth." The pockmarked man's face turned furious. "How dare you insult me? Do you know who I am? Get this girl in the car to accompany me for a night, or I will end you." Chu Tian's eyes turned icy. With a swift motion, he yanked the pockmarked man from the window, but the sports car's small window caught him. Suddenly exerting force, he pulled the door along with him. The pockmarked man, terror-stricken, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Let me go?" Chu Tian retaliated with a resounding slap, causing the pockmarked man to see stars. He spat at the man's repulsive face, coincidentally filling the pits on his skin. The pockmarked man struggled but remained ensnared by the car door. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, bellowing, "You bastard, you are dead. If I don't kill you, I am a dog." Chu Tian replied, "Do not insult dogs. I will fight you." Chapter 67. Assisting an elderly lady across the street. The pockmarked man charged at Chu Tian, wielding the car door as a weapon. Momentarily dazed by Chu Tian's earlier blow, he forgot he was a martial artist. However, the meager chi he possessed was insufficient even for a single breath from Chu Tian. Without the need to harness his chi, Chu Tian could easily overpower the pockmarked man's black iron 9-star strength with mere physical prowess. With a kick, he bent the car door, leaving the pockmarked man with even less room to maneuver, eliciting anguished screams from him. The pockmarked man's earlier call had been quite effective. A screech of brakes heralded the arrival of 4 young men in their 20s. They helped the pockmarked man to his feet, but found themselves helpless against the car door. Upon seeing his reinforcements, the pockmarked man shouted, "Help me take revenge. Kill him. If anything goes wrong, it's on me." The 4 men glared at Chu Tian with hostile expressions, coldly demanding, "Did you strike him?" Chu Tian shook his head. "I did not strike anyone." "Are you still denying it? My brother has been beaten to such a state by you, and yet you dare to claim it was not your doing?" Chu Tian feigned sudden realization, exclaiming, You mean that brute? Indeed, it was I who struck him." The onlookers could not contain their laughter. "How audacious. I challenge anyone to dare laugh again. Do you wish to hasten your meeting with the King of Hell, or do you think you can offend young Master Wang?" The 4 of them unleashed their true energy, advancing menacingly towards Chu Tian. The crowd hurriedly retreated, fearing for their own safety. This young man was exceedingly reckless. Having enraged 4 bronze true martialists, he was surely facing a grim fate. The lovely lady was bound to suffer as well. That scarred brute appeared to be the second son of the Wang family, notorious for abducting virtuous women. The crowd seemed to envision the unfortunate scene of Chow Yufei being tormented by the scarred man, their expressions filled with regret. In an instant, the 4 launched their assault, demonstrating a level of martial skill that suggested they had long resided in the bronze realm. Chu Tian's face was alight with excitement. Not only had he broken through to a new level yesterday, but he had also made significant progress in mastering the God-slaying slash and the ninefold palm. With a mere thought, the God-slaying whip materialized in his grasp, and as the God-slaying slash commenced its flow, the whip seemed to pulsate with life, brimming with exhilaration. The God-slaying slash comprises only 3 techniques. The first strike, slash the man. The second strike, split the earth. The third strike, open the heavens. Chu Tian had just begun to grasp the first strike and could not yet harness its full power to master it completely. His realm must ascend to silver 9 stars to withstand the energy consumption required for the slash. With a deft flick of the God-slaying whip, a violet beam erupted forth, causing the 4 to feel a sudden pang of dread, hastily channeling their true energy in defense. This violet light exuded a lethal threat. Should they be struck, even survival would be a challenge. However, they had gravely underestimated the might of the slash. In the blink of an eye, the 4 were effortlessly severed away. Their bodies propelled backward as crimson arcs of blood erupted forth. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, wondering if the four brothers had come to amuse them, for their performance was too convincing. Were they perhaps chewing on tomatoes? Chu Tian himself was astonished by the formidable power of the god-slaying slash. Capable of dispatching a bronze 4-star and 2 bronze 3 stars, along with a bronze 2-star true martialist in a single strike. Yet, he perhaps forgot that with each technique, he had only one strike to unleash, relying on his true energy reserves. Executing that last blow had already consumed a significant portion of his internal energy. Should he attempt it again, he would likely find himself utterly drained. Observing the fallen four, Chu Tian lamented, "Come on, get up. I still have another technique to try." Did he truly consider them mere sparring partners? The four, whether due to their grievous injuries or Chu Tian's audacity, once again spat blood. Thankfully, Chu Tian's quick reflexes spared him from a deluge of blood. Realizing that the four could not rise to serve as his practice dummies, he turned his attention to the scarred man, who was now stuck at a nearby carriage door. Sensing Chu Tian's gaze, the scarred man hurriedly fled for his life. Chu Tian shook his head in frustration and turned to lead Xiao Yufei away. As they reached an intersection, waiting for the traffic light, an elderly woman stood nearby. Chu Tian approached her with a smile, saying, "Allow me to assist you, dear lady." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yufei felt an instant elevation in Chu Tian's stature, surprised by his kindness. "How considerate of you, young man, but there's no need to trouble yourself. I can manage," the elderly woman replied with a smile. Chu Tian grasped her hand firmly, insisting, "Please, do not be stubborn. I shall help you across." As the light turned green, Chu Tian turned to beckon Xiao Yufei, but was suddenly whisked away by the elderly lady. He found himself jogging alongside her, realizing that instead of helping her cross the street, she was leading him on an unexpected adventure. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing today's task," Chu Tian exclaimed. "Time for a reward." "Ding! Today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have received a vial of true energy pills." Xiao Yufei approached, stifling a laugh, and teased, "Are you helping the elderly across the street, or is the elderly lady helping you?" Chu Tian smacked his lips and declared, "Today, I have finally learned a profound truth." "What truth?" Xiao Yufei inquired. "At discount supermarkets and traffic lights, the latent potential of the elderly can be infinitely activated." The two made their way home as dusk approached. But buoyed by their formidable strength, they felt no fatigue. Xiaohong sensed Chu Tian's presence and flew over in an instant. Chu Tian opened his arms to welcome her, but she abruptly changed course, leaping into Xiao Yufei's embrace and nuzzling against her. Chu Tian mused that he should take Xiaohong to the pet store for a gender check. If she turned out to be male, he would roast her on the spot. No one, living or breathing, could take advantage of his beloved wife. Xiao Yufei affectionately stroked Xiaohong's feathers, exclaiming, "This little creature is simply adorable." Xiaohong responded by intensifying her affectionate nuzzles. Chu Tian, filled with envy, scooped her up. As his fingers inadvertently brushed against the coveted peaks he had long desired, Xiaohong attempted to break free, aiming to leap back into Xiao Yufei's arms. In a moment of serendipity, Chu Tian released his grip, and Xiaohong dove once more into Xiao Yufei's embrace. A smile spread across Chu Tian's face as he quickly reached for Xiaohong, seizing the opportunity to indulge further. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yufei, who assumed he was merely playing with Xiaohong, this emboldened Chu Tian's actions. Xiaohong, perhaps sensing the moment, landed directly upon the peaks. Chu Tian felt exhilarated. Nearly leaping into the air, his eyes alight with excitement as he reached out with a guilty hand. Chapter 68. Unlocking a new signature pose. At last, Chu Tian achieved his long-desired goal, claiming the peaks, which felt soft and springy beneath his palm. Xiao Yufei froze, her body tingling as if electrified, utterly devoid of strength. She uttered, prompting Chu Tian to instantly straighten up, his fingers instinctively tightening. Could it be that I was unable to master the touch of a woman so magnificent? Indeed, I am drawn to such powerful women. Xiao Yufei finally regained her composure, her cheeks flushed crimson as if they might bleed, indignantly exclaiming, "Quickly remove your hand." "Huh. I was merely holding Xiaohong," Chu Tian protested. Xiaohong perched on his shoulder, observing the charade with bemusement. "Where did you come from?" Chu Tian exclaimed. Xiao Yufei glared at him, causing him to feel as if he were under intense scrutiny. He hastily withdrew his hand. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and stammered, "Wife. It's not what you think." Xiao Yufei hurriedly fled into the room, leaving Chu Tian standing awkwardly, contemplating his guilt-ridden hand. He felt a rush of excitement. During dinner, Chu Tian, feeling guilty, dared not provoke Xiao Yufei, burying himself in his meal. Just as he prepared to rise and retreat to his room for the night, Xiao Yufei called out to him, "Wait." Chu Tian's heart sank, thinking, "This is it. What is destined to happen cannot be avoided." With great effort, he turned his head and quietly asked, "Is there something you need, dear wife?" Xiao Yufei, her face still flushed, replied, "Tonight we shall sleep together." Chu Tian stared in astonishment at Xiao Yufei, his expression a tableau of disbelief as he asked, "What did you say, my dear wife?" With a blush adorning her cheeks, Xiao Yufei murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, "We should sleep together." Observing her demeanor, Chu Tian sensed the sincerity in her words and pondered whether she had finally come to terms with their relationship. Realizing he had indeed captured her heart, elated, he leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Hooray!" Chow Yufei, her head bowed, took a few bites of her meal before rising to her feet, with Chu Tian trailing behind. Step by step, they finally arrived at the entrance of the room he had longed for, his heart pounding fervently. Unbeknownst to her, Chow Yufei was perplexed by her earlier impulsiveness in inviting Chu Tian to share her space. Yet, now that the words had been spoken, there was no turning back. She harbored confidence that Chu Tian would not act inappropriately without her consent. Furthermore, she reasoned that continuing to sleep apart was indeed unfair to him. Most importantly, she had experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort and security the previous night. Chow Yufei opened the door and entered, taking a seat on the bed, while Chu Tian stood at the threshold, scrutinizing her room. It was simple yet immaculate, the faint scent of her fragrance wafting through the air, invigorating his spirit. Striving to maintain composure, Chow Yufei suggested, "Why don't you take a shower first while I change into my sleepwear?" This statement left ample room for imagination. Encouraging the man to cleanse himself while she remained behind to don her night attire, what might transpire next was all too obvious. Chu Tian dashed into the bathroom, fervently scrubbing himself with a towel. After emerging refreshed and fragrant, he excitedly pushed open the door to Chow Yufei's bedroom. To his surprise, the lights were off, surely a sign of her shyness. The more he considered it, the more he felt his assumptions were validated. Stealthily, he crept towards the bed, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. It was not until he heard Chow Yufei's steady breathing that a realization struck him. Was it truly that simple? Just sleeping together? The following morning, upon awakening, Chu Tian found that Chow Yufei had already vacated the bed. Ding. Please sign in, host. Chu Tian responded, sign in. Ding. Today's task, refrain from engaging in conversation with anyone for the entire day. Chu Tian lamented, Shioer, are you testing my communication skills? Descending the stairs, he found Chow Yufei savoring her breakfast, her face radiating warmth as she greeted him. Hubby, come eat. All his discontent vanished with her affectionate address. With a broad smile, Chu Tian replied, all right, I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face. Chow Yufei inquired, aren't you supposed to report to Jinwu Academy today? Have you decided where to go first? I'll head to Beihua first. He answered, what does that mean? Chu Tian recounted his prior agreement with the 3 Jinwu Academies. Chow Yufei gazed at him in astonishment, realizing this was the privilege of someone with S-level Jinwu talent. After breakfast, the two stepped out together, with Chu Tian playfully requesting a kiss goodbye. He parked his car and strolled across campus, where he was met with admiring and envious gazes from all around. In Jiang University, and even throughout Jiang City, everyone knew who Chu Tian was, the idol to boys and the epitome of perfection to girls. A throng of girls converged upon him, clamoring for his autograph. Please, give me a signature. I want one too. Chu Tian awkwardly complied, signing his name. However, one girl, lacking paper, shyly suggested, could you sign my shirt instead here? She pointed to her ample bosom, blushing profusely. Chu Tian winced. Isn't that inappropriate? But the girl, undeterred, grasped his hand and pressed it to her chest. Chu Tian found it exceedingly difficult to comply. The softness of her skin left him momentarily disoriented. Throughout the signing process, the girl emitted peculiar sounds, while others expressed disdain for her actions, deeming them shameless. How shameless of her! One girl scoffed, tossing her notebook into the trash in disgust before rushing toward Chu Tian, exclaiming, please sign my shirt too. Chu Tian, noticing her antics, sighed. Didn't you just have a notebook in hand? That one was too hard. I feared it might hurt your hand. While this is soft, sign here. She insisted, pointing to her chest with utmost consideration. After signing, she implored, you need to sign this side too. Chu Tian was on the verge of losing his composure. The signatures you acquired must feel amazing. One girl remarked, her tone oddly suggestive. The other girls, witnessing this interaction, began to mimic her, discarding their notebooks as well. The elderly lady collecting scraps nearby beamed with joy, her gaze toward Chu Tian filled with gratitude. This young man was indeed fortunate. Chapter 69. Was the borrowing of the grass boat your idea? As the girls found themselves at a loss, one suddenly recalled that although her front was modest, her rear was ample. They say I could bear 10 sons. To avoid injuring Chu Tian, she suggested he sign on her backside instead. This signing would carry a certain allure. Observing the crowd behind her, Chu Tian realized that if he were to sign for everyone, he would surely exhaust his arm. Classmates, I have other commitments. Shall we continue this tomorrow? He proposed. No. They protested. Do you wish for my arm to break? He queried. No. They replied. Then grant me a moment to rest. And I assure you, I will sign for all of you. Chu Tian nodded earnestly, at last finding respite. He hastened to the classroom, where Zuguli commented enviously. Some thrive while others wither. Chu Tian, could you perhaps leave us a sliver of opportunity? The sentiment resonated with the surrounding boys, who regarded him with forlorn eyes. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chu Tian murmured to Zuguli, was the borrowing of the grass boat your idea? Zuguli, momentarily perplexed, responded, borrow me? What does that mean? At that moment, Li Da entered and summoned Chu Tian along with the contemplative Zuguli. In the training hall, Nie Feng and the others awaited, with the three deans of Jinwu Academy and Wang Dushing seated on stage. Upon Chu Tian's entrance, their faces lit up with smiles and warm greetings. Although they were the heads of Jinwu Academy, Chu Tian's status as a peripheral member of the Jinwu Bureau conferred upon him a level of prestige that warranted their utmost respect. Hence, they refrained from adopting any airs, with Li Changqing politely inviting Chu Tian to take a seat on stage. Chu Tian, feeling a bit taken aback, hastily declined. In contrast to the dean's cheerful expressions, Wang Dushing wore a grim visage. Their purpose for being there was unmistakable. They intended to recruit the promising talents from Jiang University. Yet, Wang Dushing found himself powerless. Remaining at Jiang University would indeed hinder their potential and prowess. Thus, he could only observe helplessly. Su Guangming chuckled, Wang, do not wear such a sorrowful face. This is a fortuitous turn of events. Wang Dushing shot a glare at Li Changqing and retorted with evident irritation. Do not spout your idle chatter at me. Li Changqing, brimming with eagerness, implored, Old Wang, hurry inside. Wang Dushing, fuming, puffed his cheeks and exclaimed, what is the rush? If you're so anxious, why don't you go ahead? Li Changqing snapped back. You old fool. No matter how much time you waste, you cannot alter the facts. Wang Dushing glared at Li Changqing, who had spoken the unvarnished truth, and directed his gaze towards Chu Tian and the others below. In a somber tone, he addressed them. You all are aware of the reason these three deans from the Jinwu Academy have come. I shall not dally on pleasantries, aside from Chu Tian. The rest of you may make your own choices. In the end, Zhu Guli and the two girls opted for the Beihua Jinwu Academy, leaving one other choice remaining. Observing the overwhelming dominance of Beihua, Su Guangming and how Dongju wore expressions of dismay, Su Guangming remarked, I know you are all here for Chu Tian, but he will only remain at Beihua for a year. Have you given it any further thought? The trio shook their heads in unison. Li Changqing, satisfied, stroked his beard and stated, bid farewell to your old principal, then follow me to report to Beihua. Wang Dushing waved his hand dismissively, saying, spare me the theatrics. Just get lost. Chu Tian bowed and said, Principal Wang, thank you for your care over these past months. Jiang University will always be my home. Should you ever need anything, just let me know. Wang Dushing replied, you cheeky rascal, that alone suffices. Likewise, if you encounter any troubles or face bullying at Beihua, inform me, and I will stand by you. Thank you, Principal Wang. Under Li Changqing's guidance, they arrived at the Beihua Jinwu Academy, where the aura of true energy seemed far denser than outside. Beneath Beihua's campus, there likely lay a treasure akin to a true energy pool, capable of radiating energy outward. Indeed, the students at Jinwu Academy were significantly stronger than those at Jiang University, with bronze-tier practitioners visible everywhere. Of course, there were also those of black iron tier, who were exceptionally gifted geniuses, special recruits. They followed Li Changqing to the training hall, where students from other universities had already gathered. Upon seeing Chu Tian, everyone's eyes filled with admiration. After all, in their hearts, he was not only a lifesaver, but also an insurmountable mountain. All the new students were placed in a single class. Jinwu Academy no longer separated cultural and martial classes, only offering martial courses. Thus, their homeroom teacher was a martial instructor, a stoic beauty in her 30s, known as Murong Yunqi. I am your instructor, Murong Yunqi. The chilling aura emanating from her immediately subdued everyone present. However, Chu Tian remained unfazed, for no one could rival the presence of his wife. Murong Yunqi ordered, follow me to the classroom for roll call, then familiarize yourselves with the surroundings of Beihua. Formal training commences in the afternoon. Inside the classroom, the traditional desks and chairs had been replaced by a series of stone statues of varying tiers and an array of wooden weapons. Knowing the classroom's location, Chu Tian took Zhu Guli and departed. Zhu Guli remained perplexed by Chu Tian's earlier remark, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Brother Tian, what did you mean by that? Chu Tian replied, what remark? The one about borrowing the Conming grass boat. What does it mean? Zhu Guli pressed. Nothing significant, merely a compliment, he responded. The two then encountered a towering stone monument, approximately 20 stories high, inscribed with countless names. It could be considered two monuments, as the lower section was connected. Zhu Guli gasped, is this the bronze battle monument? Quite famous, isn't it? Indeed, it was extraordinarily renowned. Do you see those names inscribed on the two tablets? The left lists the martial talents, while the right denotes strength, with the weakest at the bottom and the strongest at the top. Chu Tian gazed upward, admiring the design of the monument. To behold the names above, one must look up, symbolizing that the strength of the powerful deserves admiration from all. Worry not about seeing the names clearly. Beihua has employed special methods to enhance visibility. The higher the names ascend, the clearer they become, as if they were right in front of you, yet simultaneously evoke a sense of unattainability. It seems this bronze battle monument is indeed remarkable. At the pinnacle of the monument was a name, Gao Feng, who, in both talent and strength, held the top position. The two glaring characters shone brightly, almost blinding Chu Tian. Does Beihua have such bronze-tier individuals? Chu Tian inquired, astonished. Not just a few. There are others who couldn't make the list. Zhu Guli replied. How often is the bronze battle monument updated? And how does it happen? Talent is updated continuously, while strength is updated biannually. During the ranking battles held every 6 months at Beihua. Zhu Guli explained. Every 6 months? Isn't that rather soon? Chu Tian began to voice his thoughts, but quickly realized the implications. Indeed, it's coming up soon. Do you wish to participate? What are the benefits? Chu Tian asked. Zhu Guli looked at him enviously, recognizing that he was different. He asked about the benefits rather than worrying about his strength. I'm not certain what the benefits are. But does it matter? If one achieves a good ranking, having their name inscribed here is an honor. Chu Tian scoffed. What good is that? It won't put food on the table. Zhu Guli's lips twitched. Brother Tian, your talent should allow you to aim for first place. Why not test your strength and see what rewards await the top? Oh, quite the boastful words. Where did these two fools come from, spouting such arrogance? A voice of cold mockery rang out from behind them. To admire the bronze battle monument is one thing, but to make such grand claims, are you both new students? 3 upperclassmen, arms crossed and expressions haughty, regarded them with disdain. Zhu Guli's face turned pale, yet she dared not retort. These 3 were clearly seasoned students. Far stronger than her. Chu Tian smirked. Such eloquent speech. You must not have forgotten to wipe your mouth after using the restroom. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? One of the upperclassmen seethed. What? Is it offensive? My apologies. You were the one who spewed filth first. How can you blame me for my candor? Bastard. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't bear your surname. The boy had begun to gather his energy for an attack against Chu Tian. Unfazed, Chu Tian chuckled, and before the boy could strike, he launched a punch, sending him flying. The other 2 were taken aback. Their companion, a bronze tier 3-star practitioner, had been defeated in an instant by a mere new student. Wasn't it said that this batch of new students had hardly any bronze tier individuals? Chu Tian stepped forward, looking at the boy he had nearly knocked unconscious, and grinned. Teach me a lesson? What do you want? Don't go overboard. Beihua forbids students from fighting. The boy stammered. I'm merely acting in self-defense. The other 2 hurried over, watching Chu Tian with grave expressions, threatening, you'd better stop, or I'll report you to the school immediately. Chu Tian dismissed them with a wave. With your level of strength, you think you can bully new students like the older ones? You are just embarrassing your seniors. Despite facing Chu Tian's mocking taunts, the trio dared not retaliate. After all, they could not afford to provoke someone capable of dispatching a bronze tier 3-star practitioner with ease. Don't get too cocky. If you have the guts, go challenge the bronze battle monument. Didn't you just say that being first holds no value? If you manage to secure the top spot, I'll kneel before you. Chu Tian, although I am reluctant to acknowledge you as my grandson, if you insist on recognizing me as your grandfather, how could I possibly refute your goodwill? Chu Tian approached the bronze war monument, feeling somewhat awkward. How does one test this contraption? Chu Tian, come here. How is it tested? First, place your student ID in the card reader on the left. Once it lights up, use the stone carving knife nearby to inscribe your name on the bronze war monument. The 3 individuals regarded Chu Tian with disdain in their eyes, mocking him for pretending to be superior. Do you truly believe that having high innate talent alone can secure the top position? How naive. While true martial talent undeniably plays a decisive role, one's potential and strength are equally critical, forming the essential criteria that determine one's ranking. After Chu Tian completed the card swipe, he picked up the stone carving knife and etched his name, Chu Tian, onto the monument. With each stroke, he felt his internal energy depleting, as if an immense force bore down upon him. It took him nearly half an hour to inscribe a mere 20 strokes, underscoring the intensity of the pressure he had just endured. Once he finished writing, he stepped aside. No reaction. Haha, so much for being first. Even coming in last would suffice. The bronze war monument showed no response. Could it be that he had failed? Chu Tian, if you dare utter another word, I assure you, you will find yourself bedridden for half a month, deprived of the joy of feeling your feet on solid ground. You, let us go. Let him wait here slowly. Suddenly, the bronze war monument blazed with radiant light, and the name Chu Tian he had just inscribed emitted a dazzling glow, surging upward with unstoppable force. The 3 observers watched in disbelief as Chu Tian ascended with unyielding momentum, their expressions turning grim. He swiftly surpassed the halfway mark, yet his speed showed no signs of abating, continuing to ascend rapidly. Finally, when he reached a third of the way from the top, his velocity began to diminish, prompting the 3 to breathe a sigh of relief, silently praying for him to stop, to halt. However, their prayers could not impede Chu Tian's momentum, as he relentlessly continued to climb higher. To their utter astonishment, Chu Tian successfully reached the pinnacle. The brilliance of the bronze war monument became blinding. Boom! A deep, resonant sound echoed, akin to the chime of a temple bell. Its tone ancient, far-reaching, and powerful, evoking a sense of reverence. All the teachers and students of Beihua were suddenly engulfed in a wave of dizziness. Numerous formidable auras erupted from the forbidden grounds of Beihua, swiftly converging at the bronze war monument. Li Chongqing also arrived, and upon seeing the three individuals before the monument, he hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, Changqing pays respects to the Patriarch of Beihai, the Patriarch of Tianhua, and the Patriarch of Beihua. Hiss. Upon hearing Li Changqing's words, everyone felt as if their minds were overwhelmed. These three patriarchs had been alive all along, especially the Patriarch of Beihua, the founder of the Beihua True Martial Academy, who must have lived for at least 200 to 300 years. It was utterly astonishing. Could the unusual sound from the Bronze War Monument have drawn the three patriarchs out of seclusion? There has long been a legend regarding the Bronze War Monument. When it rings, a peerless prodigy emerges. Beihua had not heard its sound for several hundred years since the establishment of the Bronze War Monument. The ancient texts recorded, when the Bronze War Monument rings, it signifies that an extraordinary talent has descended upon the world, heralding the advent of chaotic times. The light in Beihua's eyes radiated an overwhelming brilliance, and when he gazed at Chu Tian felt a jolt within his heart, facing the aura emanating from Beihua. He felt as though he were a fragile boat in a tempestuous sea, utterly powerless against the tide, where even a single wave could spell his demise. Beihua's imposing aura suddenly dissipated, and he regarded Chu Tian with keen interest, reminiscent of an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Chapter 71. You seem to have contracted a serious illness, Beihua proclaimed. Did you cause the Bronze War Monument to resonate? Chu Tian steadied himself and replied, yes. Beihua erupted into a thunderous laugh and declared, excellent, excellent, excellent. I never expected to witness the Bronze War Monument glow in my twilight years. The other two elders looked at Chu Tian with eyes brimming with admiration. They perceived the talent of Chu Tian, and a spark of brilliance flickered in their eyes. This child was undoubtedly beyond S rank, perhaps even more exceptional. Since he wished to keep his abilities concealed, there was no need to expose him. And given his current low cultivation, such discretion was indeed a wise choice. Beihua smiled and asked, what is your name? Junior Chu Tian. Beihua, Changqing. Li Changqing stepped forward, bowed, and respectfully said, Changqing is here. Please speak, Patriarch. Beihua, from now on, you must diligently guide Chu Tian's cultivation, even if it requires exhausting all of Beihua's resources. You must ensure Chu Tian's rapid growth. If Chu Tian encounters danger, irrespective of who it is, they must be eliminated. Should you be unable to resolve it, you may come to our secluded retreat. Li Changqing was taken aback. Exhausting all of Beihua's resources to assist Chu Tian's cultivation seemed excessively extravagant. Yet, since the Patriarch had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Li Changqing bowed and replied, yes, Patriarch. Beihua nodded in satisfaction and continued, Chu Tian, I hope you will commit yourself to your training. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Chu Tian expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your care. Patriarch, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Beihua cast one last deep gaze at Chu Tian before vanishing from sight. All present bowed in reverence as the three patriarchs departed. They remained in a daze, still reeling from the shock of the sudden appearance of the three revered ancestors. The older students looked at Chu Tian with eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. To earn the esteem of the patriarchs is an immense honor. Who could not envy such recognition? Chu Tian's exceptional talent, placing him at the pinnacle of the Bronze War Monument, commanded their respect. Such individuals are destined to become prodigies, likely to become formidable forces in the future. The three older students who had wagered against Chu Tian now sat slumped amidst the crowd, their eyes filled with terror, utterly unable to fathom that a mere bet could have provoked the appearance of three legendary ancestors. All they could do was pray that Chu Tian would not seek revenge. Dismissing them as trifles, Li Changqing regarded Chu Tian with a complex expression, while he understood that S-rank true martial talent was indeed astonishing. He had not anticipated it reaching the level of attracting the patriarchs. Could it be that this young man harbored further secrets? Li Changqing, if there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. You may freely access the Martial Arts Pavilion and the Shijin Pavilion. Take whatever you desire. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed among the teachers and students present. This reward was simply extraordinary. The Martial Arts Pavilion housed all the martial techniques collected and created since the founding of Beihua, some of which could stand out even in all of China. The Shijin Pavilion contained various rare treasures, spiritual elixirs, divine weapons, and exotic artifacts. These two places were akin to the heart and brain of Beihua. Whether instructors or students, entry typically required passing rigorous assessments or contributing to Beihua in significant ways. Yet, this new student, Chu Tian, was afforded unrestricted access, free to take whatever he wished. The disparity was staggering. The gazes directed at Chu Tian were now filled solely with boundless jealousy. Chu Tian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Deanly. Li Changqing smiled and replied, there is no need for gratitude. It is all the Patriarch's instructions. I hope you will not disappoint his expectations. Chu Tian, yes. After Li Changqing finished speaking, he turned and departed, while the others were dismissed by the instructors. Three individuals, caught in a wager, found themselves paralyzed by fear, unable to flee yet too terrified to remain. Glancing at the trio, Chu Tian remarked, "Are you all?" Before he could finish his sentence, the three abruptly knelt before him. Their expressions wrought with terror. "We acknowledge our folly, Your Excellency. Please, spare us, as if we were mere trifles. Have mercy." Chu Tian, disdainful, interjected, "Enough. I cannot afford to release such foul airs. Begone." The three hastily scrambled away, disappearing from his sight in a flurry. Zhugu Li, with admiration, commented, "Brother Tian, do you now grasp the true reward of being first? Are you satisfied?" Chu Tian, with a sense of pride, replied, "It's tolerable, I suppose." Zhugu Li cast a scornful glance at him, thinking how he had become more audacious than even the Academy's dean. "Brother Feng, there's trouble. What is it?" Feng, seated cross-legged, exhaled a breath of stale air, his formidable aura dissipating as he spoke impatiently. "Someone has dethroned you from the talent rankings." The one who spoke was Gao Feng, the individual who had just been unseated by Chu Tian. Rather than displaying anger, Gao Feng's interest peaked. "Oh, is it candy?" "No." Gao Feng, puzzled, inquired, "Then who?" "It's a freshman, newly enrolled today, named Chu Tian." Gao Feng, perplexed, responded, "Chu Tian? I haven't heard of him. Isn't it rumored that this year's newcomers are rather unimpressive? Are you sure you aren't mistaken?" "Brother Feng, Chu Tian is undoubtedly your most formidable rival. He resonated the bronze battle tablet, startling 3 ancestral spirits. And the dean has rewarded him with unrestricted access to items in both the martial arts hall and the Shizhen pavilion." Gao Feng shot a glare at his subordinate. Why the incessant prattle? Repeating it thrice only underscores its significance. He sighed, contemplating when his longtime companion would finally grasp the situation. Did he have to have his intelligence severed at birth? Was his own reputation for cleverness merely a reflection of his friend's shortcomings? "Brother Feng, what kind of gaze is that? It's as if you're looking at a fool." Gao Feng, resigned, replied, "Not as if, it's precisely that." His subordinate, grumbling, exited Gao Feng's training quarters. As Gao Feng gazed into the distance, a smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 72, The Ozone Layer as Defense. Gao Feng mused softly. "It seems I should find a time to meet this Chu Tian. I hope he does not disappoint." Upon returning to class, Chu Tian was met with envious glances from all around. His exceptional prowess left them devoid of any desire to compete. They felt honored to share a classroom with such a prodigy, envisioning future moments where they could boast about their association with him. Even the typically icy instructor, Mu Rong Yunqi, regarded Chu Tian with astonishment and disbelief. Though she had previously heard from Li Chongqing about Chu Tian's S-level talent, she had not given it much weight. Great talent, after all, is merely a gift from the heavens, placing one ahead at the starting line, without diligence. Even the mightiest talent is rendered meaningless. However, Chu Tian's ability to stir the bronze battle tablet and rouse 3 ancestral spirits was not a feat attributable solely to S-level talent. Mu Rong Yunqi declared, "Since it's your first day at Beihua, I shall spare you from assignments. Engage in self-cultivation. Regular training commences tomorrow." With that, she left the classroom. Chu Tian, feeling unconcerned, laid his head on the desk and drifted into slumber. The others, lacking his audacity, dared not indulge so freely. Had Zhugu Li not roused him at the end of the day, he might have spent the night in the classroom. Zhugu Li proposed a gathering to strengthen their camaraderie. As a married man, Chu Tian initially hesitated to partake in the revelry. Yet the eager expressions of his peers swayed him. Not wishing to spoil the occasion, he sought his wife's consent to join. Since Chu Tian's vehicle remained at Jiang University, he had to hitch a ride. At the school gates, Diana stood beside a sleek black Panamera, while Song Mei Xian leaned against the 7 rupees. Both girls chimed in unison. "Chu Tian, come with me." The sight incited envy among the male classmates, for in a sea of wolves, the 2 remaining pieces of meat were now draped around a single predator's neck. Zhugu Li, driving a Land Cruiser, braked awkwardly between the 2 vehicles, steeling himself against the ire of the 2 young women. "Brother Tian, let us go." Chu Tian hastily opened the car door and exclaimed, "Quickly, let us depart. This place is ill-suited for lingering." Zhugu Li led the way, his heart racing, fearing the wrath of the 2 girls. "Watch the road ahead. Why are you fixated on the rearview mirror?" Zhugu Li lamented, "Brother Tian, this is a new car. I fear your little admirers might damage it." Chu Tian retorted, "With your bulk, do you truly fear them? A mere tap of the accelerator could send them sprawling." The group arrived at a high-end 5-star hotel where the staff assisted in parking the car. Zhugu Li had already reserved a private room. During the meal, everyone raised their glasses to toast Chu Tian, particularly Diana and Song Mei Xian, who persistently urged him to drink. Their intent was clear. They aimed to intoxicate him. Boys must always guard themselves in situations like this. Should one overindulge, they might find themselves in precarious circumstances. Yet, Chu Tian possessed an extraordinary tolerance. Ultimately, leaving the 2 young women in a state of inebriation, their eyes glazed over. Seizing the moment, Chu Tian excused himself to the restroom. As he lowered his gaze to check his phone, he inadvertently collided with someone at the door. Instinctively, he muttered, "Pardon me, are you blind? Walking while on your phone?" Chu Tian frowned, and upon recognizing the person he had bumped into, a smirk emerged on his lips. "Ah, Your temper remains as volatile as ever. Wang Jian. Having also recognized Chu Tian, seethed with animosity. Country bumpkin. Chu Tian retorted. Is it the shadows of the sewers that have rendered you so devoid of civility? Wang Jian, enraged, declared, if I do not ruin you today, then my existence in this world is meaningless. Chu Tian dismissively replied, please, your continued existence is quite beneficial. Your every breath acts as a shield for the ozone layer. Wang Jian's expression twisted with rage. Under the influence of alcohol, he had wholly lost his reason and unleashed his true energy in an attack against Chu Tian. For Chu Tian, dealing with Wang Jian's current prowess was as effortless as crushing an ant. With no exertion of true energy, a single kick sent Wang Jian flying, instantly jolted awake. Wang Jian, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise and sprinted back to his private booth. He summoned his motley crew of dubious friends, including an old acquaintance, none other than the pockmarked man, recently shoved into a car door by Chu Tian. Upon seeing the beaming Chu Tian, the pockmarked man trembled and turned to flee. Wang Jian, bewildered, called after him but to no avail. Unperturbed by the escape of the pockmarked man, he turned to his 2 bronze 4-star companions and commanded, take him down. Just leave him breathing. Leave it to us, young Master Wang. The commotion outside caught the attention of Zhu Gu Li and others, who emerged from the booth to stand behind Chu Tian. Upon beholding the 2 intoxicated women with flushed cheeks and dazed eyes, Wang Jian and his companions were momentarily dazzled. The stark contrast of their icy demeanor and fiery allure ignited wicked thoughts. If they could be taken to bed, it would be utterly delightful. The 3 exchanged malevolent smiles. Sensing that the night held promise for mischief, Wang Jian exclaimed in fury, you country bumpkin, your luck with women is astounding. Tonight, I shall indulge in your fortune, attack. The 2 henchmen redoubled their efforts, unleashing their full true energy, while Zhu Gu Li and the others sobered up, their expressions turning grave. Stand back. I can handle this myself, Chu Tian declared. Having missed the chance to test the 9-fold palm yesterday, today's opportunity was not to be squandered. Can you truly manage on your own? With a confident smile, Chu Tian replied, a man must never claim he cannot. He immediately confronted the 2 adversaries, unleashing a palm strike that dominated the hotel corridor with the formidable force of the 9-fold palm. The 2 men felt as fragile as leaves in a tempest, their true energy abruptly crumbling under the overwhelming pressure. Unable to withstand the force, they were hurled into the air, suspended momentarily. Down. Chu Tian struck forcefully downward. Bang. The 2 men seemed bewitched, their bodies pinned to the ground, rendering them powerless to rise, no matter how hard they struggled. Witnessing his subordinates swiftly dispatched by Chu Tian, Wang Jian's eyes widened with terror, and he turned to flee. Chu Tian picked up a decorative object that had fallen from the wall and hurled it at Wang Jian. Bang. Wang Jian, perhaps not having eaten sufficiently, stumbled, losing 2 front teeth in the process. Chu Tian advanced step by step towards the 3, whose panic was palpable as they clutched their heads, trembling violently against the ground. No, please. Chapter 73, An Unfavorable Influence. Chu Tian, disgusted, kicked the 2 large men aside, exclaiming, enough with the pleading. I am not some rustic from the hills. He then stepped over them to confront the quaking Wang Jian. Looking down at him from a position of dominance, Wang Jian, eyes wide with fear, stammered, what do you want? Don't do anything rash. If you dare to harm me, my Wang family will not let this slide. Oh, and how do you intend to deal with me? Chu Tian suddenly stepped on Wang Jian's hand, applying increasing pressure, his smile growing ever more sinister. Ah, my hand, let go of me. Leaning closer, Chu Tian coldly warned, if you dare to provoke me again, I will show you that death can be a pleasurable experience. With a swift kick, he sent Wang Jian flying, bellowing, get lost. The 2 still sprawled on the ground scrambled to pull Wang Jian up, hastily making their escape towards the exit. Turning to face the stunned classmates, Chu Tian awkwardly remarked, what s with the blank stares? Are you all alright? Damn task. Are you okay? Zhu Gu Li asked. What level are you at now? That was incredible, taking down 2 bronze 4 stars with a single move. The others looked at Chu Tian with eager anticipation, initially believing him to be a mere bronze 3-star, but now it seemed they had underestimated him significantly. I fortuitously broke through to bronze 7-star. Wow, bronze 7-star. Zhu Gu Li nearly fainted from the shock. Have you been using fertilizers, Brother Tian? We've only been apart for a few days, and you've reached bronze 7-star? At that moment, Diana and Song Meixian could no longer suppress their feelings of admiration, exchanging glances before moving closer to Chu Tian, each wrapping an arm around him tightly. Soft, bouncy. Since time immemorial, heroes have adored peaks, who can traverse the plains without effort. Song Meixian, unexpectedly more voluptuous, reminded them that appearances can be deceiving, for there is often more beneath the surface. Chu Tian awkwardly protested, what are you 2 doing? This is inappropriate. Diana, her breath sweet like orchids, whispered alluringly in Chu Tian's ear, Brother Tian, I merely wish to inquire how you cultivate your skills. Song Meixian, not to be outdone, shook Chu Tian's arm with equal vigor. Brother Tian, I want to know too. Chu Tian snapped to attention, realizing that if this continued, he might lose control. He forcefully withdrew his arms, feeling as though he had inadvertently brushed against Song Meixian inappropriately. With a flushed face, Song Meixian softly suggested, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate here? If you're in a hurry, the restroom would suffice." Chu Tian's face turned crimson, and he hastily retreated, leaving in a flurry. Song Meixian and Diana exchanged knowing glances, their cheeks as red as fresh blood. Diana, Brother Tian is clearly not someone we can possess. Song Meixian regarded her rival with a sense of kinship. Unfazed, she leaned in and whispered secrets into Diana's ear. Despite Diana's captivating allure and sultry charm, she felt her heart race and her cheeks flush at Song Meixian's words. Stunned, she thought, is she really this bold? It's unimaginable how exhausting it must have been for her to feign indifference. With a rosy complexion, Song Meixian inquired, "What do you think?" Diana, eyes narrowed defiantly, replied, "Who is afraid of whom? If you're brave enough to play, I want you back down." Thus, the two women reached a mutual understanding, linking arms as they exited the hotel, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers, exchanging bewildered glances. "Well then, let us drink. A good drink can dissolve 1,000 sorrows." Chu Tian did not immediately summon a ride home. His mind was tumultuous. A surge of pent-up anger coursed through him, compelling him to seek solace in the evening breeze by the river. In this state, returning home and sharing a bed with Chow Yufei would surely be a perilous endeavor. Suddenly, the previously sparse street was devoid of any vehicles. Chu Tian's brows furrowed, a sense of impending danger enveloping him. Just as he prepared to turn back, 10 formidable true warriors radiating an aura of terror emerged, surrounding him. Beside a Mercedes, Wang Jian, his head bandaged and face contorted in rage, glared at Chu Tian. Well, country bumpkin, we meet again." Calmly, Chu Tian responded, "They say once healed, scars are forgotten. Yet your scar seems not to have mended. Nor have you forgotten your pain." Wang Jian, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Attack! Sink him!" Upon receiving the command, the 10 true warriors launched their assault. Chu Tian summoned his true energy, closing the distance and striking down the nearest true warrior with a palm, instantly rendering him incapacitated. The remaining 9 stood aghast, astonished by the young man's formidable prowess. All of them were at the bronze 8-star level, exceptional within their realm, which was precisely why they had been enlisted by the Wang family. However, the fact that a companion was effortlessly dispatched by the bronze 7 stars left one utterly astounded. The 9 individuals dared not be complacent and simultaneously launched their attacks, causing Chu Tian to feel an overwhelming pressure. Although he possessed the ability to contend against stronger foes, facing 9 formidable bronze 8-star Zhenwu warriors left him at a distinct disadvantage. Before long, a punch landed on his back, sending a wave of excruciating pain through him, causing his complexion to flush with agony. Continuing down this path was not a viable option. He would inevitably be overwhelmed and perished. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Chu Tian swiftly summoned the battle dragon hammer into his grasp. The 9 adversaries, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, witnessed Chu Tian transition from defense to offense with the weapon in hand. The tide of battle shifted instantly. Bolstered by the enhanced damage from the battle dragon hammer, Chu Tian's combat prowess soared. Any foe struck by the hammer would face severe injury, if not death. Observing their fallen companions, the remaining 6 felt a surge of trepidation. However, they were also drawn to the allure of the battle dragon hammer, recognizing it as a remarkable treasure. Exchanging glances, the 6 cast aside all reservations and unleashed their most formidable attacks. Chu Tian was forced to retreat as their strikes crashed into the river, causing tumultuous waves to surge. Propelled upward, he channeled his vital energy and brought the battle dragon hammer crashing down toward the ground. Bang! The 6 hastily coordinated their defenses, their bodies recoiling from the force. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Tian charged forward as they struggled to regain their footing, the hammer infused with potent vital energy erupting forth. The 6 were violently slammed beneath Wang Jian's feet, his expression one of sheer terror as he stumbled backward. How could he be this powerful? Just days ago, he was merely a black iron warrior, yet now he could single-handedly conquer 10 bronze 8-star opponents? The rustic fellow must possess some treasure. If I can seize it, my status within the family would undoubtedly soar, and I might even contend for the position of family head. The fear in Wang Jian's eyes was swiftly supplanted by greed. Chapter 74. Is the Silver Realm truly powerful? Covered in blood, Chu Tian advanced step by step toward Wang Jian, resembling a vengeful specter from the depths of hell. Wang Jian felt the murderous intent emanating from Chu Tian, causing his heart to race. Do not think that eliminating his 10 companions brings an end to this. Hand over your treasures, and I shall spare your wretched life. Chu Tian scoffed. Let your companion reveal himself. There is no need for him to hide. Wang Jian's expression faltered, internally questioning. How did he sense another presence? Indeed, a middle-aged man clad in a tight vest emerged behind Wang Jian, his muscular frame exuding a terrifying aura. A Silver Realm warrior. Chu Tian had sensed the intense threat from this individual earlier, which kept his guard firmly up. Chu Tian queried the system regarding the man's realm. Ding. Peak silver 1 star. The density of vital energy emanating from him was far beyond that of an ordinary silver 1 star. He had likely honed his skills to their utmost limits. However, rather than instilling fear within Chu Tian, it ignited a fierce battle spirit akin to a celestial warrior. Engaging in combat to cultivate strength is the finest method of training. Unreservedly unleashing his vital energy, Chu Tian's aura surged dramatically. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, feeling an intense sense of danger from this bronze 7-star youth that he could not shake. The man spoke in a deep tone, "Surrender the treasure, and I shall let you go." Chu Tian, brimming with bravado, erupted in laughter, declaring, "Ha! Come and take it if you dare." The middle-aged man retorted, "You're courting death. I am Wang Hu. Do not forget who it was that vanquished you." In the blink of an eye, he dashed toward Chu Tian. His iron fist aimed squarely at Chu Tian's head. If struck, it would surely result in a catastrophic explosion. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed, his body instinctively retreating. The middle-aged man, wearing a derisive smile, unleashed another straight punch aimed at Chu Tian's chest. There was no time to evade. He could only cross his arms to absorb the blow. Bang! A resonating thud echoed as their bodies collided, sending Chu Tian hurtling backward into the metallic railing by the riverbank, warping it upon impact. The power of that strike was unmistakable. Blood surged within him, but he managed to suppress it, though his arms throbbed with piercing pain. Fortunately, they were not broken, as his body had been tempered by vital energy. The middle-aged man, dissatisfied with the damage inflicted, pressed forward once more. Chu Tian forcefully kicked off the bent railing behind him, propelling himself forward. The battle dragon hammer was raised high. Wang Hu had witnessed the might of the hammer earlier, yet he dismissed it. Could a Silver Realm warrior truly fear a Bronze Realm opponent? Even if the hammer were a divine weapon, a bronze warrior could not unleash its full potential. Wang Hu's face was a mask of disdain as he charged forward, his fist ready to clash with the battle dragon hammer. Bang! The two were instantly separated, Chu Tian flying backward, though the impact was significantly mitigated by the hammer, sparing him from injury. Wang Hu's expression of contempt was swiftly replaced by one of agony. Pain. The anguish coursed through him. Wang Hu concealed his hand behind his back, gently massaging it. He was determined to possess that treasure today. Chu Tian could distinctly feel the rapid depletion of his vital energy. If this continued, he would meet only one fate, exhaustion leading to his demise. Chu Tian retrieved a vital energy pill and consumed it. His previously scant vital energy surged back into abundance, a torrent of energy bursting forth from within him. Wang Hu's expression shifted in alarm. The richness of this energy rivaled his own. What is happening? This young man is full of surprises. I can't afford to delay any longer, and the sense of crisis he instills is growing more intense. Wang Hu abandoned all restraint, fully unleashing his newfound strength in an instant. Chu Tian's eyes glinted coldly. The Silver Realm, is it? Heh. Just as Wang Hu anticipated Chu Tian would attack with the battle dragon hammer, the weapon suddenly vanished from Chu Tian's grasp, replaced by an even more perilous weapon. Wang Hu felt a pang of dread and attempted to halt his assault, but the overwhelming inertia prevented him from regaining control in time. And Chu Tian would not grant him the opportunity to retreat. With a fierce shout, Chu Tian wielded the divine whip and commanded, "Kill. Sever them." A dazzling violet light illuminated the night, akin to daylight. Wang Hu's eyes widened in terror. The violet glow radiated a lethal threat. There was nowhere to hide, and he could not fathom the damage this strike would inflict upon him. Bang! Wang Hu's body crashed into the bridge, creating a deep pit half a meter wide, rendering him completely devoid of combat capability. Chu Tian's complexion paled. This strike nearly drained him of all his vital energy, compelling him to swiftly consume another vital energy pill, restoring his lost energy. Approaching the edge of the pit, he bent down to retrieve Wang Hu, stepping forward toward the terrified Wang Hu sprawled on the ground. The sound of Wang Hu's body scraping against the ground sent chills down his spine. Wang Jian, in a state of hysteria, shouted, "Don't come any closer." Chu Tian paid him no heed, continuing his advance until he stood before Wang Jian, then swung Wang Hu's body, hurling it toward the luxury car nearby. Crack! The sound of either the cracking of Wang Hu's bones or the shattering of car glass echoed ominously. In an instant, Wang Jian felt his bladder capacity diminished, and he began to involuntarily leak. Chu Tian's face was adorned with a smile that, in Wang Jian's eyes, resembled that of a demon. "What do you intend to do?" "I am a member of the Wang family. Do not act recklessly." Chu Tian effortlessly lifted Wang Jian from the ground as if he were a mere chick, their faces mere centimeters apart. Chu Tian remarked, "Do you recall what I said to you an hour ago? If you provoke me again, I shall make you understand that death can be a form of enjoyment." Wang Jian was utterly shattered, bursting into tears as he pleaded, "Please, I beg you, spare me. I shall never dare again. Please, let me go." Chu Tian hoisted Wang Jian, stripping him bare, and bound his head to the railing at the edge of the bridge. Listening to the turbulent sound of the river below, Wang Jian's eyes rolled back in terror, causing him to faint. Chu Tian perched himself upon the railing, and upon noticing Wang Jian's silence, he seized a shard of broken glass and plunged it violently into his leg. Ah, spare me. I will never dare again. I implore you, spare me. Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent brakes and blaring sirens filled the air. Wang Jian finally glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival, crying out desperately. Help! Help! Somebody save me. Don't move. Hands on your head. Crouch down. A contingent of armed police eyed Chu Tian warily, issuing commands. Unperturbed, Chu Tian maintained his serene composure upon the railing. The officers hesitated, aware that the hostage remained in his grasp. Young man, let's converse rationally. Your obstinacy will only entrap you further, making retreat impossible. Chu Tian chuckled. The previous skirmish was rather heated. I merely sought a moment of cool respite. Do not be tense. I am a law-abiding citizen. At his words, the officers exchanged incredulous glances. A law-abiding citizen? This so-called citizen had assaulted someone in broad daylight, leaving a victim unconscious and mutilated on the ground, inciting a wave of panic among them. This young man, with such formidable prowess and ruthless methods, was an enigma. After regaining his composure, Chu Tian leaped down from the railing and approached the police. Halt! The officers' hearts raced as they urgently commanded him to stop. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. My actions were purely in self-defense. You may review the surveillance footage. Self-defense? Nonsense. You hung my son from the railing and maimed numerous bodyguards from the Wang family. Chu Tian glanced at the middle-aged man, whose expression was contorted with rage, and remarked, Your very breath reveals the familial bond you share with the creature suspended from the railing. One of the same ilk. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Chu Tian grinned and replied, Indeed. You are none other than the old beast. You scoundrel. Even the mightiest cannot save your wretched life today. Chu Tian furrowed his brow and returned to the railing, shaking Wang Jian, who was suspended. Come, teach me how to take my own life. Show me, he suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man roared, Stop. The officers exchanged glances filled with apprehension. The Wang family duo was notoriously foolish. And it was indeed their folly that had placed Wang Jian in such peril. Chu Tian yelled, Teach me, can you? If not, allow me to demonstrate. He picked up a shard of glass from the ground and swiftly severed the fabric binding Wang Jian's right foot. Ah, no, please. Wang Jian cried out. The middle-aged man lunged forward, bellowing, Stop. Chu Tian quipped, If you wish to blame anyone, direct your ire at your father. It is he who lacks the knowledge of how to kill. Wang Jian screamed in desperation, Father, father, save me. I do not wish to die. The middle-aged man demanded. What do you want? Chu Tian replied with a smile, I desire nothing. Officer, please adjudicate this matter. Am I at fault? The police, now tasked with stabilizing Chu Tian, recognized that despite the Wang family's unpopularity, they could not stand idly by while he harmed Wang Jian. You speak. Chu Tian began, after dinner. I sought to take a stroll by the river to aid digestion. However, I was accosted by a group of assailants in black who assaulted me. Thankfully, I am fortunate. Otherwise, you might have been tasked with recovering my corpse from the river. An officer responded, Release him, and we will ensure justice is served. If you are indeed innocent, you shall not be wronged. Can I trust your word? Chu Tian inquired. You may trust it. He replied with a smile. Very well. Release him. That is not feasible. You must allow for an investigation to prove my innocence. Only then will I release him. The middle-aged man seethed. Do you truly believe we trust his words? The officer retorted, Mr. Wang, if you wish to save your son, please refrain from provoking him further. Any adverse outcomes are not our responsibility. Wang Jialin, incensed by the officer's demeanor, thought, How dare this lowly officer speak to me with such insolence? Once I rescue my son, I shall have your skin. The police acted swiftly, retrieving the surveillance footage, which corroborated Chu Tian's account. However, as they viewed the footage, their shock deepened. How could this young man possess such extraordinary abilities, defeating a group of bronze-level opponents, and ultimately vanquishing a silver-level combatant? Was this truly an ordinary individual? Such prowess could not belong to an inconspicuous figure. The officers gravely inquired, What is your name? Chu Tian. Chu Tian. There are no families by that name in Jiangxing. Could he be the scion of a powerful family from another city? Suppressing their curiosity, the officers stated, You acted in self-defense and did nothing wrong. What? The Wang family's bodyguards kidnapped my son, and that was not wrong. Do you believe my family is easy prey? Wang Jialin, unable to contain his fury, shouted. The officer replied coldly, Mr. Wang, please be mindful of your tone. Jiangcheng does not belong to the Wang family. Very well. Today, I shall witness whether this young rascal can leave Jiangxing Bridge alive. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on Chu Tian. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Wang Jialin. Everyone turned to see Li Chongqing striding forth, his countenance ablaze with fury and an aura of formidable power surrounding him. Chu Tian, come here. Certainly. Chu Tian promptly leaped down from the railing and approached Li Chongqing. Wang Jialin hastily ordered his men to rescue Wang Jian. Upon seeing his son in a pitiful state, Wang Jialin let out a primal scream. Ah? You scoundrel, I shall kill you. He charged at Chu Tian. But the moment he unleashed his energy, Li Chongqing struck him aside with a single blow. Wang Jialin, stunned, glared at Li Changqing and queried, "What do you mean by this, Director Li?" Li Changqing retorted, "What do I mean? Chu Tian is my student at Beihua. What do you think my intentions are?" Wang Jialin threatened, "He is merely a student. Do you wish to jeopardize your relationship with my father over him?" Unmoved, Li Changqing responded coldly, "Do not attempt to leverage your father against me. Even if Wang Lei were present today, it would make no difference." Wang Jialin gazed at Li Changqing, his face contorted with rage. Yet he was resolute in his quest for vengeance today, and no one would deter him. Wang Jialin declared vehemently, "Very well, Director Li, I shall summon my father at once." He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost deference. Wang Jialin succinctly recounted the events, omitting the details, framing it as Wang Jian being tormented by Chu Tian, alongside the grievous injury inflicted upon the Wang family's bodyguard and the police's biased stance, while accusing Li Changqing of meddling without courtesy. After hanging up, Wang Jialin cast a sinister glance at Chu Tian. "You little brat. Today I shall ensure you are reduced to mere fragments." Chapter 76. Receive my son-in-law. Director Li, you still have time to reconsider. My father has just concluded his seclusion. And you know what that implies. Li Changqing retorted dismissively, "What is your father's breakthrough matter?" Wang Jialin's expression darkened, a disdainful huff escaping his lips as he awaited his father's timely intervention. Approximately half an hour later, a vintage car from 1982 accompanied by 5 opulent Bentley Mulsanne vehicles glided onto the bridge. A robust, commanding elder approached, exuding a formidable presence that was palpable to all save Li Changqing. As the elder drew near, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the crowd, rendering their faces pale. This elder was undoubtedly Wang Jialin's father, Wang Qianquan, the contemporary patriarch of the Wang family, a towering figure at the pinnacle of Jiangqing's hierarchy. Wang Qianquan's hearty laughter resonated. "Li brother, it has been a while. What brings you to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation?" Li Changqing snorted coldly, unleashing his own formidable aura, dispersing the pressure emanating from Wang Qianquan. The collective weight on the crowd vanished instantaneously. "Wang Qianquan, have you also emerged from your recent breakthrough only to parade around with such grandeur?" Li Changqing positioned himself protectively before Chu Tian, aware that even if Wang Qianquan had advanced, he still posed no threat. However, should Wang Qianquan act unpredictably and strike at Chu Tian, he might find it difficult to intervene. Thus prudence was paramount. Wang Qianquan observed Li Changqing's subtle maneuvers, pondering what qualities this young man possessed that could elicit such concern from one typically indifferent to worldly affairs. "Wang brother, let us dispense with the niceties. This young man has harmed my grandson and assaulted my family's guards. I demand an explanation." Li Changqing replied coldly, "Wang Qianquan, you remain as brazen and unreasonable as ever, demanding an explanation without even inquiring into the circumstances." Wang Qianquan's expression hardened. Though the two had never been fond of each other, he now stood at a new level of power. What right did Li Changqing have to speak to him so boldly? Did he still think of him as the lesser man he was before his breakthrough? "I care not for the reasons. Should he have harmed a member of the Wang family, I expect a satisfactory explanation." The atmosphere crackled with tension, the impending clash almost tangible. The police, feeling outmatched, recognized this as a confrontation between titans beyond their jurisdiction. Li Changqing scoffed. "Do you truly believe that your recent breakthrough makes you invincible?" He then unleashed his full aura, prompting Wang Qianquan to hastily channel his own energy in defense. His complexion paled as he exclaimed, "You too have advanced." Li Changqing smirked, "Are you surprised? If you've managed to reach this level, why should I not aim for further heights?" Wang Qianquan seethed with rage at Li Changqing's mockery, his aura intensifying to a frightening degree. He had spent 2 arduous years in seclusion to attain the immortal 3-star level, while Li Changqing had effortlessly achieved immortal 4-star. How could this be? Wang Qianquan's heart was filled with unwillingness to accept this truth. Li Changqing asserted, "This matter concludes here, for the sake of all involved, or else." Upon hearing Li Changqing's veiled threat, Wang Qianquan's fury erupted. "You dare threaten me?" Li Changqing replied, "This is but a friendly warning. However, if you choose to interpret it as a threat, I shall not contest your perception." Chu Tian, listening to Li Changqing, felt a surge of admiration. The director truly had a knack for inciting ire without consequence. It seemed that if these two immortal beings continued their verbal sparring, there would be no need for physical confrontation. Wang Qianquan might very well succumb to his own fury. Wang Qianquan trembled slightly, coldly declaring, "As long as I can detain you, my entourage shall take him away. What can you do about it?" Li Changqing's expression shifted. "You may attempt it, but should you lay a finger on him today, the Wang family will face utter annihilation." Wang Qianquan appeared to devise a plan, his confidence surging. "Hee, I must take this young man today. Even the King of Heaven cannot protect him, and I shall see who dares to obstruct me." "Ah, Wang old man, how grand you believe yourself to be. Do you truly think Jiangqing belongs to the Wang family?" A derisive and flippant voice rang out. Chu Tian felt a surge of surprise. How had they arrived? But did it truly matter? He smiled broadly. Wang Qianquan's brow furrowed as he turned to the middle-aged man approaching from behind him. "Chao Zhenan, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Chu Tian's father-in-law, Chao Zhenan, accompanied by his wife, Chao Yufei. Chao Zhanan cast a cursory glance at Wang Qianquan before focusing on Chu Tian, ensuring his son-in-law was unharmed, and only then did he relax. Seeing Chao Zhanan treat him as if he were invisible, Wang Qianquan's fury surged once more. Chao Zhanan, what is your purpose here? Chao Zhanan nonchalantly adjusted his ear, replying with disdain, what is your fuss? At your age, you should display some depth. Wang Qianquan, reprimanded publicly by a younger man in front of so many witnesses, felt his dignity slip away. Suddenly, he channeled his energy and attacked Chao Zhanan. Chao Zhanan had anticipated Wang Qianquan's potential strike while he was infuriated. So as soon as Wang Qianquan made his move, he countered with a punch. The violent clash caused the Jiangxing bridge to tremble violently, but neither man pursued further combat. Wang Qianquan observed Chao Zhanan with a grave expression. Having been caught off guard, he found himself at a disadvantage, implying that Chao Zhanan's strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. This breakthrough had turned out to be most vexing. He had expected to emerge from seclusion with vigor, ready to elevate the Wang family to new heights, only to face successive setbacks immediately upon his return. Wang Qianquan began to question whether his years of seclusion had been worthwhile. Chao Zhanan shook out his arms, saying, Old Wang, your time in seclusion must have been quite lonely, as it seems to have yielded little. Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. His father-in-law's sharp tongue was nearly as formidable as his own. Wang Qianquan barked, Chao Zhanan, what on earth are you doing here? Chao Zhanan replied, I am here to escort my son-in-law home. Son-in-law? The name Chao Yufei was well known throughout Jiangxing, a paragon of excellence, even commanding respect from the older generation of warriors. Li Changqing's expression froze in disbelief as he stared incredulously at Chu Tian. Could it be? Wang Qianquan exclaimed, Your son-in-law is that young man? Chao Zhanan beamed. It seems you possess some discernment. Come here, Chao Tian. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on you today. Chu Tian approached with a beaming smile as Chao Yufei grasped his arm, her delicate face etched with worry, anxiously inquiring, Darling, are you unhurt? Chu Tian reassured her. I am unscathed. Those few ruffians are hardly a concern. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Wang Qianquan turned, his eyes blazing with fury. Chapter 77. Confrontation with the silver two-star Chao Zhanan, facing his adversary head-on, inquired, What does this mean, a mere practice? Wang Qianquan's face darkened, his countenance resembling coal as he gritted his teeth and declared, We are leaving. With that, he turned to depart. Chu Tian cast a scornful glance at Wang Jialan and remarked, Your father couldn't assist you. Isn't that rather disheartening? Wang Jialan trembled violently. The recent ridicule directed at Wang Qianquan by Chao Zhanan and Li Changqing had left him seething with suppressed rage. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, he could no longer contain himself. Glaring menacingly at Chu Tian, he hissed, You little brat. If it weren't for your backing, I could eliminate you in an instant. His audacious proclamation left everyone in stunned silence. How could he muster the gall to utter such words? Chu Tian, too, was taken aback by Wang Jialan's boldness and deemed it a revelation. The absurdity of the situation had reached its peak. Chu Tian inquired of the system. What level is he at? Ding. Silver 2-star, all show and no substance. Having teetered on the precipice of a breakthrough following the earlier battle, he realized that with another encounter, he could ascend to bronze 8-star. Wang Jialan's silver 2-star capabilities would provide him with sufficient pressure. Perhaps he should take the risk and test his mettle? After all, with his father-in-law present, even in defeat, he could retreat unscathed. Resolutely, Chu Tian suggested, How about we spar? I'm quite curious to see how you plan to dispatch me in mere moments. Chao Tian, Chao Chu, darling. 3 anxious voices echoed. Chao Yufei, her face etched with concern, implored, What are you doing, dear? Chao Zhanan cautioned, Chao Tian, do not act rashly, with your training speed. It is merely a matter of time before you catch up to him. Wang Jialan was astonished that his casual taunt had prompted Chu Tian to accept the duel. The unexpected turn of events filled him with delight. He certainly would not squander this opportunity to eliminate Chu Tian. Continuing, he said, Hee, are you truly serious? Chu Tian confidently patted Chao Yufei's pale hand and assured, Uncle Nan, my wife, I know what I'm doing. If I cannot prevail, I will withdraw immediately. Wang Jialan's face twisted into a sinister grin. If he couldn't win, there would only be death, not a chance to retreat unscathed. Seeing Chu Tian's unwavering determination, the 3 had no choice but to cease their pleas. However, Chao Zhanan and Li Changqing were poised to intervene at any moment. Wang Qianquan muttered, Eliminate him. Wang Jialan vowed, Father, rest assured, he won't survive the night. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Chu Tian stepped to the center of the bridge. Wang Jialan laughed cruelly, Hee, you little brat, you will soon learn the consequences of crossing the Wang family. Chu Tian consumed a chi pill and retorted disdainfully, I hope you prove to be stronger than your useless son. At the mention of Wang Jian, Wang Jialan's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he unleashed his chi in an attack against Chu Tian. The onlookers were more tense than the combatants. Chao Yufei clenched her hands tightly, her lips biting down until they bled, her body trembling slightly. Despite the system's claim that Wang Jialan's strength was impressive yet ineffective, he remained a silver 2-star, and his status was evident. As Chu Tian faced Wang Jialan's ferocious assault, he could only adopt a defensive stance, reluctant to unleash a killing blow. Should his chi be depleted, Wang Jialan would not afford him the opportunity to consume another chi pill. Thus, he could only rely on the battle dragon shield for protection. Wang Jialan's fist crashed against the battle dragon's back, propelling Chu Tian through the air. Qiao Yufei's face turned icy as she moved to rush to Chu Tian's aid. But Qiao Zhenan seized her arm, shaking his head. Yufei? Intervening now would instill a seed of doubt in Xiao Tian's heart. Qiao Yufei retorted coldly. I would rather he face doubt than witness him being tormented. Qiao Zhenan replied. You must understand how crucial rank and strength are to Xiao Tian. Qiao Yufei's eyes were filled with conflict, yet she ultimately chose to heed her father's advice, though the murderous aura surrounding her remained unyielding. Father, promise me, if Xiao Tian is harmed, the Wang family must be eradicated from this world. Qiao Zhenan proclaimed with fervor. I shall ensure that the entire Wang family pays for their sins. Chu Tian flexed his arms, which felt as though they might snap. Indeed, the silver two-star was formidable. Yet, that level of strength was insufficient for his breakthrough. Only a life-and-death pressure could unleash his potential. Resolutely, Chu Tian refrained from consuming the chi pill and taunted Wang Jialan. Is this all the strength a silver two-star has to offer? The spectators gasped, their expressions betraying disbelief. What was he thinking? Had he lost his mind? At such a moment, provoking Wang Jialan was akin to inviting torment. Wang Jialan growled. If you wish to expedite your journey to the afterlife, I shall oblige. With his aura surging, Wang Jialan rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of silver two-star. Diving towards Chu Tian, his chi-laden fist aimed directly at Chu Tian's chest. Black Tiger Dig's heart. Chu Tian spared no effort, channeling his chi and desperately positioning the battle dragon shield against his chest. Boom. Cough. Chu Tian was hurled backward, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Feeling as though his heart had shifted within his chest, Qiao Yufei trembled violently, her lips bloodied from biting down too hard. Qiao Zhenan could no longer bear to watch and advanced, but Wang Qianquan swiftly obstructed him. Step aside, or I will show no mercy, even to the elderly. Li Chongqing approached as well, casting a watchful gaze at Wang Qianquan, amplifying the tension. Wang Qianquan roared, what do you two intend to do? A fair fight. Don't be sore losers. Besides, that boy hasn't conceded yet. Uncle Nan. Cough. Uncle Nan, I'm fine. Chu Tian managed to cough out blood, speaking weakly. Fine. Look at your condition. Qiao Zhenan insisted. Xiao Tian, come down. Chu Tian struggled to rise, declaring, Uncle Nan, Director Li believes in me. The two, observing the resolute and unwavering expression on Chu Tian's face, reluctantly stepped aside. Wang Jialan cackled, hee. You little brat, since you seek death, do not blame me. With that, he launched yet another attack against Chu Tian. In a moment of clarity, Chu Tian's eyes ignited with fierce determination as he shouted, break for me. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of chi erupted from Chu Tian, and his aura surged dramatically. Wang Jialan was engulfed by an ominous premonition, his eyes brimming with madness as he launched a desperate strike towards Chu Tian. In a flash, Chu Tian consumed a vital energy pill, bellowing, slay him. Wang Jialan's fist, imbued with terrifying energy, halted a mere centimeter from Chu Tian's face, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Impossible. Bang. Blood erupted from Wang Jialan's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes bulging, refusing to close in death. The surrounding combat ceased with his fall. Wang Qianquan's eyes ignited with a suffocating killing intent directed at Chu Tian, yet he remained unresponsive, calmly instructing, lift the body, we depart. The Wang family members boarded their vehicle and left, throughout which Wang Qianquan uttered not a single harsh word, his tranquility instilling fear. Did he not care? Was he not saddened? Could that be possible? Regardless of how disdainful Wang Qianquan typically was towards Wang Jialan, he was still his own flesh and blood. How could he possibly be indifferent to Wang Jialan's fate? This resentment lay buried within him, and should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek to dismember Chu Tian. Yet, Chu Tian was unafraid. Given another chance, he would unhesitatingly slay Wang Jialan again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing today's task. Chu Tian Lottery. Ding. Task reward, 1 bottle of revitalization pill. Note, the revitalization pill enables the host to recover from any injury, no matter how severe, within the span of 2 breaths. Chu Tian hastily retrieved a pill and tossed it into his mouth, a creamy flavor spreading across his palate. The wounds on his body began to heal at a visible rate, and the excruciating pain vanished instantaneously. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, one would hardly associate his current state with the recent life-and-death struggle, had it not been for the bloodstains on his clothing. The onlookers gazed at Chu Tian in astonishment. Unable to fathom how someone could slay an opponent of a higher tier, the transition from bronze to silver was nothing short of miraculous. Even Qiao Zhenan and Li Chongqing, 2 formidable figures of the immortal realm, regarded Chu Tian with incredulity. This young man's power defied all rational explanation. Qiao Yufei rushed to Chu Tian's side, her eyes misty with tears, choking on her words as she asked, Husband, are you all right? We must go to the hospital. Chu Tian suddenly appeared weak, collapsing into Chow Yufei's embrace, inadvertently nestling between her coveted curves. Taking a deep breath, he felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. What could possibly compare to the effects of the revitalization pill? Nothing could rival the comfort of being cradled by his beloved. Chow Yufei, feeling his labored breathing, mistakenly believed him gravely injured and gasped, "Husband, hold on. We're going to the hospital right now." Chu Tian struggled to respond. "Wife, I'm fine, just exhausted. I'll head home for a nap." "All right, we're going home immediately," she replied, assisting him into the car, speeding toward the hospital. Chao Zhenan respectfully addressed Li Chongqing, saying, "Thank you for today, Li Lao. If you ever need me, do not hesitate to ask." Li Chongqing smiled. "Little Chu is a student of Beihua. It's only right. Then I must thank you, Li Lao. This kindness shall not be forgotten. You should visit my home for a drink sometime." Li Chongqing chuckled. "It's too late. Let us save it for another day. It's settled then. I shall take my leave now. Li Lao, allow me to arrange transport for you." "No need, just go rest." Watching Chao Zhenan's departing figure, a hint of regret crossed Li Chongqing's face as he muttered, "Such a pity." A police officer approached Li Chongqing respectfully, inquiring, "Li Lao, is this matter resolved?" Li Chongqing affirmed, "Yes, rest assured it will not implicate you. I will clarify things at the Zhenwu Bureau." "Thank you, Li Lao." In the car, Chu Tian stealthily opened his eyes, sensing something was amiss. This was not the way home. "Wife, how much longer until we arrive?" Chow Yufei replied anxiously, "We're going to the hospital for a checkup first." Chu Tian grimaced, weakly protesting, "Wife, I don't want to go to the hospital. I detest the smell. I'm fine, a nap will suffice. Can we skip the hospital?" "Husband, you must be obedient. We need to check your condition." "No, I want to go home and hold you while I sleep." Chow Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson, responding, "We'll go to the hospital first, and then we can go home and cuddle." Chu Tian nearly leapt from his seat at those words. His heart raced. Ultimately, he was taken to the hospital for a full examination. Upon completion, the doctor, puzzled, remarked, "Miss Zhao, this gentleman is in perfect health." Chow Yufei, bewildered, asked, "Are you certain, doctor? Should we conduct another examination?" "No need, Miss Zhao. All health indicators are above average. Perhaps he merely needs some rest." Once home, Chow Yufei assumed the role of a devoted caretaker, removing Chu Tian's bloodstained outer garment. His undershirt was similarly marked, and as she delicately peeled it away, she beheld his muscular torso. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and as her skin brushed against his, a delightful sensation coursed through her. Chu Tian, feeling Chow Yufei's icy hand glide across him, was overwhelmed with excitement, stifling a moan of pleasure. The situation grew even more awkward for Chow Yufei, as she faced the dilemma of bloodstains on Chu Tian's trousers. What was she to do? Should she assist in removing them? Chow Yufei glanced up at Chu Tian, who was acutely aware of the predicament unfolding. Such an opportunity was rare, even elusive, and he wouldn't let it slip away. He immediately feigned weakness, slumping against the bed, swaying precariously as though he might topple at any moment. With her face burning, Chow Yufei gritted her teeth. Chapter 79, No Belt. Her delicate hand trembled as it slowly reached for Chu Tian's waist. At that moment, he closed his eyes in anticipation. This was truly happening. Chow Yufei's face was flushed to the point of embarrassment as she searched for the belt, only to discover none existed. "Husband, I don't have a belt for these trousers." Chu Tian's lips twitched as he replied, "Wife, this pair has no belt." No belt?" Chow Yufei felt the urge to vanish into thin air, having searched in vain for something that wasn't there. Her adorably flustered demeanor perfectly encapsulated her current state. Swiftly, she untied the bow, eyes shut tight, slowly peeling the trousers down. One could easily imagine Chu Tian's exhilaration. His body reacted naturally to the situation. As Chow Yufei, relying solely on her sense of touch, inadvertently brushed against an inappropriate area, her mind went blank, cheeks aflame, and she quickly withdrew her hand, pretending nothing had happened. After considerable effort, she finally succeeded in removing the trousers. Chow Yufei hurried into the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face to regain her composure. "Chu Tian, brother, you've endured much hardship. Just hold on a little longer. One day, you shall return to your home." As Chow Yufei emerged from the bathroom, her complexion, which had returned to normal, flushed once again upon seeing Chu Tian's bare upper body and half-donned trousers. Chu Tian weakly implored, "Wife, I have blood stains on me. Could you assist me in taking a bath?" Astonished, Chow Yufei stammered, "What? A bath? Yes, I feel so unwell." One must admit, Chu Tian's acting skills would be a regrettable loss if he did not pursue a career in performance, as he portrayed suffering with remarkable authenticity. At that moment, Chow Yufei was too flustered to discern whether Chu Tian was genuine or merely jesting. She stood rooted, unsure of how to proceed. A bath was certainly out of the question, as she was not prepared to be completely honest with Chu Tian. "Wife, please come here." Chow Yufei replied, Can't you wash yourself?" "Dearest, I truly do not wish to burden you, but I lack any strength." Chow Yufei, nearly in tears, felt utterly helpless. "But I'm not mentally prepared for this." Upon hearing the tremor in her voice, Chu Tian could not bear to continue teasing her. Wife, could you fetch me a towel? I will clean myself. Chow Yufei hurriedly returned to the bathroom with a damp towel. Chu Tian struggled to wipe himself down, perhaps exerting too much force, as he accidentally twisted his arm. Ah! He cried out in pain. Concerned, Chow Yufei rushed over, asking what happened. Chu Tian lamented, I've twisted my arm. This was no act. His genuine agony was palpable. A sound of cracking echoing through the air. Chow Yufei took the towel, saying, turn around. I will help you clean your back. Chu Tian's heart leaped with joy, and the pain seemed to dissipate immediately. The warmth of her breath against his back sent shivers through him. For Chow Yufei, this entire ordeal was a torment. While Chu Tian reveled in the experience, contemplating whether to seek a worthy opponent in the next round. After lying in bed for a month, being pampered daily was indeed delightful. All done. So soon? Chow Yufei shot him an indignant glare before helping him onto the bed. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Chow Yufei inquired with concern. How do you feel? Do you need to go to the hospital for another checkup? Chu Tian contemplated continuing the charade, yet he feared that should he slip up, Chow Yufei would be relentless in her wrath. I am nearly recovered. There is no need for concern. Observing his demeanor, it did not seem like he was pretending otherwise. Upon waking, he wouldn't have been so audaciously affectionate, claiming it was to stimulate the secretion of adrenaline and invigorate his spirit. Nevertheless, Chow Yufei still offered a few reminders before heading to work. Chu Tian, happily sipping his soy milk, drove to school. Ding. Please sign in, host. Chu Tian, sign in. Ding. Today's task, touch the buttocks of someone of the opposite sex. Chu Tian, oh, forever dancing on the edge of disaster. Curse it, had I known. I should have touched Chow Yufei earlier. Upon arriving at class, Zhu Guoli approached with an animated expression, whispering, Brother Tian, did you hear? Last night, there was a fierce battle at the Jiangxing Bridge. Chu Tian replied, I haven't heard. Zhu Guoli excitedly narrated the events. His details so vivid that one might think he was the protagonist of the tale. Indeed, even Chu Tian began to wonder if he had experienced the battle himself, or if it was Zhu Guoli who had done so. How do you know so much? Zhu Guoli proudly declared, I was there as a spectator, nearly swept up in the fervor of the fight. After his proclamation, he puffed out his chest, radiating pride. Are you all right, Chu Tian? The first thing Diana did upon entering was rush over to inquire about Chu Tian's condition. Zhu Guoli, perplexed, remarked, Brother Tian seems perfectly fine. What is the issue? Diana shot him an annoyed glare, saying, Don't you know that after parting ways with us last night, Chu Tian was ambushed at the Jiangxing Bridge? What? Zhu Guoli's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chu Tian, incredulously asking, Was that you? Chu Tian retorted, No, was it you? It appeared that Zhu Guoli had been amusing himself at Chu Tian's expense early that morning. Incensed, Zhu Guoli turned away, huffing in frustration. Humph. This little piglet is upset now. Morong Yunqi entered, announcing, Today we commence formal training. Our first lesson will test your comprehension. This martial technique is an entry-level skill from Beihua. Let us see how long it takes you to achieve minor proficiency. Except for Chu Tian. The remaining students had only just stepped into the realm of Bronze 1 star, making martial skills exceedingly unfamiliar to them. To say they were far from achieving minor proficiency would be an understatement. They were still grappling with the basics. Morong Yunqi cast a glance at Chu Tian, stating, Since you have previously practiced martial skills, you may opt out of this test. Upon hearing her words, the others expressed their envy. While everyone understood the power of martial skills and the combat prowess they could bestow, the training process was undeniably tedious. Chu Tian chuckled, Instructor Yunqi, then what shall I do? Morong Yunqi replied, There is a stone golem forest here. You can engage with them directly to assess your abilities. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. Stone golem forest? The quality of the golems at Beihua Academy should far surpass those at Jiangxing University, shouldn't it? They can't be that easily defeated. Nevertheless, to be safe, Chu Tian decided to clarify his intentions. Otherwise, should anything go awry, he would find it difficult to explain. Chapter 80, Questioning Brother's Strength? Chu Tian smiled broadly, inquiring, Instructor Yunqi, what is the maximum attack tolerance of the stone golem forest? Morong Yunqi regarded him with confusion, unsure of his reasoning behind the question. Are you concerned about getting hurt? The attack intensity can be adjusted as desired. What level of bronze do you wish to face? Chu Tian awkwardly replied, Perhaps silver 1 star? His classmates were left in a state of shock, and even Morong Yunqi wore an expression of disbelief. Silver 1 star? Given your current rank, even at bronze 9 star, you couldn't withstand the attacks from the silver 1 star stone golem forest. After all, the golems were emotionless stone beings, entirely incapable of feeling pain. Even a true martial artist of silver 1 star might struggle to emerge unscathed from a confrontation with the bronze 9 star golems. Yet here stood Chu Tian, a bronze level martial artist, daring to challenge a silver 1 star. Did he believe his S-class martial talent made him invincible? Such prideful arrogance would undoubtedly hinder his future achievements, squandering his remarkable martial potential. Morong Yunqi's expression grew disheartened as she coldly remarked, Do you realize that the silver 1 star stone golem forest is typically chosen by silver 2 star martial artists? Chu Tian nodded, I am aware. And knowing this, you still dare to boldly choose the silver 1-star difficulty? Chu Tian's lips twitched. This was indeed a challenge to his prowess. Then allow me to give you a lesson. I shall choose bronze 9-star. If it proves too much, Instructor Yunqi may halt the test at any moment. Murong Yunqi cast a scrutinizing glance at the seemingly unfazed Chu Tian, her voice icy. Take care. I may not be able to stop in time. Chu Tian, unfazed, confidently retorted. If the golems are damaged by me, Instructor Yunqi, do not hold it against me. With a cold laugh, Murong Yunqi replied, if you can achieve that, it will be your own skill. The surrounding classmates were equally disinterested in comprehending the martial arts techniques, their faces alight with eager anticipation for Chu Tian's performance. Could Chu Tian truly succeed? After all, he was up against the formidable stone golem forest, inhabited by creatures of the 9th star of bronze strength. And a single misstep could lead to grave injury. Zhu Guli scoffed, remarking, based on my understanding of Brother Tian, he has never faced defeat. Trust in Brother Tian, and you shall attain eternal life. This fervent fan drew a chorus of eye rolls from the onlookers. As Chu Tian stepped into the stone golem forest, Murong Yunqi pressed the activation button, and the stone golems sprang to life, launching an attack on Chu Tian. Despite their clumsy movements, the golems lacked any martial skills. Yet, the sheer force of their terrifying true energy was sufficient to overwhelm any true martial artist brave enough to enter the forest. One golem swung its stone arm towards Chu Tian's head, but he remained unfazed, showing no reaction whatsoever. Oh no, would Brother Tian be struck down in a single blow? Murong Yunqi's disappointment deepened as she placed her hand on the pause button. Just as the stone arm was mere inches from Chu Tian's head, he made his move. The 9-fold palm erupted in a powerful display, sending the golem flying and crashing into its companions, rendering them incapable of further combat. Incredulous gasps filled the air. So powerful, exclaimed Zhu Guli, trust in Brother Tian, and you shall attain eternal life. The disappointment in Murong Yunqi's eyes was swiftly replaced by shock. This individual was not as arrogant as she had presumed. Chu Tian advanced, his true energy surging as he unleashed the 9-fold palm repeatedly, swiftly clearing the entire stone golem forest of its inhabitants. The spectators outside were left dumbfounded. This was not merely a struggle for survival within the forest. Chu Tian was exerting absolute dominance with his 8th star of bronze strength, triumphing over the golems and achieving a remarkable victory against overwhelming odds. As he continued to demonstrate the 9-fold palm, it seemed he was on the verge of breaking through to a second level. At this critical juncture, he called out, Instructor Yunqi, hurry, I can feel it increase the difficulty to silver 1 star. Murong Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, but realizing the urgency, she immediately activated the silver 1 star difficulty for the stone golem forest. Chu Tian instantly sensed a significant increase in the strength of the golems. With his body taut and eyes serious, he unleashed the 9-fold palm once more. As his true energy waned, the golem's attacks began to breach his defenses. Though he was being relentlessly battered, he refrained from using his battle dragon hammer in retaliation. He continued to employ the 9-fold palm, just a final tremor away from success. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of the golems striking Chu Tian's back resonated with a dull thud, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. Even the mere sound was painful to hear. One can only imagine the agony experienced by Chu Tian. Murong Yunqi's eyes widened in disbelief, despite the onslaught. Chu Tian showed no signs of wanting to pause. She could readily see that he was teetering on the brink of a breakthrough, although not in terms of realm, but rather in his martial skills. One golem leaped high, its stone arms crossed, and descending towards Chu Tian's head with ferocity. Murong Yunqi's heart raced. Her tension palpable, she hesitated, contemplating whether to pause the exercise. If Chu Tian did not achieve his breakthrough now, he could very well be gravely injured or even lose his life. At that moment, with the stone arms merely a hair's breadth from Chu Tian, his hair nearly brushing against them, danger loomed ominously close. Bang! The golem above Chu Tian was propelled out of the stone golem forest, crashing to the ground with a tremendous noise that startled everyone. The stone golem forest was promptly paused by Murong Yunqi. Chu Tian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Why must every breakthrough involve such a precarious struggle between life and death? As everyone gazed at the seated Chu Tian with newfound respect, they felt compelled to give him a thumbs up. The strength of a person is often proportional to the hardships and trials they have endured. What they had just witnessed could not be replicated by any of them, even if they understood that perseverance might lead to a breakthrough. None could muster the reckless determination that Chu Tian displayed. Murong Yunqi, her eyes sparkling with admiration, approached and helped Chu Tian to his feet. He gratefully uttered, "Thank you." At that moment, he was utterly drained of energy, and though he had accomplished his breakthrough at the last moment, every part of him ached. He lacked the strength to even lift his hand to consume the rejuvenating elixir. His arms hung limply at his sides. Suddenly, Chu Tian felt his hand resting on an extraordinarily soft, yielding surface. Murong Yunqi's typically cold and pale visage now bore a faint blush. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task. Ding. Please draw a reward. Chu Tian's lips quirked. It seemed he had inadvertently touched Mu Rong Yunqi's rear. Draw ding. Task reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Black Sky upgrade card. Upon hearing this reward, Chu Tian's excitement surged, his breath quickening. With the growth of his current realm, Black Sky was no longer keeping pace with his adversaries, and it could not serve as his ultimate trump card, leaving him feeling insecure. Noticing Chu Tian's labored breathing, Mu Rong Yunqi's cheeks flushed even deeper. Chapter 81. Hold on a moment. Mu Rong Yunqi abruptly turned her head, their noses nearly touching. They could even perceive each other's breath. Chu Tian's face froze. What was happening? Was she about to corner him? Oh no. I should have abstained from eating those chive dumplings this morning. As she gazed at his strikingly handsome face, Mu Rong Yunqi found herself momentarily entranced. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, realizing, what is happening? He is my student. Mu Rong Yunqi turned away, attempting to maintain her usual icy demeanor. But when she opened her mouth, it felt as if her voice had been seized. In a barely audible whisper, she commanded, remove your hand. Chu Tian awkwardly replied, Instructor Yunqi, please hold on a moment. I'm recovering, and I have no strength left. Mu Rong Yunqi thought to herself, hold on a moment? What do you mean by that? You placed your hand on my backside and expect me to hold on? The absurdity of her thoughts made her blush. Fearing that her student might discover her embarrassment, she decided to take matters into her own hands. But she could only rely on her instincts to pry Chu Tian's hand away. In her frantic haste, she inadvertently pressed his hand even more firmly against her rear. Chu Tian, unable to control himself, instinctively clenched his fingers. Mu Rong Yunqi felt as though she had been electrocuted, her strength evaporating in an instant. And the two were left unsure of who was supporting whom. With gritted teeth, Mu Rong Yunqi indignantly exclaimed, weren't you just saying you had no strength left? Chu Tian, blushing, replied, Instructor Yunqi, I apologize, it was a reflex. Enraged, Mu Rong Yunqi shoved Chu Tian to the ground and hurriedly left, her steps disarrayed. Chu Tian, feeling dejected, muttered, why are you angry with me? You were the one who initiated it. Though his voice was soft, as a 9th star of gold true martial artist, Mu Rong Yunqi's hearing was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. She turned back, glaring daggers at Chu Tian. Her eyes icy with fury. Chu Tian recoiled, hastily averting his gaze. Zhugu Li, concerned, queried, Instructor Yunqi, is Chu Tian all right? Mu Rong Yunqi, still fuming, coldly retorted, what does his condition have to do with you? Get back to training. Zhugu Li's expression faltered. Why was she so irate? The entire morning's training was a harrowing ordeal for everyone except for Chu Tian, who had to endure the relentless torment inflicted by Mu Rong Yunqi, a truly dreadful experience. At long last, everyone grasped the full extent of the methods employed by the senior students, who had dubbed her the female demon instructor. As if they were being flayed alive, Zhu Guoli, dragging his battered and corpulent form, remained seated beside Chu Tian, his eyes gleaming with envy as he remarked, Brother Tian, did you enjoy the show this morning? Chu Tian replied nonchalantly, it was tolerable, but why are you making such a fuss? You sound like you're going in circles. He sighed, goodness. If being a carefree pig means avoiding this torment, I might just accept it. Now, I find myself harboring a fear of women. Chu Tian cast a wary glance at Zhu Guoli and added, keep your distance. I still prefer women. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Zhu Guoli's eyes sparkled with a newfound vitality at the sight of rice, as if he had been reborn. He promptly grabbed 5 large chicken legs, astonishing the serving lady who had never witnessed such a voracious appetite in all her years of serving. Concerned, she inquired, Fatty, can you handle that? Don't overdo it. Zhu Guoli eagerly took a bite and mumbled, Annie, will these chicken legs be enough to fill me up? The lady, flustered, retorted, Fatty, does the school have a grudge against you? After devouring 5 chicken legs, Zhu Guoli still felt unsatisfied. And had it not been for Chu Tian's firm grip, he would have undoubtedly sought out the serving lady for more. Suddenly, 3 individuals appeared before Chu Tian and Zhu Guoli, causing Chu Tian to frown. Were they here to stir up trouble again? Zhu Guoli, tapping his teeth, disdainfully remarked, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to challenge us? How audacious. Do you even know who you're speaking to? One of the leaders, a strikingly imposing young man, looked at Chu Tian and smirked. Chu Tian? Zhu Guoli, feeling neglected, interjected, you're ignoring such a large presence as mine? Apologies. But aside from your size, there is nothing about you that piques my interest. Chu Tian tugged at Zhu Guoli, sensing that there was no malice in this young man's gaze, and besides, what he said wasn't entirely untrue. Chu Tian responded, I am Chu Tian. Do you need something? I merely wish to introduce myself. I am Gao Feng. Zhu Guoli scoffed, I don't care if you're Gao Feng, or whatever. Who are you? Ah, Gao Feng. Zhu Guoli instantly wilted, hastily retreating behind Chu Tian. Chu Tian chuckled. Are you not the one who holds the dual title of the Bronze Battle Tablet's top contender? Indeed, but you have already surpassed me in one regard. Gao Feng replied, his tone lacking any hint of false modesty. Forgive me, it was unintentional. I merely attempted it casually. Humph, how presumptuous. Don't let your martial talent deceive you into believing you are the strongest in the bronze realm. You have a long way to go. Before Chu Tian could respond, Gao Feng coldly commanded, Zhang Shuai, silence yourself. What did I tell you upon arriving? Zhang Shuai stammered. Gao Feng's voice darkened, apologize. Though Zhang Shuai was deeply dissatisfied, he dared not defy Gao Feng's command. I'm sorry. Chu Tian's impression of Gao Feng rose significantly. After all, he had snatched the title from him. For a powerful martial artist with exceptional talent, reputation often held great importance. However, it was evident that Gao Feng bore no resentment against Chu Tian for this, treating him with respect instead. Such a person was undoubtedly forthright and broad-minded, worthy of deep friendship. His words and demeanor did not appear feigned, but rather stemmed from genuine sentiment. Of course, if Gao Feng were merely acting, then his performance would put Chu Tian to shame. Gao Feng expressed his apologies. Chu Tian, I'm sorry. Zhang Shuai's behavior can be quite impulsive. I hope you can overlook it. Chu Tian smiled. Senior Gao, you need not worry. I understand. Gao Feng continued. I came to speak with you not only to introduce myself, but also to share some news. Chu Tian replied. Please, go ahead, Senior Gao. The bronze battle tablet ranking matches at Beihua Academy are likely to be held sooner this year. Will you be participating? Chu Tian inquired me. Are there any requirements? As long as your realm reaches bronze, there are no restrictions. Participation is voluntary. Then I suppose I will participate. Why do you ask? I eagerly anticipate a duel with you, Chu Jr. Combat is the finest means to enhance one's realm. Just then, a melodious and delightful voice rang out. Chu Tian. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Tian turned to see a tall figure with a ponytail, dressed in athletic attire, Li Shiqi, approaching him, followed closely by her companion, Song Qingfeng. Li Shiqi, her eyes sparkling like stars, exclaimed with delight, Chu Tian, it's been a while. Chu Tian felt quite fond of this beautiful and vibrant senior. Li Senior, it's great to see you again. How has your time at Beihua been? Are you feeling well? Everything is wonderful. I truly enjoy the atmosphere here. Gao Feng observed Chu Tian engaging in light-hearted banter with Li Shiqi, feeling a mix of surprise and envy. Li Shiqi was renowned as one of the most exceptional talents across Beihua and even the 3 martial academies of Jiangqing. While she greeted everyone with a smile, there was an unplaceable sense of distance in her demeanor, yet her smile towards Chu Tian seemed genuine. The old adage, beautiful women favor heroes, held true in this instance. Gao Feng, displaying impeccable timing, remarked, Chu Tian, you two continue your conversation. I must take my leave. Don't forget our agreement. He nodded with a smile at Li Shiqi before turning to depart. Li Shiqi, perplexed, asked, do you know Gao Feng? Chu Tian replied, we just met. Just met? What kind of agreement did you make? He informed me that the bronze battle tablet ranking matches would be held early and expressed a desire to face me. What? Not only was Li Shiqi taken aback, but even Song Qingfeng, who had always regarded Chu Tian coldly, gasped in astonishment. Song Qingfeng, with an air of superiority, scoffed. Are you joking? Gao Feng would challenge you. Huh, you really know how to inflate your own ego. Li Shiqi shot an irritated glance at Song Qingfeng before turning back to Chu Tian. Did Gao Feng truly challenge you? Chu Tian nodded yes. Li Shiqi, concerned, responded. Gao Feng shouldn't he do that? It's clearly an attempt to bully you. You mustn't he accept, with your talent, surpassing him is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing Li Shiqi express such concern for Chu Tian, Song Qingfeng's eyes filled with resentment. He sarcastically remarked, Gao Feng is the dual champion of the bronze battle tablet. You might consider testing your talent against him. Song Qingfeng's intent was not to help Chu Tian save face, but rather to ensure he would embarrass himself publicly. Li Shiqi replied coolly, Song Qingfeng, do you not realize that the talent tablet is not a mere test of ability? Song Qingfeng retorted, of course I know. But Chu Jr. possesses an S-level martial talent. What if a miracle occurs? Zhu Guoli could no longer tolerate Song Qingfeng's mocking demeanor. Li Senior, Song Senior, were you not at the academy yesterday? Li Shiqi explained, we were on a mission and just returned today. What's the matter? Zhu Guoli chuckled. Those two might have missed something monumental. Brother Tian has now ascended to the pinnacle of the talent steel. What? Impossible. Li Shiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her expression a portrait of shock as she inquired, is that true? Upon witnessing Chu Tian's nod, Song Qingfeng struggled to grasp the reality, exclaiming, are you jesting with me? However, receiving no response, he stormed off in frustration. The atmosphere around them grew considerably quieter, and Li Shiqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Had this young man finally begun to reveal his remarkable potential? Indeed, he was quite exceptional. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Tian took his leave, feeling an overwhelming pressure when in Li Shiqi's presence, as he often found himself the target of hostile glares from other boys. Once Song Qingfeng departed, he made his way directly to the bustling bronze battle steel, where the crowd parted to grant him passage. He could clearly see the luminous characters Chu Tian glittering at the very top. Clenching his fists, Song Qingfeng muttered under his breath, damn it. He truly has supplanted the peak. Observing Song Qingfeng's expression, his classmates mistakenly believed him to be astonished and eagerly offered explanations. Brother Foam, this Chu Tian is remarkably formidable. He is a fierce competitor. When you were absent from Beihua, you missed it. He ascended to the top of the talent steel, causing the bronze battle steel to resonate. Startling even the 3 venerable ancestors of Beihua, he truly stole the limelight. With each word, Song Qingfeng's anger swelled, his body trembling with rage as he retorted, "Are you envious?" The speaker, oblivious to the underlying tension in Song Qingfeng's words, animatedly replied, "Of course, I envy him." Dean Li even promised him unrestricted access to the martial arts pavilion and the Shizhen pavilion. Song Qingfeng's countenance darkened, and with a scoff, he turned to leave. Rather than returning to the training hall with Zhu Guoli, Chu Tian ventured alone to the martial arts pavilion of Beihua. At the entrance, an elderly man dozing in a rocking chair squinted and obstructed Chu Tian's path with his cane. "Youngster, produce your entry permit." "Entry permit? Senior, I do not possess one." "What business do you have in the martial arts pavilion without an entry permit?" "To take my place?" Chu Tian's lips twitched as he replied, "Senior, I lack the capability to assume your position. Stop buttering me up. I do not fall for such flattery. No entry permit. No entry. It's the rule." Chu Tian smiled and said, "Senior, it was authorized by Dean Li. Dean Li authorized it? Then go request an entry permit from him. Otherwise, have him come personally to speak with me." Hearing the elderly man refer to Dean Li in such a casual manner, Chu Tian mused internally. This must be yet another formidable figure akin to a wandering monk, guarding this crucial establishment. Daring not to express any dissatisfaction, Chu Tian patiently explained, "Senior, I am Chu Tian, and I truly have Dean Li's approval." "Hey, you dare to assert your name before me? I do not care if you are Chu Tian or Chu Di. Without an entry permit, you cannot enter." "Wait, did you say Chu Di?" "No, Chu Tian." The old man suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint illuminating his gaze as he scrutinized Chu Tian, seemingly attempting to peer into his very essence. Chu Tian felt an overwhelming aura wash over him, causing him to instinctively retreat. Goodness, this is indeed a powerful individual. Thankfully, I did not act rashly earlier. With a steeled resolve, Chu Tian stated, "Senior, I am indeed Chu Tian." The old man returned to his usual demeanor with a smile, saying, "Why did you not say so sooner? Quickly, step inside. The finest treasures await you on the 3rd floor. Whether you can reach it depends on your own abilities." The abrupt shift in the elder's demeanor left Chu Tian utterly astonished. One might think he was the man's beloved grandson. Little did he know, just a minute prior, the same elder had barred him from entry. Chu Tian had previously heard tales regarding the 3rd floor of the Beihua Martial Arts Pavilion.